Also tonight, we welcome a double nominee who's competing against herself in Best Adaptation. She stars in both Fallout and Arcane, the amazingly talented Ella Purnell. Welcome, Ella. And finally, we announced his studio at the first TGA, and in 2021, he won Game of the Year. And tonight, despite our better judgment, he's going to have the stage all to himself to reveal his next game a little bit later. Joseph Ferris, welcome back, buddy. Now, as always, we're recognizing an outstanding year in gaming while looking at
Hey, Waldorf.
What is it, Statler?
How long is this bozo gonna go on?
Well, that's what I've been asking for the last 10 years.
Oh!
Hey, guys, yeah, up here, host, yeah, we're you know, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Can you hear this? Boo!
Yeah, please wrap it up.
Statler and Waldorf, everybody. It's the last thing we need. Listen, fellas, if you don't mind, we have a lot of people here in the audience waiting to see the show.
Yeah, speaking of a lot of people, why isn't this theater full, huh?
Yeah, we heard you always sell out.
Oh, okay, got him.
All right, let's keep the show rolling.
It's already rolling.
Off a cliff.
Oh!
Yeah, we're here all night, Statler and Waldorf. I don't know what we signed up for. All right, well, in any case, let's get this anniversary started. And to present tonight's first award, I couldn't think of a better duo. He's one of our industry's greatest creative forces, alongside one of our most talented performers. And they've teamed up for the newly released Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Please join me in welcoming Bethesda's Todd Howard and actor Troy Baker. Teamed up for the newly released Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Please join me in welcoming Bethesda's Todd Howard and actor Troy Baker.
Kalau live banget nge-lag bet anjay. Delayin 5 detik dulu dah. Thank you, Reno.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Now, as you know, the Game Awards for the last decade has celebrated the best performances in games by honoring some of my peers, some of my friends, like Nolan North, Roger Clark, yes, Laura Bailey.
Actually, Troy, have you ever won this award? Look, they do give an award for best indie game, and I think everybody here can agree you make a great case for best indie performance.
Oh. Well, thank you. I don't know about that. Thank you, though.
There was another guy, though.
You mean the other guy?
He's pretty good. Pretty
really
good.
Absolutely good.
I wonder what he thinks.
Harrison Ford? Is that Harrison Ford? God damn. God damn, Harrison Ford tiba-tiba muncul bejir.
Thank you.
Dia tua banget ya Harrison Ford, ya ampun.
Thank you very much. Thank you. While you're on your feet, let's give a big round of applause to these two guys for the Great Circle. Thank you.
It is a good game.
I think this guy did a great job. If I'd known he was so good,
Oh, you saw it.
I would have done it myself. And now, we're here to present the award for Best Performance. Here are the nominees.
Udah tua dia bingung mau ngomong apa, bro.
Best performance. Wow, just look at it all. It's still going strong.
I should cross over and start asking questions.
Gua vote siapa ini ya?
This job, it's a death wish.
Gua lupa lagi gua vote siapa. Kayaknya live Xtreem ya. Oh, gue vote ini, Luke Roberts, Silent Hill 2.
The shadow will always hang over me. What will I become?
And the winner is Melinda Juergens.
Hah? Gila, Silent Hill kalah mas Hellblade.
Oh my god, this is an incredible honor. Like I'm gonna cry. I don't know where to start. I want
Pagi
to
Zaki.
big shout out to my fellow nominees. You are all incredible. I want to thank our
Siapa aja yang menang?
team at Ninja Theory.
Yang menang udah ada
So amazing.
berapa ya? 4 kategori apa 5 kategori? Kayak 5 deh.
Our stunt team, like they're just all.
Gua gak inget.
Such a great job. Our collaborators and especially our fans who have been so supportive of us. Thank you so much. And also, congratulations to the Game Awards for 10 incredible years. Thank you.
Congratulations, Melina. Our first two-time winner for Best Performance. She won back in 2017 for the first Hellblade. All right, we have lots more awards to come, but are you guys ready to get a glimpse of what's next? Yes, it is world premiere time. For our 10th anniversary, I traveled the world to ask developers, what could you share with fans that will give a glimpse not just of what's coming in 2025, that we'll have lots of that too, but what lies beyond for the next decade of gaming. Tonight's first game announcement is an absolute honor to share with you. It comes from a Game of the Year winning studio whose immersive storytelling has thrilled players with every twist and turn. So without further ado, here's a look at the unexpected.
Unexpected. Oke.
Dearest daughter,
Gue mau makan dulu lagi.
I've watched ye grow from a devilishly curious child into a remarkably young lass with much grace, wisdom, and kindness. Take the easy times what shape us now.
Grafik macam apa ini? Sinematik macam apa ini?
To face the hard times, what does that for us? Even art of gold. Leave the spirit to overcome adversities aplenty.
Habis ini gue makan dulu ya guys ya. Kalian nonton aja ya.
Sweeten. Today's the day. Ye fill out your destiny.
Oh. Judul gamenya Unexpected. CD Projekt Red. CD Projekt Red bukan Elden Ring gak sih? Oh, Elden Ring bukan, oi. CD Projekt Red apa ya? Oh, gue lupa ya. Outlast bukan sih? Gak ada, itu double barrel ya? Ah, lupa gue. Apa sih? Witcher 4 ya? The Witcher ya? The Witcher series CD Projekt Red ya?
Forgive me, daughter. 'Twere my only choice.
I shall be the bringer of salvation.
Pasti dia mau jadi sacrifice. Uis, Geralt dari Rivia.
A Witcher? Witcher!
The Witcher!
What did he take? Nay, you can't. 'Tis tradition. Chosen she is. By the gods.
No!
Oh! Siri!
You chose her.
Anjir, Siri! Itu Siri kan? Penerusnya si Geralt Siri kan? Ini mah keluarnya bukan 2025 guys. Dibilang kan tadi Goes Beyond.
Back to the village. Go, now.
Nay! I must save them! Save the village!
Save yourself! Run! To shelter! To your father! Run!
Jangan cepet-cepet, yang penting bagus. Aduh, gue mesti mainin sih The Witcher 3, gue nggak main, tapi gue tahu bagus banget. Next Witcher game gue harus mainin, anjir. Lagi Nico. Nggak, tapi ini ceritanya bagaimana? Tiba-tiba Siri yang jadi lanjutannya, bro. Time skipnya banyak juga ya. Nyala matanya. Anjay. Ini kok bisa jadi kayak gitu? Oh, dia bisa jadi Witch Hunter? The Witcher? Banyak ceritanya dah. Tonjok. Anjir, restrict. Buset. Woi. Style bertarungnya agak mirip tapi berbeda sama si Geralt. Lagi Damara. Mate. Serot. Buset. Ngeri banget sih, Ri. Kamu kebanyakan bergaul sama Geralt dah. PoE udah bener kah? Belum, nggak bisa main gue PoE. Lah, tetap mati. Dibunuh sama siapa beliau?
So all we wanted, for her to go to the woods, to go to the gods.
Gods? There are no gods here. There are only monsters.
Anjay, there are no gods, there are only monster. The Witcher 4, bos.
Time for a new saga. See you on the path.
Damn. Oke. Gua makan dulu bentar ya.
There you have it, the very first trailer
Nonton aja, gua makan dulu bentar.
CD Projekt Red, and yes, as you saw, obviously Suri will play the protagonist in that title, and we're very excited to hear more about it. You ready to have more fun? Because tonight, trust me, the surprises just keep coming all night long. Right now, I am proud to present a brand new standalone game. Please watch.
of redemption. You were chosen. Thrown together by forces beyond our control. Tragedy must be averted. And for that, I need your help.
Stand tall. The night is far from over. Little pillager, bent on sacking the lands of gold. I will swat away any and all who dare approach.
Band together and prepare to claim. The life of the Night Lord.
Now you know why I was so excited. There you have it. Elden Ring Night Raid is a new co-op action-adventure game from Bandai Namco Entertainment and From Software, the only studio that's won Game of the Year twice before here at the Game Awards, and it is coming next year, 2025. Now, trust me when I say we are just getting started. Some of the biggest surprises, believe it or not, are still to come, as well as performances by Snoop Dogg and 21 Pilots, and awards presented by previous winners like Hideo Kojima and Sam Lake. But right now, here's news on a new platform for one of this year's Game of the Year nominees.
Time to kick it up a notch.
The time has come. At last, our long-awaited reunion.
Let us hurry. There is nothing to fear here.
That's what scares me. You're messing with powers beyond your control.
I'm always in control.
Are you sure about this?
Don't worry, I do this all the time. Find a way out before we're crushed!
A gun and a whip.
You'd be surprised how often it comes in handy.
Welcome back. I made it to the main show. You couldn't get rid of me that easily. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select nominees Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Silent Hill 2, and Star Wars Outlaws.
From HBO's House of the Dragon, please welcome Abu Bakr Salim.
Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cry about my dead dad this time. But I'm here to present an award that celebrates victory. The thrill of conquering your foes in a battle where physical and mental prowess collide in a struggle that feels like the most important fight of your life. And no, I'm not talking about Twitter, but I am talking about the best action game. Here are your nominees.
Best Action Game.
And the Game Award goes to Black Myth Wukong.
谢谢大家。非常荣幸能够获得这个奖项。首先要感谢每一位玩家，是你们的支持，让这样一个关于勇气和智慧的东方神话，得以在这样的一个舞台上绽放光彩。也要感谢主办方，没有在我上台的过程中设置空气墙。
Thank you, everyone. We are deeply honored to receive these awards. A heartfelt thanks to every player. It's you who brought the tale of wisdom and courage rooted in Eastern mythology to life on this stage. And of course, a sincere gratitude to the Game Awards for not placing any invisible walls on my way up here.
这份荣誉属于团队的每一位成员，也属于在幕后默默支持我们的家人和朋友们。如果没有你们，我现在大概率还在调试和增强二郎神，而不是代表团队站在这里领这个沉重的铁坨坨。
This award belongs to every single member of our team, as well as our family and friends who have supported us behind the scene. Without you, I'd be like sitting at home testing the boss rush mode and buffing Erlang instead of standing here representing our team.
最后我想说的是，《黑神话：悟空》这个游戏真的不难，尤其适合没有玩过动作游戏的玩家。相信我，谢谢。
Lastly, I want to say this. Our game isn't hard at all. It's perfect for players new to action games. Trust me on this. Thank you.
Congratulations, Game Science. At the Game Awards, our aspiration is to create moments that define our medium and remind us all why we became fans in the first place. 5 years ago, I had the pleasure of having lunch with one of our industry's most treasured game makers. And just recently, he finally shared an ambitious vision for his next project. Tonight, as a very special gift for our 10th anniversary, I am beyond honored to reveal this stunning new project for the first time anywhere, with an early look at real gameplay footage of this studio's highly anticipated upcoming title. Let's take a look at this announcement trailer that I'm sure will capture your imagination.
As I do recall, very swift and much 25 kilometers radius of ground zero now. Seconds. 55 seconds. 50 seconds. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. 35 seconds. Shockwave impact in 30 seconds. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was your early first look at the untitled next project from Fumito Ueda-san, a creator who pushes our medium forward with each of his incredible creations. You can just feel the emotional depth of that game in that beautiful piece. Ueda-san and Gen Design, thank you so much for this announcement reveal. Next February marks the release of Sid Meier's Civilization VII, the latest installment in one of our industry's longest running and most successful franchises. Tonight, we are honored to welcome the Game Awards Orchestra, conducted by Lauren Balfe, to world premiere the stunning theme to Civ 7, composed by Grammy Award-winning composer Christopher Tin, who joins us tonight. I think you're gonna love this. Maestro, take it away. Absolutely incredible. Thank you to the TGA Orchestra and Lauren. There's much more to come from them throughout the night, including our signature Game of the Year medley. You can look forward to that. Right now, it's time to get the first look at gameplay of a project from a studio that has previously been nominated for Game of the Year.
From the studio that brought you Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Part 2. Neverwinter Nights, Part 2. And Fallout 3, Part 2. New Vegas. Comes a completely original Part 2. And like all good sequels, we've included everything that should have been in the first game. More action. More weapons. And more graphics. Get ready for an adventure that took 3 times longer to make, but will almost certainly be 2 times bigger. Try not to break it again. The Outer Worlds 2.
I'm not interested in hiring any more idiots. I'm looking for people of tact and vision and perspicacity.
Please welcome the director of Hazelight Studios, winner of Game of the Year for It Takes Two, Joseph Perez.
All right, I can't tell you how pumped and excited I am to be here today to show you our next thing. I mean, I'm telling you, at Hazelight, we have a saying where we say, we fuck shit up without fucking up. And no, listen. This time, it's some next level shit, I'm telling you. I mean, no, we're gonna show
Oh iya
you.
masih mute anjir.
I know
Sorry.
I sound cocky, but it's really hard not to be cocky when you have a game like this. Are you ready? All right, let's roll Hazelight's next co-op adventure. Go.
Sorry. Siapa dia? Hazelight? EA Originals? What is this?
It sure caused a lot of explosions.
From the makers of It Takes Two, Game of the Year, Game Award 2021. Oh, another co-op? Split Fiction. Please, another co-op game. Yes!
You better get ready.
Yes!
I'm about to show you
Yes!
next co-op adventure called Split Fiction.
Yes!
Get ready for a ride.
Yes! Let's go, boy!
You play as Mio and Zoe.
Akhirnya.
Aspiring writers that hopes to get published by a new tech company that can simulate their stories to life.
I can't do this.
Please calm down.
It's time.
You can't shut it. No!
Waduh.
Accidentally, they end up in the same simulation.
What are you doing in my story? Something bad is going on here.
And there, they find out that their stories are about to get stolen.
No one escapes my simulation.
And in order to save them, they have to escape back to reality through the...
Apakah ini woke? Nggak tahu ya. Let's see.
But the thing is, they're strangers, and Mio writes sci-fi, while Zoe writes fantasy. So you will, for every level in the game, jump between a sci-fi world and a fantasy world.
Anjir. Keren.
We at Hazelight love variation, and you'll have a unique mechanic for every level. Let me give you some examples.
Anjir.
In this level, you start out by finding dragon eggs that hatch.
Hey, stop licking.
Anjir.
And then they become a little bit bigger dragons with new abilities. But in the end, they grow up to be full-ass dragons. And now, you can fly around and kick ass.
Anjir, keren.
In another level, you play these ball droids that can magnetize and shift to different forms. And then the droids become your exosuits. And you can now attack and hack different objects.
Uy, Mission Impossible.
Here's another one. You play
Babi.
as pigs, and they later become... Anyway, let's not talk about that level for now. And as always, with the Friends Pass, you only need to buy one copy of the game to play it with your friend online. That's what Hazelight is about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bullshit. You just get the game.
Beli satu aja cukup katanya.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
Oh yes. Please.
And the good, look, wait. The good part with this game is coming out March 6th. So you will be playing it in 2 months, so that's nothing.
March 6th?
One more thing. Just want to say, in the trailer, they called me and Zoe, my daughters, it's their name. They're also in the audience. Put the camera, let them show how cute they are. There, hello! Hey, Papa! Yeah, of course, my wife is beautiful too, I don't forget to, of course. Yes, and I want to say one last thing. My team Hazelight is watching at home. My beautiful team, I just want to say thank you, jag älskar er. And thank you everybody, I love you so much. I'm looking forward to be part of this industry. I love everybody. Goodbye.
March 6, bro. Dia ngomongnya available 2025, tapi dia ngomong March 6 keluar.
Joseph, what a guy. I spent some time with him in Sweden this summer and played a few hours of Split Fiction. It really is everything you'd want it to be. A great follow-up to It Takes Two that Joseph won for Game of the Year. It's been so amazing to have so many Game of the Year winners back with us again tonight.
Ya, nama karakternya sama kayak anaknya.
We have much more Game Awards to come during the show. Those of you in the U.S. can head to TGALegion.com for a chance to win one of 20 Glacier White Lenovo Legion 7i laptops, which have the power to handle the latest games.
2025 itu March 6 om. Kalau emang March 6 biasanya itu gak available 2025, langsung ada release date-nya. Kalau masih available 2025 itu berarti omongan March 6 dia itu gak bisa dipegang. Pasti masih bisa mundur gitu loh.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Apa nih? Steam Deck-nya? Bukan Steam Deck, apa ini? Switch. Ini Switch. Balatro. Ah, ini Switch. Switch 2 kah? Enggak lah, itu gamenya doang. Switch 2 masih lama, bro. Apa ini? Buset. Anjir, aneh banget. What? What is this game? Free to play. Frag Punk. All cards free to unlock.
Gaming processor, advanced by AMD.
appears Moorcroft's little project is as real as they say.
Apa game zombie apa lagi ini? Bisa berenam tuh. Iya, alien. Killing Floor 3. Jesus, Killing Floor 3. Gua Killing Floor 2 aja kagak main ya.
Alright, we're back here at the Game Awards and we have so much more to share with you. Now, when we created the TGA in 2014, I wanted to celebrate the people who devote their lives to entertaining and sometimes comforting or affecting us through video games. In fact, 25 years ago back in college, I started writing a series of articles called Behind the Games, chronicling the development of games like Half-Life and Metal Gear Solid 2, because I knew games were nothing without the people behind them. Now, the sad reality is that over the past few years, the gaming industry has suffered significant and unprecedented industry-wide layoffs. Those affect the games we get to play and, even more importantly, the people who make the games we love. We can debate and certainly disagree with the reasons why, and honestly, as a show, we kind of struggle with how to address these topics in a constructive way. But this year, inside of these challenges, we found greatness. I'm proud to share with you the story of a single individual who saw developers in need and did something truly extraordinary. Meet TGA's first ever Game Changer.
Game Changer? Apa itu?
Starting in early 2023, significant waves of layoffs started in the games industry.
Oh, what is this?
Strikes you, it hurts, right? It's like a ton of bricks.
What am I supposed to do?
Tens of thousands of gamers have been laid off at a level that is unprecedented in the industry's history.
I love this brand, I love this company. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do?
I actually started in games relatively late. Even though I've loved the industry ever since I was a little child, because there weren't games jobs around here, I stayed passionate about it and broke through in basically my late 30s. I had seen a few friends get laid off before Thanksgiving, and I said to my wife, Jess, like, this is unacceptable. Hi everybody, it's Amir, and I'm here to help support you as you look for your next opportunity in video games. I can't imagine what it must feel like for someone to have to go to their family around the holidays and say, I don't have a job, I don't know what's going to happen. I had a robust background in things like data analysis, and I said, well, I can do something with this. I started a community with one resource.
We just started putting together a list of all the job openings out there.
And over iteration after iteration, it ended up becoming a suite of several different resources. We have 2,300 coaching volunteers who've given people over 50,000 community coaching conversations for free.
He's pure pro bono, Amir.
There is no payment. He doesn't take anything back from the community.
I'm proud to say we've helped place nearly 3,000 people in jobs.
Amir is like career Santa Claus.
If it weren't for Amir and for this community, I wouldn't have even known this job was here.
He has created this like beacon of light.
Damn, Amir. Props to you, Amir.
Please join me in welcoming a man who has the well-being of the game developer community in his heart. On behalf of the Game Awards, I'm honored to present the first ever TGA Game Changer, Amir Satvat.
Damn, Amir. Nice, Amir, nice. Banyak developer yang di layoff, nggak salah. Dan dia menyelamatkan. Permasalahannya game apa yang lu buat, Amir? Lu nggak, woi, jaket Zelda tuh. Permasalahannya, Amir, lu nggak hire mereka buat bikin apa?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, you're breathtaking. Thank you, Jeff, and the Game Awards for this extraordinary.
Nobar gini harus dapat izin dulu nggak sih, Bang? Enggak, gua nobarin aja.
I love video games.
Harusnya aman sih kalau di Game Awards mah. Soalnya banyak banget yang nobarin.
To all game makers everywhere, you are seen and treasured
and our community will always be there.
Halo,
to
cepat
help
Kai.
you.
Cepat Kai, sabar ya. Gue dari kemarin belum packing. Bakal gue urusin hari ini.
Amount of games experience eliminated. This has consequences. You can't make great games without great people. I'm proud of so many of you who have already joined me to make an impact. And I really have to thank everyone in our community who gave all their time and commitment to build it. As we gather here tonight for this amazing celebration, I challenge everyone to ask themselves, what more can we each do to make our industry better?
Yang mau nangis gini, Amar.
I dedicate this to my grandparents in heaven and to our Game Awards watch party back home, my wife, our 3 sons, and my parents, who
nangis Amar beneran.
Really devoted their lives to me and taught me that my value lies in how I treat other people.
Yay, nice talk.
Growing up, all I ever wanted was to be a part of the video game industry. As a kid from Farmington, Connecticut, it felt a world away. Not anymore. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Anjay. Mantep Bang Amir. Respect, respect. Meskipun gua nggak tahu dia nge-hire developer dan timnya 3.000 orang bikin game apa.
We witnessed the end of the old world.
Ada lagi nih.
The beginning of an unimaginable power.
Apa ini Fallout? Bukan.
Forging souls into steel, turning hope into a hunt.
Robot battle.
Of humanity. For Starfall.
Wargaming presence. Capture in-game engine. The Battle of the Robots.
Rise, partner. Our hunt for Starfall begins
now.
Raise hell, exert control.
Nggak tertarik gue sama game robot.
Depends on our victory.
Gue nggak gitu tertarik sama game robot. Steel Hunt, oh my god, judul gamenya purik anjir. Steel Hunter, join the PC. Nggak dulu ya, makasih ya. Nggak tertarik gua.
That was the announcement of Steel Hunters, which you can play test tonight. I played that back in the summer, and it plays as good as it looks. Definitely has a Transformers vibe to it, as you can see. Really fun game. All right, and now I'm proud to reveal one of the most beautiful games I've seen in a long time, developed by an incredible team up in Canada.
Game coaching lucu kayaknya seru kalau di-streamingin. Game coaching apa? Gue nggak lihat tadi. Apa nih Project Winter? Enggak, ini bukan grafik Project Winter. Or is it? Damn, it's beautiful. Oh, it's Project Winter? No, right? The Long Dark? The Long Winter? The Dark Winter? Black Frost. The Long Dark. Yap, The Long Dark 2. Yap, The Long Dark 2.
Please welcome to the stage the founder of Gearbox, Randy Pitchford.
Fallout.
Borderlands fans know why I'm here, right? This is the moment. Everybody at Gearbox is watching right now, and I'm kind of freaking out. Listen, this is the thing. You fans of Borderlands, you're why we fight. Every pixel of Borderlands is made with heart and soul, handcrafted by the Gearbox team. We're all giving it everything we got, you guys. We're putting everything we have into this game. And listen, I can go on talking about Borderlands 4, or I could just show you Borderlands 4. Who wants me to keep talking? Anybody? And who wants me to roll the trailer for Borderlands Mother Fluffin' 4? As you wish, the world premiere first look at Borderlands 4.
Borderlands 4. What it's gonna be? What's it's gonna be? What is it? 2K games present. Okay, yep. Anjay. Perang lawan. Buset. Pasukan apa itu? Damn. Anjay. Main gak ya? Main gak ya? Pasti mahal. Kangen sih main multiplayer Borderlands. Oh my god, loot. Legendary weapon grinding. Break free. Oh, that's nice. Oh, ice and fire. Oh, that looks cool. That looks pretty cool. Ini kayaknya main villain ini. Avengers Assembled 2025. Oke. Terakhir main yang Borderlands berapa? Borderlands 3 lah. Waktu itu gue main kok Borderlands 3 sampai tamat.
And now we have an exciting and unexpected announcement from a legendary role-playing game franchise.
Apa Ragnarok?
On this, my sword, I swear. Shield the firebird's flame.
Apa ini? Final Fantasy. What is this game? Jin? Hah? Tekken sama apa ini? Collab ya? Tekken collab sama apa ini? Itu karakter apa ya? FF ya? Tekken collab sama FF ya? Ifrit, Ifrit Final Fantasy ya. Clive Rosefield Final Fantasy 16. Yap, benar. Oke. Collab Tekken sama FF.
There you go. Clive is joining Tekken 8 next week. Right now, we want to recognize more nominees and winners in some other categories here at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for most anticipated game. Death Stranding 2
Ya udah
on the
pasti
Beach,
GTA 6 lah. Gak usah dibahas lagi nih mah.
Grand Theft Auto 6, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and Monster Hunter Wilds. And this year,
udah GTA 6. Yang lainnya mati.
Grand Theft Auto 6.
Gak mungkin yang lain menang anjir.
Here are your nominees for Best Multiplayer Game. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Helldivers 2.
Oh, this is actually pretty hard. Gua ngevote-nya sih COD BO6 ya. Tapi kayaknya Tekken deh yang menang. Ya Tekken deh.
This year the Game Award goes to Helldivers 2.
Wah. Gila, fanbase Helldiver keren juga.
Best Community Support, Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 14,
Fortnite gua.
Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky. The Game Award goes to Baldur's Gate 3. Congratulations, Larry.
Gue cuma main Fortnite.
Nominees for Best Art Direction.
Ini gue pilih, pokoknya ada Black Myth Wukong, gue pilih Black Myth Wukong.
Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree, Metaphor Refantasia.
Gue ada Wukong, gue pilih Wukong.
The Game Award goes to Metaphor Refantasia.
What? Are you kidding me, bro?
Many more awards to come in the Game Awards, but right now, here's a new look at Splitgate 2 that blends gunplay, movement, and portals.
Wukong nggak menang Game of the Year, gua bete. Pokoknya kalau Wukong nggak menang Game of the Year, gue bete aja. Ini apa Apex Legends? Wukong udah menang Best Action tadi, dia harus menang semua awards anjir. Developer yang Best Developer itu. Grafiknya udah kayak apaan nggak tahu. Harga game cuma 400.000. Lihatlah Indiana Jones 1 juta. Wukong 1 juta juga laku, gue yakin. Orang bagus. Masa Game of the Year-nya game DLC guys? Nggak mungkin lah. Game of the Year, oh Dragon Age, Wukong Game of the Year bro, trust me bro.
It will not be easy. But you are this world's only hope.
Apa ini DLC? Masa iya Ape kalah sama Wok? Story bagus begitu nggak menang Wukong sih keterlaluan, makanya kan. DLC of the Year harusnya. Nah, DLC of the Year gue setuju. Elden Ring DLC tuh masa menang Game of the Year itu DLC anjay. Justru kita tuh harus appreciate Wukong tau, supaya bisa membuat mereka mendapatkan investasi lebih besar lagi. Dan mereka itu jadinya bisa bikin lanjutan DLC ataupun Black Myth Wukong 2. Udah bahas ngikutin Game Awards karena Elden Ring DLC masuk nominasi. Lucu sih, tapi DLC bisa masuk ke Game Awards emang lucu sih. Cuma ya Amin harus diakui, DLC-nya Elden Ring memang bagus banget sih menurut gua. Tapi menurut gua harusnya tetap Black Myth Wukong yang menang. Ya ditambahin lah kategori Best DLC of the Year, biar yang menang Elden Ring gitu. Kalau Concord menang GOT kan Concord gak masuk. Itu DLC kayak game baru soalnya. Still kecuali dia bawa Elden Ring 2 gitu baru. It's 2017 anjing Fortnite. Mau ngapain lagi sih Fortnite? Play again? No, udah bete gua. Chapter 1 season 1 anjir.
Nominated tonight for Best Adaptation, Riot's Arcane is a stunning animated series based on the League of Legends franchise.
Yes.
Anyone who's watched this show will tell you the music. It sits at the emotional core of this Game Award-winning series. Here is a special tribute to Arcane's music and iconic characters featuring
Iya, tahu gua jadi di DLC.
and 21
Maksud gue setelah itu jadi ada motivasi buat bikin Black Myth Wukong 2 juga, lanjutin setelah selesai. Ah shit, yang ini copyright. Ya mohon maaf, kalian gak usah mendengar lagunya, ini copyright soalnya. Gak mungkin gak copyright kalau lagu Arcane ya, jadi mohon maaf, dengerin gua ngoceh aja ya. Black Myth Wukong Fengji udah ada teasernya. Oh udah ada teasernya. Oh nice.
Ya, Bang.
Ini dibilang Eno juga akhirnya nanti developer merasa nyepelekan kreativitas industri gamenya jadi nggak ada. Gini loh, Black Myth Wukong itu bener-bener game breakthrough of the year. I mean secara core konsep gameplay mungkin ya it's Souls-like, there's nothing new about it. Yes, it is true in a way, core gameplaynya memang Souls-like dan it's nothing new. But yang perlu kita kasih appreciation buat developer di belakang Black Myth Wukong adalah how beautiful the graphic is. Gue tahu Elden Ring bagus banget grafiknya, tapi Black Myth Wukong, bro. Ada Joko. Oh, nggak. Gue nggak pakai. Oh, sorry. Gue nggak pakai ini aja. Gue nggak pakai speaker. Ya sorry ya bang, aku nggak pakai headset.
Apa bang?
Ya lanjut. Jadi kenapa Black Myth Wukong itu harus di-appreciation? Karena meskipun Elden Ring itu grafiknya bagus banget DLC-nya, and as a DLC it is like a separate game. That's true, but it's still a DLC gitu loh. Dan there's a reason kenapa Elden Ring bikin itu jadi DLC. Karena itu belum ready untuk menjadi standalone game. Pasti alasannya itu. Terus Black Myth Wukong grafiknya itu, look at the fur bro. Lu lihat bulunya Wukong anjing. Itu so detail. The physics, the animation itu amazing. Bos yang berkesan cuma Wukong, bos lainnya kayak meh. Tapi emang tujuan dari Black Myth Wukong itu bukan Souls-like. Dia itu terkesan seperti Souls-like, tapi dia itu bukan Souls-like. Bahkan tadi developer aja ngomong kan, game kita tuh sebenarnya nggak susah. Ya, nggak segampang itu, tapi nggak sesusah Souls-like. Jadi ekspektasi lu jangan terlalu tinggi. Dan emang iya, yang bos-bos lainnya itu mungkin nggak sesusah si siapa namanya? Nggak sesusah si Wukongnya sendiri. Tapi waktu itu gue lawan naga ketiga berapa lama tuh? Lihat, Acit lawan naga ketiga berapa lama tuh ibaratnya anjing. 2 hari dia main sampai gila. Sampai minta dijoki sama Norman juga nggak berhasil Norman. Oh ya, mau beresin ya? Ya beresin aja. Oh beresin aja. Terus yang harus diapresiasi juga, Black Myth Wukong itu bukan developer AAA guys. Lo harus inget ya, itu developer bukan indie sih, developer baru lah dari Cina. Ya apa lanjut aja. Developer baru dari Cina. Lo harus bisa sadar bahwa Elden Ring itu AAA Studios bro. Bandai itu AAA. Lo harus bisa appreciate effort developer baru yang bisa menyaingi developer AAA. Itu sesuatu yang amazing. Ditambah lagi mereka itu sangat sangat open to critics dan feedback player juga diambil. Kayak contohnya mereka mereka jujur kan, the reason kenapa mereka itu ngerilis game ini karena mereka butuh duit. Mereka nggak nyangka developing gamenya itu bisa se-costly itu. Akhirnya mereka ngerilis, tapi mereka rilis juga nggak half-baked. Mereka tetap rilis yang proper. Dan that's why they deserve the win. Ditambah lagi yang terakhir yang paling penting. Bro, harga gamenya murah. 400.000 anjir, 450.000. Lu bayangin game Imagine Black Myth Wukong dipegang sama developer AAA seperti Ubisoft, EA, Bethesda, sebutin siapapun yang kalian mau sebutin AAA. Bandai Namco.
Bethesda bang, Bethesda kan?
Hah?
Bethesda bang.
Bethesda.
Ya bukan Bethesda.
Bethesda
sampingnya Batseba gitu.
Bethesda, ya itu. Pokoknya lu bayangin kalau mereka yang rilis. Gak mungkin 450.000 anjir. Ah, mungkin 450.000 cuy. PUBG PC mau ranked aja bayar 200.000. Sejuta lebih pasti minimal paling murah 800.000 sekarang game AAA itu. Grafiknya itu bagus banget loh menurut gue loh, kayak it's amazing lu tuh bisa bikin game kayak gitu dengan developer yang baru netes lah ibaratnya. Jadi kita tuh mesti kasih appreciation supaya setelah ini muncullah Black Myth Wukong lainnya. Gue gak peduli deh mau developernya dari Cina kayak, dari Afrika kayak, dari Korea kayak, dari Arab kayak, gue gak peduli dah. Kalau lu bisa bikin game bagus, ya bagus. Nyalain suaranya bang, oh iya. Pagi Kelly. Bang Devin, Ubisoft emang masih bukannya gamenya Ubisoft tahun ini flop semua. Loh, Ubisoft itu AAA Studios anjir. Dia kalau bikin game grafiknya mengerikan semua juga kayak Assassin's Creed.
Kalau Ubisoft kan ininya bang yang bagus bang, yang gambarnya gila, tanda gila. Trailer.
Apa?
Trailernya Ubisoft kan gambarnya kayak anjing banget, terus main.
Iya makanya kan. Apa ini? Game fighting apa lagi ini? Virtua Fighter. Tapi gameplay flop semua. Ya meskipun flop, it's still on AAA studio gitu loh.
Legendary Virtua Fighter series now in development at Sega, and you can find out more in that special direct broadcast. Tonight, we've got another announcement for you. Check this one out.
Apa ini?
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I've got a little something special for you. We're gonna try out a brand new tool. Oh my, your music, your setting praise.
Apa ini Yakuza? Oh Yakuza core gameplay. Anjir bisa sama cewek. Oh. Ini backgroundnya Jepang tapi kok kayak gameplay Amerika ya. Oh, nice fighting mekanik. American Shower Story. Apa itu?
Tadi pagi ada game ini bang, kayak Among Us tapi 3D.
Project Century tadi pagi.
Tadi pagi kan udah mulai kan.
That's right, RGG Studio nominated tonight for 4 times for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth has not one but 2 projects in the works, and we are honored to reveal both of those titles.
Ini segini aman
lah. Ya aman.
Now to present our next award, please join me in welcoming a dear friend who also happens to be one of our industry's most innovative creative spirits. He's been with us since the very beginning of TGA in 2014 and is currently hard at work on Death Stranding 2 on the beach.
Death Stranding.
Please welcome an industry icon, Hideo Kojima.
Ya Bang Hideo bikin Silent Hill lagi, nggak bisa gue suruh bikin Silent Hill. Death Stranding tidak menarik buat gua.
TGA 10周年おめでとうございます。ジェフも。
First and foremost, congratulations on TGA's 10th anniversary.
僕は1回目から参加させていただいてますけども、年々 TGA は大きくなってきてます。
Series Yakuza pernah main dulu? Enggak pernah. Gue nggak pernah main Yakuza series. But I'm willing to try though. Game barunya nanti. Entah kapan.
でゲームだけでもなく映画やアニメ、音楽といったデジタルエンターテインメントと架け橋というか
Judul game-nya Midnight Murder Club.
Midnight Murder Club.
Iya. Kalau tarik mundur tuh di 1 jam 23 menit.
I've had the privilege of participating since the very first TGA, and I've
Februari
witnessed how the
2025.
role of TGA has grown every year. Not only does it
Kayak
celebrate
ini
the
ya.
achievements of those involved in the gaming industry,
TF.
Tapi gelap banget, gelap anjing.
FCT.
event that brings together industry's professionals from around
Apa kayak TFT? TFT. Apa?
FCT.
FCT.
As a bridge, not just
Februari
within the
2025.
industry, but also between gaming and other digital entertainment.
Ah, ada
such as
betanya
film,
nih.
Television, anime, and music. This role will undoubtedly become even more important.
Oh enggak, dia udah lewat DP 2020 tanggal 27 doang.
To supporting that too.
27 November.
ゲ
Iya
ーム
di
ディレク
Steam.
ションっていうのは、数多くのアイデアをまとめて一
Gelap
つの
banget
作品に
anjing.
消化する非常に大切な、役割だと思ってます。今
Gua
日ノミネート
masukin
さ
ke
れている
wishlist.
タイトルは、数百名から1000人を超えるチームもありますけども、数名で作ったタイトルもあります。小さな手動きのボートでも、数百人が乗る、巨大な豪華客船でも、
Roman udah won this game loh.
船団でも、
Roman udah
方
tahu.
向を示すですね、舵取りが非常に重要だ
Buset,
と
ini yang translate pusing-pusing dah
まさに
anjing.
その舵取りがゲームディレクションだと思ってます。
Game direction plays an important role in bringing together countless
Oh,
ideas
translatornya baca doang anjing.
into single cohesive work. Tonight's nominees for this award includes projects created by teams of hundreds or even thousands, as well as those made by just a few people. Yet, all of them have a clear and unified vision, whether it's a small boat,
Tadi
a
ada
large
trailer
cruise
The Witcher
ship, or a
4, bro.
fleet of boats. A helmsman is
Tadi ada
required,
trailer The Witcher
and
4.
that helmsman
Ada.
is
Siri yang jadi The Witcher ya.
はい、ではノミネート作品を紹介します。
So, someone involved in direction, I'm honored to introduce the nominees for Best Game Direction.
Astrobot. Tau nggak main Astrobot, bro?
Raboy.
Ini Balatro dah.
Robot.
Bisa jadi nominasi Game of the Year anjing.
Nggak main gua di PS kan.
Apa? Apaan?
Astrobot.
Oh, nggak tahu itu Balatro, bro. Main game kartu kok bisa masuk situ ya?
Oh. Belatro kan bukan game kartu doang kan?
Game kartu tapi katanya jokernya banyak gitu, bang.
Oh. Kalau nggak Wukong gua boykot nih.
Astrobot, anjing. Astrobot seru tau?
Gua boykot anjing. Apaan sih? Kok Astrobot sih yang menang?
Ya bagi-bagi lah, bang. Masuk Wukong semua, bang.
Lah ya sebagus itu anjing. Dibandingin sama Astrobot.
Astrobot tuh fresh tau?
Fresh dari mana?
Kayak itu kan, dia kayak Crash Bandicoot gitu kan.
Astrobot kan ngambil gameplay PS anjir, dimasukin ke situ tapi cute. I mean it's a good game, don't get me wrong. Tapi kayak
wow, thank you so much. We didn't have
What?
a speech ready for this one. This is really
Pada
amazing.
boo,
So
komen.
thank you so
Are you
much,
kidding
Team
me?
SOB back home. You know, all of you.
Ape kalah sama
this is for
bot.
you.
Ape not strong
you know,
together.
Game direction is of course, you know,
Tapi kan belum
as
Game of the
Kojima
Year kan
said,
ini.
you know, like an ensemble of things.
Belum,
and, you know,
kan cuma terakhir Game of the Year kan
actually,
closing.
in our case, it's
Itu baru
really
Wukong,
like
bang.
every single person on the team.
Kasih lah dikit lah.
coming and really bringing their own
Masa cuma
vision,
satu Black Myth
being
Wukong
responsible
tadi
for
doang
their
best
work. So
action
you are
game.
all game directors
Ya,
back
sama
home, and
Game
I
of the
really
Year.
dedicate this one to you. Thank you so much.
Biasanya kalau ada Game of the Year tuh ya berarti hal-hal yang lainnya juga bagus. Diusir ini sama Hideo Kojima. Astrobot family game gak sih? Iya family game.
Congratulations, Nico. And
Enggak sih, nggak family sih, nggak bisa
now,
multiplayer anjir.
let's journey to
Single player
another
itu.
world for
Apa
our
nih?
next announcement.
Avatar ya?
Tahu. Kalau lu lebih cepat dari gue sih nontonnya. Di Twitch ya?
Enggak, di YouTube. Lu di mana? Di Game Award apa di
Game Awards lah. Ntar gue nonton streamer orang.
ini Ark nih ya? Kayak Ark kan nih.
Tahu dinosaurus. God of War kali. Oh bukan. Game baru lah ini mah.
Apa ini? Gue tidak tertarik gue nontonnya. Buruk.
Tidak tertarik.
Harusnya Dino Crisis di remake ya, satu kali ya.
Gak main juga gue Dino Crisis, ini nggak tahu. PS1 kan itu?
Iya. Yang dari atas juga gitu, dari kayak ini, kayak apa? Kayak
Diablo.
Kayak RE, sorry, bukan kayak dia, kayak RE. Resident Evil.
Buset. Apa ini?
Helldiver.
Oh, ini Helldiver.
The valiant Helldivers have fought to protect our way of life. But I am here with grave tidings. Managed democracy is imperiled like never before. Homes are being ravaged. Families are being abducted. And you could be next. That is, unless you direct your undivided attention to the following announcements. And remember, freedom conquers all.
They arrived without warning, laying waste to our peaceful colonies, crushing all
Helldiver ini.
Nggak tahu. Oh tadi dia ngomongnya Helldiver yang gue denger sih.
And their minds, and something much worse.
Aquaman?
Their freedom. But when our citizens are attacked,
Helldiver 3.
Ini baru level 2, level 3 aja nih.
To set them free.
Oh, bukan. Nope, not interesting. Tadi Killing Floor 4 tuh. Killing Floor 3, sorry.
For we are those who stand in the way of all tyranny, who will give our lives today for a freer tomorrow, who will take back control of freedom. And deliver peace to our home.
Game tahun depan asik-asik gak ya nominasinya? GTA 6 tahun depan kan?
Lumayan update, trailer berdua.
Kalian percaya GTA 6 tahun depan?
Nggak, ini nggak ada enjoy.
Now, please welcome the creative director of Warframe, Rebecca Ford.
Buset. Tuh. Baju. Terbuat dari apa? Cardboard.
Thank goodness for waterproof mascara. The music has been a lot. That's amazing. But hi, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Warframe team. We are here at the 10th year of the Game Awards. It was actually 12 years ago that we launched the alpha build of Warframe, and it changed the lives of our team. Our irreplaceable community has allowed us the privilege to be up on stage 12 years later to present to the world our next major update. We are going to show you the final trailer for Warframe 1999 and the release date. But before we hit play, if you don't know what Warframe is, this is your first time hearing it. We don't know anymore either, but we're still we're still having a lot of fun making it. And 12 years ago, we never could have imagined that our alpha build has turned into something like this. We are forever grateful for our community. Thank you for giving us the best version of yourselves, Tenno. Please enjoy our trailer.
Ada drop kan,
It
mau connect, kebukanya ke website
tomorrow.
Warframe.
Thank you, Tenno. Please enjoy.
Jadi deh.
I realize what I am asking, but you
An explosive new update.
understand what is at stake. For the sake of
Boring gua sama gameplay begini.
Kan game jadul, Bang.
Iya.
Paling update doang ini Warframe.
The tech right here is different.
Oh bosen aja sekarang. Gue nggak, kayaknya gue emang gak gitu suka yang sci-fi deh. Tadi ada game kayak It Takes Two lanjutannya, developernya bikin, tapi misalnya beda title, bukan It Takes Two 2.
Jadi Xtreem.
Konsepnya bagus, jadi ngegabungin sci-fi sama fantasi. Sama persis kayak It Takes Two, pasti dimainin tuh.
Tiba-tiba ada Rockstar sih seru ya. Ternyata bukan GTA 6, lu malah bully 2. Oke, dia paling bully 2 tiba-tiba.
Bully berarti bang, kalau bully 2.
Iya. Bully dia.
The end is just the beginning.
Next. Ada komen next.
No one's give a shit. Warframe 1999.
That looks great, and if you're watching TGA on Twitch or Steam, you can get a free Nick's Warframe tonight during the show. Still to come, Snoop Dogg takes the stage.
Snoop Dogg.
World premiere new music and the Game Awards Orchestra returns. But first, earlier this year, Palworld took over the internet and broke records for the independent studio Pocket Pair. Tonight, we have a first look at the game's next update.
Palworld next update.
Katanya Palworld ini ya mau ngilangin kalau mau itu, kalau ngeluarin monster nggak dilempar lagi, ngelempar bola.
Dipanggil pakai feeling.
Tahu mungkin pakai device kali. Soalnya itu karena Nintendo,
Pokemon, ya?
Nintendo ya.
Aduh, kok gue nge-lag sih? Capek banget dah delay-nya.
Mobile ini ya?
Tahu. Gue nge-lag kan. Palingan juga expansion lagi.
Iya. Nunggu update.
Break.
Masih ini game mobile dan game PS kayak
Genshin.
Iya makanya.
Nggak di PS ini.
Kan Genshin udah di PS bang. Tuh kan game mobile.
Mobile ya? Ini mah Genshin lagi, MiHoYo lagi ya.
Dari tata letak gitunya sih tap-tapannya buat PS sama mobile itu. Bukan begitu.
Ini WUA. Ya, ini WUA anjing.
Putering WAP.
Berarti ini expansion WUA udah.
Oh, Putering WAP mau ke PS5 bang. Tadi sana available on PS5. Ini controller kesukaanku tuh. Controller Xbox.
Bakal ada Elder Scrolls Skyrim 6 nggak? Kayaknya masih lama guys. Si Bethesda.
Bethesda.
Itu lebih enak ngomongnya Bethesda lagi.
Bethesda siapa ya? Bethesda bang?
Bethesda siapa bang?
Nggak nonton Conjuring ya?
Nonton tapi nggak inget.
Bethesda, hantunya bang.
Fotonya palak bang.
Siapa yang dipalak bang?
Palak saya bang sama developer game.
Lalu kayaknya ada abang ini. Abang gas.
unrivaled anywhere. Advanced by AMD.
We're back with another deal. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to Amazon.com/thegameawards to get $50 in-store credit when you buy MetaQuest 3S.
Gak main PR, Pak.
From Yacht Club Games, winner of Best Independent Game at the first Game Awards, please welcome Celia Schilling and Sean Velasco.
COD nggak maksud tadi ada kok nominasi
10 years
COD.
ago, we were called onto the stage, completely stunned, as Shovel Knight, our first game, took home the first ever Best Independent Game Award. Now, thank you. And now, Shovel Knight is getting old enough to become vintage in its own right.
This year, a new set of developers released their first game. They're just getting started, yet they've already created something extraordinary. We're excited to see how their talents will shape the industry for the next 10 years.
Indie game ya?
These are the nominees for Best Debut Indie Game.
Iya, Best Debut Indie Game.
Best Debut Indie.
Gua vote siapa ini ya? Lupa gua. Kayaknya nggak ada yang gua tahu deh. Oh, gua vote Pacific Drive. Yang gua tahu cuma Pacific Drive. Ada Balatro sih, tapi kayaknya menang Balatro deh.
And the Game Award goes to
Balatro.
Balatro.
Apa sih serunya Balatro, guys? Emang bagus ya gamenya ya?
I appreciate that, but none of us are local thunk. We are honored, though, to accept this on his behalf. And while he's not one for the spotlight, he does like to shine his spotlight on other games that he thinks deserve equal recognition. So not only wants to recognize all nominees tonight, but also all indie games that were launched this year that might have flown under the radar. Now, what he would like for you is to explore this world of indie games, and I think you'll find a scene of extremely talented and creative developers who are crafting beautiful experience for you to enjoy every single day. Now, Local Thunk, I know you're probably thinking if you can give this away to another team that you think deserves it more, but sorry, Arco, he has to take this home.
Oi. Oi.
So, Local Thunk,
Mana bang? Nggak bisa poin ya bang?
you have earned this.
Bisa.
You deserve this. And everyone in PlayStation is just so proud of you of what you've done.
Apa nih bang menang bang?
At least tonight, you get to enjoy.
Balatro.
Thank you.
Nggak bisa apa-apa, nggak bisa login ini, nggak bisa apa-apa, nggak ada solusi.
Nggak kontak support, nggak kontak apa-apa.
Nggak guna. Di Steam-nya bilang semuanya yang kontak kagak ada yang respon. Udah, pager.
Tidak manor, malah manor guys.
And this is certainly one of those.
Apa sih?
PGA.
Indie game.
Oh.
Aku kira indie game. Assassin's Creed.
Cobain bang bikin lagi. Balatro ya.
Balatro menang apa?
Best indie game.
Oh, masuk akal sih. Lawannya siapa aja?
Pacific Drive, Balatro, Manor Lord. Duanya lagi gua nggak tahu game 8-bit.
Ya masuk akal.
Kira ini itu Assassin's Creed bukan.
POE ada yang bilang kalau email drafter di akun POE beda sama drafter bisa bikin error. Sama kok gua. Emailnya sama. Emang broken aja yang di Steam.
Capcom.
Wis. Apakah ini seperti Ghost of Tsushima? Atau kayak Sekiro Die Twice? Ah iya, Souls-like ini. Capcom nggak mau kalah. Onimusha. Ya.
Feels like I'm getting less human.
2026. Ya, masih lama, Bang.
Kasih Xbox Steam. Kasihan Epic ya?
That was definitely
Ngapain
a good one.
dikasih
I had
angin?
a great time seeing that game
Developer
this
Unreal
summer out in
Engine
Osaka. I love that
dikasih
franchise
angin
now
aja.
combining
Iya juga.
swordplay and a Japanese dark fantasy setting with some amazing over-the-top
Hidup lu
enemies.
bisa
as you
dibeli
saw in the
berkali-kali sama dia,
announcement
Jo.
trailer. Thank you to Capcom for that. All right, now let's get an update on the
Kayaknya
first
lebih kayak
Berserker
Epic daripada
Huzzah.
Gaben sekarang.
Hey everyone, I'm Joe Russo.
Nggak tahu. Kenapa tiba-tiba Joe Russo nih?
To introduce a brand new trailer for
Avenger.
the first Berserker Kazan, a game rooted in the legendary Dungeon and Fighter universe.
Our studio Agbo collaborated closely with our friends at Neopol and Nexon to create this action-packed cinematic trailer.
Oh ya kan dia emang ini kan berdua ada bikin game.
Excited to unveil it here at the Game Awards along with the official launch date.
Stay tuned until the end and enjoy the reveal.
Oh, asik lu. Hai Xiao Mao.
Malam mau abi Bin? Kalau udah ada rencana?
Boleh. Abi boleh.
Ayo abi lah, kemarin nggak jadi soalnya.
Cepet ya Green ini tamatnya ya, 2 jam ya?
Sejam juga tamat, Bin.
Oh, digimikin ya itu ya?
Main nama Pira aja.
Oh. Shama, welcome back to Definition Silver. Hi Alejandro, good morning. Game apa ini?
Mapomet bang, Mapomet.
Game apa ini?
Mana sih lo nonton Twitch ya?
Di YouTube gua.
YouTube.
Di itu juga ada kok. Woi.
Elden Ring, Elden apa? Skyrim.
Enggak mungkin Skyrim kayak gini anjir.
Kan orang naga juga bang.
Naganya nggak bisa berdiri 2 kaki sih.
Oh, the first Berserker ini.
Ini first, wait. Oke, dari sini gebuk mati dia. Gimmick dia. Anjay.
Tadi dimasukin nama arwah ada jadi kuat.
Buset. Nah lo, terbang kan?
Itu siapa namanya?
Swain.
Doctor Strange.
Oh iya benar.
The first Berserker Kazan. Apa ini game apa ini?
Game Souls-like tapi kayak shell shaded gitu sih. Grafiknya tapi kok bisa beda ya, nggak shell shaded.
Shell shader.
Kayak Borderland.
Oh, kayak Borderland. Tadi Borderland 4 mau keluar man.
No high hopes sih gue udah mau Borderland.
Ya udah no hype sih, tapi bagus sih gameplaynya tadi, demonya. Apa? Ngomong apa dia? Nexon.
Kode Nexon ya?
Kayak ya. Elah, game gacha, males. Apa nih Genshin ya?
Nexon emang gak sih Nexon bang?
Enggak nih, Mihoyo sih.
Oh ini itu kali yang kemarin bukan ya?
ZZZ itu juga ini kan?
Mihoyo.
Nexon mah kapitalis. Lah, lu pikir Mihoyo kagak?
Mihoyo setidaknya kalau menang bansosnya gede anjir.
Kalau
menang.
Kan
kalau bang, tapi kan
kalau menang award gitu, bansosnya gede.
Oh. Nih Hoyo udah tewas, Hoyo first sekarang. Oh, Hoyo first sekarang ya. Nggak tahu ini apa ini Blue Archive ya? Yang RPG apa?
Tontonnya ini kayak ini. Kayak Seal gitu, tapi gambarnya gini.
Nggak, ini yang kayak Grand Blue Fantasy gitu loh. Yang kayak Final Fantasy.
Ada kan? Ragnarok ini, bro.
Bang, boleh saya nanya Golden Spatula? Boleh, nanya aja. Gue udah males banget main game grafik anime. Arat Dungeon and Fire. Oh, baru lagi nih. Arat. Gak, ini kayak gini nggak mungkin Battle Royale. Ini pasti RPG.
Di Battle Royale lucu kali ya?
Cakep-cakep Om ah. Ya emang cakep-cakep lah main karakter anim.
Looks great. All right, next is the open world zombie adventure Dying Light, the beast from Techland. We announced this at Gamescom. It's got combat, parkour, and nights you may not survive. Here's a brand new look at the game, which is coming in the summer of 2025.
Oh, game baru Dying Light.
It's not your fault, Kyle.
Set in-game footage, ngeri bener.
In-game footage tapi cutscene.
Ya pasti dong. Seenggaknya bukan sinematik.
To believe that the same God who has endowed us with sense, reason, and
Dying Light, pemain Dying Light dah bagus sih Dying Light 2 sih.
Dying Light seru kok, cuman malas aja. Zombinya banyak. Ini juga zombie ya?
Iya bang.
Dying Light 2 menurut gua kurang.
Kok Dying Light yang 1 yang bagus kan? Iya, sedih.
Nah, gua nggak main Dying Light 1, gua main Dying Light 2.
Gua Dying Light 2 malah nggak main gitu.
Dying Light 2 kan waktu itu gratis di ini. Epic ya? Kemana lupa.
Do you see who's the real beast here?
Movementnya lebih satisfying Dying Light 1 menurut aku.
Gambarnya oke tapi ini. Tuh,
gambarnya
main Dying Light ini. Kalau malam jadi jago zombinya anjing.
Iya emang.
Gua maunya kuat siang doang.
Tapi kan lootnya lebih bagus dropnya.
Justru ada sesuatu aja. Game sekarang banyak yang terlalu aman.
Summer 2025 itu berarti tengah tahun ya.
Now we'd like to honor some of tonight's other nominees and winners. Here are the nominees for Best Action Adventure Game: Astrobot, Prince of Persia: The Lost
Gua pilihnya Silent Hill lagi.
Silent Hill 2, Star
Zelda
Wars Outlaws, and The Legend of
Zelda Echoes of Wisdom tuh yang
This year the Game Award goes to
Switch.
Astrobot.
Astrobot lagi ya.
Astaga.
Ini semua family di dunia.
RPG, Dragon's Dogma 2,
Ini gua pilih Elden Ring.
Shadow of the Erd Tree, Final Fantasy
Ini deserve Elden Ring.
Elden Ring itu kan apa?
Metaphor Refantasia.
DLC.
And the Game Award
Yeah.
goes to Metaphor Refantasia.
Bodo amat.
Congratulations, Ashina Shojima.
Bodo amat.
Here are the nominees for Content Creator of the Year.
Gue pilihnya yang gue tahu cuma Kaseo lagi.
Illawan, Techno Gamers, Typical Gamer, and Usada Pekara. And the Game Award goes to Queso.
Yeay.
Congratulations. Here are the nominees for Best Sports Racing Game. F1
Gue belinya
24,
EA Sports.
EA Sports FC 25.
Ini antara NBA atau EA kayaknya ya.
Top Spin 2K 25.
Balik pada benci semua tapi padahal.
And WWE 2K
Ayo, yang menang
24.
EA Sports.
And the Game Award goes to EA
Oh
Sports
kan.
EA FC 25 goblok. Jangan kasih harusnya guys biar dia ini.
Tuh, tapi single player-nya emang seru.
Iya, maksudnya sih.
Frostpunk 2, Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess.
Ini apa ya gue pilihnya?
Etos mitologi yang kayak
Gue pilihnya Frostpunk deh.
And the Game Award goes to Frostpunk 2.
Bagus sih Frostpunk.
Frostpunk 2.
Etos mitologi itu yang kayak ini mana?
Kayak Vampire tapi pakai kekuatan Tuhan.
The rest of the show went that fast. Yeah, it's like the game commercials with award interruptions.
Frostpunk pilihannya susah-susah.
Hey, someone watching online saw us on the show. Oh yeah, what did they say? Let's see. River Runner 445 said
Antara kakek neneknya meninggal, pergi dari rumah atau
by watching this show,
batu
we're
baranya
developing
berkurang
an
jauh.
immunity to bad entertainment. Oh, wait. There's Kojima, look. Did you know that Jeff Keighley's friends with him? Yeah, but does Kojima know that? Oh, boy. Wow, looky there. Apparently right now, 100 million people around
Ini kenapa chatnya telat banget udah hell iya baru Frostpunk 2.
And the other 8 billion people have better sense.
Mereka nggak pakai fitur mempercepat, Jok.
Jadebot 6 is asking, why are Statler and Waldorf at the Game Awards?
Belajar sama main
Great question. I've been asking myself the same thing. Help! Help us, Jadebot 6. You're our only hope. Yeah, make the commercials stop. Yeah. Please. Please stop. Make it stop. Make it stop.
Crytek.
Oke.
Loh kok?
Post Malone. Oh ini ya apa? Apa man game lu man?
Apa?
Yang
Hunter.
itu
Hunter Showdown.
lawan 3 kayak Hunter Showdown.
Hunter Showdown.
Oh, Hunter Showdown. Masih rame main aja kan Showdown. Masih sih. Gak ada game cowboy lagi sih emang.
To my murder circus.
Bukan aja, bukan Hunter Showdown ini.
Hunter Showdown ini.
Hunter Showdown ya?
Map baru aja.
Oh.
Iya, sirkus.
Oke, ada skin Post Malone.
Ada skin Post Malone aja.
1896. Lama-lama 1324.
1324 pakai panah.
NFL udah itu belum kan ya? Udah gratis belum ya?
NFL?
Di Game Pass yang baru.
Oh.
Devin suruh lawan Norman.
NFL.
NFL.
Gua nggak tahu aja NFL.
Nggak perlu ngerti apa nggak perlu jago.
Dikira jago.
Kan lu jago, anjir.
Maksudnya,
Tulukan aja udah seru bro.
Gua nggak tahu olahraganya sama sekali.
You like watching TV shows and movies? Don't watch on that.
Bola juga awalnya nggak
You
tahu.
want a quest?
Iya.
Look at that! It's a movie theater in your living room. What? And you?
Gua pengen yang 3 deh.
You want to go to the gym?
Meta Quest.
Then you remember gyms. Bring the gym to you.
Let's do this.
Soalnya bisa ini aja bisa augmented reality.
Whoa! And do you want to play the hero or be
Yang
the
gua belum
hero?
bisa.
I could be Batman. Yup. Bang! Time to become the knight. Okay, y'all. Yeah. You got
Bisa
this.
kalau lagi masak pakai itu kan ngeliat menu.
Ini Fortnite bikin
Ini kemarin
Valorant.
udah main si Diki aja lu nontonin.
Fortnite bikin Valorant mode ini.
Tapi lucu sih kalau orang-orangnya bisa dikasih skin yang kayak punya kita Fortnite gitu.
Hah, bisa?
Karakternya?
Bisa.
Jadi bisa pakai Doctor Strange gitu.
Harusnya bisa sih. Oh ya, panas Squid Game dibikin game.
Anjing kalau bikin game lucu sih. Terus online gitu ya?
What the fuck? Sumpah dibikin game.
Sumpah yang itu apa waktu kita mainin nama-nama Vin? Bukan
Crab game.
Crab game, iya. Kayak crab game tapi Squid Game original ya. Lucu kali ya.
Ini kayak unexpected gitu loh kalau bikin game. Anjing gendut.
Trailer filmnya anjing.
Nggak mungkin.
Maksudnya udah mau rilis gitu kali.
Hello, Game Awards. I assume you are all familiar with the Squid Game. Because not everyone can physically experience the games, we have created a simulation. Unleashed will provide the same high.
Oh, Netflix game anjing.
Lows. To all players watching at home, access will be granted to everyone on December 17th, whether you're a Netflix member or not. Be on the lookout. In the following weeks, my team will be unveiling the next round of the games. I have brought with me a special preview of Squid Game Season 2. We believe games can reflect and improve society. Whether we succeed will be for you to judge.
Ya gue nonton seriesnya aja lah.
CEOs in attendance, your places are ready in our VIP suite.
Iya bang, gak peduli aku sama Netflix game mah. Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg. Cordell Brodus and Snoop Dogg.
Dia nge-wait dulu nggak ya? Sebelum naik panggung?
Iyalah.
This year, my father and I launched Death Row Games with the dream
Kalau
of
Snoop
bringing
Dogg konser
minority
di Indo
stories
gimana
to
guys
the
ya?
gaming world.
Sator welcome to Definition Silver.
To create a hip-hop gaming universe that could stand beside some of these nominees tonight. Here we are to present Best Ongoing Game.
You see, back in the day, if you loved the game, you wanted more. But you had to wait until the next game. Or as I like to say, chill till the next episode. But obviously, y'all just couldn't chill.
Today's players are treated to regular updates to their favorite games, making sure the experience always stays fresh.
Oh, best ongoing game.
Here are the nominees.
Kayaknya ada Fortnite juga deh.
Best ongoing game.
Apex, ya Destiny, Apex, Fortnite, Diablo.
Diablo sih cacat.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built.
Ah, bau-bau nih.
Harusnya sih Fortnite ya.
Iya.
Together, they fight for freedom.
Fortnite sih, tapi emang harus diakui.
Iya, Fortnite sih ini.
Develop
Kayaknya.
itu sih mereka sih update-nya masih terus-terusan.
Itu Destiny mbak-mbak nih.
And the Game Award goes to
Babaji.
I don't have a game, cuz. Yet. Helldivers 2.
Abang kebanyakan ngasih aja sih.
Jadi mah
Well, I did not expect that.
For democracy.
All right. I'm very honored to be accepting this award on behalf of the amazing, amazing team over in Stockholm, Sweden, that made this possible. So please, a round of applause for our amazing devs. Thank you. So thanks the Game Awards for this honor. This really is an honor for all of us. Thank you PlayStation and our partners for believing in us over all of these years. And also, and most importantly, thanks to our amazing players for the support over this last year. It's been super inspiring to see everything that you've done with the game since we launched it, and we are very committed to keep going with this game for many more years to come. So, thanks a lot, and for Super Earth.
User lagi.
Snoop Dogg kayak pinggir gak lo?
Congratulations to Arrowhead, and thank you, Snoop. He's dropping like it's hot right now in Fortnite Festival Season 6 after an appearance in Chapter 2 Remix, and later tonight he will be back live on stage premiering brand new Snoop Dogg music. You are not going to want to miss that performance. But right now we're thrilled to share the announcement of a brand new game from a beloved game developer.
Apalagi brand new game mulu lu. Ghost Town game from the world famous Ghost. Apa world famous? Oh.
That game. You got
langsung langsung tertarik nih. Pasti game party kan buat record.
You said if I tried to pass you one more onion, I told you 1,000 times we didn't need any more onions.
Okay, yeah, things did get a little heated.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. What did I miss? Shh, it started.
The all-new co-op adventure.
You're blocking the screen.
Rude.
What is going on back there? This looks pretty good.
Oh, this looks wicked.
Oh my. Oh, it's a 2-player.
And they're showing so much
Player bang.
Oh, no. What's happening?
2-player game?
3.
2 anjir.
Oh, tuh tadi ya?
Tuh.
Ngomongnya.
Drew, what was that? Did you feel that? Oh, I don't understand what's happening.
This would never have happened at E3.
What the heck is that?
Huh?
Side by side nih. It Takes Two 5 nih. Stage of Fright. Ya ini It Takes Two 5 lagi nih, bagus lah. Game-game berdua.
That's a fun one. Stage Fright is the next co-op game from the incredible team at Ghost Town Games, the creators of Overcooked, that I know we've all played over the years, and I am so thrilled to share that with you tonight here on the show. And now it's time to head to a familiar place, the home of iconic novels and television shows, and now an upcoming action-adventure game.
In the name of the warrior,
Warner Bros.
I charge you to be brave.
Netmarble.
In the name of the Father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the Mother, I charge you to defend the innocent. Arise, a knight.
Banyak game-game kayak It Takes Two ya. Bagus lah bikin game co-op yang banyak kan.
Ada Game of Thrones. Tiba-tiba ada musik Game of Thrones.
Iya ini HBO sama WB. Tapi Netmarble. Netmarble means mau dapetin Jon Snow gacha SSS.
Oke.
Don't underestimate northern bastards. Someone must gather the support of the great houses.
Attain your father's name will be hard. Making your own will be hard.
Pasti ini turn based nih, kayak Seven Knights, yakin bet gue nih. Netmarble.
Modesty won't get you very far in King's Landing. Do at least try to feign a little arrogance. We find it far more familiar. You've seen the White Walkers yourself. You know what they
Wah, Warner Bros. Ya, Netmarble.
Ternyata game kartu bang, lebih kocak lagi kali ya?
Aneh sih kalau game kartu trailer kayak gini sih.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Like it or not, winter
It's coming. King's Road. Ya Allah, cuma trailer ininya doang.
All right, hunters, get ready. Monster Hunter Now brings the monster hunting action to mobile, letting you take down epic monsters on the go.
Bodoh.
We're excited to
Ini yang lumayan
introduce
yang mana?
Season 4 Roars from the Winter
Hunter.
Wind.
Pernah yang kayak Pokemon Go.
Tundra habitat
Udah jarang
and
sih gue main,
even more
udah jarang
monsters
keluar.
to discover. There's one right now. Tonight, you'll get an exclusive bundle to kick off your next adventure by using the code TGA 2024. So, grab your gear, download Monster Hunter now, and prepare for the hunt.
Gak mau.
Here's the trailer for Season 4. Let's check it out.
Season 4? Ada. Udahlah, kamu tuh kalah sama Pokemon Go. Kenapa nggak ada game horror ya? Metanya lagi sci-fi ya sekarang, guys.
Gue favorit gue zombie lagi. Zombie survival nih. Macam Daisy gitu.
Belum ada juga yang bagus.
It begins. Another battle.
Apa nih?
Let's get this done.
Double Dragon Revive. Ah, game apa ini?
Game Jepang.
Let's go. No time to waste.
Kalau berdua pukul-pukulan gitu dari samping kayak seru dah. Kayak game jadul PS.
Jadi 4 tuh.
Tempat?
Jadi 4 player tadi. Nah, emang kayak fighting dong. Tidak menarik. Would you like to become a player? Yes. Anjay. It's already too late. Anjay, solo leveling.
Solo leveling yang mobile nih kayak.
Harusnya sih iya ya. Anjay.
Jinu.
Are you the king of the humans?
Arise.
Anjay.
Anjay.
Arise. Nggak mau bang, gacha, nggak mau.
Power your dreams. Advanced by AMD.
Milestone. Apa nih?
Gacor juga ya soalnya dibikin anime sekarang game lah ya emang bagus. Ceritanya bagus kok.
Gambarnya sugus nih. Apa ini?
Blade Runner. Enggak deh. Mobil. Wah anime tuh. Wih, Need for Speed.
Kita klub.
Maximum Tune 11.
Anbon.
Kenapa ya Maximum Tune nggak mau bikin game di sekarang gitu?
what it takes to defy death. Show me the strength of your will, Screamers.
Screamer. Ya, balapan.
Ada epic tuh. PlayStation.
Naughty Dog. Lah, Last of Us.
Last of Us pasti.
DLC kah?
Part 2,5 poin
Nggak dong.
75.
The Last of Us part 1,5 biar masih ada Joel.
Part The Last of Us.
Ya.
Part of
Coming to
the
PC, Bang.
gay girl.
Nggak bang, tuh itu harapan bang, ini cuma coming to PC aja bang.
Di PS ke PC bang, gak tau bang.
You killed my friends.
4.3.25. Oh 4 Maret. Apa 3 April? Nggak guys, Last of Us Part 2 coming to PC aja. Ah, kentut remaster.
Kan ke PC, makanya remaster bang.
PlayStation.
Please welcome from The Last of Us Part 2, Shannon Woodward. And from Season 2 of HBO's The Last of Us, Isabella Mirsad.
Anjay. Voice actress sama pemerannya.
Hello. Hi, Dina. Oh, hi, Dina. Hey.
Gay.
So, what brings you
Tiba-tiba gay
here
nih.
tonight? Well, I'm just really excited because we're
Ya,
about
emang sih.
to present the best adaptation, and we were
Best
a part of an
adaptation, kita semua
in
sudah
many ways,
tahu.
and there's no words right now for me to read, so this is
Kayaknya gue
all
vote A
riffing
Quiet
and
Place deh.
improv. Oh, and it got me thinking. I know that while we both spent a lot of time with Ellie, we heard so many lame puns.
Oh God, so many
Bapering.
lame puns. You know, actually, there was one. Did she ever? So many lame puns. You know, actually, there was one. Did she ever tell you the one about tripping over your trap?
Oh, yeah. Hey, but hey,
Apa sih? Nggak
have you
bisa
ever
nonton
heard
live
the
kan?
one about trying to catch some fog? I did. But I missed it.
Oof. Wow, guys, these puns could not be worse. But Ellie's pretty great, yeah?
Yeah, she has her moment.
Wah.
Okay, but last one. Did you
Arcade.
With wrath.
Gue belum nonton nih Fallout nih.
Look out at this wasteland. Looks like chaos.
I am an Echidna warrior.
Dia juga belum nonton, lagi Dragon.
All I wanted was
Terus si Arken lah ini mah.
I'm looking for something connected to my past. Something important.
Arken.
Kalau Arken nggak menang, scam.
Skip.
And the award
Fallout
goes
tuh.
to the Game Award
Anjing,
goes
Fallout sih.
to
What the fuck?
Oh, Fallout bagus ya, gue belum nonton nih.
Bagus kok. Kata orang-orang. Mana biasa?
Dia di mana, di
Nggak,
Prime atau di
Xbox.
HBO atau di mana ya? Apple?
Di itu. Lebahganteng.com.
I've spent most of the evening coming up with ways to heckle Ella for when she won for Arcane, so I don't really have a speech, but I want to thank Graham and Geneva, our extraordinary showrunners who can't be here tonight because they're too busy making season 2. I want to thank Ella, Walton, Aaron, the rest of our extraordinary cast.
Apa ini live action ya?
Crew. Amazon,
Iya.
Kilter.
Adaptation
I want to thank the
movie-nya.
fans of Fallout New
Nggak live
Vegas for
action
not
apa
burning
dibikin
my house
anim?
to the ground.
Semuanya.
You'll be
Enggak,
very
maksudnya
happy we
Fallout,
didn't.
jing.
Oh, Fallout.
Last but not
live
least,
action.
I
Live action.
want to thank Todd. Todd and the
Marah
extraordinary
waktu
team of
pagi-pagi.
Bethesda, who were absolutely the most incredible collaborators you could possibly imagine. Thank you.
I too have to thank our cast and crew, everybody involved in this show, led by my friend and the incredible Jonah Nolan.
Kiri bang,
And really
kiri.
to everybody who's worked on Fallout
Jangan
over
tengah lagi
the
tuh
years,
di
everybody at
sama.
Bethesda
Disuruh
that I've
minggir
worked
lu.
with on Fallout for 20 years now. It's been incredible. We are so blessed with the best fans there are. Thank you all for supporting everything we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Game FPS kayak CS, Valorant gitu nggak ada tadi kan? Best competitive game yang menang League of Legends. Terus T1 yang menang esports team, esports atletnya Faker.
Itu udah pasti. Sudah pasti.
Soalnya yang lainnya lagi kurang.
Anderson, the creator of Payday 1 and 2 and GTFO. Here's your first look at the gameplay.
Apa ini?
GTFO. Oh, from the creator of Payday 2 and GTFO.
Den of Wolves.
Oh, Den of Wolves yang lu bilang waktu itu ya.
Telat ya,
Musiknya,
bro?
musik Payday ya.
Gamenya lu belum masuk ke,
Musiknya,
lu belum masuk ke gamenya, Vin?
Hah? Apaan, Jok?
Telat lu ya?
Iya, gue telat kan tadi gue buffering.
Oh.
Ya musiknya enak.
Oh, ini Den of Wolves. Apakah sudah ada tanggal rilisnya? Ini vibes-nya vibes Payday banget sih.
Lagu-lagu Payday 2 kan. Emang yang bikin musiknya di sini soalnya.
Tapi gameplaynya juga Payday banget ini.
Level Infinite guys, level Infinite.
Ya mungkin di ini nama level Infinite. Gak apa-apa, level Infinite bagus kok.
Iya. Den of Wolves. Lagunya apa nih?
Woi, tanggal woi. Capek banget.
Yo first aja anjing.
Capek banget gua nggak dikasih tanggal begini.
Pasti 2025 sih kalau dia ngomong kayak gitu.
This is New Eridu, the last city on the planet.
Aduh.
Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, we clung to a strange sense of joy, enduring one wave after another. Even if our destruction is inevitable, we'll confront it on our own terms. This is the place.
Zenless Zero.
Detected. Prepare for action. I've never hesitated to fight for you.
Zenless.
JJJ.
I wield my blade against evil.
Banyak ya Om Hoyo. Ya gimana guys, setiap kali dibikin game rame terus.
Yang ini sih aku bisa banget bagus banget.
Apa JJZ?
Iya, karena emang gameplaynya gue suka ngelawannya musuhnya di dungeon doang, nggak keliling-keliling satu
map gede exploring.
Satu map besar
Kayak
gitu.
Genshin
Kalau kan gue mager. Kalau ini cuma kayak satu dungeon ya oke.
Tiba-tiba nyanyi nih.
JJJ.
That's a new look at Zenless Zone Zero, a nominee tonight, and the reveal of Astra, the most well-known celebrity.
Best mobile game kok belum ya?
And now here's a new look at version 3.0 of Honkai Star Rail, coming in January, and a look at the upcoming.
Best mobile game yang menang kayaknya AFK Hero dah.
I'm over here.
Honkai Star Rail. Yalah, nge-lag lagi. Apa ya guys?
Nonton di Twitch show.
Burik nih. Nonton Twitch-nya lah kita guys.
Jok mau ikut kan Jok? Kita main Nabi.
Balik malam kayak gue. Lu mau lihat kehororan kantor gue yang baru nggak, Man?
Apa?
Mau lihat kehororan kantor gue yang baru nggak?
Kehororan apa?
Ya, tempatnya ngeri aja.
Kenapa?
Oke. Di meeting.
I'm furious.
Pencahayaannya nggak bagus
All
aja.
right, here we go. Last month, Snoop Dogg simultaneously took over Fortnite and Times Square with one performance. Well, tonight, he's here at the Game Awards to finish the fight, to help us celebrate our 10th anniversary like no one else can. Debuting a brand new song from his new album, Missionary, with Dr. Dre, that drops tonight. Game Awards, give it up for Snoop Dogg!
Saatnya nge-mute ya. Ya, nge-mute. Copyright.
Transisi Snoop Dogg sih tapi lucu banget anjir. Masuk face. Jadi industri game.
Karena Bang Dinya gamer nggak sih?
Bisa jadi sih.
Aduh. Game of the Year di akhir, nggak mungkin di awal. Kan ini.
Kan itu pamungkas. Take me.
Wow. Take me. Ini berapa lama sih acara? Lama juga anjir.
Iya nih, gue tadi mau berangkat menunggu ini kan.
Gue juga dari tadi mau beberes, jadi nggak beberes nih. Berapa lama sih streamingnya? 2 jam ya? Anjing udah 3 jam. Udah mau 4 jam. Woi, tapi acaranya delay mulainya. Oh, udah 2,5 jam. 2 jam 45 menit. Bang, katanya Indo menang Pildun eFootball ya? Yoi bro. Menang bantai-bantai ya?
Enggak. Menang seru.
Menang seru.
Game pertama, golnya menit 80 berapa sama 88. Kayak tadi kalah 1-0 jadi 2-1 menang. Comeback di menit akhir, 2 gol.
Jadi menang 2-1.
Iya, game keduanya menang 2-1 lagi. Best of 3 dia.
Oh, tanding 3 kali.
2 kali dong. Kalau 2-0 kan.
Ya, maksudnya best of 3 tanding 3 kali berarti kalau seri.
Betul.
Yang pertama menang 2-0.
Pertama menang 2-1 comeback. Yang kedua menang 2-1 meyakinkan. Nah.
Oh. Lagunya asik bang. Iya, lagunya emang asik. Copyrightnya nggak asik.
Gila, kita udah menang FIFA Manager, eFootball, semua World Cup bolanya game udah menang nih kita nih. Kecuali Rocket League sama eFootball Mobile sih.
FC25 nggak ada World Cup sih ya?
Enggak, kan bukan FIFA. Mungkin kalau masih FIFA, dia ngambilnya FIFA, bukan EF sih, bukan eFootball.
Snoop Dogg. Ah, udah ya.
Snoop Dogg, the legend, what an amazing performance. Thank you, Snoop. His new album with Dr.
Anjay,
Dre
Billie
Visionary
Eilish,
comes
The
out
Weeknd.
tonight. And Snoop's now in Fortnite as a
Siapa itu
Season
yang
6
pink?
festival icon. And starting today, you can also grab Platinum Festival icons, The Weeknd, Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, and Karol G. Also this year,
Lady
once again,
Gaga.
we had the Game Awards vote in Fortnite Island, where the Fortnite
Itu Island Cote bisa masuk berapa orang ya?
mystery as their favorite
Tahu.
island of the year.
Kalau konser
You
gitu
can
anjing.
head to the TGA Island right now to check out all the
Oh,
nominees.
kalau konser kan
and meet
bukan
Many
dari
Human
Code.
Chef. Yes, that's actually
Dari
the
server.
thing.
Server
Stick
kayak
around
waktu
for much
itu
more Game Awards
si
ahead,
ini
including
Marshmello
more surprise new
tiap
game
orang
reveals.
masuk
That's right, we are
display
far
barengan
from
gitu.
done. And awards like Best Narrative, and of course, Game of the Year with the Game Awards Orchestra.
Fortnite Odyssey.
Lego anjing.
Wow, Fortnite jadi farming simulator kah?
Ada waktu itu sempat keluar yang game survival ya.
Yang Lego ya.
Iya.
Gila, tapi harus diakui Fortnite tuh hebat
Lemparannya
sih.
gelo, bro.
Collab-nya itu gelo
Collab-nya
banget.
gila anjing.
Semua diambil anjing, anim diambil, Korea diambil. Katanya mau collab sama New Jeans, tapi katanya rumor ya.
Emang masih nujin namanya ya?
Ya dulu, sebelum yang di-announce. Lego diambil, Western diambil.
Nintendo apa nih? Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing mana?
Zelda's adventure begins with monsters? She can learn echoes of pots, meat, and even enemies. A delicious distraction. Uh-oh. Plan B.
Delay banget yang di Twitch.
Why, Zelda? With so many echoes to learn, how you use them is up to you. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, available now only on Nintendo Switch.
Hey, you're in a PC Game Pass ad. Want new games on day one?
Yeah.
Bet. We got you. A cool safe house. Next. How about a new career with EA Play? Ribs got booed. This is my kind of office party.
I want to play with all the League of Legends champions.
Riot benefits. Say less. We got you.
Batman.
I'm the ones in the game.
Hey,
I'm
PC
Batman.
Game Pass. We got you.
Mual lo main Batman VR.
Gotham like a plague. I have to stop it, even if it consumes me.
We repress all
Tidak, aku
rage.
delay.
It feeds the shadow deep inside us.
I'm done holding back.
Vertikal. Gila 1,1 juta yang nonton di YouTube ya.
Tadi 1,2.
Welcome back. We still have a few big awards to hand out. But first, for a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to Amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select gaming accessories from brands Turtle Beach, PDP, SteelSeries, and Razer.
Now, please welcome singer-songwriter Khalid.
Khalid?
Battle, the haunting echo of every failure and the soul of every victory. From soaring orchestral pieces to intimate melodies that break our hearts. The right music makes games unforgettable. Here are it's the racing heartbeat of every battle, the haunting echo of every failure and the soul of every victory. From soaring orchestral pieces to intimate melodies that break our hearts. The right music makes games unforgettable. Here are the nominees for Best Score and Music.
Best Score and Music.
Astrobot lagi gue tabok ya.
Astrobot.
Gue pilihnya Silent Hill ini.
And the game award goes to Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy.
Apa kalau ini mah?
Apa ikhlas gua. Sama dia bukan Astrobot.
Bukan Eto nih.
Pas udah naik, sorry, Astrobot.
Binatang.
Dulu pernah kan ada kayak gitu apa ya? Ada dulu yang kayak udah ngomong Final Fantasy, udah tepuk tangan, jadi if I choose it, the real winner is Astrobot. Wibo! Sorry. Ini Sasuke Uchiha guys yang di atas guys.
I'm so excited. I have no words.
Kita kodoge.
Buset, di Snot banyak banget.
It's truly an honor to receive this award here at the Game Awards. And I'd like to take this moment to express my sincere thanks to our development team that helped create this wonderful game together.
Oh, cepetan Game of the Year.
今回のこの TGA に初めて参加させていただいたんですけど、その初めて参加させていただいたこの賞でですね、初めて受賞したことをすごく嬉しく思っています。
This is my very first time attending the Game Awards here today, and I'm so honored and pleased to receive this award.
Miss Universe Moment. Best Streamer udah di review belum? Udah, Best Content Creator, Maseo.
すごく嬉しく思います。またこの PC 版を通してですね、このゲームのサウンドをですね、多くの人に伝える
Game of the Year FF Max anjing.
And I'm equally pleased today to be able to finally announce the PC version of the game.
Nggak ada yang respon.
With this, I am delighted to be able to bring the beautiful music of this game to even more fans around the world.
Thank you.
Actual gameplay.
Congratulations to Final Fantasy, and now it's time for a tease of what's next from a legendary gaming franchise.
Jok, coba deh lu pencet pause 2 detik terus baru lu play ya.
Oke.
Ya. Gue kayak Sonic. Lo ngomong Sonic di gua masih orang.
Yeah, that's all you get. There will be much more to share about Sonic Racing Cross Worlds in 2025. I've had the pleasure of playing it, and trust me, it is a ton of fun. Next year, fans will get to experience the Mafia franchise like never before in Mafia: The Old Country, an origin story set in the brutal criminal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Tonight, we have the world's first
makin mundur kan timeline-nya?
narrative action game.
Apa nih?
Mafia.
All of the men in this room are bound by blood. This is a family. This is a family.
This is a family.
Oke.
Mafia berapa? Mafia 3.
Mafia 1922.
Terakhir yang baru tuh Mafia 2 kan ya? Zaman dulu banget.
Mafia 1215.
115.
Tahun 1215.
Mafia terakhir tuh PS3 kan? PS3 Xbox 360 kan?
Nggak tahu bang, nggak main bang.
Seru itu Mafia.
I do.
Mafia 4.
Ya, ini jadul banget sih buat Mafia nih.
Red Dead Redemption 5 sini.
Oke. Ada 3 bang, mundur lagi.
Tiba-tiba Rockstar, Red Dead Redemption 3.
Ngamuk gak ya orang-orang?
Coming before GTA 6.
We got Red Dead 3 before GTA 6 gitu.
Woo, we got RDR 3 before GTA 6. Welcome Enzo. The old country.
Masih lebih cepet ya, tadi gue pas dulu.
Summer 2025. Now more winners tonight at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game. Animal
Baratro lagi dah.
Lorelai and the Laser Eyes, Neva,
Itu Bang tuh bisa masuk Game of the Year tuh gue kaget.
The Game Award goes to
Bang Balatro pas rilis tuh rame banget yang main loh Bang.
Makanya.
AFK Journey.
Nah, AFK Journey yang menang ini.
Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the Game Award goes to Balatro.
What the fuck?
Congratulations again, local punk. Here are the nominees for Best Audio Design. Astrobot, Call of Duty Black Ops 6,
Silent Hill 2 dong, kasih dong.
Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Senua's Saga Hellblade 2, and Silent Hill 2. And the Game Award for Audio
Astrobot
Design goes to Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Congratulations, Ninja Theory. Now the nominees for Player's Voice. It started with 30 down to these 5. Black Myth Wukong,
Kayaknya ini yang menang Elden Ring.
Genshin Impact,
Gila,
Elden Ring
3 game nih hoyong.
Wuthering Waves, and
Iya
Zenless
nih,
Zone
2
Zero.
bang, Wuthering Waves bukan Mihoyo.
Wuwa bukan ini ya, bukan Mihoyo.
Iya.
Black Myth Wukong.
Yeay, akhirnya 2 award. Meskipun yang menang bukan gamenya.
More game awards to go and more game announcements ahead. But right now, here's a look at Infinity Nikki, which has already achieved 20 million downloads, and a look at the new shooting star scene for the first time anywhere.
In full. And enjoy. A day with Nikki. Aduh, Infinity Nikki, jing.
Katanya dibilang sama abangnya Infinity Nikki bang.
Ada denger aku bang. Main nih, Man.
Apa?
Infinity Nikki.
Ini kayak apa sih gameplaynya bro? Genshin ya?
Adventure aja. Ini game laki banget.
Sorry bang. Tahun depan rame sama MH Waltz kayak.
Game laki banget ini. Lihat gameplaynya kan. Harder than Dark Souls ini. Tuh, sulit banget loh ngontrol kucing ini loh.
Lompat-lompat susah bang, lompat-lompat 2 kali gitu kan bang ya?
Ini susah itu. Tuh, ini juga ntar ada QTE-nya nih pas joget susah banget.
Ayo dance ya bang ya?
Iya, ayo dance.
Kata normal kan susah ya, gue juga bilang susah. Berarti emang susah ini.
Susah bro, kan gue gak jago main air dance.
Sama bang.
Enggak, ini bukan di PC kan, Infinity Nikki di konsol, setau gue di PS5. Oh, itu semua bos-bosnya tuh tadi tuh. Ya, burung hantu, rubah, game laki.
Apa nih Illinois?
Kayaknya detektif Illinois ya.
Mafia bang?
Mafia ya? Oh iya. Ya.
Mafia 3 tuh udah ada ya? Itu Mafia 4 cok.
Ini mah promo aja bang.
Nggak, maksudnya kalau misalnya Mafia keluar, harusnya Mafia 4 gitu.
Oh iya,
Mafia 4
Mafia 4.
Udah pernah ada, gue nggak tahu, lupa.
Oh, dari PC ya?
Di mobile.
Summoner's War.
Kukiran.
Anjay, lain. Anjay, Mobile Legend Bang Bang.
Aka ya, udah deh.
Mobile games are going big.
Play on PC anjing.
Iya kan emang bisa.
Iya udah ada Google Play Game.
Game-game gede udah ada semua kok, bisa kok. Kayak Clash Royale, Clash of Clans.
Now you get to play the games. Wuthering Waves and Solo Leveling Arise are available on Google Play Games on PC for both Android and iPhone users. The best part, with the Google Play Games, you can
Terus mainnya ini bang yang tadi pak, mainnya Golden Spatula.
Across mobile and PC. Check it out.
Kemarin Golden Spatula, gue main ya, ketemunya udah orang.
Please welcome previous Game Awards winner Laura Bailey and Emmy Award
Main
winner
apa, Rengkat?
Aaron Paul.
Rank apa lu?
Bawa 4. Juara 1 kemarin ketemu viewer duluan. Bang Joko gitu loh.
Wow, oh my god.
Oh, dia ngechat pesannya.
Iya, udah ngechat ke Bang Joko.
With Laura Bailey, an absolute voice acting legend.
Kayak di lobby itu isinya 4 orang. 4-nya orang, 4 lagi bot.
Mulai berarti.
I gotta work with you on Dispatch, the game that we're actually announcing
Lu ngomongnya viewer
tonight.
gua. Saya viewer lu.
Viewer lu.
I haven't actually worked with you.
Kan dia ngomongnya Bang Joko.
At the same time.
No, I know.
Biar gua dan lu. Nah.
Technically, we never shared the booth, but it is cool if I tell people, our friends out there, that we work together.
Wait, no. Let me get
Terus
this
orang
straight.
komen.
You're
Itu aku bang
Australia.
gitu
Are asking
di
if it's okay to tell people you work with me?
Yeah.
No.
No, this is just a
Guys, nonton
flat
Breaking
no.
Bad guys, bagus guys.
Oh, yeah.
Di watch guys.
Listen, Evan.
Karena gue sih nonton Critical Role.
That's funny, but
Baru
it's actually Aaron, not
Sure
Evan.
it is,
But yeah.
Look, I get it. You were in like the greatest show of all time, and yeah,
The
everybody
Wire.
loved The
Tai
Wire.
banget.
But listen,
Okay.
that's TV,
Right.
and this is video games. Okay,
Yeah.
this is art. Plus, I find
Yeah.
it kind of strange that we've been backstage the whole time, and you're only asking me this now. So.
Well, you told me not to speak to you backstage when I came up to you.
No, I told you not to look at me. Okay.
Oh.
Listen,
Wow.
Evan. Acting is listening.
Okay.
We're back
Got
there
it.
all night. You jump on me with this now?
I mean, look, I guess I was just a little starstruck meeting you, you know? Let's be honest.
So I know we're just reading off the prompter, but it still felt really good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What'd I say about looking at me, though?
Sorry. All right, here is the world premiere trailer for the game Laura and I worked on separately together.
Separately together. Ya Allah.
You're dead, I thought.
Just on the inside. My suit was destroyed.
You have a lot left to give. I would like to make you an offer.
This is SDN. How can we help you?
You want me to sit in an office and dispatch heroes?
In exchange, we can make you Mecha Man again.
Washed up dad bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who answers?
Me.
Too easy.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that.
What are you doing in Visigal? Is that your car?
I don't have a car.
That's gonna be
Oh,
weird
ini game
insurance
ini ya?
claim.
You're right at
Game
home behind that
cerita
desk
ya?
because you're no hero. You're a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built.
You gonna eat those Twinks? That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
Dispatch.
What's your name, little guy? My name's Beef and I'm naked. Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
Apa ini? Choice matter.
Kayaknya.
That was Dispatch, and now to present our next award, please welcome a Game Award winner from last year. He's a visionary creator, Sam Lake from Remedy.
Hah? Game Awards winner from previous year. Apa yang menang tahun lalu? Oh, gue tahu nih orang.
I was back at the Game Awards. It felt like a
Oh, ini di ini, bro.
lost track
Game
of
apa?
how many times I've
Yang
been
lu mainin.
Iya.
Aduh.
Alan Wake.
Alan Wake.
Something kept nagging at me, forcing me to snap out of my reverie. I was here to do a job, hand out the award for Best Narrative. The nominees were each incredible. Frankly, I was so impressed by the storytelling genius. I was
Enak dia nggak usah ngafalin skrip.
nasty fit of
Iya.
jealousy. But they would never need to know that. Play it cool. On the stage, I felt an urge to dance. That's what they all wanted. I'd save it for another time. Keep this short. Here are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Oh enak deh cuma ngomong here dan nominees. Aku juga bisa.
You here to pick a fight?
Why not take
Best Narrative.
It's upon us. I'm sending you to Hawaii.
Oh ini bagus sih.
Who wants to meet you? You ready for this, Kasuga? This is the way of the real.
Aduh ada metafor menang dah.
Show you a world with honor.
The heartbeat of the lost ones. I can feel them on my skin.
Skizzo.
Mary died of that
Silent Hill please.
3 years ago. So then why am I looking?
Game yang gue mainin menang lah.
And the Game Award goes to Metaphor. Fantasio.
Fantasio. Gila, banyak banget developer Jepang ya.
Kapan Indonesia ya?
Nanti bang.
2 tahun lagi lah ya.
Bisa. 2 tahun lagi development game kita udah bagus.
Gamenya kalau sekarang apa ya menurut lo yang pantas buat masuk The Game
Oh,
Awards?
Coral.
Kalau lawannya kayak begini sih sulit sih.
Game of the Year sih enggak, tapi kalau
Enggak, bukan
best
Game of the Year, maksudnya kayak yang lain-lain gitu.
best simulator game misalnya gitu.
Iya. Coral kan udah lama, game lama.
Nanti itu game yang horror tapi grafiknya bagus.
Oh yang pakai jilbab itu ya? Bambanya.
So first of all, I think it's fantastic. I feel so happy and so honored to be up here on stage at this incredible show. I think storytelling is a really important part of games.
Udah metafor Balatro, gamenya lumayan ini kok. Itu game kayak Persona.
And knowing that we've been honored here in this way today is really honoring. So additionally, I'd like to thank everybody at the studio who has helped make this game. Without their help, we could not have done this. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you very
much.
Thank you very much. Diusir bang. Tapi Game Awards ini penghargaan tertinggi game kan nggak? Sekarang ya?
Really amazing metaphor Fantasio.
GOTY diiniin dari sini doang kan, yang valid.
All right, well, before we get to Game of the Year, we do have one last very special announcement to share with you. This year, the stars aligned for some very magical things to happen at our anniversary show. things that might not have ever seemed a possibility. If you truly love video games like I do, this moment is for all of us.
GTA 6. Ah, mata lu ah.
MH kayaknya ini mah. Oh, bukan nih. Blackbird ini mah. Bukan juga ya?
Pagi Teto. Tahu apa ini? Oh kayak Black Myth Wukong.
Tapi emang juga bisa. Tapi Chinese ini ya, kelihatannya ya. Daripada ke Jepang.
Jepang ini. Okami. Apa guys Okami?
Game itu yang lu jadi ubah apa jadi wolf gitu lupa.
Oh, Capcom.
Ya. Lagi.
Let's go ya gitu.
Oh my God, what an amazing moment. Together again,
Huh?
Tanuchi-san and Kamiya-san
Yeah.
in his new studio that we're also announcing, Clovers. Production is just about to begin on the Okami sequel, and I am beyond honored we could share this very special announcement here at our 10th anniversary celebration. Thank you to Capcom and the Tujimoto family for this anniversary gift. Still to come, Game of the Year, but right now, here's some much-awaited news on the release timing for Crimson Desert from Pearl Abyss.
The continent of Pywell. A land soaked in blood by the battles of those who seek peace and those who seek to shatter it.
Pearl Abyss.
Here begins the saga of the Grey Maids. There are beings who brought chaos.
Apa ini? Apa ini?
The rift Crimson
Forerunner? Hah?
will return
Crimson
everything
Desert.
to
Oh.
nothingness. We seek to
Lanjutannya
correct
Black Lizard.
Beda game apa ini?
Beda dong.
Crimson Desert.
Iya.
Tapi ini
Oh.
solo ya man ya?
Tell you
Bener-bener.
now is that this mission
Harusnya multiplayer
will
juga sih.
restore the disrupted providence.
MMO juga.
Oh, konsepnya lagi-lagi sci-fi ya. Nggak sci-fi sih.
Sci-fi sih, Bang.
Kayak apa ya?
Iya, MMO pada umumnya aja bang.
Iya nggak sci-fi sih. Gara-gara ada kotak-kotak itu.
For those who have died, for those who have survived, and for those who will live on.
Oh ini kayak single player
This
nih.
is our mission.
Coming late 2025, Crimson Desert. Ada di PS5.
Bisa jadi diganti.
Advanced by AMD.
Di pivot dulu sih bilangnya lanjutan Black Desert aja beda.
Dijual akun Fortnite, skinnya banyak banget. 100 juta. Tapi kalau dipikir-pikir ya, Fortnite tuh senak jidat loh, bikin mode loh. Dulu mana ada slide-slide, Apex ada, dia bikin mode bisa slide. Mode nggak bisa bangun kayak PUBG, sekarang bikin mode kayak Valorant. Mantap juga nih.
I dreamed we were still at the Game Awards.
We are!
No!
Yep. And even worse, I heard a Final Fantasy game is up for Game of the Year.
Well, my Final Fantasy is for this show to be over.
Yeah, right? And I also heard they nominated DLC for Game of the Year.
That's like giving a Lifetime Achievement Award to pre-order bonuses.
Oh!
Anjing juga
look,
roastingnya.
the show's about to get better.
Oh, yeah. Time to watch Keighley make a fool of himself again.
Exactly. I love this show.
More Jeff Keighley.
Yeah, what a moron. Look at him.
Give it. Bring it to us.
Look at him just standing there. What a maroon.
The Muppets. All right, welcome back to the Game Awards, everyone. Before we present Game of the Year, I just wanted to come out here and reflect on the moments we've shared over the past decade. And tonight, there have been so many incredible announcements. I can't believe the show that we're able to put together, and thanks to all the studios and developers for helping us make it happen. So I just want to say thank you to so many of you here in the person who have believed in me along the way and trusted our team to create this event. And thank you to the fans around the world for taking the time to watch this show every year. Gaming's greatest days are ahead, and I can't even begin to imagine where this industry will be for our 20th anniversary. And we're going to keep working as hard as we can to keep the Game Awards and the game industry growing.
GTA 6. Gak sabar deh main GTA 6 roleplay.
Because tonight is such a special show, we do have one more thing. One of our industry's most celebrated developers has been hard at work in complete secrecy, building a brand new original world unlike anything they've done before.
Emang iya, Bang?
What you're about to see is captured entirely in the game engine.
Game
I'm
engine.
happy to share with you tonight's final world premiere at the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards.
Apa nih, Bang? Apa nih, Bang?
Ayo.
Waduh, udah nggak mungkin GTA ini lagi gini. Bahasa Sanskerta nih.
Tiba-tiba Indo punya nggak lucu ya? Yakin nggak?
Nggak mungkin, nggak mungkin.
Siapa kita?
Kalau dipikir-pikir, Rockstar pernah bilang nggak akan pernah trailer di TGA lama scam ya.
Force anjing.
Anjir nonton anim. Oh. Left 4 Dead? Bukan ya? Kira Left 4 Dead.
Nggak mungkin kayak
Half-Life. Tiba Half-Life.
Jordan, tell me something good. Well, you're right, it checks out. He's hiding out around this Imperium moon. Excellent. How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Simperia. No one has left that planet in over 600 years. Anyone who even flies close to it is never heard from again. Superstitions. No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet. These are facts. You worry too much. You know what I worry just the right amount. I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead? He's not worth it. I'm wasting my time, aren't I? Can you please claim him? I don't need another hunter swooping in. Who is swooping? No one is crazy enough to go there. He clearly is. He is clearly desperate. And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent. You know, that's what deal with your fucking shit. Okay, alright, you know what? There, you're the boss.
Colin Graves.
see you on the other side.
What is this?
Teng deng deng teng deng deng. Bukan ya?
Sony. Adidas. Buset.
Itunya aja Porsche anjing.
Makanya semua brand dimasukin nih.
Itu ads the game.
Sponsored the game. Crash Bandicoot, Jack and Dexter, Uncharted, Last of Us. Ya udah game PlayStation ini udah.
Iya, Nocti dok kan?
Kayaknya sih iya. Wow.
Gambar sih gelo ya gambarnya ya.
Gelo gambarnya sih. Intergalactic The Heretic Prophet.
Naughty Dog kan?
Naughty Dog.
Iya anjay. Logonya logo PS1.
Lo tau gak sih kemarin pas PS 10 year anniversary kalau lu booting PS, intronya intro PS1. Iya. Bukan PS5, PS1 intronya.
I'm also happy to share that the trailer you just saw and the full game will feature a new original score from Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. The game has been in development since 2020, and we can't wait to learn more. Thanks to Naughty Dog and PlayStation for that special announcement. And now to present the biggest honor of the night.
Jam berapa nih? Udah mau selesai.
10 distinguished titles have been recognized as Game of the Year. Please welcome last year's winner from Larian, Sven Vinka.
Nih, jam 11 nih. Dari setengah 8 sampai jam 11 dia.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight, but I actually also know which game is going to win next year, the year after, and
tahun kemarin apa sih yang menang?
Now how do I
Baldur
know
deh?
this? Well, an
Yeah.
oracle told me. She said change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret, you will never leak it. The oracle told me that the Game of the Year 2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't meet those targets. And furthermore, the people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the
Abang
game.
iya bang, kayak gitu ada
They
bang.
didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit. And they didn't make decisions they knew were short-sighted and function of a bonus.
Itu mah developer surga bang.
The game and the team first, the revenue will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect. That if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing.
Oh, dia deskripsi diri sendiri.
Who will win Game of the Year 2024?
Kan bisa aja
You have no
termasuk.
idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor.
Game memang
and you're
bukan
in
buat
for a
semua
heck
orang.
of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes. Okay? So now, to pay tribute to the nominees for Game of the Year, once again, Lorna Balf and the TGA Orchestra.
Oh, Komunisnya pakai orkestra, anjay. Woi, Black Myth kok nggak menang, gue boykot lu ya. Buset, langsung banget game
itu, bro. Berarti dia mainin musik gamenya kan ya?
Iya.
Kan udah gue mainin musiknya yang mana ya?
Yang itu dong.
Yang
botak dong.
Yang botak kan itu ya, bagus ya?
Iyalah.
Tong tang terang tang 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 gitu.
Itu yang paling terbaik. Black Myth Wukong nggak ada lagi.
Tapi nggak ada alat musiknya, Bang.
Ah, nggak ada alat musik gimana maksudnya?
Yang headless itu kan?
Di real life ada alat musik.
Bukan, maksudnya di sini nih, di sini nggak ada alat musik.
Oh, ya tinggal masuk ke stage nggak susah.
Anjay. Woi, balatro. Apa sih ini balatro, anjing? Gue cobain lah. Penasaran gue. Ada di Xtreem nggak sih?
Ada.
Ya.
Lu udah main, Man?
Udah, gue main pas rilis aja.
Seru gak?
Seru. Cuman gue mainnya nggak terlalu lama karena itu gamenya dimainin ketika menunggu istri doang.
Oh, game gabut.
Sekarang udah jarang. Iya.
Wah, anjing overwhelmingly positif 77.000.
Makanya, kemarin gue ngecek kan ya, kita game judul anjing, gak tau baterai. Apaan gue gambarnya gini anjing? Oh, bukan deh anjir.
Astrobot.
Ya pernah Astrobot, bro.
Marah gua.
Kalau yang menang Astrobot baru deh.
Black Myth Wukong.
Tapi kalau yang menang Game of the Year Balatro, kayaknya pertama kali di sepanjang sejarah game gitu menang.
Sumpah itu sih, orang jadi malas bikin game bagus banget.
Iya, cuma ya either itu atau orang-orang jadi bisa bikin game. Karena kan sebenarnya game bagus gak harus grafik bagus ya menurut gue ya.
Betul.
Yang penting ya fantasi aja. Ya, jangan FF sama jangan Astrobot deh, please. Jadi nonton TFT, jadi abis ini, Bil, abis ini Bil.
Nonton TFT?
Iya, gue dapat watch party TFT yang di Macau.
Anjay.
Request itu request, bukan dikasih. Nah, kenapa jangan FF7 bang? Jangan dong, FF7 kan remake anjing. Kalau FF7 menang tuh orang-orang jadinya remake semua anjing. Ayo. Kecewa kalau DLC atau game kartu yang menang.
W float guy.
And the game of the year is
Bukannya salah dah.
Astrobot.
Astrobot.
Bodoh. Gak ada anjing. Udah. Gak jelas nih game awards tolol anjing. Lu siap-siap nerima backlash lu ya Game Awards ya. Lu siap-siap nerima backlash.
Ini ya, TGA bagi doang.
Wah, lu backlash tuh
What,
gila lu.
What, G, what, no, Rick, what.
Wah. Gila lu Astro. Udah kata Wukong, ngapain gue bikin game bagus-bagus.
Oke. Yang penting sebenarnya bukan award, yang penting penjualan bang.
Next update, Black Myth Wukong grafiknya Astrobot aja katanya. Apaan sih Astrobot anjing? Dislike mana dislike, tombol dislike nih dislike.
Literally bagi-bagi aja nih bang.
Yang penting penjualan bang. Makanya bang.
Tapi Astrobot banyak banget menang award loh. Ada berapa? 4 apa 5 award dia menangin itu?
Wow. Nothing can prepare you for that. Thank you so much. I'm thinking once again to all the asobis back in Japan. You know, all 65 of them right now, they're crying.
Kayaknya
So please a round of applause for
Jepang
them.
semua nih yang menang gue liat-liat nih.
Thank you. You guys as well.
Aneh banget. Yang menang game robot aneh banget,
You know, when
Allah.
I thought about, you know, why this game, you know, give people joy and smiles on their faces, I think it came down to the people every day.
PlayStation paid them to win.
Exactly that. I think, you know,
The Game Awards is sponsored by Sony.
Generosity they gave, they put the user first always. You know, never thought about any, you know, any calculation. It was just about the kids, especially, because we had this huge privilege to be potentially
Pendukung bro, ada 2 orang Indonesia ikut terlibat di robot. Ya Allah.
So Team Asobi really, from the bottom of our heart, you know, well done and thank you so much.
Ada Indo dikit langsung si paling nasionalis lu pada ya.
I have to thank a few more people because a lot of people contributed to this game. Of course, in SIE and PlayStation or Family, you know, Herman who give, you know, the studio a chance, and Scott Roddy who really believed in Astro even before we did. Ken Chan on marketing and many other people that I'm not mentioning. You know, Astrobot is full of 30 years of PlayStation history, and actually a lot of people in this room tonight gave their characters, their IP, without asking anything in return, just because they cared about celebrating 30 years. So to them as well, you know, from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. And then last and not least, and you want to stay for this one because I didn't plan to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You know, platformers, you know, PlayStation 30 years, and we made a platformer, which is great. It's very nostalgic and fresh at the same time. But let's not forget that even before PlayStation, there were people making platformers.
Mendingan Balatro yang Game of the Year.
Christmas, and I got a grey box.
Karena aku belum main Balatro, Bang.
Super Mario
Iya,
Brothers.
daripada Astrobot aja.
Really great. So,
Astrobot. Apa sih ini votingnya? Fans atau apa sih?
Kyoto, but I want to pay tribute to the company who really put like platformers and showed us innovation and quality consistently and inspired us to actually make the game that we made. So that's also, and I've managed not to mention them.
Mungkin nutupin aib Concord. Emang Concord Sony?
We don't know who they are, and many other companies that have been inspired over the years. So that's very, very important. And
Langsung trending, Rob. Gimana di DX ya?
From the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. It's amazing, and we'll see you again. Thank you so much.
Lihat game ini yang menang Game of the Year adik-adik.
Astrobot, and that is going to do it for our 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. More than anything, I hope tonight made you believe the future of our medium is brighter and greater than ever.
Game Awards 2024.
And thanks to all the incredible teams around the world who shared their upcoming work with us today. Putting together this show has been so special to our team, personally and professionally. Thanks to all of you for showing up and believing in me and the Game Awards. We'll see you back here at the Peacock Theater for the Game Awards 2025, our 12th show live on Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Thank you, happy holidays, and have a good night.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. Dah. Nonton TFT aja gue.
More viable. We've seen some Renata builds start to be explored. And then the other big thing is artifacts. Artifacts tend to enable things
we've
seen before. Nocturne in particular, if you can
Apa
get
dokter?
fish bones and a sniper's focus, he shoots from like B tier to S tier. So I definitely think there are a lot of reroll lines that are
Selesai ini langsung trailer GTA 6. Anjing sih itu sih.
6 Dominator with 3 black rows. Vienna Stillness climbed the ladder with that one, and there's a lot of debate of how good Black Rose still is in that system.
Violet reroll is still competitive. That has been a dominant force in the meta, and players can just take a ton of damage because of Violet reroll early.
Yeah, Violet reroll stats are so interesting because it's such an insane top 4 rate, not an impressive win rate. But when you're looking at this tournament format and you only have 3 games, a second and a third can be insanely valuable. So definitely if you're in that spot where you can get like an early Violet 2, use that to preserve some health to find you that time for that Violet 3, that I think is a great way to maybe move on to the next heat. The other aspect here is like, we've seen in scrims, for example, if somebody's playing Violet, you're like, okay, they test Violet, I'll test this thing. But in this tournament, how are people going to be, you know, staking their claim like, I'm the Violet player, get out of my line? And so we'll have to see how some of that interaction takes place.
Well, we see a lot of players sometimes actually type in the lobby chat.
Is that allowed?
Be Violet, and then mute and deafen, and then you just keep going.
Can we do that in Macau? I'm not sure. I'm actually super curious.
Well, I was joking around that you could just actually just tell your opponents, go around the table and just like wave the Violet flag in their face, and then you've claimed it. That's yours.
I like that strategy, actually. Just get like a piece of paper that says me Violet and wave it, and like there's nothing against the rules on that, so that would be a pretty fun strategy.
You can take
Tuh main TFT udah kayak main poker anjing mejanya bulat.
Yeah, that's true. That augment definitely, if you've got that going and a Violet on your board, it's like, look, man, I can't pivot. It's not my fault.
Couldn't do anything about it. But we've talked about the high cap being able to hit level 9, level 10. Got a couple of great reroll options at 1 and 2. But what about our 3-cost rerolls? I feel like we're seeing a lot of Kog'Maw. Automata has been a very, very popular vertical trait to try to chase now.
Yeah, certainly Kog'Maw is very popular. Kog'Maw is a champion where he has a really interesting curve where in stage 2 and 3, probably one of the best champions you can get if you have items, actually kind of falls off a little later unless you've got the Automata build right now, and so that's going to be tough to play. The other one that's interesting is I think Camille and Smeech. That's a big story that last patch, those were like kind of the big S tier. Camille got a big nerf, Smeech got a little bit of a buff, but it's the kind of thing where now, because it won't be as contested, you might actually still see it succeed. And we've seen even in scrims, people have made that comp work pretty well. So will we even see that continue to dominate? So
and I just want to throw in before we go into games so I can make my predictions, but Rebels and also Emissary Corki are going to be your most seen 4-cost lines in this tournament. Players are absolutely raving about
Kapan giveaway Mercy Curutut, Om?
Corki,
Belum
Emissary.
tahu.
Basically every carry has been buffed there. Vi's been buffed, Corki's been buffed, and Bessa's been buffed. It's a lot more flexible and a lot more played in CN. And with Rebel composition, well, you can just slot in any of the 5 costs. It feels great. The Rebel emblem for Victor actually gives you 150 AP if you just slam it on that champion, because it converts the AS, the AD, all towards AP. So it's a massive win condition that we've seen from players.
Yeah, Rebel in particular, I mentioned Vi reroll kind of being like that good top 4. Rebel's another example where like it's pretty safe to play. If you have that opener with like the Vex and the Aurelia, you can get that going and just kind of cruise. And then that's the other thing, is that the emblems, right? The +1s definitely enable a lot of traits that might be on the line and might not necessarily be that strong, but all of a sudden you've got that emblem, and whether it be like a Rebel Victor or a Rebel Warwick,
makan siang kok deh, bentar jam 12 gua packingnya sekalian makan siang.
Until you get there, definitely ups the power of that trait a little bit.
Julian, yeah, what's been your favorite comps?
If we're putting stakes in the ground, I think Twisted Fate is
Kantor baru lu rumah, Jok.
I think Twisted Fate reroll is really good right now. And no one is playing it.
I haven't seen it.
I think it's going to show up sometime and it's going to dominate in the way that people
Gua pikir itu shooting ini horror.
I'm not as big a believer in the pure Twisted Fate. Like, I don't think we're going to see like reroll Enforcer. But I do think
Iyalah, itu kelihatan gede kok
if Striker build and you happen to get the 3-star Twisted Fate along the way, he's a great secondary carry, actually does a surprising amount of burst, and especially if we're in one of the lobbies, like for example the Vi encounter where you've got the extra items, all of a sudden you can equip another carry, he's a great backup carry, and provides that healing to keep like your Nocturne alive or your Akali alive. So definitely, I can definitely see it being
mainnya kalau ada pameran aja.
Star of the show.
You used to just slam the Morellos and the Shiv on the Twisted Fate. I hope we get to slam some damage items on him these days.
Yeah.
I feel like I've actually seen a couple of Twisted Fates. Maybe it's just my elo. But I do feel like I've seen a lot of Vertical Enforcer actually being picked.
Yeah, that's a comp that I was really surprised in the stats. Like, people are playing it even without the Enforcer emblem. If you have the good 4 Enforcer start, it actually seems like a legitimate path to go into these days.
Yeah, Enforcer in particular feels a lot like Conqueror, where if you have the 2-star Seb, the 2-star Maddie, and then maybe find the Loris along the way and get it early, then I think it does very well, specifically because the trait requires you to get those wanted kills, so you kind of have to be ahead. Once you get your first wanted kill, that bonus attack speed it provides allows you to kind of snowball the rest of the fight. And so that's definitely one of those traits that can get like a Mr. 100 if you've got that lead, but it's definitely not a trait you want to play from behind. And I think that's the thing, is we'll have to see those situations. And with the skill level of the players we have here, it can be a little harder than on ladder, where you can just kind of bully everyone a little bit. So
there also is the martial law variant where you throw in the M-BESA. I don't think you need the emblem. Of course, the emblem makes it better, but I think Caitlyn Carey with M-BESA cleaning up all the shots is very valuable.
The team-ups have been so much fun, and I actually want to ask you about the new team-up that you brought to Evolutions here. I think there's a Betrayal that works with the Enforcer one as well, right?
Yes, it's Maddie and M-BESA. We didn't want to change Maddie's traits. That would have been maybe a bit too weird for
Too on the
patch.
nose, maybe.
But having M-BESA tell Maddie who to kill just felt so flavorful and so fun. Yeah.
It's also pretty fun because if you execute it right, it's another opportunity to hit a 4-star Maddie. So it's possible to play a comp, for example, where you use that to 4-star Maddie and then get Ultimate Hero to 4-star a different champion. And you can actually have multiple 4-stars, which is pretty rare, but kind of fun if you can pull it off.
Well, because I was going to say, there are a couple of anomalies that you can't see with picking the augment that gives you that
Another
item
anomaly.
that gives you another anomaly,
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
So what are the ones that our players will not be able to see if they pick that augment?
Yeah, so if you take other anomaly, you can't get Ultimate Hero because having an item that just makes you 4 stars a little too much.
Yep.
You can't get Calling Card. That's the one that gives you an emblem. Because it can't, an item that gives you an emblem gets really confusing. That doesn't make sense. And then the other one is, I forget the name of it, forgive me, but the one that gives you 2 items?
Dual wielding.
Dual wielding, thank you. That's the other one that, like, again, like getting an item that gives you 2 items doesn't really make sense. So those don't work there.
If you can't guess how it works, it probably doesn't exist.
That's a good point. But there are some really creative ways that people have been able to use the anomaly, and I'm so excited to see what combinations people can come up with, because even taking a look at some of our players just preparing for the tournament, they've come up with some pretty spicy things on this patch.
I think that's where the biggest edge players can find are going to come from. Those reroll plus anomaly combos, I think, are so spicy. A lot of times you just don't have enough reps in these situations, and when you're playing a reroll with so much gold concentrated on one unit, you have to be super picky about your anomalies. And I think Mordog and Julian, you can talk to us more about the design intent of the anomaly changes this patch that really should change the way you think about them.
Yeah, generally the thing is, a lot of people before in the last patch were looking at the anomaly as, I'm playing this comp, I want exactly this anomaly, and it's going to cost me somewhere between 10 to 30 gold on average, right? This time now, because the anomaly can repeat, you can't guarantee one specific.
No
so
forcing?
You can't force
Oh.
it.
130 gold.
So you need to
Okay.
at least have a couple in mind, right? So for example, if you're playing Violet Reroll, yeah, you still want Ultimate Hero, but maybe you think of a couple others that you're willing to get, right? Maybe you're like, oh, but I'd also take Calling Card for that family +1, or maybe I'll take Dual Wielding for some extra items.
Bully.
Take Bully for the extra damage amp. That's a great choice, right? And then when you see one of those, you have to be willing to go, okay, this is going to be, you know, the thing I need to take so that I don't end up in a situation where I'm rolling too deep and blowing my entire gold.
Yeah, everyone knows the best anomaly, but do you know the second best, the third best, and the fourth best? That is what's going to take you to the final table.
And with the 6 cost available, you need gold in Stage 5 and Stage 6.
Oh.
If you're burning 30 gold on the anomaly, that's a way lower chance of hitting that Victor.
Yeah, for sure. I think the other thing to talk about, though, is the fact that we know some of the anomalies got explored, right? Sort of the obvious ones that were really good. But it's a lot of the more niche ones that people haven't really fully explored. Even before we came on the air, the 4 of us were talking about Center of the Universe and how that works in Automata.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's another example where, like, how many people are aware of that interaction, how many people are aware that works, and that is an adorable cat.
That is so cute.
Love it.
Just to talk about the Center of the Universe Automata tech, I've seen in scrims people put it on the Malzahar, and it actually extends the range to the target. And those hits with those Spirit Balls, they actually count towards your Automata activation. So it's a lot of damage instantly, and most players are just not going to know about it. If you, I think for most compositions, what players are playing for are just those safe comps that
Lagi
you can
sekolah
slot in a
robot
lot of
nggak, gue lagi
anomalies,
ngurusin
but
mau
for
ngeprint
anomaly-specific
alamat
comps,
pengiriman.
that way around, not a lot of players have explored those lanes.
I don't think we'll see Hungry Crab
this time around. I just don't think it's going to show up. See, I half agree with you because like forcing Hungry Crab too risky, but that anomaly in particular still has really good uses. Where getting that 60% health and attack damage is actually really good on even someone like MBESA or just an Urgot and by itself. Like there are lines where that works really well. And again, how many people are familiar with that? That's going to be the question, I think, today.
I think we're going to see a lot of cooking.
Talking about cooking, I wanted to talk about the hunger. I think Hwamye, he topped the ladder for CN, and he really honed in on how you want to play with anomalies. A lot of it's about stats transferring. You want to get base stats in, and then you want to use things like long-distance pals. You want to do things for like Hungry Crab, or you can sacrifice a unit, or even the miniaturize that was at the start of the set, where you could take all these base stats and give it to units that have damage amp or true damage, like the Pit Fighter line that really enables you to make use of that. And Hwamye, I want to see him cook today. He is a big Pit Fighter player, very rare in today's top ladder environment.
Yeah, for sure. Pit Fighter is definitely one of those traits that a lot of people don't realize. Like, just the 2-piece bonus gives you that Omnivamp, which is really powerful to get that in. We don't see a lot of 4 and 6, but if you've got those emblems to get up to 8, that's going to be a big win condition. 8 Pit Fighter's been really, really powerful. It's definitely interesting, by the way, looking at
Turnamen apa? Turnamen TFT, guys.
like mindset as they get ready for their games. I saw some people in Team Planner setting up their comps, getting ready to go. You see some people just kind of like sleeping it off a little bit, trying to get in that mindset of like, and again, we talked about this before the show, right? This is that LAN situation that this isn't how a lot of people normally play TFT.
No. Usually I'm like at my desk, gremlin position, you know, eating some snacks and rolling it down, and now you have people that could judge you for that.
I think in this environment, teams are so important because they can actually give you immediate feedback directly after game. Of course, not in-game, but directly after they can come up to you. And a couple big teams that we've seen at the event so far, T1. You can see them with their shirts walking around. Bintum, Bobe, SESC, a lot of high-level players. T1 has sent their entire squad. Team Liquid, of course, is here as well with the NA players, the squad they just picked up. Eagle Illusions, and I believe Greya,
Pokygom. That squad is very big, but you're absolutely right. We've had a lot of teams that got a chance to form after our first foray into the 4v4 format, and they've stuck together to be able to play.
Udah ada karakter 6-star, udah ada.
Ini
update terbaru, yang patch terbaru.
Uniforms, I think there's an intimidation factor to it.
Yes, for sure. The T1 logo, ooh, man, that scares me.
Yeah, last year it was the lab. I feel like the lab, all wearing their lab coats and stuff like that, was pretty cool to see. And you know, that led to Humbug being kind of exciting with that Devil Teemo finisher that he would play. And every time we saw that, he'd make that big comeback. So that was really a lot of fun. So I kind of agree.
You know, the crowd was going wild for that. Every time we saw the Teemo finisher, you could hear the crowd just like cheering and being so excited we were going to get another game. That checkmate format's going to be so fun on that final day.
I'm so excited for it. Oh, and we're just panning in on, that was Candace's husband actually playing. She asked us to root for him as long as he's not 8. She's happy.
It's a little bit of a more forgiving format. We talked about this a little bit, but being able to get top 4 is going to help you be able to move forward. So that comes with its own sort of territory of like, ooh, maybe I can take a little bit of a reprieve. Like, it's okay, I got 3rd in this game, and now just kind of sit back and relax a little bit.
That's such an improvement from the last time we had Vegas Open, because I had friends that they were like 3-3-5 and they missed the cut. This time around, it's only top 4. It's much easier to advance, much fairer for the players. It feels like your ladder experience. But I also think it means that players will play a bit safer. You don't really have to go for the Ken Baron, even though it's really strong. But, you know, it's more of a 1st or 8th thing.
Yeah, Ken Baron in particular is an interesting one because generally, if you looked at it like for the wider player base on the ladder, it hasn't been performing that well. But in particular, if you have the Ken Baron Augment, that seems to just give you that free entry into it, that leg up that you're always a little bit stronger. That one in particular, I think, is an opportunity where if I had to guess, anytime that Augment appears, someone's going to look at that and go, this is my shot. But there's such that risk factor because there is incentive here where, like, if I grief them and they go 8th one game, like, that could knock them out because, you know, they only have 3 games of points. A single 8th is really hard to come back from.
I don't expect anyone to play Ken Baron and lose streak stage 2. At this type of event, like, someone's going to grief you on that. I think you have to go more the tournament route where you play like Fortune and actually try to win streak on stage 2 and then start your lose streak on stage 3.
I don't know. With the emblem, like, if you can pull it off, it's good enough. And especially if it's on like a game 2 or 3 where you already had a solid performance in the first game, I think that might be worth the risk to just like nail it home. So
if you get any of the Titans augments, then definitely 100%.
Well, yeah, for sure, for sure. I've seen some players will just tech in a Rennie or a Singe to get Ken Baron 3 while they're playing Ambusher reroll. And just take some free copies of Smeech along the way. You're not playing it for the deep Ken Baron. You're not going for big cash outs. Just, oh, 1-star Smeech? Great, I'll have that.
There's a very big debate in the CN forums right now. There's a tech where you actually don't even go for the full cash out. You just cash out on 200 repeatedly, and then you re-roll the Renata. Was that something you guys had in mind when you designed this trade for that to be available?
We wanted... Oh,
go ahead. No.
We wanted every cash out to have a reason to take yes. If the answer was always no, why even give you the choice?
Yeah, obviously.
And so with the 200s, even the 100, there's one that gives you a Rennie and
Lama banget
so
ini.
you can go, well, I'm at Ken Baron 3. This gives
Mulainya,
me
Bang.
5. Maybe I actually should take the 100 right now. And so with the 200s especially, yeah, if you're playing Renata reroll, getting that 2-star is it's pretty
preparation
There's
lama
so
bener.
much unexplored about this set. This is what I love about the Ken Baron. I honestly think it's the best econ trait you guys have done. It's very clear how much shimmer you're getting. Like, Fortune was a bit hard to calculate because it wasn't that obvious. So I think Ken Baron is just like, it's much more, there's a lot of micromanaging going on. If you're win streaking, you can take out the 5 and just play the 4. It's the same cash out. You can roll really hard for the Savika to go to 7. There's so many things you can do. You guys really nailed this one.
Thank you.
I'm still too scared to take it. I'm just not a lose streak player, so I'm like, I don't think that I can actually take this trait. I don't think it's going to do very well for me. But one of the, I guess, econ traits, I guess I would say, that I love to explore is Academy. And that was actually a trait, I think, that got buffed a little bit in this patch, right?
Yeah, Academy, a lot of its early power is the fact that you're getting the extra item, right? You put in 3 Academy, you're up an item. You put in 4 Academy, you're up 2 items. That's a decent amount of power.
Nejin. Dia melompat-lompat menang GOTY. Penyepong robot syukuran hari ini.
Currently, if you talk to the pros,
Ya
a lot
udahlah.
of them are saying Heimer's kind of the
Giveaway award kalau kata Bang Norman.
Academy is one of the places where he can be played. The other thing about Academy is that it's what items are there, right? Like, there's
Bagi-bagi hadiah, guys.
per game, and there's certain combinations.
Semoga aja Black Myth Wukong developernya tidak kecewa dengan hal ini. Semoga mereka tetap memberikan game yang bagus ya. Game bagus nggak perlu menang award.
That can counter and do a lot of damage, but if you're looking at like an IE,
Tontonin live Among Us lu seru seru tah.
all of a sudden you're a lot less
Mang
excited to play the trait. So that's a really interesting trait because it forces
Anjay, cosplayernya mantap juga yang di Cina. Makau.
Play around these awkward items.
I had a game where it was the Ionic Spark.
Playernya yang kecewa sih Om. Ya nggak apa-apa. Kita bisa apa guys? Rakyat kecil.
Enemy backliner cast, instantly dead. Fights ended 4 seconds. Oh, that was a fun one.
That sounds so fun. I'm a huge Sentinel and Academy player.
Ah, ini ngocehnya masih lama. Gue mau mandi dulu ya.
Very flexible, and with the items, a huge one I'm playing a lot is Trist reroll. Sometimes you get Leona with the Warmogs item, Belt Overflow. You put 3 Warmogs on her, and right now with Academy, you get 59% extra HP and damage amp for that unit. It's absolutely busted. So much fun. Don't forget also academic research is now enabled back on this patch, so you can actually handpick your items.
That's true. That augment is pretty good.
I'm excited to play a little bit more with the trait and see what other people can cook up. I think Ezreal also feels so strong to me. Maybe didn't feel as great to play around as a carry in the first patch, but I feel like he has a lot of playability now.
Rebel's good. Academy is good. Artillerist is so easy to flex with the Tristana giving attack speed. I think there's a lot of different ways to play Ezreal, but also I feel like he's going to be kind of contested in just that, well, you want to activate Rebel 7, you want to activate Academy 3, so I'm curious how much success Ezreal will get this weekend.
It's pretty cool seeing all the different people here, kind of the anticipation of waiting for the match to start. Everyone, like I said, just getting ready, pretty excited, so hoping we're starting soon, but it'll be pretty fun to see here.
I just want to throw out my biggest dark horse for the tournament is Lee Tu-Chuan. He's been rank 1 global for most of this set, and because he plays on the CN servers, most people don't even know about him. He just won the Huya Cup. He's the cleanest player I have ever seen recently, and I think he's going to be the one to like reinvigorate the CN scene. It's been a while since they've been able to claim a title at the Tactician's Crown, and honestly, for the past set, it's the first time they hadn't had 3 players in the final lobby for a while. So I think if you're thinking about the home crowd and who they're rooting for, Lee Tu-Chuan, big dark horse to look out for.
The anomaly tech we've seen over the past few weeks has all come out of China too. That region really likes to explore and find the new things to make to get the edge in the anomaly rounds, and so I'm really excited to see what they come up with.
What's the favorite anomaly combination? Can you leak the tech for us?
No. I don't want you on a hot mic.
Okay.
I think you're right, though. I think we've seen a lot of incredible techs come out from China. Maybe we get a chance to see even more of that as we get ready for our first game. We see the countdown finally going to launch in, and you can see the 8 players that we will see take the stage for our very first game of the TFT Macau Open, and we've got Jinx as our encounter.
Yeah, so Jinx is going to mean we're going to get those scuttle crabs. That's going to be extra economy, extra resources. And so it does look like it's going to be the base scuttle puddle. It's not going to be crab rave.
But they look so fun now.
I know,
they got reskinned.
They do have their costume. But so that means that people don't have to worry about the late game. They don't have to worry about the damage. But this does mean extra items are available. So comps like Emissary, for example, where you have multiple carries in the comp, all of a sudden become a little bit better on an encounter like this because you've got those extra resources.
The biggest high roll we've seen in Scuttle Puddle is actually getting level up early on the first augment. It is so strong, and especially in this patch when you get to level 10, you can cap out easier with 6 costs. That's been tearing things up in scrims.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the choices here, and this is, again, right now, generally here you're trying to hit 10 gold pretty early or lots of pairs to kind of figure out what direction you're going to take as we head into the first augment. If the first augment is prismatic, you know, Scuttle Puddle combined with prismatic is going to lead to some pretty crazy games. But if it's something like silver, that actually kind of counteracts it and can make it feel more like just a normal game with a little better control of your economy.
I do want to hero build a little bit. I think Lilo is probably the highest profile player in this lobby. He's already won a Tactician's Crown, and he did it in a Pilt over Zwan set back in set 6. So I think he's going to be the one to deliver the Dynasty back to CN.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, looking at everyone's starts here, you're looking at the pairs they're dropping, what type of orbs they're dropping. Are they getting any interesting champions here? You know, Godlike, for example, here has the Conqueror start, but Conqueror in particular, you really want that Swain so that you can hit 4 Conqueror early and start getting that loot. With the 2-piece, this might be something more like the Vi reroll, right? You might be sticking with these. You're trying to find those other family members. And again, we want to see everyone hit probably 10 gold here. Is going to hit 10. There we go. Has us pairs of Aurelias, pairs of Luxes, as we go into the augment round to see what we're going to be dealing with, and it's going to be a gold augment.
Ooh, that does mean a lot of emblems coming out here.
Oh.
And Wandering Trainer, one of the favorite ones from our CM players, Insta-click.
No, I think the big thing I want to talk about here is Lilu picked the family emblem. He slammed that like instantaneously. So again, we talked about that Violet reroll. Being able to go into 4 family early is such an extra advantage.
Yeah, Uncle Draven coming in. But we have Bossa Skills also taking the Wandering Trainer. We also have Michael that actually got the Chem Baron augment.
So the Chem Baron augment in particular is really interesting here because this is not a +1 emblem, but he does have it. He hit the Rennie early. This is big. So this one, every time you pass an armory, you're going to get some health back. You know, you made the joke about like the Titan ones, but this is another alternative option where you're going to get the health back from this. And so I think the big story here will be watch stage 2. Does he get grief like you were talking about, or is he able to convert this into a streak? And it still leaves the option for the Chemtech emblem or the Chem Baron emblem later, which to spike him up even more.
And that's really fun because there are 2 Wandering Trainer players out there, which means you cannot open for to grief the Chem Baron player.
Lilio, by the way, doesn't actually have the 3rd family member. He's just playing the emblem here. So I'm really surprised by that snap pick without a bench ready to go for it.
I think the thing is, the jump from 3 to 4 is such a big boost that even just saying, hey, I'm signaling that this is my lane. We talked about how the dynamic here is going to be telling people to get out of your lane here. Snapping that emblem is his way of saying, the Vi's mine, stay out of the way.
SDA getting a really nice Rebel start as well, being able to have the set, and
Wow.
an Akali
Yeah.
too.
So in particular, this augment, I really love this augment for win streaking. This is the one that gives you two-star 1 costs and a 2-star 2 cost.
Trick.
Yeah, 2-trick. Was able to get the Akali. And so the Akali with the Rebel here, you look at this board here, powers to 5 with the extra gold he has from Scuttle Puddle. Level 5 on 2-2 with this many 2-stars and Ginsu's early, which is going to be very good early. This is going to be strong here.
I love this Maddie positioning too, having all the tanks on the far left and far right so she can try to shoot the Draven. Not that it's going to matter. They're just going for that so quick.
Yeah, but you look at Lilu's board, we talked about, again, he's got the Violet, he's got the items. Again, very clearly, like, that's the direction he's going. We'll just have to see how long it takes him to get that. But the nice thing is, with Scuttle Puddle, he's got all the extra resources, so it should be pretty easy to hit.
We do have a Dominator emblem coming out on the other side, I believe for SZA as well. So that Ziggs reroll line potentially open for everyone. That's been a big debate amongst the pro community.
Yeah, we get a look here. We have Enforcer and Dominator here. Kind of an awkward combination. Those don't really work together.
Gotta pick one.
Yeah, so pick one. And this is a 4 Enforcer start, which is, we talked about, you know, during that, was decent, but without the 2-star Steb, you're kind of not really doing great here. And we've seen some other stronger boards. So I don't know that it's going to be enough to win streak. Thankfully, he gets a pretty easy fight here. Interestingly enough, on the other side, Audition, I think maybe trying to grief the Chem Baron here because has, you know, the Hurricane augment, but isn't playing it right now.
He's category 0. Doesn't even have it on the board.
Yeah, and we're starting to see the stories here, right? We've got a couple of our win streakers playing, by the way, LTP versus SCA. They're going to fight, and sure enough, the 2-trick is going to be enough to get that win streak going up against the Academy player. So now we just down to 2 win streakers, Basso skills, as we head into the carousel. This pretty standard carousel here. There is another Rennie.
There's also a Loris for our Enforcer player, so that's another big unit you can put in the board.
3 costs for Ezreal there. I know someone's already itemizing double Infinity Edge Ezreal, so that's probably in the sponsored items already.
For sure. I think poor Mikhail, I think, was really hoping that was a Smeech as opposed to a Rennie, because now he's going to have to hold these 2 Rennies. It's not going to, you know, you don't get to sell it for that +3 economy, but you're also not getting that +1 Chem Baron. And so that's, I think, the board that we're really going to want to see kind of how that's going so far, because Audition is the other person that could maybe stop that loss streak.
Absolutely here. Let's take a look at... I wonder what the Lost Streaker boards are like, because if you can tell their boards, you can see if they're actually going to try and grief, or are they just like positioning for it.
Yeah, so we get here's our 2 win streakers here, SCA versus Basso skills. If you look at the
Nah, ini pertama kali kita nobar watch party TFT kan. Oh, ada Seza. Seza ada di turnamen sebelumnya tuh.
On the other side, mostly 1-star champions.
Automata.
They're not going to end up facing though, so SCA is going to get kind of a free win here. On the other side, the family Draven, it is still a Violet 1. That Maddie just takes down the Draven with that sniper bonus here. So both of them
Oke, nice info Vincent. Terima kasih infonya.
As we head into 2-6, the question will be, will they face each other, and who will keep that win streak to keep that extra gold?
And also, if Audition playing no category 5, is he going to face up against Michael? That's going to be the big one here. I think Michael already on the 4 lose streak. If he meets him, that could paint the story.
Look at how
Main
rich
Chem Baron dia.
Audition is, though. 50 gold. That's a lot
Audition.
of econ for the first stage.
Already aiming for the Twitch angle. You see 3 of the best items coming up here. The question is, do you sell if you run into Michael? These 3 units could be enough to lose to him also.
I think these 3 units
Dia nggak main Chem Baron ya.
There's any damage on this board.
Dikapruk mana? Siap-siap kerja dia. Oh, ada Chem Baron.
Yeah, he did sell the Rennie, but they're not going to face each other, so it doesn't breathe.
Michael dodges. That's a huge...
I want to point out here, it looks like Michael actually removed a Chem Baron. He's only playing 2 units here. So he didn't want to remove the grief himself. Oh, no, he's got it in, I think. It's hard to tell from this view.
Yeah, it is a little...
I think he...
But either way...
The trait's still active because he has the UI.
Yeah,
okay.
It looked like it. It's pretty last minute. But either way, definitely we have our win streakers and our loss streakers. Both SCA and Basso skills didn't face each other either. So this is definitely a top-heavy and bottom-heavy lobby. So
And I think it's really interesting.
Kalian mau gua facecamnya di mana guys? Kiri atas atau kanan bawah kayak biasa? Kanan bawah kalian nggak ngeliat facecam. Kalau kiri atas kalian nggak bisa lihat comms.
Oh, that's a spicy one.
Yeah, Kog'Maw's definitely an option here. By the way, we look at this board here, and we do see that he found the Smeech. So this is for Chembaron. The dream here is that you find an early Silco, or you find that emblem to get up to 5. At that point, you're going to have a chance at maybe getting one of those big 500 cash outs. Gets a gold orb. Unfortunately, it's just gold, which is not really what he was hoping for.
69 gold.
Incredibly rich here. If you look on the right side, by the way, every single player now is above 50 gold. So this is going to be a lot of resources. And now 3-1 big turn for like Lilu, who's going to be rolling down for that Violet 3. That's going to be a big turn here.
Audition actually did spend some gold as well. I saw he had like 70 in the bank, and now actually has an opportunity to roll a little bit, but Lilo hits the Draven 3.
By the way, you were talking about the 0 ping roll down.
Oh, Draven 3.
Very fast roll down, hits the Draven.
Atau mau di sini?
Has 6 violets, stops at 40 here, which I like. I think this is good. And so, not a bad spot here.
Does he have a second emblem?
I was going to ask the same thing.
Oh, okay, no, never mind, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there was a gold orb, so there was a possibility that it was the case, but doesn't end up happening here. And so is going to go up against Michael, who should be an easy loss here. He is level 6, and so definitely going to get a bunch of shimmer here, up to 180, and has that augment. So right now, as far as Chembaron games goes, this is a really good one here as we head into the next augment.
Ini ya.
5% chance Zoe already found it on his board. Whoa, we got some spicy things going on here.
Bosso Skills also did lose his win streak here, so
ini kebanyakan overlay, gue bingung anjir watch partinya gimana.
It's going to be a prismatic. This is a big deal.
Oh man, wow. Audition like insta-pick the Bruiser crest.
Yeah, so Audition we talked about definitely playing that Bruiser Twitch line. The Bruiser emblem is going to allow him to put it on Mundo. That's going to be big.
Good find here for Lilo. Radiant, you only get 5 picks, but he does get the Radiant Bloodthirster.
It's really big for Violet.
Yang dari region sih cuma Vietnam sama Pinoy. I see.
Only getting the Lotus here for the extra crit. That's not going to be too big. LTP though does.
Ini aja ya. Jadi kayak TFT biasa ya.
So he's got 2 Academy augments here. That's going to be really good. Mikhail, unfortunately, not getting a great augment for him. Just that extra crit. It'll help later, but doesn't really help now. Jinchi that belt overflow. I love this augment. Just 2 Warmogs that become extra powerful.
Thor Michael ini main Chembaron.
And Bosso Skills was the last one to lock it in here with an Enforcer emblem. Of note here, that's +2 Enforcer for him, I believe. If he can somehow get one more, that is an option.
Ini main Rebel.
Which is the most powerful trait in
Rebel
the game,
3, Rebel 4, Rebel 5.
One more, he can play that on 9, and that would be unbeatable.
Yes.
Gila.
Yeah, the fact that one of them is one on the trainer, being able to play
carry-nya kalah di carry.
Option here. And SCA with that Zoe here.
Seza masih Mr. 100.
Something that's been debated that Ginsu's combined with the Rebel attack speed, not a bad item on Zoe.
Oh, I love it.
That attack speed burst moving forward, so it makes it really nice coming into it. Another roll down coming in from Lilo. Let's see if he can hit on this one.
Yeah, staying above 50 here. This is, I think, one of the tough situations here. He passed on Prismatic Ticket. Prismatic Ticket would have been a nice, like, I'm guaranteed to hit, but I wouldn't have capped out as high with being down that Radiant item. But, if things don't go his way here, could, end up not hitting that 3-star Violet. The nice thing is here does seem mostly uncontested, but since not a lot of other people are re-rolling, the bags are still pretty full of units, and so...
Ini 5 Rebel, 1 emissary, 2 Quick Striker. Lucky Glove ya? Oh enggak deh. I'm the carry now sama flexible dia.
I'm a little surprised by the choice.
I do think though a lot of other people since they
Ini kuat banget sih si Seza sih. Ini si Seza kuat banget ini.
You have to do something to be able to keep up.
Early stage Rebel udah dapet Zoe carry. Sakit anjing. Garanti Zoe 2 lagi kalau udah kayak gitu tuh di 45.
Is still going to be able. Is there a Silco on the board? There is not. So isn't going to be able to find that Silco to up him a little bit more. So we'll have to look to see how the Shimmer is. My guess is he's at around
Boss of
250,
kill,
270 or so.
main
But again,
sentinel,
you've gotta get to that
enforcer,
500 to really secure it into a first place.
enforcer sniper, Leluwo, main family, audition, main Kembaron ya. Enggak deh. Oh dia mau main Bruiser eksperimen itu. Bruiser eksperimen. LTP.
Alright, so yeah, 270. I was pretty close here about where he's at. And again, every armor
Nih yang gua kenal mana ya orang-orang ya, Soju gitu-gitu.
does roll for the Silco.
Jadi kayak gini tuh turnamen TFT betul.
5 Kembaran?
Yes.
Yeah.
Seru tau nontonin turnamen TFT.
He's level 8 also, so he's got comfortable here. Just needs to make sure to not lose by too much here. But 5 Kembaran, I believe, is 70 per loss.
Yep, 7 is 100, so yeah.
7
70,
is 100,
6 is 70. Oh, 5 is probably lower.
Yeah, it might be a little lower than that. So does have to lose about 4 more rounds
Oh,
before he's going to
udah
get
fight 3 dia.
So,
Udah fight. Oh,
okay,
nice.
Lilu here, by the way, did hit the 3-star Violet, rolled down level
Family 4 udah kuat banget sih.
So probably had to go a little deeper than he'd want. But again,
Harusnya dia menang ini. Lawan Zeza harusnya menang dia.
Iya,
menang dia. Kuat banget kalau udah bintang 3 gini manjir.
It's going to be something like this, and sure enough, that's going to be the end of the win streak.
Now you see him with the pit fighters already in the wings. It's always really fun to see how people choose to cap out that family line. The typical thing is pit fighters, but now that you have Victor, you kind of just throw Victor in.
I think Vi also got much more powerful for this patch as well.
TFT PC ini.
Definitely an option to put in for more pit.
Nggak tahu ya belum main atau di lobby lain. Lo emang ada POV lain?
Cut him off at some point.
Nggak di streamingin.
Alright, LTP now on a win.
Emang ada banyak streaming dia.
Mikhail did lose a bit of health here, but then again passed an armory, so that gave him 4 health back, put him back to 5. So right now, I'm really looking at Mikhail going, this is a great situation to be here at level 8. It's just a question of will it, get one of those items.
Harusnya pasti di streamingin nggak sih?
The perfected items, there's one that's like a little weaker than the others. As long as he doesn't get that one, I think he'll be in a good spot.
I do like him prepping the pair of Mundos on the bench, just so as soon as he cashes out, he can immediately pivot to a really strong board afterwards. I don't think he needs to stay at like Kembaran 6. I think the Silco should be plenty fine with Kembaran 4.
Yeah, I think that's an option.
Audition udah pasti main Bruiser eksperimen. Which
did lose here, so 10 loss streak here, but 37 health is actually pretty healthy here.
Still 3 lives.
Yeah,
have cash outs too.
Or Michael main Kembaron nih.
I think he's at like 395 here, so he needs like 2 more. Yeah, 380. So he needs 2 more losses here, I believe. 2 more losses to hit the 500.
Lah,
he's in a good spot.
And we
dia nggak punya ini. Sync.
Looking for here. The one you don't want is unstable chem tank. That one definitely is the most iffy one. But if you're running a Silco, honestly, Voltic Saber is great. A Virulent Virus is one of the best ones that can transform the enemy units. And Shimmer Bloom.
Gangplangnya udah demek iyalah.
I want to comment that I think we saw another gold orb drop here. So there's a lot of gold orbs in play. As we get a look at people's items, did anybody get a spatula to make another emblem? We talk about the Enforcer player. If one of those gold orbs was a spatula, that could be really big.
I was just laughing
because level 8 dia anjir.
I'm sorry, Malzahar, but this patch...
Pasti dia lagi nyari Zoe 2 nih.
Well, I ended up actually taking one for bench, but there was an opportunity for a pair.
Anjir, dia nggak main Lawi.
We have the Rebel though in now, 7 Rebel.
By the way, Jinchi has the belt overflow, Garen with triple Warmogs. That is so
Silco 2 anjir lawan si Seza. Seza lawan Godike.
I can actually play the unit now.
Silco 2 bro.
Items are slammed on the Vi, so he knows that even that percent health is still super valuable on just any frontliner.
Wah, itu yang main si Thor Michael.
Still stuck on Zoe 1, but level 8.
Sulit tuh menemuin Silco 2 tuh. Udah dipakai duluan anjir.
So much gold on the board.
Wah, mati.
Silco 2 on the other side from Godlike is going to be a big win here. Mikhail did lose again here, 25. So
Godlike.
one more loss as we go into our final augment here.
Oh, jinx.
It's going to be a silver. And the one thing to call out here is with how many resources in level 8 there is, there's a tiny chance.
Jadi lu sih gue rolling 4 days ya. Nah, bener kan rolling 4 days.
I don't think you can recombobulate into 6 costs, right?
No.
Dia mau nyimpen ini.
Well, what about Pandora's bench?
Dia mau nyimpen.
Silver is always very nice to have. You can
transform Warwick to Victor.
More, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lah dipakai anjing.
Pandora's bench is very good for that.
Okay, we really want to stay on Mikhail's board here for a while. He's at 435. The health is at 29. I actually think a loss doesn't get him here, and you can see he's actually starting to build his board, right? He's got the Mundo, he's got the Silco 2 here, so this is going to make him in a decent spot here.
I think you really want to roll for this.
Dia main Game Baron eksperimen ya. Clash dong sama si Audition.
Frying pan, so that could be, you know, something he could build around here. Is going to have, I love these Silco items, by the way. He understands that Dominator is going to be that much power here. Up against, hilariously enough, on the other side, a 6 Dominator board who has the jeweled gauntlet on the Silco.
Oh anjir, Silco 2 dua-duanya, cok.
As optimal as the triple mana generation.
Oh, menang.
Here. Mikhail is going to win here, so that puts him at 455. Now it's 20 per win, so 475. He's going to need 3 more wins to hit that 500.
He can crawl, he can get there.
Yeah.
Wah, ini kontes-kontesan anjir. Yang main eksperimen 3 orang loh.
It actually puts you further away from your target, and you need to keep
Dominator 2 orang digabung sama eksperimen.
He definitely understood that
Berantem. That's big. That's big.
Huge.
That's big.
Does he have the items though?
Ooh.
Quicksilver's okay. Yeah, Quicksilver's not bad.
If you want a win streak, you can actually take a Cambaron out. It's the same payout.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, either way, he's not getting that loss streak back up to 3 before 5.
Yeah, yeah.
Anjir, Morde 2 sih big banget. Level 8 Morde 2 sih big anjir. Wah, ada Zoe di shopnya.
I don't like the Shojin here, but it's fine, I guess, for now. You can move it around later.
Would you prefer it on Cassiopeia?
Probably, to be honest. But we have 8 Enforcer on the other side. Basso Skills has that 8 Enforcer, was able to find that Caitlyn.
Wah, kena stun.
A lot of damage here, and Mikhail does take a loss here. So again, 475 now. On the other side, that is a lot of gold dropping here. It looks like procs the Omnivamp augment. So.
The gold collector as well on the Corki.
Yeah.
Able to get those really big assassinations.
All right, so here we get a good look at everyone's team comp here. Jinchi, for example, has, you know, the Corki 2, the Garen, the Ambessa. That's looking good. Godlike with his Dominator comp and the Silco.
Gila, ini pertama kali gue nonton turnamen TFT, gue kayak masih memproses unit comms yang dipakai. Vertical Rebel,
SCA has that Rebel comp that we've talked about before. Did finally hit
LTP main Sentinel.
with that Academy. Look how many Infinity Edges
Academy Sentinel.
Definitely sponsored.
I love the
Audition, eksperimen for sure. Michael masih Game Baron. Oh, ini Academy juga ngeri banget nih, anjir.
But when it's sponsored, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think the sponsored items ask you to play in a weird situation here. Is going to roll for a bit here, finds the 2-star Aurelia, not going to change a lot.
It doesn't leave it with very much gold either for the anomaly that's coming up in the next
Heimer
round.
2, wow.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is
Akademinya Infinity Edge, sama Nashortut, sama Heart, Steadfast Heart. Bagus sih itu sih.
He was rolling for Jace. If you got the Jace into Anomaly, that would have been a big cash out. I think he's too far behind in tempo to actually play the reroll line, so he's like, okay, Jace is my
Dia nggak punya duit buat anomali nih.
Yeah, and here we get to see, you know, we talked about that Violet and how hard that is to deal with, but there is a lot of damage on this Ezreal, and it's not a Violet 4 yet, so that Ezreal with that triple IE is going to crank through here. And this is kind of that power of the Academy, and every Ezreal cast is just so much damage. Lilu ends up losing.
Akademi habis di-buff loh.
Changed in the patch as well for the 4s for 4-star. It is delayed, right? 3 turns to actually get the 4-star, so still might be a while for him to be able to 4-star that Violet.
It would have always been the
Itu apa item AI semua meta Akademi. Phil.
It was a free giant.
Jadi kalau Akademi kan kalau lu pakai item yang sama dapat damage amplification kan sama bonus health. Jadi di kalau itemnya bagus, udah kayak gitu tuh, sakit itu Ezreal-nya. Sekali nge-cast kan udah pasti critical damage-nya gede, damage MS stong anjir. Apalagi dia punya augment academic research loh. Siapa yang dapat nothing wasted?
Anytime you gain that mana, it is banked. So your Silco might cast 3, 4, 5 times. Interestingly enough, he moved the Nashers from the Mordekaiser.
Oh, di perut. Kepepet tuh.
So good on Mordekaiser though.
Dia tinggal nyari Jace doang ini. Oh, Corki 2. Kalau gue jadi lu, akademinya gue kasih ke Corki. Kalau gue jadi lu, akademi emblemnya gue kasih ke Corki, bro.
This is going to be a 500 Chem Baron cash out. Going to get that perfected item, and hopefully it's one for Silco. Kind of needs something like that. Here we go.
Silco-nya nothing wasted ya? Oh iya, Silco-nya nothing wasted.
Ooh, you can see him.
Oh, the Violet positioning.
Academy Research bikin item apapun garansi dapat item Academy. Iya, I know, gue pernah main.
You can see the reaction.
Ya nggak dapat Ultimate Hero. Si Liluo, kalau nggak dapat Ultimate Hero, not gonna win sih.
Enough time. Turns around. Nope. This might kill him. Nope, that's enough. He's alive. He's alive.
Silco clutch.
He popping off. I love it.
Kalau main family, kalau lo nggak dapat Ultimate Hero, atau bisa aja dia dapat Ultimate Hero sih. Ultimate Hero kan sekarang delay 3 turn.
Let's see what the item is.
And now the big cash out.
Alright. No unstable chem tank. No unstable.
Yeah, we'll see. He's got to press the button here.
Or Michael.
I think we're just waiting for our UI to update. Yep. But once we see what that item is, it should be decent here.
He's definitely
Or Michael, item Kembaron lo apa?
Pilt open hex armor.
Oh. Dia dapatnya item Reni. Dia dapatnya item Reni itu.
Yeah, that's not ideal for him, but it is still a very powerful item. It's the kind of thing where you definitely would want a stronger Reni here. But yeah, the blade, he does put it on Silco though. That's not bad on Silco. So it's not the best, but it is going to allow some extra damage here.
Oh, naka-level 9.
So now he's going to hopefully take these items, use them to power up here. He's got the Savika now. If he can hit the Savika 2 and move the item over, that is definitely a game ender here. So this is Chem Baron. You've hit that 500. You've got 5 Chem Baron.
Ultimate Hero di nerf harus 3 round kan? Iya, makanya. 3 round baru evolve.
So while he hopefully is able to stabilize here, the other thing to note here is his augment. Every time he hits 100 again.
Oh, eksperimen Omnifem.
So.
It's about who has the monster board outside.
Itu dapat eksperimen emblem dari mana anjir?
The Academy board be pretty strong here. So we'll have to see if the Chem Baron items are going to keep him alive. It would be really disappointing to lose here.
So if you can roll flamethrower on the Alawi, that's pretty huge.
That front line's mostly gone, but no, the damage from the
damn.
is so big.
We still haven't seen the Jace come out for LT.
Damn.
So he's missing that extra damage. And
damn, Chem Baron, damn.
For Michael, how smart was that experiment emblem?
Hebat nih orang-orang yang bisa main Chem Baron nih.
That gave him the extra copies to body block the Violet and keep the Silco alive.
That's a 98 gold, by the way, on Basso.
Switch 2, oke. Switch 2.
So now
Lo mesti mundo 2 sih.
It's sort of a question of we're reaching that end game point where everyone's starting to hit their board, hit their thing they've aligned on. Which one has just that small edge? And now, will we see the 6 cost? This is where the 6 cost can start to make a difference here. Looking at Basso skills board here, he's in first place.
Giant size. Nambah 1000 HP. Enforcer.
All the enforcers here is going to be really strong here. As we go back to Mikhail to see how this fight plays out. Mikhail versus Godlike, Silco versus Silco. You'd think the Chem Baron has the edge, but we'll see how it plays out.
Definitely.
Ini finalnya offline. Offline semua ini offline. Semuanya offline di Macau.
Really nice Jace positioning. You can see the Hex Core kind of keeping his units alive. And is
Gila.
that nothing wasted? Takes him out.
Michael mati.
No.
Oh, damn.
Dia
kena kontes ya masih godlike. Oh. Kalau dia nggak ada yang kontes dia menang. Di kontes sama si godlike tadi kan. Chem Baron nih. Apa Silco sama Dominatornya. Damn. Anjir, kursinya bagus tuh. Arcane. Rebel.
Only to immediately end up losing the fight, unfortunately here, and so.
Iya, nothing waste, makanya.
We see here with the Corki with Dragon
nothing
Soul,
wasted.
Pretty solid augment's gonna give you that magic damage here.
Silco, buat Zoe, buat
providing the front line he's hoping for.
Heimerdinger lebih cocok kill streak tapi kali ini kayaknya deh. Yang tiap kill dapat 25 mana kan.
Yeah, he has the meld, but my guess is it hasn't cast the 12 times yet, so I don't know that he has the protection quite yet here. We're going to watch how this fight goes. Looking decent here. The Garen's still at full health. Corki's going to be able to provide the damage. So, oh, that Jinx spell was good. But yeah, is going to be able to win. And that's going to mean he's got more time for that Mel. Once that Mel hits 12 casts, that's going to give him that protection, that last stand that's going to allow him to live.
Oh, the Jace is finally here. Let's see if LTP can pick that one up. Still hasn't found his.
Yeah, SCA, by the way, has not really be thrilled with where he's at right now. Had that like 8 win streak start that we talked about, and is now on the edge of getting knocked out here with that Rebel comp.
Caitlyn tuh, Caitlyn.
Really strong, but he doesn't have like a +1 emblem. There's not really a lot of combat power in his augments. He took You're the Carry now, which isn't really doing a lot of work for him.
LTP butuh Jace sih. LTP dapat Jace udah pasti menang, dia juara 1 itu garansi.
It's a full tempo option, so you can kind of have leeway when you don't find the Alawi or the Zoe. That's the big thing about the Rebel comp. You're only rolling for 2-4 costs.
By the way, you look at auditions.
Seza literally main vertical Rebel ini. Mazhar 2 cu.
But unfortunately is still on Mundo 1, so the Bruiser emblem is on the Garen right now, which is putting him in a situation where it's just not quite what he's looking for, because both Michael and the other Dominator player, I believe, Lilu, took the Mundos. So
yeah, Godlike and Michael took all of them.
Yeah. Speaking
Ini Bruiser 5 ya? Oh nggak, Bruiser 6 sama ada si ini Alice di bawah.
So a lot of backline damage being provided there.
What a good roll on that Jay.
Buset, Seza lagi 6 lose streak anjir. Kalah dia. Corona ini kurang kuat. Audition mati. Oh, Seza juga mati anjir. Oh, Seza audition mati anjing. Vertical Rebel diinyek-inyek, cok. Di turnamen, cok, Vertical Rebel di...
So pretty good here. Oh, Sag. Good spirits though. I like the attitude.
Kok ada Corneval di sini, Bang? Bodoh.
One of the best setups you can play with the Corki Emissary with overflowing belts and
5 win streak si Godik.
Enforcer as well. So I have a lot of high hopes for this one. I think the Anomaly is a bit on the weaker side though.
Ih, bagus. Mousepad sama kursinya bagus tuh. Mau dong, kirimin dong ke aku. TFT. TFT kerjasama sama aku, apa sih? Babi lah. Oh, dapat Ultimate Hero ternyata dia. Delay 3 turn.
It's gonna get through it. Nice. And so Lilu does take a loss here with that Violet. And again, we talked about how even this Violet setup, very high top 4 rate, not that high of a win rate. So might be able to get out-capped here. And right now, Godlike looking like to be the favorite.
Yeah, without an artifact, you really think it more as like a top 3 composition. That would be the high roll situation for it. And Jingse is so happy. You know, he's a big JOC player, has been at LAN finals 3 times already. His entire team are named after different snakes. He's the highest class snake. He's the
dari Mr. 100 sampai kalah tuh Seza. Iya, emang main ini nggak menjamin, guys.
So kind of the first game we're seeing, that's the 6 cost is going to make a big difference here.
Ooh, was that 2 items?
Oh, Mel.
That just got...
Yeah, so since it's Scuttle Puddle, everyone's getting +2 items here. So
no Enforcer. Chill.
Yeah, by the way, Boss Skills level 975 gold here. If he can get to level 10, that's going to improve the odds of finding a 6 cost. He has the Enforcer Ambessa. That's a very large Ambessa doing a lot of damage. Caitlyn 2 going to be...
Dia 2 emblem Enforcer loh.
He's just comfortable at 41 health here.
1 emblem Enforcer lagi di carousel 10 dia. Ngeri banget.
Does have the giant size Ambessa, and I just love Ambessa with Enforcer because you get the extra attack speed stacks and then you double that attack speed when you go into your melee mode. So
speaking of Victor, it looked like Godlike had the Victor there. Stuns for a long time here. There is a lot of damage on this Violet, but I think she's going to heal through it, and I think this is going to be a win for Lulu. Caitlyn's just not quite... Oh, it's close!
Tipis.
The uppercut, the infinite range uppercut.
Yeah, and she's still alive now. So we're looking at the gold, by the way. Bosso Skills is leveling to 10, just leveled to 10 here. Is going to roll, finds a Warwick. Doesn't take it.
A Warwick should be pretty good with Enforcers, no?
Yeah, but you have to move the emblem, which is going to be tough. So it takes the Rumble instead. So is in a good spot here. Level 10, that Rumble is going to provide at least Sentinel, which at the very least is that 12 armor and MR for the team, which can make a lot of difference with the effective health pools we're talking about. And so we're in our top 4 here, and a lot of this is going to come down to the matchups here. Jinchi now
Mel full item.
Here.
Mel full item 12 kali nge-case gampang banget itu.
Or is the Corki left alone? And we talk about how items, the Mel now is at 3 items here. So this Mel has the 10% damage amp plus all these items, and there's just so much health to go through. Caitlyn ult here does get on the Mel, but doesn't finish it off here.
Wah, Melnya pektakilan anjir.
Mbessa, okay.
Gila, Ambesanya juga lincah banget lagi.
Very good positioning from Jingse because he knew that if he got the Mbessa stuck on the Garen, that would keep her in place for a very long
Top
time.
3.
It doesn't actually switch targets.
Yang main Akademi darungkat gara-gara nggak dapet Jace. Sedih,
So
bro.
now we've got Godlike with that Dominator board, and then we've got our Enforcer board with Bossa skills, and then finally Lilu with that
8 Enforcer ya.
family board. Yep. So we'll have to see. A little disappointment there. Goes out in 4th. Honestly, I don't think you have to be sad with that 4th though. That was a good 4th place as we head into the fight here.
Pasti dia berharap ada emblem Enforcer tuh. Dia nyimpen Kamil tuh. Dapat emblem Enforcer, langsung nih Enforcer 10 dia level up tuh. Nyimpen duit itu si ini.
What is he missing for 10?
You need one more emblem, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's so many emblems.
Mbessa right into the back line?
Mbessa on the Silco.
She flies away.
Yep, she's gonna dash away. But I think it's enough here. The Mbessa's just doing so much work. Close.
Nice. Udah level 10 itu. Oh iya level 10 dia. Enforcer emblem?
Alright, and then number 2, there is a Warwick.
Nggak ada Enforcer emblem anjing.
Bossa skills goes straight for that Victor. Yeah, he's eyeing it, and no way does he give that up. So
Top 2 ya.
comes with a Sunfire here, but that stun's gonna be nice. So now there's
Enforcer
a Victor on both
sama
sides.
family.
The Rumble comes out for the Victor here.
Sayang sekali, bro.
Rolls a little bit deeper here. And one thing to note here is if we somehow gets a Caitlyn 2, that's a big upgrade as well. That's huge. If we somehow go to 7-1, 7 is when a lot more 6 costs can appear. So there's an argument for like if you win this round, hold your gold until that 7-1.
Does the rate, I believe you said it doubles, right?
It goes up pretty significantly. I don't remember if it's exactly double, but all right, 10 Enforcer versus this family reroll. Ultimate Hero Violet with that Radiant Bloodthirster. Again, the big thing to watch here. Also, that's a Vika too. That's not something to be underestimated.
Get some punch outs. The punch out onto Mbessa would be huge here.
This time. Mbessa is like
Victor into Victor ult. Watching the Violet here.
Gila.
And that's going to be a
Gak bisa menang anjir.
And that's gonna be it, I think. I think Bosso Kills takes it with a
Enforcer 8, bro.
Enforcer vertical right away. Not
Enforcer vertikal anjir. Ambessa Enforcer.
He had such a good tempo start for
Damn.
it. Enforcer at the start of stage 2.
Siap, Bang.
Streak to go along with it. So
Gila, cool banget, Bang.
Enforcer a try. It's a tree that not a
Abang
lot of
cool
people
banget.
actually played the last patch.
Very cool to see Bosso Skills back as well. Did play at the TFT Vegas Open last year. One of the top players in North America, and being able to find a big win here is a great way to kick off your day.
Absolutely, and you know, CN a little bit sad for them. They had
Dingin
5
banget,
players
dingin
coming
banget.
into this lobby, a former,
Dia nggak ngomong sama siapapun tuh yang berdiri tuh.
but it is Bosso Kills from America.
Dia nggak ngomong sama siapapun.
Take it to the end.
Menang aja udah.
What'd you think? What'd you think of your first game of the Macau Open?
The play was so good. I'm so sad about the Canberra.
Kemarin ada yang bilang Enforcer cacat.
That was really tragic.
Cacat kalau lu Enforcer 6. Real cacat anjir.
I thought the players were so good about
Itu dia Enforcer 8 ya. Sakit banget itu.
Especially trying to target the Violet. I thought that was just the best part of the play overall from everyone.
Enforcer 6 sama Enforcer 8 tuh lu butuh emblem Enforcer. Terus tadi itu pelajaran buat gue sih. Ambessa dikasih Enforcer emblem. Jadi carry banget anjir.
The way that you feel like it would for the patch.
I think so. I think every comp we saw was at least something we expected players to play into. No one was coming up with some weird, family Vex build or anything like that.
Leak tech right there. No, I'm just kidding.
We'll get some more insider knowledge at some point. But yeah, this is great. We're gonna keep following this lobby, I believe, for the next couple of games. So maybe get a chance to see Michael have some redemption after that Chem Baron start.
I mean, that's the big thing here is they only have 3 games, and it is top 4 move on. So, when you have that 8th place, you have to turn it around pretty quick. And the awkward thing here is like the fact that you have to turn it around makes you want to play something risky. Well, you just got off of a Chem Baron game. Would you ever double down on that? That'd be a pretty bold play. So
that would be the only way out, I think. But I think that shows the risk of Chem Baron and why a lot of the players are not touching it, even though it's strong in ladder. But in a top 4 format, a lot of people are like, if I get a bad roll on my perfected items, like he did right there, didn't really make use of his Silco 2 all that much. It can spell a bit of disaster. It is a very high risk option.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was part of it. I think it was also just the fact that he had to roll down so deep to stabilize. and it was Scuttle Puddle, so everyone else was capped really high as well. Chembaron in particular is one of those things I don't like seeing played in like the prismatic lobbies or the Scuttle Puddle lobbies. I think that also hurt him pretty bad.
All right, well, Julian, thank you so much for joining us. I hope we get a chance to see you a little bit later on in the tournament as well. It's been a blast to be able to see what Into the Arcane has to offer at the highest level of competition. But that's actually not the only game that you can check out here. We've got Project K and Panda standing by to talk to some of the devs.
Hey everyone, I'm in the Project K trial space with two very, very important people. Chengrin, executive producer for the game, and Dave Guskin,
Bapak TFT Riot jadi komentator, iyalah. Yang paling cocok. Pas lu mandi udah dibahas sama Mort juga itu pin Enforcer vertical emblem ke Ambessa bakal 200% ASPD pas mode punch. Iya makanya, gue pakai antara.
You know, the sweaty folks are playing their 1v1s, but the social people, they're having a fantastic time, sabotaging each other, winning the games. It's
Yo Zut. Kembaronnya mati, juara kapan? Kalau TFT komentatornya lebih kalem, ya kalem. Lu mau teriak-teriak kayak Valorant, momennya beda.
The meta's already developing in just a few hours. Second question is not a question, it's a request. Can you please unveil for us the Arcane limited edition box set?
So you can see it's got Jinx and Vi and boom, look at that. We got some pretty awesome cards. We have 6 of the champions from the first set. They are Arcane champions with special art from the show. And they're pretty, I don't know if you can tell exactly, they're pretty sweet foil treatments with holographic kind of treatment on it. So, yeah.
All I can say is absolutely beautiful. Chef's kiss. Thanks so much for taking the time, guys. Best of luck today.
We got a chance to actually play test Project K yesterday. What a fun experience.
Yeah, it was sick. It seems really fun. Mordog, Clement, and myself and Panda were all playing together, so it was definitely really cool to get to check it out.
Yeah, I asked the designers about it, and their preferred playstyle is actually the 2v2 competitive format, and that just adds so much to it. There's hero combinations, there's social factors into it. It
gives you someone to blame when you lose. Exactly. That's the real important part about it.
That's why I like the free-for-all as well. It's like, well, it's not my fault that I lost. I got ganged up on. It was very awesome, though. We got a chance to check out some really cool decks. Like, I played a Jinx deck. That was really fun. Had an interesting discard engine that you could play around. What'd you guys play?
I had the Glorious Evolution Victor deck. That's kind of like a white control deck. You get a lot of weenies on the board, and then you buff them all at the same time.
Yeah, I was playing the Yasuo deck, which interestingly enough could play like Yasuo and Kayn and jump around and kind of control the bases in that way and give Kayn invulnerability, which was pretty neat.
I played Volibear. It's basically like a ramping, kind of like just like big minions, big monsters. You play a lot of dragons and stuff. It was definitely fun.
Well, if you're here as a spectator, make sure you go check out Project K and also keep an eye out for the
Patch sesuai update, betul. Enforcer 8 plus Ambessa Evolve ya, noted. Tadi Evolve anomalinya apa ya, si Ambessa ya?
All of our players getting ready for that game too.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because everyone just finished their first
Halo,
game.
Han.
So right now you're probably seeing
Cakep
a lot of
cosplayer,
like,
cakep
reactions,
ya.
a lot of people talking to their friends and sort of like how'd that game go, and if I went 8th, how do I react to that? If I went 1st, am I feeling good? A lot of audiences watching each other. You can see all like the uniforms there. So some of the games still going on even, so some stuff to watch here. And that's part of the fun is there's so many different games going on. It was like 32 stations, I think it is.
Yep.
So pretty fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I always find it interesting when people come into a tournament and they have a plan. Okay, I'm gonna play this way, right? Like talking to a lot of the pros over the last couple days, a lot of the kind of favorites, so to speak.
Oh,
because top 4 advances, they're gonna
yang nambah 1000 HP.
They're gonna play for this top 4 style.
Anomali 1 ke HP.
Reroll on day 1 and these.
Apa namanya ya?
We saw, Chembaron 500 cash out not work.
Lupa gua namanya apa.
More like risky style. So it's gonna be interesting to see for the players.
Sayang banget Arcane Season 2 nggak menang di TGA.
Didn't have those good results. What their adjustments would be going into game number 2, because now you have to think if you got 8th in game number 1, is playing for 4th even enough to get you?
Irelia itu ya, cosplay Irelia anjir.
Almost locked into continually playing for a more aggressive style.
Bagus cosplaynya. Orang Cina di Cina ya. Ini kan di Taiwan ya, Taiwan. Taiwan, Hong Kong, Cina lah, pokoknya orang-orang sana kalau cosplay ngeri anjir. All in nih ngeri banget.
I think that shows that like Boss's skills was comfortable enough to understand that like this is a line that can still work. And right now there are a lot.
Gua belum
of
makan nih,
options.
makan dulu ya.
Like we know the S tiers.
Gua makan dulu deh, kalian nonton dulu aja.
There's a lot of things in that A tier that can do really well.
I actually agree, and I think that for a lot of these comps that are considered, as you say, A tier, they have outs to make them like into an S tier, like hitting multiple emblems, or with some of the rerolls, like hitting the correct artifacts for certain comps can really buff it up. I've seen like Quick Striker Nocturne reroll quickly turn into something that is unstoppable with like rapid fire, glass cannon, combos like that can be incredibly strong. So there are some interesting combos that if you know a reroll comp really, really well, it can be relatively stable, but has ways to kind of turn it into that, first place finishing beast if you know all the outs.
I think artifact combos are a huge one here. There's so many good combos that can be played there. My favorite one actually was with the Lilo composition on the Violet. If you get the Cutlass and the trench coat, then when Violet dies, she stays there. She does not teleport back. So you have 3 in the back line directly. That was so much fun.
I like Mordekaiser with artifacts. Maybe I'm a little I'm a little out there, but put a sniper's focus on him, Azanya's. He is just farming.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's actually 2 ways to play Mordecai. Azanya's is just like, this guy's beating on you and there's nothing you can do about it. Or there's the ranged one, right? The Sniper's Focus RFC, long Mordekaiser, and he's just cranking it out because he scales so well with that attack speed.
I actually put a Fishbones on him the other day as well.
That's really good too.
He was sniping the back line. It was really fun.
And that's what I wanted to talk about is like we have so many +1 range artifacts that you can pick from. There's 3 in the pool already between Sniper Focus, the Fishbones, and of course the rapid fire cannon that you're talking about. So whenever you have that sort of early Nocturne on stage 1, a lot of times people will be going for that artifact choice.
It's interesting as we see, all the different players, trying to get the look on their face to see how they're going, right? Like, for example, I saw Dish Soap there, smile on his face. So it's like, I assume he did really well with his first game, but...
I'm sure he did. I don't think Dish Soap would be smiling and walking around all
looking nonchalant.
I ate. It was great. I didn't hit anything.
Yeah, that was great. But we're here, so...
Dish Soap is locked in for sure. He's someone who derives his happiness from how many first place he gets.
I would agree. So
everybody here wants to win. Like, even though it's a fun environment to be in, you get a chance to be here with your friends, there's still the glory of being able to win the belts, being able to play on stage and just have those first place moments. Everyone's looking for.
Midfeed here, on the co-caster desk. I think it's really fun that they have their own setups and a lot of people watching with them as well. It's really fun for them because if they get knocked out the first round, they're still here the entire day. They will be casting the other lobbies.
Yeah, I think a big part of it also here is just like, you're playing the games, but you play like 300, 500 games while you're at home. Coming here to the event is a chance to meet up with all the other players, talk to people and see things. And we saw like Prestivan and Casey Double there kind of saying hi to each other earlier or watching people play. So a lot of it is just kind of this moment for the TFT community to come together and share this sort of love of the same video game. So
Iron Bog and Gear on your screen just a little while. The Hong Kong crew, I think they're the most well-rested group of players that we've seen at the event, so I expect them to do well.
Just a quick little 30-minute bus ride over.
Nice. Yeah, so again, it looks like we're just waiting for game 2 to start here, but definitely fun to see that first game. And like I said, it played out kind of how we expected at first, but the Scuttle Puddle kind of elevated everyone up and had them have a lot of itemized carries. I think that's the other thing that really helped the Enforcer comp is that you had enough items for Ambessa and Caitlyn, and I think even Maddie still had a couple items left over. Like, there's a lot of power.
It's so important to adjust the kind of comp you're playing based on the Galaxy, right? Like based on the encounter, I guess it is called now. Because like you say, like if you're playing something like Scuttle Puddle where you have all these extra items, you need to have good units to actually put those items on, right? Like you need to have multiple powerful units to be able to itemize, to be able to really kind of get a lot out of that. I think some of the emissary comps can work really well with that, where you can itemize like a Vi and a Bessa, a Corky. You have 3 carries that you can be looking towards, and it is definitely something that can pay dividends.
Another comp I haven't seen just yet, but I'm really looking for is the Form Swapper composition. It's been blowing so many different comps away, and you can play with the emissaries. If you hit a Jace on level 8, you just tech it in, and this power level on that is crazy. 4 Form Swappers, it's 40 damage amp, and also 30% damage reduction. So it's like 3 Warden combined into like 5 Rebel. It's crazy.
I've seen some really strong versions of it too with Why Not Both, right? Where people are playing, you know, double GP, double Swain with Elise Jace, and you can have some really, really strong boards with that. So it is interesting, right? Like there's so many different lines in this set that you can play, and because I think artifacts and emblems are so strong, and sometimes for kind of like more niche comps can really kind of slingshot them into S tier, I do think it's one of the more difficult sets to know like all the different lines you should know, right? Like I just think that there's so many outs and so many different ways you can play out these games.
I think a lot of ways the players are thinking about the game is they're really putting mastery into certain platforms. For instance, they want to put all of their skill points into the emissary tree. They know the Rumble line, the Mundo line, they know like the 4-form swapper line, and that's what's so cool about this set. There really are those regional masteries where you can just say, I want to be the Black Rose expert. I want to be like the experiment expert, and you can just hyper-focus on those and do well.
That was me. My poor Black Rose. What happened?
It's still playable.
No, it is. But it was really fun at the beginning of the set where you could play Twitch, you could play Silco, you could play Dominators. Like there were so many opportunities for you to flex around with the Black Rose. And so I love knowing like I see a carry, I'm going to take that. And these are the Black Rose units I want to put with it.
Just everything goes to Black Rose.
Everything, yeah. Black Rose
It's so
5.
wonderful. You get a Twitch, you play Black Rose. You get a Harmonizer, you play Black Rose. You get a Silco, Black Rose, early Malzahar.
We don't talk about that phase of TFT.
No?
No, this, I mean, in the current patch, though, Black Rose is still played, and we've been hearing whispers of these sort of Black Rose reroll compositions and kind of scaling down your Black Rose.
Yeah, Morgana got buffed in this patch.
Yeah, I actually lost a level 10 game to a Morgana 3 reroller with 7 Black Rose. It was like kind of shocking how much damage it was doing. Like I had 4 Emissary, a bunch of Conquerors, and like Mbessa and Vi and stuff all itemized. And the Morgana 3 was out-damaging all of my melee carries, and I was kind of just dying to the Scion afterwards. So it definitely can still work. I think a lot of these units that have been buffed aren't fully explored. I'm not saying that you should commit to a Morgana reroll, but like, hey, if you find a lot of Morganas, then maybe, you know, these units can be kind of underrated.
Yeah, like Kog'Maw, like a couple sets ago when it was the little 1-star unit. Yeah.
We do have to talk about the Kog'Maw comp as well, because that's another one that we haven't seen yet. The Automata buffs are so huge. It's 60 resistances now, and a lot of times you're not running the Warden front line, you're just running 4 Automata, and you can tech in like even really interesting with the Quick Striker line as well, with the Nocturne and the Twisted Fate as your back line.
Yeah, it's just interesting. While you guys are talking, I'm just kind of looking at all the interesting interactions with players. Like earlier, we just saw Solo Gasong giving Dish Soap a sticker, so, you know, which is just cool to see.
Oh my gosh, I actually got a chance to talk to Solo Gasong yesterday. He's so funny. Like, he's just a funny guy, and I would have never known that had I not been able to interact with him in person.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot of fun to interact with. I actually got to meet him for the first time all the way back, and maybe you'll remember this, in 2019 All-Stars.
Oh, nice.
Which was the event where we had, like, League and TFT together. Yeah. So that was where I first got to meet Solo Gasong, and then ever since then, he and I will like rib each other online, just whatever. So.
And there's Teddy, if you guys don't know him, he's a very famous LPL caster. He also casts Premier League soccer. He's cast the NBA Finals for the Chinese broadcast as well. So he's like a superstar caster extraordinaire. Also, I think a very good League of Legends player, and obviously he's competing here, so must be pretty damn good at TFT as well.
I was gonna say.
So he does a bit of it all.
That's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, very, very cool. Because I that's one of the things I also really like about TFT is it's such a melting pot of all these different games communities. And so, you know, I come here and like yesterday I was talking to Kurum, right, who plays for TL, and that's someone that I know from WoW, right? And I'm talking to, you know, Skara and Cutie Pie, who I know from League, and I'm talking to, you know, all these people I know from different backgrounds. I ran into Disguised Toast, who I know from Hearthstone, right? Like, and I think that's kind of one of the fun things about it is that, you know, all these people are coming from different gaming backgrounds, and they're all kind of finding this shared joy in TFT. So as someone like me who's been around on the esports team for a long time, it's just fun meeting all these people and be like, oh, you're here, you're here, you're here.
I also heard we have an Olympian that's
I heard
playing.
that too.
Yeah,
that
Olympic gold medalist.
Won a medal. I don't know who it is though, I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who it is, but that's pretty good. Okay, there's a game starting there, so some people are starting to get into their games here.
Ooh.
Again, time to get that game face on, get going here, but yeah, it's
Locked
pretty cool.
in.
I love also, by the way, sometimes we see like the merch from previous events or things like that, or we see those Macau player jackets that they have that are really cool.
I'm so jealous. They look so good. They're all custom as well. So every player got one that has their name on it on the sleeve.
That's really cool.
That's the thing. It's like you come out here, you enter this event, you get like the custom jacket. Everyone gets the Chibi Aurelia.
Yes.
So everyone gets that for free. You get to participate in the event. Like it's just such a cool thing to be a part of. There's a part of me that's like, I can't because but it would be really fun to do.
Get your emotes as well,
Just gotta put on a fake mustache, some glasses, go undercover.
Put on the Pengu costume.
Yep, there you go. Play
it's
as
Dortmog, unknown player.
There's a challenger player today named Murat Dog.
Oh, yes, I've seen him.
Yeah. Oh, all right. I think we might be going into our second game.
Let's go.
Let's get into it.
All right. So immediately the thing to look out for is what encounter are we going to be a part of here. Boss of Skills with that 8 points here, and then Mikhail looking to make that comeback here.
Oh, it's empty.
The Piltover streets are
it's
empty.
the no encounter.
Yeah.
All right, so that means we have a nice stable game. As a player, this is like the least fun one, but in a competitive environment, this is going to be your there's no excuses here. This is a fair game of TFT.
Well, it depends on the augments, actually. What if it's a triple prismatic?
Yeah, I was about to say, you can still throw some curveballs here, but...
I actually love prismatic. I just think it's the most fun by far.
Me
Especially
too.
first prismatic. First augment prismatic is so fun. But yeah, I mean, usually when you talk to the competitive players, they want like all gold augments. They want no encounter. They want it to be stable and secure.
I wonder if Michael locked his shop.
He did not, it looks like.
Okay,
buys
but
the
still
powder.
gets the powders.
Yeah, so he's got a family start here, and he has a sword, so he could be the one trying to play that Violet reroll. We'll have to see some of the other boards here, but this is definitely one of those, like, it's an okay start. Normally you want the Draven and the Darius as well to kind of have you that extra power. Otherwise, 3 family's not going to do a lot early.
And I don't know how you feel, but like coming from his spot where he went 8th last game, I'm not going family unless I have like a giga high roll family start. Like if I hit like 3 2-stars, if I hit family +1 and those type of things, then maybe from there I would do it. But otherwise, I think it's so risky because family very often peters out in like a 4th, 5th unless you really kind of high roll it.
Yeah, I think that can be kind of one of the weaknesses here, is especially if you're nervous and you just got an 8th, you might find yourself going
of items,
indexing too early because you found that early Violet. So.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, you have to really think about, like, okay, how am I going to get, because he's probably going to need, like, top 2, maybe 3rd at worst. You have to think about, like, what comps are going to win that without over-indexing too much into playing away from just what you're given.
Yeah, for the averages is like 13, like, you need to get a 4.5 ADP, so it's 2
Singed.
3s. Oh, I'll give him a Singed 2 already.
I'm surprised he didn't take the Singed here, actually. He had the Bloodthirster and half an Archangel.
And 2 Singed in shop.
Yeah, I don't... I mean, he can't see the shop, but the Singed definitely felt like it would have been a really good pick there. We're going to see some of the silver augments here. Lilu getting branching out here. We'll have to see which emblem he got. That's going to be one of the powerful ones here. Godlike getting Silver Spoon. That's going to allow him to quickly go to level 5.
LTP got Caretaker's Ally, I think,
yeah,
right?
so we'll have to see which champion he got out of that as well. So a couple of silvers here that do establish some early direction here.
So Sentinel spat.
Okay. It's definitely not an amazing one here, but like Sentinel's not going to be bad. It's going to allow your front line to be pretty good early.
You know what I have been seeing a lot of people play with Sentinel spat recently is the Renata reroll. Because you can kind of more easily go like 4 Visionary, 6 Sentinel and stuff when you have the spat. And that can actually be pretty powerful. So it'd be interesting to see if he's even interested in that line, but that is something I've been seeing more people play. If they either hit Visionary or Sentinel spat, then they can go towards that.
I think you can still play Sentinel Heimer too. Like, maybe not as strong of like the 4 cost, but I think you could still do it with the vertical, right?
I love the Sentinel line. Sentinel units are typically uncontested. You can really mix and match with any of the Academy or like the Legendary units. So
I think the big thing with the Sentinel emblem is it just really can be played in so many different things. Like Rebel's another example where it's just like going to allow you to hit 4 Sentinel, which is so for a silver augment to just sort of be like, hey, 15 armor and MR for your team. That's not the worst.
And for whoever you're slapping it on, you're getting that more, right? So, it definitely can beef up some of the frontliners, help you out early on. But it's not one of those ones that is like, oh, I hit this, I feel like I'm guaranteed towards the top or feel like I'm in an incredible position, at least for me.
Yep. So SZA here, by the way, we know playing the Violet, has locked in the Titans, has the Draven. So We know there's at least one player. We still have to go back and look at Mikhail's board here, but could be more contested than it was last game.
I think Michael sold everything. Like, I actually think he took out the family pieces.
Yeah, he took
and
7 damage
decided
round
to,
1, so
yeah,
likely.
play something else.
I think that's actually the correct choice, especially if it's going to be contested. Like, again, he needs top 2s or he's screwed. So, you know, playing a contested family, it's a low chance that you're going to get top 2.
Yeah, would agree with that here.
Ouch. He must have played 2 level 5 players or something, because he took a lot of damage in 2 rounds. He's already down 13 HP in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, pretty rough here. On the other side of the coin, Basso Skills, you know, coming off that first place here, already on a bit of a win streak here, so that's going to feel pretty good. If he can turn it into, you know, 100 health at 2-7, that'll be a nice start coming off that first.
Yeah. Michael definitely ran into Godlike. He took 9 damage from units, so it's probably the Silver Spoon player.
Yeah.
Contributing to that.
Speaking of which, this is going to be a matchup that's going to hurt a little bit here. Has the Maddie 2, so and the Even Shroud here, so has the Shred. This Maddie's ults are going to do a lot of damage here. Violet 1, not really going to stay alive very long here. And sure enough, there's that Maddie ult doing some big damage. And Godlike going to be doing pretty well there.
Already going for the Corki Emissary line. We see the Tristanas being lined up there. Also has the Econ Augment to start off, so should expect him to land there.
All right, so it looks like Basso Skills actually has the same sort of start, that Draven start. So again, definitely a contested line right now.
Could go vertical Conquerors, though.
Yeah, so we get a look at our boards, by the way, here. LTP has that Automata going. Addition has the Quick Strikers.
So does Audition, though.
Yeah, well, I think he's more Quick Strikers because he's got the Akali, whereas LTP's got that Tristana. The thing to note, though, is LTP, we see the Nocturne 2. I'm wondering if the Nocturne was the thing from his Caretakers.
Yeah.
I think so.
So that might give him a Nocturne 3, which means be on the lookout for a possible artifact later if you can get that to really elevate that. Because Nocturne without an artifact, kind of mid.
Yeah, well, and his items were not good at all. He had like a cloak, rod, and a tier.
Yeah.
And then he has a Sunfire Slammed on his Nocturne, just have something. You know, it's obviously a strong early item, but you know, it can be weird. Like, you know, if you hit Caretakers and then you don't have the correct items for it, you're not getting that much power from it early on. So I wonder if he just tries to use the early Nocturne to try to push levels and move into more something else, because his items were much more for AP line.
I think Addition was the one with the AP lines. So Addition's the one that's definitely going to get forced off, and then the Nocturne Caretakers actually had the the Hodge.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking of the other one then.
Yeah, you can actually see on like the left side has the IE and the Hodge, and the right side has a Spark and a Sunfire.
So Addition's like, oh no, I didn't get to use my Nocturne 2 on stage 2. That kind of feels bad.
Yeah.
That's like the meme of you know, the Nocturne versus the Nocturne you're afraid of.
The Nocturne everyone tells you not to worry about.
Yeah.
I'm really interested about the Patience is a Virtue player. That's not an augment that I personally have played around a lot, but I really want to see, like, ask Mortdog, like, how you see that. What's the optimal way to play around that?
Yeah, so generally if you can get a strong enough board like this, you know, or you just want to play Lost Streak, gather up a bunch of extra rerolls, and if you think about it as like gold value, it's giving you essentially 2 gold or 4 gold value a turn.
Yeah.
That if you can do that, which is really good for a silver, and then spike on a turn that you're looking to spike for, because as long as you do all your roll downs on one turn, you're still getting a ton of value, so that can work out pretty well.
And Jinxa is known as a reroll player, as a lot of JOC pros are. So I'm really curious on what reroll line he's going for, because he has the Gwynsu Slam, but if you look outside, you know, Tristana 2 right in your face.
Kog'Maw!
Oh, that's the... I keep forgetting Kog'Maw. I'm sorry. I just thought about the 2 Nocturne players, and I just like... I'm not sure about the Kog'Maw, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so Basso Skills, by the way, has 3 Conqueror in and is at 100 health. If he can find a Swain, he's got the Swain. He just needs the Rel. This is, like I said, a bunch of people have been asking, what's my favorite line?
Yeah.
If you can get 4 Conqueror early in this spot, this is how Conqueror can succeed. Not many people can deal with the Draven this early, or excuse me, the Darius. And so you can just kind of snowball that. You can use the Gangplank.
I mean, it's like we were talking. I was asking you this question yesterday, and then I went home and played a bunch of Conqueror, and it's like you get triple the stacks for 4 versus 2, right? Like, that's actually so important to be able to get towards some of those really powerful later rewards that you were talking about as well. You know, you can get up to like artifact imbles and all these really big ones later on into the game.
Yeah, I think if I'm Boss of Skills in this position, I level to 6 immediately, try to find that rel, and then just use the extra gold to like coast off of. So we'll have to see here. He did just get a gold orb as well from his augment, so he's going to spike up pretty hard here. SCA doing the roll for the Violet here. Finds the Violet 2 at least. I don't imagine we're going to get much deeper than that. Already at 30 gold here. So
he found quite a lot, to be honest. It's not that bad, but...
yeah, if you didn't hit the Violet, I don't...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of iffy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But at least he has 6 Darius, 6 Dravens. Only has the 3 Powders, but... You know, not looking that bad. Still does need 6 more Violets, though.
Well, you need to put the powder in a 7 point to get like the true family bonus.
Yeah. Well, next round,
yeah.
he'll pop it in because he's going to be able to naturally level up to 5. But just obviously wanted to roll most of the gold at 4 for the better level 1 odds.
yeah, and see here you can see kind of the weakness of that melee Nocturne, right? Just doesn't quite output the damage to get through this. Gets targeted, dies, and does end up losing that fight, which is a little rough. So. But again, Boss of Skills right now, 100 health. That's going to be big. Can he
66.
Oh, yeah.
Michael's just not having a great start to the day.
I mean, he's playing Lost Streak, but it's just, when you lose this much health, it is really tough.
Okay, LTP was able to get the Automata Emblem.
Oh,
that's going to be big for
really
Nocturne.
big.
That's going to allow for 4 early plus 6, you know. Yeah, otherwise, nothing else jumping out too much. Boss of Skills just playing power with the item collector. I really hope he can find the rel that's going to allow him to spike up pretty hard here. But yeah, LTP now has the emblem, finds the Kog'Maw, so that's going to be 4. 4 is such a big spike because the armor value goes from 25 to 60. And that's 60 armor early is really hard for a lot of things to get through. So that can buy a lot of time.
And I do wonder if he's going to play Tempo Automata, as you can when you do have the emblem. You can go 6 and then just tech in legendaries or 6 costs and stuff like that. Or if he's just going, because he's going to get the Nocturne 3 for free anyway. So you could probably just do that and like hard level.
On the other side, by the way, I love the Sentinel Maddie positioning, where it puts it in just such a way that it gets through. But unfortunately, Kog'Maw moved and actually dodged some of the Maddie shots here. So Maddie being a 1 cost, unfortunately, can miss shots. And we see here again, we talk about that extra armor in MR. It's just so hard for a Maddie to get through without that even Shroud, without that Last Whisper.
And that's such a strong early board that he has. It's going to be really hard for, I think, most people to be able to take down.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say she did miss Caitlyn, so yeah, she can definitely miss.
Nice, nice. I understood.
She actually hit that shot just on the wrong person.
True. The betrayal.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Has a Zephyr here. Zephyr, you know, it's one of those items that doesn't show up much anymore, but when it does, it's like, uh-oh, I got to pay attention to it.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say, is the experiment.
Yeah.
I play a lot of Twitch. It is so annoying because you can't actually go on the Hex. But yeah, it does become an item that can catch a lot of people off guard because people are not really used to playing around it. Didn't have his Akali all the way back in the corner, so actually got the Urgot instead of the Triss, which is pretty unfortunate because Urgot was kind of in that mid-range.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at Audition's board because I feel like what we saw last game is he's really edging towards that the Twitch Twitch again, but has this Quick Striker to the point where it's like maybe you consider a Quick Striker, but it's such a rough spot here.
And he has a Spark Slam, no? Right? Like he has the Spark Sunfire, and he has a Spark Sunfire Rage Blade.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a pretty weird set of items, to be honest. And I do feel like when you slam the Sunfire early for tempo and then you're just kind of not doing that well, it always feels so bad to me.
Big hits here. The Corki is there for Godlike if he wants to go into that Artillery's line. He already has 5 Tristanas overall. The Lilo comes in and takes it away.
Yeah, when we talk about long-term things, by the way, Boss of Skills did not find a rel. So is still stuck. Like, he's still winning, so he's doing well, but that is going to slow down the potential cap of a Conqueror board.
Yeah.
So to the point where I don't know that he's going to stick with Conqueror when I look at these items now. Maybe we're actually looking at something like an Emissary or a Form Swapper version rather than the pure Conqueror line.
Michael might actually be playing the reroll line that I was talking about. Might be playing the Renata reroll with the Sentinel +1. Or was he the one with that Sentinel +1?
He wasn't.
No, someone else. But it looks like he is maybe going to play that. He's level 5
though.
and he was rolling on 5.
Yeah.
So I think he is trying to play that Renata reroll.
Or Morgana. Look at 5 copies of Morgana.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. It's like Visionary Sentinel, but I do think this is a comp that can win out, but it's like you kind of have to hit everything and then be able to.
I don't think you win out from this position.
No, not from this position.
I hate to say it, but this might be.
It's looking rough.
It's looking really bad
really
here.
rough.
There is tech on this comp, but you do want to get Shimmer as well to kind of buff yourself up as you move along, and I don't think he actually hit any of the Chem Baron units either.
Yeah,
Has the singed, but you need another one.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Yeah, this does not look like the situation you want to be in, unfortunately. We might be seeing back-to-back 8s. Boss of Skills does finally lose, by the way, so 8-win streak gets broken. And now LTP and Godlike kind of on the hot streaks right now.
Oh, wow. Jinsha has the Maddie 3.
So that's what patience was for Maddie 3? Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, he rolled so low, too. He rolled a 10 gold to actually hit that, and he's 55 health, so it's kind of rough as well. Draven has been hit, but SCA feels like he's in a much better position. Nocturne 3 now grabbed, of course, and some pretty solid items on it as well.
I do want to point out he did roll, so I was wrong. He, did commit for the Nocturne early, and, he's going to level up from here.
Yeah, and we talked about this at the beginning of the show, right? Like, during scrims, how people were playing a little more greedy. Like, this is the opposite of greed, right? This is,
aggressive.
I'm playing aggressive, I'm hitting the Nocturne 3 early, I'm going to deal a bunch of player damage. So this is kind of what we normally expect from our tournament players, so...
And that is something that I think is such a difficult skill sometimes, is evaluating the pace of the lobby and adjusting your play for it, right? Because a lot of players, I think, well, I'll speak for myself, you kind of have a sense of this is a good enough board for stage 3, this is a good enough board for stage 4, but you really have to be able to evaluate on the fly, especially in an aggressive lobby like this where people are rolling so low and realize, you know what, I actually maybe need to spend more gold or I'm going to bleed out. I need to, kind of choose my moment a little bit earlier than perhaps I otherwise would.
Yeah, so we see the 4 Conqueror, by the way, starting to build up those rewards, about to hit 65 here.
That's
so
a LeBlanc, by the way.
Level 7 LeBlanc. It happens.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know that it really helps this board in particular that much.
But it is a 5 cost.
It is a 5 cost. Can't argue that.
Sometimes they can be a bit of a bait, though, right? Like if it's not that synergistic, if you're not going to move items over, it can be a little bit tough. There's still only 6 pilots. Oh,
wow,
ouch.
Rough.
The good news is, though, is a lot of health to work with.
Yeah, and he is on a 5-win streak, so, I mean, he hit the Darius. If he can maintain his win streak, he's only 2 off Powder, he's 4 off of the Vander, and, he still does need the 3 more pilots.
Michael did hit Vex 3.
Okay.
So itemized Vex 3, still needs 1 more item for it, and
So he's 1 off
of
Renata, he's
and
1 off Singed.
The wild thing is level 5, 1 off Renata. So
Yeah, it is.
It is kind of going well for him, but a 10 loss streak, I don't believe in this from this spot.
It is interesting. I mean, I've talked to some players who were playing this line a fair bit, and they were saying that they liked rolling more on 5 because they felt that the Singed was a more valuable 3-star than that of a Leona, which some people play around, more kind of like Leona and Renata, because they felt like it was really important to have the Singed to buff up your Visionary backline to kind of do that extra damage. So it is interesting, and we'll see if it does work out for him.
Well, the Maddie 3 does work out for Jinxa right here. But I'm really interested in how he caps out the Maddie 3 composition. It's not something we see that much.
Let's find out if maybe there's like a emblem or
another
something.
anomaly is always such an interesting choice to me.
Yeah, I feel like Little Buddies is actually an option here. Passes it, though, and is probably going to go with another anomaly. I don't imagine him taking the other 2.
I like it a lot when you're in a good position like that and you can kind of wait it out.
So he does have bruiser items, and I think that Bad Luck Protection actually works really well with sort of the Pit Fighter lines.
Yeah, I was going to say, taking Bad Luck Protection here, I think that's an augment that a lot of people right now are pretty afraid to take. Yeah. Because it's like, it's got that drawback. You're like, is this good? Is this bad? But instead, it looks like it does hit all the emissaries. So he's going to be playing around the emissary line
and
here.
He itemized the LeBlanc and has a pair of LeBlancs now. He found another.
On level 8 LeBlanc, too. Yeah. That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
So I want to talk about this LeBlanc itemization, by the way. You'll notice the Ginsu's here. One of the things that LeBlanc is weak with, and I use weak in quotations, is she's mono-locked for her next 3 autos after she casts her spell. And so by putting the Ginsu's on her, you get back to that state where you can cast again quicker.
Faster.
So it's been one of those itemization innovations that's taken a while to take off, but
that's cool.
Actually works out pretty well. And so if he can hit that LeBlanc 2, might be an uncontested 5 cost that can pump out a lot of damage.
SEA found the powder upgrade, so everything is 3-star now. Still so much gold as well.
Yeah, this is a lot of gold here. So definitely a good spot to be in for this comp on a 7-win streak. Kind of like last game, this feels like another at least top 2 kind of situation. We'll have to see which anomaly, but has plenty of gold to roll for the anomaly. And so I think, like I said, we're definitely going to see a lot of these kind of comps in the top 4.
Did have to pay an augment for it. He took the heroic grab back. But it's still on tempo before anomaly. That's good enough.
Yep, agreed here. So we get a view of the Renata comp on the other side, by the way.
LDP as well. So he took LDP. His LDP on the Singe and the Vex, which are both 3-star now. So we'll see how he's going to be able to do. It is a lot of melee units stacked up, which Vex can do quite well against. But we'll see if he's able to tuck down the Nocturne. It is going to be another win, so not too bad. And Michael is starting to string together some wins now. Maybe making his way up a little bit.
Lilu, by the way, we haven't talked about this much, but Lilu in Audition, 8 health and 14 health on 4-3. There's a chance we're down 2 players on the anomaly? I don't think Audition dies in one fight, but...
Audition had the really weird kind of itemization setup, and he is playing now Quick Strikers.
There's 3 frying pans.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the 3 frying pans here.
You could get Visionary off of this.
Yeah.
Oh, Audition took the Caitlyn, so it's going to be able to grab that. Yeah, there are 3.
Does Michael have an open tier for it?
So it looks like Audition was going to use the Ginsus to try to play Rebel. That's the Ionic Spark was for Rebel more than anything else. Unfortunately, just is still stuck on Zoe 1 with no items. The items are still on a Nocturne and Twisted Fate here. So this might just be a pretty bad crash out, unfortunately, for Audition.
Yeah, he spent a lot of his early interest gold securing that Nocturne 2, and then just like caretaker. So unfortunately, bullied out of his own line.
Not the best support item here for Jinsha.
Yeah, rough support item.
It's actually really rough.
And 6 Sentinel Maddie, not really a comp I'm a big believer in.
Yeah, I feel like you need to have some sort of secondary damage threat, right?
Yeah.
And there's just none. Like I think Maddie 3 can work if you can tech into a secondary damage threat. You have another sniper, you have something else that is going on, or those full enforcer lines. But without anything else dealing damage, it is really tough. Well, Lilu did hit the Zoe 2 at least.
Oh, okay.
Trait
I was
tracker.
like, yeah, I was about to say, I'm like, where did all these episodes? Lilu played Trait Tracker, struggled to get it online. Trait Tracker is such an interesting augment in that, it has really bad stats if you look at how it performs, but really good win rates. So if you can pull it off, it does well.
He's dead.
But unfortunately, this is not going to be one of those time and goes 8.
Yeah, he got it online. He hit the Zoe 2, but then he just goes right into this Tristana reroll player and dies before Anomaly, which is always so frustrating. We'll see how heavily these players want to dig. Of course, on this patch now, you can reroll into the same anomalies, so it is a lot higher risk to dig heavily because you're not always guaranteed to hit.
I don't think Legacy of Shurima is all that great because you spend so much time casting. Oh, but he still
disagree.
goes for it.
I disagree. I think this is a really good one. It's really hard to burst down the Violet in the first 10 seconds. And so then after that, the value you get from this is really good. I think this is a great heads-up play and a non-conventional pick that can work really well.
And something he had to spend no money to get, right? Like, I don't think he rolled at all. So now you're still on 54 gold. You can dig, and that's one of the really interesting inflection points is when is enough, right, for an anomaly? Because if you can spend 0 gold to get something that is pretty powerful, there is also power to be gained by not spending gold, right? By getting levels, by getting more champions in. And sometimes people dig and spend 40 gold or even more to dig for the perfect one. And it's like, well, now you're down 40 gold. That's like a prismatic.
Yep.
And he's the most, he's the richest person in the lobby too, to your point, Azael.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, look at how much gold he got to see.
You can
now
just
he
push
can level.
levels.
Yeah.
You can just push levels at that point because you already have all of your 3 stars. You can push levels, maybe get to one of those really high level spots where you can try to cap out.
All right, we talked about Rebel being really good here, but Audition is in a position where if this Maddie ult goes right in the right spot, that is the end of the Zoe. So that positioning with the Maddie doing its job here.
But does he even win?
I think so. I think there's now not enough damage on the Rebel board.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that probably might be the end of Audition. So we're going to have 2 players dead before we get to the final PvE round here. And that's pretty top-heavy lobby, but the heads-up positioning here, just killing that Zoe.
Felt really bad for Noah Lowy too.
Oh,
he's in good spirits at least.
Yes, yes, I like the good spirits.
This is 2 bottom 4s in a row, though.
Yeah.
So that's very unfortunate. Definitely need a first place in the next lobby to have a chance.
He is an APAC player, but is one of our challenger players. We don't really have a record for him in the Tacticians Cup, so I think expectations weren't really as high.
Where did LEBIH finish in first game?
Top 2.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. So, but now he's a little bit in the danger zone,
wide
right?
open.
Like you go 8th, that does make it really, really tough. We can see SCA now at level 8, rolling here, looking to kind of upgrade the board a little bit. Does
the
find
best thing is just Victor here.
Yeah, but I mean it's 0.2% chance.
Yeah, I
rolling for Victor is troll. Like if that's what you're looking for,
exactly.
You're
wasting your gold.
Way.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the best thing is.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, to me, it's like if your only upgrade that you're looking for is Victor, then you should stay above 50 and push levels,
you should.
right? So I think he was probably just looking for like Vi 2 or Mbessa 2 or something like that, just kind of beef up the board.
Yep. On the other side, we have that Tristana reroll comp. Yeah, the Tristana reroll looking like in a really good spot. So
the artillerist emblem as well.
Was buffed this patch, 45%, and this is a very high stacking Tristana. I'm really curious about the anomalies and how many stacks that Trist has.
Yeah, I mean, Trist 3, when you get it online, that ult just executes units like every single time. You know, so it can be difficult, especially if you aren't really high level and don't have just kind of these junk units just gonna like eat ults from the Trist, because it eats through tanks super fast even.
Yeah, and the big thing is he's got 4 artillerists, so that's a lot of extra power. That got a small buff this patch. Has the even shroud.
Guarantee is huge.
Yeah, has the even shroud, so that's going to do a lot of damage here. It's going to change his items around. Takes off the Ginsu's here. I like this play. Ginsu's is really, really good early game to build at the stacks, but late game you kind of need as much damage as possible here. So getting the extra crit and the AD from the Last Whisper here, I like the itemization.
Wow, and it's Ultimate Hero on the Singed. Okay, I'm not really familiar with that line, but it's very interesting to see.
You can see that Morgana is at least in position to potentially block Maddie ults, you know, if they do go through to try to keep that Vex alive. So Maddie ult won't necessarily just get an insta-kill on the Vex. We'll see. And is going to be able to stay alive. Michael has hit a lot of these 3 stars, you know, does have the 3-star Renata, does have the 3-star Vex, has the 4-star Singed, and is climbing the table, you know, doing pretty well. I do think that comp is low-key quite strong. Like, I have lost to that comp with boards that I thought would stomp it. Like, the amount of shielding coming out from the Renata can be so surprising.
It's interesting you mentioned that comp, but like, there's actually a bunch of different variations of it too, right? Like, we've seen like the Sentinel Renata line, but this seems to be a little less that and more just like Renata and Vex and Singed reroll, which is another version. So it's pretty interesting to see.
Yeah.
And that's going to allow Michael to stay alive. You know, getting the 8th place in that first game actually has a chance to claw back into a top 4, and things are much more open now.
I mean, Bosso Skills has a pretty strong board, but he did go to 0 on 8, so, you know, going to be hard for him if he starts losing, but we'll see if Mbessa can get in the back line. As looking like they're running out of steam and is going to be able to take him down. And if he can start building up that economy again, you know, there's not really much more to roll for at 8. So Bosso Skills just needs to try to push levels now, rebuild the economy.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting here. Definitely the Violet player looking like the strongest, but the Automata player in a really good spot here. If they can find a Malzahar, not a lot of emblems that help these boards in particular. Our Rebel player already got knocked out. Not much Black Rose. We haven't. This lobby in particular has not been leaning Black Rose, which has been another interesting development. So. Bosso Skills unfortunately kind of stuck with a second even shroud, which is not ideal.
Last Whisper as well, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yes,
so he's got a lot of
the
pension.
armor is very shredded. It's the most shredded.
Exactly.
Michael actually picking up the Rebel spat, though, gets 3 Rebel.
Yeah, 3 Rebel is a nice little boost. Not going to, you know, change too much here, but goes level 9, finds the Cog. Really looking for the Malzahar here. If he can find the Malzahar, that's going to be a big boost. Finds a Blitzcrank, that's a little extra. But unfortunately here with the Nocturne, this is about the time where Nocturne's going to really fall off without being backlined. So
yeah, Michael actually has 5 Rebel now with that Rebel spat. And it is a Vex carry, so, you know, definitely not useless. Is playing that LDP and getting some pretty good value from that. You can see difficult so far, I feel like, for the Mbessa to get through, but I think Mbessa probably has enough to finish this off. Yeah, you have so many threats.
Yeah, the damage was way too fast coming out from Basso kills right there, so I don't even think the Singe got the durability on himself, so.
How do you guys feel about solo frontline in this set?
So it works really well in the early game. You can get through it with like stage 2, 3 and 2 through 4. But by late game, you look at a board like Bossa Skills, where there's just so much damage and so many carries, or even like this board, right, where you have the Renata and the Vex. That's just a lot of damage. Not many of the solo tanks can really hold up at that point.
I mean, positioning just gets a little bit weird for him, though, because he's trying to play LDP with his Singe. You don't want to have the Singe like way far on the side, and he does it. So I think that is kind of partially why he has it solo frontline. You can get the mana like instantaneously to buff up one of your carries. So I think it kind of makes sense here, but it's pretty awkward positioning.
He also wants to maximize his value on the Renata, so he's keeping everyone in the trajectory of that projectile. But this time the Singe at least is doing much better against Trist.
Yeah, the Trist unfortunately has to go one at a time, and the shields can block a lot of the damage here. Does get through there, but again, not quite enough. And so that's going to be a loss here.
Hi.
Everyone's still alive.
Sorry lama ya.
Head into the Dragon
Kalian
Room.
packing ya.
And we're starting to see those 6 cost odds get
yang
to
main
the
dia
point
lagi,
where
anjir.
someone might hit one soon.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can hit just something like a Victor that's super easy to tech in, it really makes the difference in these late game situations. I mean, a board-wide stun is just insanely powerful. Yeah,
there it is.
There's LeBlanc too on a.
All right, LeBlanc 2 here, really big here. And again, already talked
and he
about
got
the
Victor.
itemization.
Oh my god, he got Victor and LeBlanc 2, yeah.
Woo.
Basso Skills now is in a really good spot. I mean, he was already on win streak. He doesn't need to roll at all. You just push levels, I feel like.
Another first for Basso Skills incoming?
I think it's looking that way, yeah.
It's looking very promising here.
Yang tanding sama lagi, guys. Oh, Automata, hidup Automata.
LTP really needs this Malzahar. Does finally find it here. That's going to be
level
6.
9
That's
dia.
going to be a lot of extra armor and MR.
Oh, dia ada bintang 3 si ini ya.
Lets his backline tank a lot. Should be looking for Cog.
Automata 6. Lawan Sentinel ya.
Goes the Warmogs. That makes sense. You need to buy some time. Your front line is a little weak. And the
4
effective health from
Sentinel,
the armor and MR from Automata is
3
really good.
Rebel.
So, all right.
Selamat siang. Syarat bisa bintang 4 gitu gimana dah? Punya 27 unit yang sama. Atau bisa pakai augment atau anomali.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Nocturne's just shredding the backline.
Gila, kuat banget itu Sing ya.
That's a problem about solo tanks against these melee compositions. Yeah.
Yep. And that's going to be Michael going down.
Alright, Michael.
Likely going to be finishing in 5th, I believe.
Michael bete banget tuh Michael.
And that is, I think, pretty much guaranteeing he's going to be out in the first round.
8th and 5th is pretty hard to come back from.
The average is like 13 or 14, so if he goes first place next one,
maybe, yeah.
He still has a chance, but very, very slim.
Damn.
On the other side of the coin, Basso Skills did lose his fight, by the way.
Wow, okay.
So SCA, kind of looking like the favorite right now. And again, that Violet comp kind of being the big thing to beat right now.
But Basso Skills is on 50 gold, right? Everyone else kind of has spent.
Bos soft skill top 4 lagi anjir.
Still has room to grow.
Bos soft skills. Main apa dia?
And we'll see if he can win this round.
This is Shimi Nami, just tanking for a second.
Family, Seza main family, yang ini
By the
main.
way, you look at Basso Skills anomaly buff, Titanic Strikes, not really that great, especially against something like this, because you have to, you're trying to get that AoE damage. You don't necessarily have it. It does win the fight though, thankfully. So.
Main apa sih si Bosso Skills?
You talked about the Nami. He just needs to buy time for these carries and for the Victor.
Selamat siang Ridwan. Emissary 4. Oke. Gila, emissary-nya dibikin frontline.
For that Victor stun to go off. When the Victor stun goes off, you have 3 fully itemized
Emissary
carries,
4,
all hitting
artileri
these
2.
And Violet's not life
Sorcerer
stealing at all
2.
during that time, so it becomes very difficult for her to be able to sustain
Quick Striker
even
2.
with the additional HP and attack speed that would have procced from the anomaly at that point.
What's really cool about this is you can actually float Corki away as well. We saw the Violet kind of wrap the back line and, like Victor stopping him.
Yeah, this is such a fun comp, by the way. It's like LeBlanc is not something you would expect to see in this comp, but he kind of played around what he hit, itemized it really well, and like this is kind of that like flexible play.
Oh, the Warwick.
Right, where it's like this is just the carry I hit. So.
Oh, is that a Warwick? I think I saw a Warwick there on the other side. For
kalah dia.
Is that? I think that's.
Wait, boss.
Oh.
I have no idea.
Wait.
Yeah.
Someone has a Warwick. I swear I saw a Warwick.
Okay, we'll get a look when we see these boards.
There's a Warwick
There's a
now.
Warwick there.
And there's another one.
Oh, and there's a Mel. So there's a
Mel
Warwick
and
a
Warwick
Mel.
on
Yeah.
LTP.
Okay, so LTP, by the way, has Automata Mel. So
Oh, that is such a game winner.
Yeah, that's a really big, powerful combo. Bossa Skills has the Victor. Other
LTP
than-
has Warwick too.
He also has a Warwick. You're right. He's managed to hit 2 of them. But in particular, the Mel, the interaction with the bullets.
Jadi PoE 2 ngapin, gue nggak bisa login,
Also
Ridwan.
has the Victor. So he's
Nggak bisa
found
main
all
gue,
3
PoE
here
2,
now.
set live.
Legendary Automata.
Must be nice.
Yeah. This is the big boogeyman of the PvE patch that we were talking about. Too much armor, great synergy with your 6 costs, and honestly, that frontline's tankier than Sentinel frontline.
Yeah, he sold the Warwick, which I actually agree with
Automata
here.
Mel.
I think the big thing is the Mel here. The Mel with the Automata is really good here. And at this point, Nocturne is basically just a tank.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not actually a carry despite these items. You're using the armor and MR here. I want to watch that Mel fight in particular on the left side.
I really like the Mel positioning. A lot of people are putting her in the second row so she can shield nearby enemies, which is typically your frontline, your allies.
Yeah, you
Anjir,
can
sakit
see, like,
banget.
every time she casts, it's proccing Automata twice. Wow. Which is decent damage here. Unfortunately, gets stunned. Is able to dash
Anjir,
out.
Automata Mel.
That is going to be the end here. So Mel definitely buying some placements here with that use of the Automata emblem.
Now
Bosok.
we've got 2.
Damn,
Bosso
satu HP.
Skills and LTP.
Bosso Skills went 9 and spent all his gold, so we'll have to see, you know, what he was able
Boso juara 2, tadi juara 1, sekarang juara 2. Gila lu Boso lu ya. Jago bener nih orang nih si Boso-Boso ini nih.
in an incredible
MSI ya si Boso ya.
Pretty much guaranteeing that he's going to be moving on.
Yeah, for sure here. That's going to feel really good. The last game you can kind of just relax, do whatever you need to do here.
Tinggal di link kan itu, no access ngomongnya. Ridwan gue. Setiap kayak login, no access, login, no access. Gue udah connectin Steam, email, nggak ada, gue nggak ada kodenya. Lo dapet kodenya dari mana?
The little discs around her and how much power she gets from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so many hits, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, you know, already getting all stacked up, but he's getting through the backline. The counter Victor stun actually coming out of the perfect moment, but Bosso Skills punching through back-to-back first.
No, Mel saved him.
Of course, yeah.
Mel saved.
I always forget about that.
But the thing about LTP's comp is it doesn't have like concentrated damage to actually get through that Garen and Bessa frontline right now, so it's allowing Bosso Skills to just push through.
I mean, he has so many powerful carries. It's like that I do think is the strength of this style of comp.
Lo relog langsung bisa masuk, gue juga kemarin gitu. Nggak bisa gue Ridwan. Ntar gue tunjukin dah. Nggak bisa gue. Gue udah coba login berkali-kali, nggak bisa.
You're like, it's inevitable.
I mean, the big thing here too,
I just
by the
never
way.
put Mel on my board, I'm gonna be honest.
I never see her, so.
Mel does get the plus 10% damage now that that's procced, but I don't think that's going to make a big difference
Didn't
here
look
since
close.
a lot of the damage is from Automata here. So, and like you said, yeah, it just generally didn't look close. This is an example where it's like you have the Victor and the Mel, but like you kind of need more frontline. I'm not actually sure that
Asal
Victor
udah
would be
nge-link
the
bikin
play
ID di
here,
webnya
as
PoE
opposed
terus
to
langsung bisa
something else
masuk.
that just buys you some extra time.
He needs a backline sneak. He's trying to aim for it on the weak
Kok
side.
nggak
If
bisa
you
ya?
get 4 quick striker and you kill a unit, you get the
Gue udah
shield again,
login
you
di
can run
website,
towards
udah
the
bikin
opponent. I think
ID,
that's the
bikin
only way
email,
he
nggak
gets
bisa
out of
gue.
it.
I mean, he picked the right side here, so he did the best he could.
Is it enough?
Oh, everything just looks like it's exploding.
No way. Victor stun into a dead Mel, and that is going to do it back-to-back first for Bosso Skills. This time for real.
Gila. Gila Boso juara 1 berturut-turut, ngeri banget.
Wow, incredible.
Dingin banget Bang Boso.
Story from him, you know, Bosso Skills is someone that Froden and Bryce was hyping up as top 20 in North America all time. Never went to a Tactician's Crown, but now he finally proves why he deserves that ranking here.
I don't think he has had a big like major tournament.
Serem banget Bang
either, just
Boso.
not being able to have those chances at the Tactician's Crown, but already opening himself up to being able to move forward to that next heat.
So this is
Victor sekarang paling menjijikan sih.
Listening to the way you guys are describing Bosso Skills, sounds a lot like how we talked about Malala a year ago. It was like, didn't really have any big tournament wins, kind of being hyped up by NA.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, maybe, but again, it's like, it's been 2 games. I'm
Emissary
not saying
ya?
he's going to win the whole thing.
Kayaknya boleh ini ditiru nih, komsen si Boso.
To be fair, there's a very long list of players I like from Gangly, so
Yeah, true.
yeah. concentrated
Ini Emissary, Emissary, Carry Ambessa, Corki, LeBlanc, damn. Tapi LeBlancnya sih ini yang sakit. LeBlancnya mengerikan sih ini. Terus itemnya juga dia pakai Edge of Night, bukan pakai Titan Resolve.
Something to be said there.
Yeah, that was a fun game, and like I said, we started to see the impact of 6 cost, right? It's not like they're winning the game, but it's like they can buy you an extra placement or two, right? Like LTP probably was looking like maybe 3rd or 4th, found the Mel, was able to move the items over and turn that into a 2nd, right? Like that feels about what the 6 costs do, is they can nudge your endgame a bit. They don't really save you from any place or anything like that. And then even the Victors, it's like, yeah, you throw in the Victor, but it's not really changing the core of the fight. The core of the game was like Corki, LeBlanc, the 4 Emissary. That's really the thing that was dominating Bossa Skills board.
No, I mean, I definitely agree, but I do think, you know, if you hit some of those 6 costs,
Kapan mulai lagi?
then I think you can swing things more, right? Because in this case, they both had them.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not really going to change the course of it enough. Because I do think, you know, Victor in the late game, there's just so much value in the AoE stun.
Oh, for sure.
If you are playing even similarly, you know, kind of powerful boards, one has Victor, one does not. The Victor player is almost always.
Boso tuh NE ya?
Because in
iya Amerika dia.
CC is just king.
Emang generasi-generasi soju ini nih mengerikan nih.
We saw the Maddie reroll, by the way. That's a line, again, I don't really believe in. That's kind of an interesting choice here to bring out, but definitely Michael tried to, you know, turn it around here with the Renata. Was in a really good spot here, but just kind of crashed and burned at 5th.
Yeah.
So little disappointing here. That Nocturne, though, that's the thing that really hurt. When that Nocturne got around and just messed around with the Vex and the Renata, skipping the Singed completely, that is exactly what you don't want, and that's kind of a disappointing end. And you can even see the reaction, like it's just, oh, definitely the despair to, you know that you're basically out at that point, and like,
oh no,
like that's kind of it.
I mean, that's kind of the tough part about competition, right? You know, you spend so much time preparing for these moments, and you know, you have a bad game or two, and that can be that, right? You know,
Di sana kalau bisa snowball sakit banget tuh. Gue kemarin place carry sampai stack skillnya 85%. Snowball apa tuh?
It can be so exciting when it is going well, right? It's kind of two sides of the same.
Like tukang deserve award, ya deserve award, tapi ya iris what iris, jadi biarkan lah.
Very cool to be able to see him take the big stage here. Somebody that we've been watching for a very long time in the Americas region, just continuing to get better and better. So I'm excited to see where he can go. This is certainly not the last of Michael we're going to be able to see in TFT competitive.
And I mean, I don't know if he's mathematically eliminated, because if he gets a first,
I think he has a chance.
Right?
Yeah, it's technically possible, but very unlikely.
It's very unlikely.
Even if he gets the first, it's very unlikely.
We got 5th, so we got 4 points and then 1 point, right?
Yeah,
so
it'd be
5,
13.
so he'd get 13.
It'd be really tough.
So really unlikely.
Only
first, and then hoping some other things happen.
Yeah.
Bosos jago banget Bang Bosos. Ajarin aku cara main Bang Bosos.
Less points for everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
Or first again.
Well, no,
I guess because he needs the first. Oh, you're
Mordok sambil nyatet di pikirannya buat patch update, nggak salah. Pasti.
What if you tie? That's not.
Itu si Cutie Pie anjir.
Wonder how his games have been going.
Timnya PSG.
He's going dead last yesterday, so his level of confidence not that high. But you know, he definitely plays a lot of TFT. There's Dish Soap. This is one of my favorite streamers to learn from when I want to learn a new set, especially if I've been busy with League or something else and I haven't played for a bit. I come back, I watch Dish Soap if I want to learn, because I just think he is such a flexible player, and especially for the style that I like to play, which is often pushing levels and being able to play around flex, around level 8, play around 4-cost flex. I think he's one of, if not the best players in the world at playing that 4-cost flex style. He plays so many different creative lines and is really good at scrapping together boards that like I just wouldn't think of. And to me, that's one of the most fun styles to watch in TFT, is when it's like, when you're rolling down, you know, for me, like, I have a couple different boards that I might be looking for, but sometimes I'll watch him do a roll down. He doesn't hit any of the boards I was thinking of, and he still manages to like.
Gede juga nih tempat convention hall-nya.
That's a cool thing about him is that he is so mechanically focused. Like there's a lot of small things he looks to optimize, and a lot of times even when his roll downs are bad, you can still float on that and get into a better place.
Itu pada kapan tandingnya itu?
Are not on TFT Academy.
Wash Vision person.
Use that website all the time. But yeah, we've got Wajan Iverson here, another one of our top players from the Americas. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, he's also been beasting it this set. You know, when I was looking on ladder, like he was super high. He was rank 1 at one point, I believe, when I looked, and has been doing really, really well. One of the people that was picking up the set incredibly fast. Another super flexible player.
And he is one of the players that we look at in North America as one of like the big four, alongside Dish Soap, one of the players that has the highest AVP across his tournament runs and maintains that consistently throughout a competitive set.
What's scary to me is that he's not doing this full time just yet, which is makes me think that NA has a star in the future banked up.
He's still at school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, get your priorities straight. Drop out. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I was gonna say, do not do that.
Stay in school.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, you know, because again, we have 32 games going on, so all we've seen really so far is like R1 lobby. We're gonna have to get a good look of like all the stories of like who did well.
Mort's gonna go home and watch every game that was played today.
All 500.
Just like command center, you're gonna have like 100 monitors up at once.
Sleep? Yeah,
constantly spinning in a circle, absorbing all information.
Oh yeah, you should have seen it. Station 18 on 4-2 game 2.
Woo. Too much information. Oh, games going on here.
It will. I mean, I imagine though, unironically, it would be interesting.
Lo nggak main di sana. I wish gue diundang.
See like all the data for like data.
I wish gue diundang.
Do you
But apparently,
do a little bit of like even
nope.
just informally like predictions of what you think would a tournament meta would be like, and kind of compare, you know, where you think it's going to be to where it ends up.
Yeah, for sure. So one of the ways you're going to actually, you know, learn about your understanding of the game and the craft and things like that is to do exactly what you're describing, right? It's sort of like, hey, here's how we predict this is going to play out, and then here's how it actually played out. For example, I'll call ourselves out.
Ini
we
dia
thought,
kasih
for
banyak
example, before the set launch
set
that Camille,
begini
Camille was gonna
PC.
be strong at 2-star.
Mantap juga ya.
Camille's going to be an amazing opener. People are going to play her well, but we actually thought she might struggle a bit at 3-star.
Dikasih banyak 8 PC per counter itu kayak ada berapa? 20, 160 PC anjir.
Yes. Correct.
Ini listriknya mahal banget nih.
And so, you know, we kind of underestimated the impact of Ambusher, and so it's like, cool, that's a learning we can take away, is like, don't forget that when you give, you know, somebody with a low mana cost, a high amount of DR, that they can just spam that spell repeatedly, that high amount of healing, it effectively becomes an effective health battery, and you've got to monitor that and pay attention to that. That's something we need to be much more cognitive of in the future. You know?
I did want to ask you about the adaptive damage, because I feel like that was such a cool new addition to TFT. First time we've seen it, and it means you only have to have Ionic Spark on Echo. You don't even need to build for the armor.
20 menit break.
So have you guys thought about that? Is there more adaptive damage coming?
So it was less about actually like trying to bring the adaptive mechanic into the game.
Siang
it was
ya.
more about that's just Camille. The way she works in League, that's kind of like thematic to her. So
Q3 is Cho'Gath ult.
Isinya kantor Riot kesini semua.
Well,
Iya
we
loh.
have more gameplay coming, and we got a chance to preview some of our top North American players that are playing around the arena, but we also have some of our big content creators, and Panda has an interview with Disguised Toast.
Disguised
Hello
Toast.
everyone, I'm here with the one and only Disguised Toast.
Anjay.
Card game super fan. You had your chance to try out Project K. How was your first playtest?
It was a lot of fun. It was very chaotic. We played free-for-all with 4 players, so a lot of banter, insults were hurled, and unfortunately, I was not able to take the win.
Did you already solve the meta? What was your favorite deck? What are your ideas around maybe what to play in the future?
I played Volibear, which is a ramp deck, which I feel like in all card games, anytime you can ramp, people will hate you because you're cheating. Like you're breaking the system. So I think Volibear is going to be the deck to watch out for.
You want to try out anything new in the future? Any different decks?
The Yasuo
Panutan
is actually
Aderhui.
the most complicated. Scar was playing it, and let me tell you, he did not know what he was doing. But it seemed cool because you jump around the battlefield, and I would like to see someone experienced play it.
I wonder if that's a Scara issue or a Yasuo deck issue, but
It's a little bit. I think just like Yasuo in League of Legends, it's a very feast or famine kind of card.
Thanks so much, Toast. Best of luck in your games.
Thank you very much.
Very cool to see Disguised Toast checking out Project K. Again, one of the activations that we have here around, and really fun game. Really, really
Diundang juga nggak akan datang deh kayaknya, kan mah ke Korea loh. Kan gua ke Korea akhir tahun. Ini kan kompetisinya nggak nyampe tanggal 30. Bisa gua kalau diundang gua jalan anjir. Gak mungkin gua sampai full sih. Pengen juga 3-4 hari maksimal. Atau 2 hari.
I attacked because your battlefield gave synergy to my victor. That's true.
See, and this is sort of the fun, though. It's that social, like, why are you attacking me, bro? What are you doing?
That's what everyone was asking.
I had Roger, Riot Prism actually making shady deals.
Thumbnail bang, iya sabar ya.
And so all of my bases also got destroyed.
That sounds like Roger.
No, this is cool seeing Toast here because he's involved in so many esports scenes now. Like, you know, I first started watching Toast as a big-time Hearthstone fan when he was a Hearthstone streamer. You know, came into the scene. I think a lot of the modern Toast fans maybe don't even know the origins of him coming on with like the Toast mask that he used to wear at tournaments and stuff. He was like this masked competitor. Very, very entertaining streamer, and of course he's involved in League now as well. His team is going to be in LCS, now LTA coming up for next year. He's heavily involved in Hearthstone. He's sponsoring other games. It's really cool.
It would be interesting to know how many people know where his name comes from.
Yeah.
You know, like, because he's gotten so much bigger than those days, but like the fact that name comes from, you know, the sound clip, like it'd be interesting to see.
Disguised Toast also sponsoring so many TFT players from the last Open to be able to come
They were picking up every time their players got knocked out, he'd go sponsor another one.
The sponsor Hunger Games. I remember Broccoli being up there as well. That was the one he was like, okay, you're the star here. So I guess he doesn't have a great relation with Kevin Parker.
Oh man, you can see the mindset. It's like game 3. Some of these players are like happy, like Boss of Skills just like, whatever, it's fine. Some of the players kind of struggling because they're down on those points. So, and we'll have to see which top 4 players emerge to move on to the next heat.
I mean, it's a lot of pressure, right? You know, all the preparation that you put into an event like this and trying to make all the correct decisions can be difficult enough in a tough situation when you're at home and you're just playing for fun. But when you are playing in a tournament and you have potentially one game to keep yourself alive in this tournament, it is very stressful. I think it's a lot more difficult to make the right choice, to kind of stay calm and play towards your win conditions can be that much more difficult.
Yeah.
And a brand new patch.
Yeah, at least if you're going to only get to play 3 games, getting to play them on the stage is pretty cool. That's a pretty cool experience.
Alternatively, if you play off stage, you can really make the story whatever you want. You know? I mean, these guys, everyone hit a 6 cost on stage 4. There was nothing I could do.
I got more dogs.
I got completely screwed. I played perfectly, by the way.
Yeah, of course. And it's the balance's fault.
Exactly,
that's why you know it didn't win that one.
But you can't get away with that if you're on main stage.
Everyone's
so really,
there's trade-offs.
There's trade-offs, exactly.
Oh, Hoope Song in the corner here.
I see that. He's locked in.
Hoope Song actually is a very good competitor who actually was in the top 3rd last time at Vegas Open. And of course the highest elo caster we have on the desk for the most part.
Yeah, it's always just fun seeing these events, like everyone walking around and the competitors, you know, as people get knocked out, will go support their friends and their teammates. Something that was really fun about Vegas to me was all of the members of the lab that showed up, and they had that kind of like team uniform of the lab coats. Everyone was walking around with that, so very easily identifiable. And they would kind of just go around and cheer on whichever member of their team was still playing. So it's fun.
Judulnya kapan update masih ada Valorant Indonesianya? Nanti mulai yang TFT. Yang sekarang mah ada mager gua, kebanyakan yang gua ganti soalnya.
At that event last year, they actually gave me one of those lab coats, and they'd all signed it. So I
mulai Januari, guys.
Closet at home.
That's really
cool. It's pretty cool.
Enggak sih, akhir Desember juga ada sih.
Back from retirement. He's already came back like 2 times already.
True.
It's the thing with TFT.
Cis, gue belum upload cupot. Besok gue mesti upload cupot.
Oh, he's pretty much locked in.
He can go 8.
Boleh bang nobarin gini. Udah dapet izin gue.
So he is definitely
aman aja.
The ones that are more in the middle of the pack, I would say Godlike and Lee Luo, because we obviously saw Lee Luo just, you know, I think 7th and 8th.
2nd and 8th.
Yeah. Those 2 are the ones that are, you know, really fighting for the lives, but not all the way. They can get a top 3 and would be pretty much confirmed through.
Let's get into it. 3rd game of this lobby, going to decide which
players
get a chance to move on to our next round of competition. And once again, we get a chance to look at the encounter.
Devin udah izin langsung ke Mordok. Goblok. Oh, Jace artifact.
This is going to open up a lot of new lines, right? We talked about Nocturne before being kind of one of the premier ones, where if you can get an artifact for this. Camille's another one that jumps back. Violet in particular goes up in power even more if you can get like the trench coat, for example. So a lot of different angles here people can play for.
Dogma as well. Like there's so many different lines.
Yeah, I really think artifacts go well when you have concentrated power on the board. So I expect this lobby tempo to be very fast, lots of rerolls.
When do you like popping your anvil?
So there's been a pretty big debate on this as far as like, do you pop it early to give you direction, or do you wait for your augment to know your direction? Generally, what I've seen is that most players tend to do it after the augment. They do the augment first. That gives them their core direction. Then the artifact go from there. That can, you know, give them the most information possible, since that artifact can be almost more impactful than the augment itself.
This is always really interesting. Like, you got a Smeech out of an orb. Anytime I get a Smeech or a Rennie, I am looking immediately, like, can I play 2-1 Chem Baron?
Yep.
You know, it can be riskier playing that style when it is like an artifact anvil start, because people are going to have additional power and, you know, you're just playing for lose streak. But it is always something to keep open, and he decides, you know what, not going to actually go for it. This is pre-augment. So Mogul's Mail, Manasane Seekers, and Gold Collector. This is interesting. I mean, Mogul's Mail and Gold Collector, you can play, you know, kind of some of those like AD lines, and sometimes people, especially if you get Mogul's Mail and you get an early 2-star frontliner, you can print a lot of gold from that thing.
Yeah, I like the Monazane Morgana here. Could be good.
Yeah, Monazane for 2-star Morgana early is really, really strong.
Goes Gold Collector.
It definitely opens up the most compositions. You have the Twitch, you have the Corki, I think, Tristana as well.
Ooh, you get Mace's Will as well. It's just so much crit.
Yeah, that's really good with the Collector as well.
The big thing we'll be talking about with each player as we look at their board is where are their points, and if we assume 14 is what it takes to move on to these like safe. So for example, Jinchi here, you know, kind of needs a 3rd or higher.
Yep.
So 3rd or higher, you're gonna have to be playing something strong. So in that regard, I probably don't take built different. You know.
Well, look, Michael actually I think took Starry Night.
Oh, that's a
right?
good reroll one.
Yeah.
The more interesting one, so that one's actually really solid. It plays really good to reroll.
Bingung. Oh, artifact.
Level 7 and 8 and then reroll.
Artifact.
Portable Forge, by the way.
Artifact. Nice.
Get another one.
The bigger one to
Trench
be
coat.
is SCA took Warpath.
Oh, interesting.
That's a really interesting one where if you can, you know, win streak early,
Nice.
you can do a lot of player damage and get a lot of bonuses.
That one I think is really strong if you already have like a bunch of 2-stars when it's given as option, but otherwise I'm too scared to take it.
Yeah.
Oh, Violet with Gold
Ini
Collector.
turni,
and,
iya.
and
Ini turninya TFT. Kayak VCT lah, kayak VCT guys.
Off the Gold Collector in the first round.
I was going to say, Trench Coat's just more chances to proc gold, so thank you for that. So that's going to be a nice boost.
3 collectors already across the board, so this is going to be very heavily AD contested.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I like this setup here. Is this Bossa Skills we're looking at, I believe, here? Has the...
I think it's LTP.
Okay. Yeah, LTP has the really strong front line here. That's going to be really hard for anyone to get through this early.
Yeah.
That's just so much health. The Bloodthirster.
This is Bosso.
So, yeah, we're looking at Bossa Skills board here.
Yang dari Indo ada nggak? Nggak ada, Gibi. Indo nggak ada perwakilan.
Recognizing the fact that you have the 2-star here, I feel like this might be another 100 to 2-6 kind of setup here.
He started both games with 8 win streaks. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, like, he's just bullying the lobby with some really strong early game power.
And I do like that he's indexing a lot into these Enforcer lines, because a lot of times when you see Enforcer units, you don't necessarily even click them.
Sniper's Focus. Sniper's Focus and Visage is the option. So Sniper's Focus definitely opens a lot of opportunity for some really strong Nocturne builds. You can play it towards Nocturne. It does allow you to build kind of like more glass cannon-y too. Like, I'm not actually that big fan of Hodge on Nocturne, but obviously, you know, trying to play for tempo, trying to slam items. But when I've played Rapid Fire and Sniper's Focus Nocturne lines, you can just go like IE and GS and like really just like items that light is slam the front line because you're not having to sustain through the damage.
Yeah, for sure. And I've talked about this before with a few people, is like, range Nocturne is good. That is definitely true. But I feel like for him to really elevate to S tier, you need the fish bones, because otherwise even this Nocturne still kind of gets stuck on frontline. So that's kind of the big difference here. That being said, there could be another artifact later.
Yeah.
You know, we'll have to see.
And Hodge is great on Akali if he is doing like just like quick striker reroll anyway.
Could you also put the Sniper's Focus though on a Kog'Maw?
You can put it on Kog'Maw and it's okay. The problem is he already gets that damage amp from Sniper usually, so it ends up kind of being as wasted.
What? Silco here already. Wow.
One that does work well with it is actually Malzahar, because the dot will jump to the back line and then you're so far away that you're getting a big damage from that. That can be okay.
Cool.
But yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? This front line is just so hard to get
Doain
through.
guys, next set Devin jadi perwakilan.
Bossa Skills is just going to win streak through the stage.
Amin dah gue ya, amin ya.
Okay, we get a look at the Silvermere Dawn, by the way. That's been really good on Violet, Camille.
Yep.
I think right now, though, the big thing is we're looking at all these different boards, and a lot of them could be good on Violets. How many people are leaning towards it, and how contested is it?
3. I see 3 right now.
Yeah.
Godlike, SCA, and Jinsha also all have the family and just pit fighter stuff.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they actually commit to full re-rolling for it, or if they're just going to use the 2 stars early on to try to push towards more like 4-cost carries and things like that. Because when it's this contested, it is so risky to actually be rolling for it.
I expect most of the collector players to move into the
That's
emissary Corki line.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the nice things about playing emissaries. You can play it from so many different angles. Like, you just slam basically any AD items. You can be slamming AD items that are going to work, on Mbessa or Vi or whatever. You can slam the AD items that are going to be working on Corki, and you just kind of play what you hit.
Terus pas main teriak scam kan audio gua nggak masuk ya.
I'm not sure that it's going to be super powerful, but it's the execute plus the gold. It's kind of fun.
He swapped over to Chemtech as well, so he is going to play at least some Chemtech here. It is 2-5, so it's, a little bit later, and he's on a win streak, but I guess he's thinking, hey, maybe I can just get a small cash out or something like that.
The nice thing about Smeech with these items this early is even if you don't necessarily win the round, he's going to jump to somebody who's itemless and get you a kill or 2. So he's very good at health preservation. That alone is at least decent. He was able to kill that. So yeah, lose by 1 here. So perfect loss if you wanted to go Chem Baron.
But it's a little bit interesting, right? Because I don't know if this board actually even got weaker, but he did swap.
Jadi perwakilan setupnya akan dipakai Black Rose Hits. Atas siapa, bro? Udah bukan pemain Black Rose gua. Udah bukan pemain Black Rose gua, brother.
Maybe you want to talk a little bit about why you thought that was working?
Oh, just because you want to preserve your HP and lose streak when you have more Chem actually on your board. So we've been seeing Li Tutuan do this a lot. It's the way you play in CN. But of course in this patch with Augment,
gila boso. Juara 1 mulu nggak bosan apa ya?
Yeah, so I like that approach of the thought here. If you want to math nerd a little bit, basically you're trading health.
Baru tadi belum nonton nih, baru nonton. Kita lihat Boso main apa? Boso main Enforcer lagi.
Trading math-wise is 8 health for 30.
Yeah.
But then in stage 3, if you
Boso main ini mulu Boso ya.
50 shimmer for 12 health, and so the health to shimmer conversion rate actually goes in your favor, which is a really cool way to think about it.
It is. I think the risky part about, to me though, always feels like then you're kind of betting on hitting both those 3 costs, right? Yes. And so it's like if you have 3 early.
Pas main kode bet mood di kontes. Oke, woi jangan kontes gua. Terus sebelah gua. Main yang lain apa sih? Babi. Hari-hari babi.
Right, but then if you have that information, at least you already preserved your health, and then it's like, cool, I'll just pivot into something else, So
another very big reason is in tournament settings, people grief you on stage 2, so it's much less efficient to do the full open.
Tiap game ada aja main family ya. Roll terus.
A little early to say 1-1-1, but starting off on a win streak is just as comfortable as he is. Feels real good for him.
So Jinsha is rolling very heavily, so he's fully committed to this family line. Did roll before Krugs even, so really trying to beat people to the punch, rolling a little bit earlier. Instead of rolling, after the Krugs on next round, which is more standard, he wanted to roll down before a lot of these things were taken out of the pool. So he is 3 off Violet. He is 4 off the Draven. Looks like he doesn't have.
Oh, itu step pakai Moral Onomicon. Item holder itu. Itu item holder Vi atau Ambessa pasti.
Yeah, now to be clear on this patch,
tapi lumayan jadi kuat.
Step early game. There's 30 copies, so there's still a lot of copies in there.
He's rolling all the way down. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, yeah, like you said, the fact he's rolling all the way to 0 here, I'm curious, what was his point total at before? Because if he needs to hit early, that could be part of it.
Top 3.
I feel like when you roll 0 and you don't hit, if you lose this round, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're absolutely cooked. You have no economy. You need your win streak. At least in the games I play. if I roll this heavy, it's FF if you lose this round. And I think he's probably going to lose this round.
He goes up against level 6 Basso kills. Ooh.
The one thing he has going for him is he does have a lot of collectors. He could get economy back if, for example, let's say his next augment is the 2 duplicators, right? He can just hit it right then, move on, and be okay.
Kalah dia.
Oh, he's going to lose. Damn, that hurts. That really hurts.
Damn.
Yeah, and I get your point. In theory, you can work your way back up, but like,
it's hard. It's
better
hard.
hit now.
I would certainly not bet on it.
No,
you know,
no.
like it's just,
I mean, usually people like the kind of more common thought process. I mean,
Set
you
life
can make some money,
prismatic.
but it's like invested doesn't really do much for you when you're already broke. And
Yeah.
Tiniest Titan doesn't really help. I don't know. This is tough because it's like a prismatic ticket is no because you've already rolled all your gold.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna go Tiniest Titan. But Tiniest Titan with this comp, now I don't even know how you play for a top 3. I feel like with no combat augment as a prismatic.
yeah, it definitely took the risk to roll it down here. If anything, though, he's kind of messing everyone.
Akalinya kos 6 tuh. Hebat tuh Akali kos 6.
Instead of red 6 cost.
Vex-nya kos 3. Wow.
Starry Night.
Starry Night into it. Yep.
Got confused for a second.
Kebak gini ya.
Turns into a victor. That's why the augment's so good.
Does finally find his Violet 3.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he hit it is, like, okay here, but this, I think this is going to be a great experience. I'm with Azael here. I think it's not happening, right? Like, this is not a good spot.
Also, I'm a negative Nancy. I always feel like I'm good. Like, in a spot like this, I'm like, nah, I'm cooked.
Kalau menang dibeli sama dia nih Devin
We'll
ini.
get a learning here, right?
Yeah,
like, we'll learn that, like, no, it's actually not bad, or no, he's just destroyed.
I'm also a little surprised he's not just, like, slamming items, right?
Oh, menang dia.
At this point, you know,
Agak di D-lock.
you have no items on your Draven. Like, you could just slam a GS or something. Because it does feel like, I don't know, at least for me, I would be feeling like I'm in desperation hours.
When we get to the carousel,
Starry
we can
Night.
also see what the other Violet players did.
Yeah.
'Cause, like, clearly he committed to it and he stayed in.
Bug.
But,
Nah,
like,
itu
here's
visual
another
bug
player
anjir.
here, and we can see
Itu dari
looks like he
overlay-nya
has
ini.
about 4 or 6 of them. Looks like 4.
4, that's horrible.
You know,
That's
so
actually
like,
broke.
what's he gonna do with that?
Not much.
So.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because that Mike
Game Baron.
first, right? So who are all the other
Coronation.
players? So on a 7, a loss.
Main apa kau Liluo? Gila, Boso 7 win streak. Uangnya sih mengalir sampai jauh, itu udah level 7 sendiri dia.
You're just playing it for emissary at this point, really.
Yeah, I think he wants to go for the Heimer later
Boso
on.
Mr. 100 bro, masa dia 3 kali main 3 kali juara 1? Don't let him cook dong, don't let him cook.
It's giving nothing.
Komentatornya ada Mordok, ada.
I don't even know why he's playing it then.
Itu suara Mordok tuh yang ketawa tuh, Santa Claus Mordok.
So we see Godlike on the other side with, like 4 Violets here. Went Artifactory here, and now has Ludens and Fishbones. Really interesting combinations of items here.
Fishbone, Luden, Suspicious Trenchcoat.
The right artifacts, but that's such a weird
Luden Stampus sama
combination, and the
Suspicious
units
Trenchcoat
playing,
ya.
I don't know that that's a great spot.
Artifactory is really tough. Like, it is so high risk, high reward. Sometimes you luck out and you get exactly what you want. But we were talking about this as well. Like, I've played that line a lot with Artifactory, and sometimes you also just get doubles or triples of the same item, and they can be unique, and you can't actually, fully itemize one of your units. So.
Okay. Bossa skills, by the way, in first place, 100 health, took Prismatic Pipeline. He's down a Prismatic for another few rounds, but that means he's going to spike up really hard. This is definitely a really good spot for him to be in. Also, he managed to hit a Vi early, so he's got his artifact on the Vi. That Vi is going to be really good. Looking around, though, yeah, there's still too many, I think, Violet 2s out there. Godlike and SCA both playing that. That's looking really rough here. So, yeah.
7 Violets. There are 30 in the pool, so you can hit them a lot easier. The final copies, much easier to find.
Than they were before, for sure. But it still gets hard, right, when the pool gets thin.
Yep.
And especially as it's like, if you don't hit early, I don't know exactly what the math is, but it always feels much harder as people start selling off their 1 cost they were holding early.
Yep.
There's more and more 1 cost in the pool that you don't want, and the ones that you do want are getting taken out. So.
Well, and not to mention the power of reroll comps is that, like, you're ahead of the tempo, right? So if you're hitting too late, then
This guy is playing Game Baron and will lose audition ini nih. Gue yakin banget audition bakal kalah.
That doesn't sound very healthy.
Yeah, that's
a delayed warpath.
Late game warpath.
The path is very long. He's walking along it.
Big journey.
Maybe walking home on that warpath.
Yeah, so you can see here, by the way, the Vi buffs.
Dia main Game Baron tapi ngambil Warpath.
It's interesting, again, playing
Gimana tuh konsepnya tuh? Warpath kan harus win streak ya.
Play this, I'll take it and enjoy these free wins. So
we had 2 Coronation players as well, so there's going to be a lot of big comps.
Yeah, Coronation is such a fun augment because you get that +1 trait, which it always feels good. But then the fact that the crown gives so many good stats, it actually becomes like a really cool item. It's kind of fun.
I think that was Audition who's on the 6-loss streak. He's pretty healthy, and he has 5 Camber. He found Sissoko as well as all the other ones at 7. So he's level 7, naturaled 5 Cambaron on a 6 streak. That was one of the player that I was talking about. Well, he got it in on 2-5, I think. And I was thinking, okay, I don't know if he's going to be able to get a big cash out. If you natural him that fast, you're definitely going to get a fat cash out.
Yeah.
And he's pretty healthy. He's still 60.
And he needs the points too, so that was a great play from him. Instant transition into it.
Yeah, we'll have to peek at Audition's board here soon and see how many stacks he's at, how close he is.
He was at 250, I think, or so, and he has 5 Cambaron and 60 health.
Okay.
He just took a 10 HP loss. So at 5, you get what? Is it 70 stacks, I want to say?
No, not that much. 6 is 70.
60?
7 is 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boso masih 100.
Another Violet player, so we do have 2 Violet 3s in the lobby already.
Oh, kalah Boso akhirnya.
Who was the odd man out? Because there was
Akhirnya Boso kalah.
The third player who didn't hit. Bossa Skills
Main win streaknya pecah, tapi dia udah bahagia, udah dapat prismatic pipeline dia.
Bossa Skills did finally lose the fight there, so does lose his win streak, but again, oh no.
Wow, look at the gold total he has. He has a very high chance of finding Savika.
Kita lihat Audition nih.
265.
Masalahnya lu di level 8 bisa hit apa enggak gitu doang.
Savika, but yeah, definitely not a bad.
Dia main camp baronnya masih jauh, soalnya masih 265. Masih 4 kali kalah.
Yeah. So that's probably been able to preserve some health. That's been kind of the design of Smeech, is that he'll kill a few people, but.
So he needs 500, so he needs 240 stacks.
Gue mau lihat prismatic pipeline-nya Boso dong.
So still needs quite a few losses. He's at 50 health, I believe it was.
Yeah, it's going to be another really close one here.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you like often as you're getting closer to it, you actually have to start winning because you're going to
Sentinel ya?
before you take the cash out.
Oh, Sentinel Academy, Artillery, Visionary.
He finds a LeBlanc. If that LeBlanc had been a Savika,
that would have been hilarious.
But it was not.
No.
To your point, Azael, we did see that where it was really unoptimal. Someone
Kan lu butuh rel ya?
And then one and
Lah,
you mentioned he's missing.
Lu main 6 Sentinel?
Was missing 2. He sold the
Oh, relnya udah ada, dia bintang 2. Gue pikir siapa yang belum ada ya?
Grief his own streak here. Yeah. But he did hit Smeech too.
Oh, si Loris belum ada dia.
Yeah, it's always such a fine balance, right? Like you want to kill as much as you can, but you cannot win, right? Like it's way too early to win, or your game is pretty grief. So, you know, he's not in a bad spot though. Like that's not that bad of a loss. 3-unit loss, and he's 50 gold, 320 stacks now. So, you know, he needs 180. So 3 more losses.
Oh, I think it's 4 more. I think it's 4 more, unfortunately.
Okay.
Do you want to gamble?
Why
it's a bit
not?
too much of a gamble. Oh, he goes for it.
Oh, Caitlyn.
The smiles didn't hit.
Well, I mean, it's basically just now he's playing it as like an eco augment,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
Fun times.
125 dapat Caitlyn. Pasti dia berharap dia dapatnya si
You're gonna get such an injection of power from your
siapa
cash
itu?
out that having the gold to be able to
Sevika.
roll down and hit your units, I don't think is that
Sayang sekali ya.
Yeah,
and if
he
he
did
had
have
hit
the Pandoras right next to it, so I was like, yeah, maybe you could wait for that.
Gigi dah audition dah.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think it's going to be like one of those like.
Iya, Silco lagi rame. Quick striker automata, bro.
I mean, I think what he'll have
Bintang
to do
3 semua tuh, itemnya bagus lagi.
And then he's gonna just spend all his gold and try to win or lose by nothing, right? Like, and hope that you get the cash out there because I don't think you can wait.
Wow.
Got it from Prismatic Pipeline.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that's a good spot to be in. So this Nocturne with the Sniper's Focus is doing a lot of damage. The one thing I'll call out though is he went for Automata, and then he also took the artifact that's going to give the armor and MR here. I don't like that combo. You've already got enough armor and MR from all the Automata that like having a little bunch more doesn't really help that much. So I'm a little worried that this comp kind of falls off and becomes like a 3rd or 4th. Does
Malzahar.
They found a Malzahar, but different player.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, like, well, so the Randuin's sort of makes up for you not hitting 6 though, right?
Yeah.
Di luar pakai meta Sentinel Visionary Artillery sih nggak bakal bisa sih. Udah di nerf sekarang masalah Sentinel tuh.
Yeah.
Audition level 9 belum nemu Smith. Audition udah pasti kalah guys, percaya sama gua. Ini Lilo juga pasti kalah sih. Belum Heimer 2, belum Chorky 2, belum Israel 2. Kalah ini.
I thought there was a happy ending
The
to
one
that.
game sample size.
Not yet.
Definitive. Heimer wins
Heimer
this
won.
game. Heimer is OP. Heimer loses this game. Heimer is garbage, Mort.
I mean,
what you're telling me.
It sounds like a TFT player view, you know. So
I do want to point out this is really fun coming out from the unconventional tank line that you have between the trench coat and the Radiant
Edge of Night.
Yeah, Edge of Night. That can proc 4 times in one round, so it just keeps your backline alive for so
Gila
long.
Jinshe. Jinshe dapat apa? Mau lihat dong Jinshe dong. Jinshe habis kalah menang lagi, jir. Jinshe habis kalah menang lagi, bro. Wow. Bintang 1 Tristana menang melawan bintang 3 Vi.
And that was
Violet.
that was so close to being a perfect loss.
Yeah.
If he gets that 1 unit loss, oh my god.
So that means he's probably going to have to cash out at 400. I don't think you can make it to 500 now.
Yeah, the question is if you, I mean, I guess the other option is you try to roll to 0 and see if you can actually win your boot at 500.
Udah kasih ya kemarin dari diputer.
Yeah. You need 6 wins. Or at least 6 grand.
Ini kan yang syuting di MRT Jakarta nih.
25 and you get
20 for the 20 for the
5 Member, 20 for.
I thought it was 25.
It's 25.
If it was 5 rounds, you can get to that. Yeah, so it's 79 full.
That's
It's on the Silco items. Okay, that makes sense. That put them on the Echo here. I like that. I do like that play here.
Enak anjir. Apa teh
Here has that enforcer Impesa. We've seen him just play this line a few times. It's that.
I mean, he's sitting on the kite. You know, it shouldn't be below the puck. He's
first back.
He's got to sit down. He's got to take a count.
There's a lot of here going like 6 4-star, but you're not that 3-star, but that's a lot.
Mantap bener.
Nothing wasted Silco's not bad for sure.
Terima kasih Asia ya. Ini match kedua, match ketiga ini.
We're gonna get to see what the item is.
Because these are the old items that he's already slammed. So
Audition. Lu mati sih kata gue sih Audition jujur.
Oh, that's the damage amp one, right? That makes the units take more damage when you hit them.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So at least he got an item that Silco can use this time. That's
and he
not
got a
gonna be
Silco
bad.
for Silco 2.
Yep.
He hit the Rennie too. He's level 9, no, he didn't level up. So
Didn't level
he's
yet.
50 gold, so he's just rolling.
He's rolling really deep. Finds the Echo 2. I like that. It feels like Mundo 2 would be the last big upgrade he really needs here.
If you have no items for it though, do you really think it's worth continuing to roll for it?
Buset, Bosos kok nge-heal ya?
I don't think it is. I think you need to push levels.
Bosos main apa sih? Mau liat Bosos dong, jago bener nih orang.
Kind of a giga board to be able to win out.
Yep. Yeah, I mean you have the Silco, the Smeech.
Seza match kedua menang apa kalah? Kayaknya kalah deh tadi di Seza. Lupa gua.
And we'll get a view here of how this fight goes down.
It's such an important round for him.
Yeah, but I do think this will be enough. It feels like the Silco's doing a lot of work and can be enough. That being said, the Nocturne's cranking it out here. Smeech died real quick. Echo died real quick. Nocturne, okay, does get the, there you go. So
that's a sweaty palms moment.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit.
I feel like the Rennie came in clutch just a little bit to get the big stun.
Oh, it
Bosos ini menang mulu, Cing.
Yeah, doesn't have the damage to even go through the 1-star Vi.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine, you know, hitting the Heimer from the position he was in here. We look at LTP here. How's that Malzahar? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, how's the Malzahar here, but it is just a Malzahar 1. Has not been something that's really.
Woi Aryo, thank you 5 giftednya Aryo. Join member sendiri dulu nggak sih yo?
The cloak and the radiant edge of night.
So ini siapa yang mainnya paling unik atau paling bagus menurut lo bang?
Turn this around, but would need that.
And it's kind of interesting because he's on the pair of Malzahar.
Susah ya, paling unik tuh kategori unik apa ya? Mainnya out of meta sih gak ada sih, masih pada meta semua sih.
I'm curious which one he took. I've found the like Dragon Soul one that actually is really strong on Malz. He can kind of bounce it around and proc it on a lot of different units, but I mean, he is pretty broke, so it's like you are kind of praying for a Malz to at 8. Like, I don't really
Yeah,
push levels.
this is a Mal's bailout as opposed to like a skillful, you know, planned around my comp and everything.
And he's also trying to find the Mbessa, never found it as well.
Lila also went 9, so now he's rolling.
Tadi ada trailer game bola bagus di Game Award ya yang kayak kartun gitu kan. Nah, welcome back Aryo, welcome back to the Finishing Silver. Terima kasih, terima kasih. Ini LTP mau main apa sih?
Weird items. You have the Gangplank with a
What you want?
Goes up against Bossa Skills, who has that level 9 Enforcer board again.
Oh, ini Bosso, no Enforcer.
But Vi into the back line.
Does get the Twisted Fate down,
Oops.
but unfortunately the Vi in particular. And so LTP might be looking to go 8th place here. SZA also. SZA was one of our Violet players, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So
that's rough because LTP actually had, I think it was like 11 points or something like that. So he was kind of in that mid-range where, you know, a decent placement and you probably do advance. But now in a really, really tough spot. Addition here as well, trying to hang on. Did lose the last round.
Masih kepada Motherboard yang sudah bantu merapikan Discord dan pengen fishing itu, ya itu kerjanya Allen ya.
Has been able to upgrade the board, but now deciding where he wants to move these items around to.
yeah, it's pretty interesting. They moved the Shimmer Vial to.
Wow, Bosso udah level 9 loh, by the way.
That kind of makes sense, but. Also, Addition only with 4 points, so even if he gets first, he's probably out. So kind of playing spoiler here, kind of knocking people out.
Cambaron is fun to play, so, you know, you can also just play to have some fun.
I mean, the thing is, the more points that someone like Audition gets, the better it is for someone like, for example, Mikhail, who needs the, you know, the
Satu fight melawan 3 fight. Kalah, bro.
It looks like Audition is out.
Toast.
Yep.
Audition is out.
Losing to Heimer 1.
SZA is out.
Didn't find Heimer 2. That's
LTP is out.
Okay. It's like uncontested Heimer, 70 gold roll down on 9. Finally hits Heimer 2 now.
At least he smiles.
Good attitude about it.
At least he smiles.
Yeah. That's tough. It's definitely not the tournament that you'd be hoping for, but it's going to be out. Lila here at 8 points, so does need to finish quite.
Mana ini main Marvel, sering network issue nggak di game ya? Gue cuma main Marvel sekali doang sih nyobain dan smooth sih. Yuk, nggak ada masalah. Bosso udah pasti menang nih, udah pasti lolos nih. Gak juara satu lagi sih.
Yeah, I feel like if you're looking at this board for a Heimer board, you're sort of going, this feels like kind of the cap of what it can be. You have the 6 Sentinel, 5 Academy, great items on everything. So it's like if this board couldn't perform, that would be sort of a sign that like Heimerdinger is pretty bad.
So you're not fired.
Oh, wow. I mean, you know.
Oh, wow.
That being said, it turned out fine.
Like I said, not fired.
Yeah. We're good. He's only looking for the rumble at this point, so.
For those at home, you know, might be a little sweaty right now.
Where it's like, please God, win this Heimer.
Oh, look at that artifact Mel. That's going to be so fun to see. Triple non-unique item Mel right there from Godlike.
Let's see here. You're saying Godlike Mel with, RF, okay, interesting. The Ludens, I don't like the Ludens here, but the other two I think are actually great. RFC is going to keep her safe.
Black
you get the shred. Yeah, that's really solid.
How does the burst work? That's one instance of damage, right?
Yeah, the third cast. The third cast can do some damage for sure here.
Bagus banget stage-nya kayak meja rapat peel-over. Ya bener, nggak salah. Bener.
Really fun to watch. Yeah, I don't know if it's broken, but it's fun to
Ya,
watch where it's just like the missiles.
Melnya ada RFC, Luden, sama Banshee's Veil.
When it goes into the backline, it's like true damage.
Bukan Banshee's Veil, itu apa ya? Lupa gua. Tadi bener Banshe's Veil yang ngasih Shred Sunder ya. Kita lihat apakah melee bisa bekerja.
Struggled to really get much value from Taliesin and Ascension this set.
Yeah, it's really hard to make work this set. Unfortunately, the missiles don't go towards the
Damn, too strong.
To pop here.
Want to see the Mel blast?
Oh, it just dashed away.
Wah, strong banget itu melee.
He's gonna be able to take him down. Mel barely surviving, but more importantly, it feels like the Corki.
Bosso. Bosso udah mau mati.
The Corki getting away was big here. And then that's also more Mel casts, so Mel probably is going to make it to the 12 casts, getting that last stand. And so do have to call out poor Bosso Skills. You know, we had an Enforcer game where he did well. This one not really working out. He's possibly about to go 5th place here. Has that Twisted Fate 3, you know, we talked about before, but I don't know that Twisted Fate 3 is really carrying the vibe. Like, it looks like a solid board here.
Yeah, he was missing the Caitlyn, and also the Mbessa was very heavily contested, so his emblem didn't really pull that much power for him.
How do you guys feel about these items on TF?
Tuh kan, lihat kan, 6 Enforcer jelek kan? Harus 8 Enforcer baru bagus. Bozo main 6 Enforcer kalah, cu.
The lack of mana generation here, I think, is really rough.
Like, you need to get an Enforcer proc, like, right off the bat, it feels like.
Yeah.
And here it is. Automata 6.
But yeah, so now Nocturne on the back line. Gets the stun here. The
Told you.
though, just not gonna be
it's gay.
This is probably
Bye, Bozo.
place for him. Not
2 HP.
by 1. Okay. That being said, I mean, he's already got first.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal either way. But yeah, no, I agree with you here. Without something, whether it be like a Nashor's or a Shojin or something to generate mana here, I think this Twisted Fate's just not gonna cut it.
Yeah.
Maybe something pops out of the dragon though.
Yeah, it's possible.
It's
and then
true.
you could move some of the AP over to the Rumble, and you could try to fix it that way. Because obviously you have another great AP itemization holder. But yeah, I've definitely struggled when I've played TF boards without.
Enforcer lumayan nerfnya. Oh, Enforcer gak di nerf.
Speaking of which, by the way,
Enforcer justru di buff.
9 win streak with Artifactory.
Cuma harus Enforcer 8.
Becoming sort of like a challenger favorite. So.
Atau lo harus bintang 3 semua itu. Wah anjir, beta 73 gold banyak banget.
Everything into an artifact. Not every item has to be an artifact, right? Like if you have valuable items like the Edge of Night, like the IE, like the I can always forget the double MR item. Dragonclaw, exactly, right? Like when you have powerful itemization, you don't need to necessarily have that. Another one that I think can be good is like holding Shred or
red
holding
buff.
Red buff, exactly. But obviously he doesn't need to.
Oh, bagus tuh.
He has it from the Black Cleaver. But I do
Corkinya.
often see people kind of overcommit into that, where they make too many artifacts.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. We're gonna get this matchup here, Godlike versus Bossa Skills. Unfortunately, didn't.
Nah, 8 Enforcer nih. Kita lihat apakah ngaruh atau enggak 8 Enforcer. Rasanya dia tanknya kurang sih, gue lihat ya. Bye, Boso.
Taking everything out, and so Bossa Skills does get 5th, but again, enough points to move on. So he's not going to be too
himself
upset.
with the 2 first.
Yeah.
He's locked in. You could see it in the stare at the camera there.
Yeah.
I like to see when players do that. That was a really fun fight to watch, though. All of the backline carries moving and trading positions.
Sebenarnya pakai latest patch, iya. Gigi Bang Beku. Dia kalau dilihat mirip sama Aaron ya, sama Mind Freak ya, mukanya ya.
Also,
Victor. Yeah, found the Victor with the red buff. This is gonna be Godlike.
TF mantap sama Corky Fishbone. Iya, Corky Fishbone bagus itu. Sama kayak waktu gue main Ezreal Fishbone, bagus banget itu Fishbone buat artileri.
Yeah, unfortunately this is probably it for Michael.
And Lila is at 8 points, so he needs a high finish here. They are in the top 4. He should be able to take down Michael's board.
Wah, DS2 sakit sih. DS2 menang sih. Kok nih orang main Sentinel Academy Visionary Artillery Rebel masih bagus ya.
Yeah, so he'll be able to move on, which is huge.
Yeah, very big. After, obviously, you'd be pretty nervous after he went 8th in game 2.
Yeah.
That was a big comeback, though, for Michael. It feels like actually giving himself a chance to claw back in.
I mean, the fact that you went 8th and then 5th and then 4th, at least you were improving, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to like 888 or anything like that.
That Chem Baron game is gonna haunt him, though.
Yeah.
Taruh Michael mati tapi udah nggak bisa lolos dia. 854. Nggak lolos nih rata-ratanya. Jelek. Jadi buat kalian yang bingung, ini tuh masih kayak group stage gitu loh. Dimana tiap 8 ini main 3 kali semua. Terus posisi mereka di average-in. Top 4 lolos, top bottom 4 eliminated. Jadi yang udah guarantee lolos itu baru si Boso, yang gue tahu, sisanya gue belum tahu sih. Si Michael udah pasti mati dia, nggak lolos langsung.
Lila looking like he should be able to take this with one more rocket.
Woo.
Heimer's still alive.
Heimer's still applied.
More, you're getting close to a promotion at this point.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so it feels like, we have this Artifactory Emissary board that's going to be really good. We've got the Academy Sentinel board that are looking really strong. And then, unfortunately, Jinchi hasn't found a 6 cost like everything else. Didn't really have the gold.
Mau garanti 3 tuh Godek.
And so it's kind of stuck with that Violet 3. So it feels like he's the one falling off here. Did lose his last round as well, which meant he lost to a Ghost. So
kind of feels like the weakest in the lobby right now.
How many points does he have? So Lilo's at 8, so guaranteed.
Mel kayak Kaisa set 11, ya skillnya mirip.
I think had enough points probably to.
Ada hoki-hokian nggak bang di turnik kayak gini? Ya ada dong. Namanya game RNG mah pasti ada faktor hoki.
He should be through as well then. That's going to be 14
this might be
plus.
our top 4.
So our top 4 is these 3 plus Basso skills,
That
unless
might be it.
there's something I'm kind of missing.
Yeah. By the way, one thing to note is that the health totals right now, we're probably going to make it to 7-1. So this is where, again, what I would be doing is knowing that the 6 cost inflation happens at stage 7.
Save your gold.
Save your gold. Like, do not roll down till 7-1. And then that's where you might actually hit a 2-star 6 cost if you roll it down the right way. So certainly if I was Lilu, that's what I'd be doing.
Waiting for that Victor 2 to come out. I think Lilu does have the higher hand at this point. It seems he needs lucky fishbones to get that back line. He can't take the Sentinel head on.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. You have the Jinx 2, but a no-item Jinx 2 just really isn't going to contribute that much.
Jinsha picked up a Victor, though.
He's got a Victor, but what do you take out for it? I think you take out the Echo, what I would do here.
Do you not think it's worth swapping the Draven items over to the Jinx at this point?
I do if you have a remover. I'm assuming he maybe doesn't have a remover, but I certainly would do that.
Because to me, I feel like it's definitely going to outpace it in the game.
Certainly. I'm just assuming maybe he doesn't have a remover, but again, Godlike with this Artifactory build has just been doing amazing things. Oh, the Corki ult goes right for the Draven and the Powder. Oh, Fishbones.
Oh, look at how much gold he's getting.
Gila, goldnya banyak banget.
Holy cow.
What is that?
So that was Jinshi hit a Savika jackpot, but unfortunately doesn't get to enjoy the spoils as he gets immediately knocked out.
With the gold.
How much gold was that? That was
That's
like
like
50,
15 or something, or 20?
It's a large amount of gold.
Wow.
That was crazy.
Okay, so like I said, now we're heading into 7-1. And so it's like, take a look at the gold here.
100 gold, by
This
the
is 100 gold.
Set 100 gold.
Might be a chance for you
Ngeri
to
banget.
start 6 costs.
Yeah.
It's time.
Do you think it's worth going 10, or do you just save all your gold to roll?
I think you
the odds
definitely
are good enough.
The thing is, you also get the bonus at 10.
That's what I was gonna say.
So it might be worth it.
Because the bonus at 10 is pretty large.
It's big. And you can see
the updated rates.
they did it. They saved their gold
He's
here.
120 gold.
Oh, he's leveling.
Level 10.
Times 5.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
it's massive.
So Lila went level 10, but he has like very little gold.
Victor?
They both went 10.
That's 1 Victor.
But there's 40 gold still for
got
Godlike.
40
Godlike's
gold.
got to roll.
Gotta go
Got 10
faster,
seconds,
Godlike.
brother.
He's been playing
Press
for
D.
10 sets.
There's a
There's
Warwick.
Warwick.
Ooh, LeBlanc 2.
LeBlanc 2's big.
That was not
By the way,
fast enough.
this feels like a typical like China comfortable lobby. Like everyone's got a little bit of health. They're greeting for these really high cap boards here. We're gonna see a few rounds because we know Godlike's Mel has already procced the last stand. He's done the 12 casts. So this is gonna take a little bit.
I wonder if he will tech in the Warwick at some point, or did he sell it already?
I think he sold it.
No.
Yeah,
Because
so
he has to get the backline somehow, and maybe that's an offhand win condition.
all right, so Lilu lost that one. Lilu is not the player with the
There's another Mel.
There's also a Corki 3 out.
Saya mendengar Anda bermain saham. Enggak, perasaan lu aja itu.
Unfortunately, probably not enough. They're still rolling a bunch.
Oh, Mel 2.
Mel 2?
See, like I said,
Wow.
he played to it and does hit the Mel 2 here.
Mel 2?
I have to imagine that seals the deal here. Godlike playing to that, and that's going to make him incredibly
Otherwise, you could be in danger.
Mel 2 GG, bos.
I mean, look, if Mel 2 loses here,
what would you do?
I'll have some words.
Your fate is just shifting back and forth.
Watch
Stakes
Mel
may be high
2
for the players,
lose
but
to
they're higher for
Heimer
more
2.
dog.
There's no way it loses to a Heimerdinger of all, you know. So
You got to root for the Mel.
I'm pretty comfortable.
It's absolutely stomping. Yeah, it's absolutely stomping. It's not-
Whoa,
That's
crazy. And there we go. Godlike wins it. Level 10, Mel 2 plays the Artifactory and takes
Gila, Mel 2 anjir.
to first place. And I think
Mel 2 udah kayak 5-star cost 3 kali.
Really well played from him, and yeah, it should be our top 3 from this game plus Basso skills. Should be the top 4 that are going to be moving on. So a lot
GG's
of the big
Godlike.
favorites, are surviving in this lobby. But as we know from Vegas last year, that's not always the case, and sometimes the big players start dropping out fast and furious.
Did you see the big smile on his face too?
Yeah.
He's like, wow. 2-star 6 costs. Like, I'm thriving.
I mean, what a cool way to do it, right? You're getting to do it. You know, there's so much support, you know, from the crowd here in.
Oh ya, ajak ngobrol kali si Bosos. Kasian amat dia diem doang.
Streamer.
I could hear the crowd cheer for it.
Yeah, he's always been one of those players that everyone knows is good, but hasn't done that much in the TOC. He's been out of it for 6 different sets, and now he finally comes back. If he can make a big name for himself here for CN, I think his stream numbers are going to go even higher.
I mean, being able to save that 120 gold, and that's why I said, knowing that
Ini individu ya? Iya dong, individu dong.
really lean into that.
TFT kan nggak ada tim turnamen nih.
That being said, I think he was
Harusnya dibikin tahu turnamen ini yang double up. Ada sectionnya juga gitu, ada yang solo, ada yang double up. Seru dah kalau ada double up.
Right now, I think a lot of people think is very weak. Taking that to a nice second place there, so that's going to feel pretty good.
I mean, it's kind of the power.
Ada yang tim, oh iya.
Right? We talked about that a little bit. You know, we have
ada yang turnamennya.
Players in this lobby at times playing.
Introvert pas lagi turnya adalah Boso.
Difficult. If you just push levels and play an uncontested line, sometimes it's a lot safer of a way. You know, maybe you're not going to be able to actually cap out and get first, but hey, top couple placements are definitely within striking distance.
I also really like his augment choice because he knew he had to cap out on with the 5 Academy as well, so he got the tactician's.
Kayaknya di sini yang main si ini deh.
Entire front line, the Rumble 2 coming in was really nice for him. So good to see that Sentinel comp, which is my favorite comp.
Dan kemarin ada kok Soju main tim turnamen apa fun play?
I was like, Heimer Sentinels, I think it works. It just needs the right conditions for it.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is the academy there. And by the way, we get a view of Toast here playing with some of the OTK people watching.
Yeah, Sakuno and Ariasaki there. You can see Scar over on the
Ada
right
Sky
side,
Kuno tuh.
watching and seeing how Toast does do.
Toast is at Weijin Iverson's table though, so that's gonna be a
That is
tough.
scary.
That is unlucky.
Yeah, that's a tough table. That's so cool to see though, and we're starting to, like I said. So.
Ada
All right,
Saikuno.
well, we do have a winner interview on stage with Candice, so let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。那我们今天呢是邀请到了2位选手来到我们的赛后采访，一位呢是神超 Godlike， 一位是 Boss Skill。We are joined by the 2 players. The one is Godlike and the one is Boss Skill. So please say hi and also introduce yourself to the audience. 那能不能跟大家先打声招呼呢？
大家好，我是神超。
Okay. Could you say hello to the audience too?
Hi, I'm Boss of Skills.
Okay, welcome you too. 那同样的，现场的观众非常的热情，想问一问2位。其实刚刚我们的 Boss of Skills 也是在第1、第2
Boso sih awkward banget anjir.
所以想问问他的感受。
Hi, I'm Boss of Skills.
So how does it feel to win back to back at the very first and second game on stage?
Well, it feels very good. Obviously, to start off the event, you're not really sure how good you are, how prepared you
Gue
are.
kira
whether
Henry
your
Cavill,
ideas are gonna
anjir.
be correct. So to
Buff
win
lagi
kind
dia.
of in front of everybody and prove to myself that I kind of have the right idea is a great way to do it.
我觉得能够在舞台上能够连拿2次登顶是非常棒的一种感受，因为在这个打比赛之前呢，你是不知道你自己是不是对于版本理解正确，准备的是不是很好。那同样的，能够在大家面前证明自己，连续拿到2次登顶是很好的一种信心的增加。那接下来想问问神超，同样的刚刚在第3局也是登顶了，所以刚刚感受怎么样？在舞台上打比赛会不会紧张一点呢？
我觉得线下比赛还是有一点紧张的。然后登顶的话，我其实最后一把因为自己的分数有领先，所以我预计给自己前4就行了。不过没想到这么顺，就成功登顶吧，也是玩得比较开心。
And also, I'm not very nervous play on the stage because I got some points in game 1 and game 2, so it's not very dangerous for me for the game 3. If I can secure the top 4, I'm also going to knock out for the next round. So it's okay for me to play on the stage. 那接下来下一个问题，他们2个人其实都有使用到外交官阵容，一位是在第2局比赛中，一位是在第3局比赛当中使用到了外交官阵容，所以想问一下他们2位，他们觉得这个外交官阵容在目前的版本当中是强度如何 ？So both of you played the emissary board in the first round. How would you like to rate this emissary board in the current meta?
So I think the emissary board is very strong. In preparation for the tournament, my friends sort of asked the Chinese players what they kind of thought was strong, and a lot of them thought that
ternyata
emissary was the best board.
bracket lobbynya banyak banget, gue baru lihat, cok.
And I think it is very strong and will continue to do very well for the rest of the tournament.
他说：“我觉得其实外交官体系在整个系列赛的版本当中是非常强的。他有一个朋友跟中国的选手也是关系非常的亲密，同样的也问到了中国选手们对于外交官体系的意见。那他们很多的选手都同意说，外交官飞机现在目前版本来说应该是强度非常高的，所以他之后也会比较确信像这样的一个外交官的体系的强度。那同样的想问超哥，你觉得外交官体系怎么样呢？”
我觉得这个版本首先是物理
Di round 1 itu ada 512 player, guys.
外交飞机的话，我觉得是以后整个
512 player anjing.
前面的话可能偏稳妥一点，就是打运营阵容嘛。运营阵容的话，外交确实就是一个非常好百搭的一个阵容。
I think the emissary board is very strong because the 80 item is really good for the openers, and also the emissary is very flexible for all the boards. So I think this
ada 32 station.
Last question, I want to ask both of them.
Ada 32 station. Satu station isi 8 orang satu match. Berarti 8 dikali 32.
Oh, so what's your personal goal for this tournament?
To win, of course.
我就是过来拿冠军的，那你呢
？2 kali 8. 256.
Hopefully I can get out of first day and see you guys tomorrow. OK， 那我们再次感谢2位来到我们的赛后采访席。那同样的，我们赛后采访呢到此先告一段落了，拜拜。
Bilang gede banget dah.
So awesome to hear from both Basso Skills and Godlike in terms of how they view the meta right now. They both, of course, want to win the tournament, but gave some really good insight on their games.
I just like what's your goal for the tournament? To win, obviously. Like, let's go. Let's do it.
Also, shout out to Candace. She's a beast. Like, being able to remember all of that and translate it perfectly, especially like the lingo that's used for games is not standard words. Like, it's always slang and everything.
Wait, I'm lying.
She's in League, she's doing it at TFT.
Fuck, enggak, beneran. Beneran, guys. Ronde 1 hari ini ada 512 player main. Ronde 2 256, ronde 3 128, ronde 4 64, ronde 5 32, ronde 6 16, finalnya 8 orang terakhir. Anjing. Turnamen apa 512 player, cok?
So I love Basso Skills being able to call that out as well to be able to see
Jesus.
where those boards can go. But that's going to do it
32
here
itu
for
cuma
our
di
very first
hit 1, hit 2-nya ada 30.
We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the second set of games.
Oke. Okay. 512 player, bro. Ini yang ditampilin di sini tuh random nih. Ini yang ditampilin di tampilan ininya random, yang di highlight siapa. Gila. Banyak banget, anjay. Babak berapa besar? Ini masih babak 1. Babak 1 masih ini 512 besar. That is insane, bro. TFT sih gila sih. Hey, Kamaru Yuki, welcome back to Definition Silver. 512 orang di babak 1. Kalian mau lihat gak ininya? Nih ya, kalian mau lihat bracketnya? Gua kasih lihat.
Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ada standing tuh. Boso ranking 18 loh. Berarti di bracket lain ada yang udah main ranking 1 terus anjir. Cina banyak banget, bangsat. Lah, kok nggak mau? Di shop ranking 38, di shop udah main 19. Oh, berarti kalau misalnya kita ke Twitch terus kayak gini nih. Ada Emily. Ada kayak Soju. Ini mereka lagi main juga nih Soju nih. Nah, mereka habis main juga tadi. Standingnya Soju berapa nih? Nah, nih kalian lihat nih. Bracket round 1, 512 orang. Oh, poin. 1 juara 8, 2, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Leaderboard. Agak lemot nih. Ya ampun. Hari-hari time outing. Ada Lily sama Yvonne. Ada Sydney juga. Ada box-box. Box-box lagi ngeplok, ada Saikuno. Chibi Porceleni Relina. Yang tadi disiapin PC berarti lagi turni. Iya, makanya banyak banget PC-nya anjir.
Hi everyone, I'm Panda, joined by my homie Alan ZQ, EMEA fan favorite. Alan, you're playing in the next heat. What's going through your mind? Are you nervous? Do you have pressure?
Listen, I came in confident, but I'm looking at the players, I'm looking at the lines, and man, yeah, it's gonna be shaky.
What's your general meta read? Is there any secret comp, secret tech you're hoping to bring out?
Oh, I'm pressing a lot of D button today. I'll be bringing some special
Yang website Chinese gak lemot.
tech sauce called
Website Chinese apa, bro?
And are there any players in your lobby you're scared of? Any players that you hope, you know, you're sad to see them in your lobby?
I'm one of the competitors I've seen at the EWC, which is Cass, and we have the Emily Wang. Like, who wouldn't be scared to get wanged?
Emily Wang, always a wild card, especially in a tournament like this where anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not someone you want to go easy on.
Coach To sudah masuk turni. Coach Devin kapan? Kapan-kapan? Wikipedia.
Hello and welcome back here at the TFT Macau Open. I can't believe we've already had 3 games, but you guys, you were right in the action. As we can see, Panda, a little bit of your homework. I'm here with, of course, Impatches Panda, Azael, and Gangly. And Gangly, you were out on the field as well.
Oh yeah. I was out on the floor all morning long, you know, kind of scouring. I loved how Azael talked about at the top of the show, how this weekend, we're the real winners. Because we get to see all the
Yang di Cina banyak banget, Jing.
The event, and we get to actually use it to win some LP.
They do the homework, we copy on the test.
That's right.
Exactly.
So this morning I was able to talk to a bunch of players. I even got to talk to some of the players who made it out of their first pool to kind of see what that experience was like.
That's really awesome. I'm so glad to see all of the cool stuff. But Azael, you were here on the sofa. You were already getting a glimpse of some of the greatness of our players. America's looking mighty strong, maybe?
Basso Skills did really, really well. It went back-to-back firsts and was pretty much guaranteed to go through right off of that. We saw all kind of the big favorites did go through. Lila Godlike went through as well with him. And, you know, it was a lot of kind of interesting lines. You know, Basso Skills was playing heavily towards Enforcer. And Enforcer spats, you know, both the first 2 games, able to get first playing this like Enforcer and Bessa line. We saw, you know, Emissary Corky really popular as expected. We saw a game with a 2-star Mel just decided there, like level 10, stage 7. So we got a little bit of everything.
Basso Skills is
icon homepage sebelah kanan.
Who, despite being so well respected by much of the high elo community, hasn't really seen that consistent tournament result. And so to see him here on the big stage, making it all the way, dominating those first 2 games, it is a great day for a Basso Skills fan.
Well, it's a great day to be a fan of many of our players. So let's have a look at yet another interview that you did out there, Gangly. I believe we have Wet Jungler.
Ooh.
How's it going, everybody? Gangly here at the TFT Macau Open. I'm standing with Wet Jungler, who just finished up your first 3 games, your first wave of the day. Talk to me about how the games went.
The games went
Kalau bisa bahasa Cina nih, bos.
I haven't practiced much on this patch, but I think it's a very good patch for me, and yeah, the games are very good for me.
Yeah, really, pretty good. I mean, good enough to make it through, right? You've advanced on to the next round. Talk to me a little bit. We're playing on a brand new patch. Most players traveling in haven't gotten to practice. You said yourself, haven't really gotten to prep too much. Do you feel like the fact that everybody has less practice gives you an advantage, or are you someone who really wants to study a patch before playing?
Usually I want to study the patch before playing, but right now I feel pretty good at this patch, so maybe it's an advantage for me right now, yes.
All right, so you have the next round coming up later on today. What are your expectations going into the event? How far do you actually want to make it?
I want to make it to day 3 for sure, but making it day 2 would be very fine for me as well.
All right, any last words before we let you go? Get ready for your second round of the day.
Thanks for cheering for me, and hope you can see me in day 3.
All right, good luck, Wet Jungler, and hope you guys enjoy the rest of TFT Macau Open.
Well, we of course also hope to see him in day 3, Panda. You know, a little bit of EMEA bias coming through, but I think with as few players of EMEA being here, we will really need to punch above our weights, no?
Kebalik itu maka opennya, Deng.
Over quantity. Yep. Everyone that made the journey all the way. Everyone who made it all the way to Macau.
Soju juga time out
If
tuh.
they're making the journey, it's for a reason. I think they know they're coming in as, you know, favorites from
Soju
EMEA.
juga.
It's a very hard tournament. I think we've all seen and mentioned it already.
Ini tuh.
Vegas, I think the level of play, the base level has increased even more.
Time out juga, bro. Soju, bro.
Finishes at the very, very bottom is still a really, really top tier challenger player.
I mean, people meme on getting day 1, but there's 512 players, 64 make it to day 2. Right, so almost everyone is getting day 1, right? Like, of course, you know, there's a difference between going out in round 1 and going out in round 3. But you know, it is incredibly difficult to advance, like you say. Like, people who are going to go dead last in their lobby are going to be high challenger players.
Yep.
That's just the level of competition.
It's really unique because in many tournaments that you compete in, especially open bracket grassroots events like this, oftentimes you see the lower end of the spectrum of play is much lower. But to have every single tournament pass sold out during the challenger-only selling phase means that the worst players here are some of the best players in the world. And it's very rare to see something like that. I saw many players, you know, I was watching a lot of the Americas players, and there were many of them that did go out in the first lobby. The reality is, though, that actually might be expected. You might be one of the best players from your region and still not be expected to make it out of your first wave of pools.
Yeah, I think it's just the nature of the Open, but that's also what makes it so great, right? Last year at the Vegas Open, we saw some players show up that hadn't really had that name to themselves. And even Malala, who took the win, a player that people knew but didn't think was going to have it all to take away a competition as competitive as the Open. So I think we're ready for some great surprises.
And that kick-started after that, you know, a crazy
Soju game 1 too soon ya. Gua nggak berharap sama Soju mah.
Where whoever wins, whoever does really well can have that
Gak banyak berharap gua sama Soju, guys.
Dominate the entire rest of the set as well.
We talk about how in TFT this mantra of it only takes one. It only takes one player to put your region on the map. But I think another one to look at is it only takes one tournament to change your reputation. Malala, before the Vegas Open, was known by many North Americans as the guy who makes it to the end but can never close it out. And with one tournament, Malala erased that narrative from history and is now, I mean, the most legendary run we've ever seen in TFT history. And we may never see a set as dominant as we saw in set 10 with Malala. I mean, it really, you have an opportunity at this event to completely change your
Pengen pesan makanan nih sambil makan nih, enak ya.
Malala's run and also title winning to championships is like, there is an inherent element of randomness in the game, like you're delusional if you won't admit that, but it clearly shows that you can hit a level of consistency and like a level of skill that, you know, you can kind of overcome that, right? And you can be so consistent to be able to win event after event after event, which I think is one of the things that can be so amazing about it.
I have a theory. I want to hear you guys respond to this real quick. I actually feel like there's an argument that playing on LAN is less random because there are so many factors that people oftentimes will get tripped up by, not being comfortable. If you can play more like yourself, I actually feel like that's a tangible edge on the field.
So I actually fully agree. Like I played a lot of LANs myself back in the day and stuff, and I always felt like a lot of players who were incredible online were way worse in live
online
events.
warriors, right?
And people would always be like, "Oh, how do you play so much better on LAN?" And I'm like, I feel like I'm playing the same, and everyone else is playing worse. So it is definitely true that if you're someone who's not affected by the nerves and not bothered by your situation changing, then I agree. I think you can be kind of more consistent because some players are going to struggle.
Well, let's take a look at our highlights from the last game because we did have a bunch of great moments in there. So I personally always love to see how the players react to themselves, if they're comfortable or not. I think that's something you can often tell. Basel looked so calm and collected up there.
Yeah, and Michael, by comparison, obviously was looking devastated. I don't know if you guys got to watch these games or if you were mostly just kind of doing your interviews.
A little bit, yeah.
But like game one, he did get to a 500 cash out and then went 8th, even with that. So it was like pretty devastating start.
Soju tadi,
really
aduh standingnya nggak bisa gue lihat lagi
only a 5th in his second game. So like you could even see like he literally did the reaction. He's like, yeah, like I'm out.
Soju tadi emang hit 1 ya, bukannya hit 2 dia ya?
It's fine, but he was in a position where he thought in his mind already by the time he cashed out, I'm going first, maybe second if someone really high rolls. And the moment the 8th came through and he saw he lost, he almost couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating. And that's the risk you run when you do play these Canberra comps, right? Like he didn't get the cash out that he would have wanted, he didn't get the exact items that he would have wanted, and then he ran into a super strong
Come on, buddy.
We also got some
website broken ini.
Encounter with all
Wikipedia lagi deh, gue mau ngeliat standingnya anjir.
Triple contested Violet reroll with artifacts. People were somewhat trying to like bail out of it and stuff, but it's interesting seeing like how much the encounters really were warping these lobbies.
I actually, when I was on the floor, I was watching Milk play.
K3 Soju.
I saw something pretty similar where there was a lot of contested family on stage.
Ranking 2 dia.
And what I've noticed is with this patch and Emissary becoming much more popular as that sort of flex play on level 8, there are a lot of these players who on stage
ranking 2 dia
are scouting around and saying, hey, I have a good family opener, but is it good enough to force everybody off of it? Or am I just going to slam these bruiser items and then maybe play things like the Mbessa? You can play the Vi as well. There's a lot of different ways you can bail yourself out, but there are certain decisions you have to make that don't lock you into family reroll.
And yeah, family paths really well into Emissary, and Emissary is so nice now. Like over the last couple days since the patch, I've kind of just been spamming it to get comfortable with that line, and you can slam basically any AD line. Like
UFC-nya dapat poin 2. Ini dia posisi 2, cuy. Mungkin ada poin, ada posisi. Kalau poin, dia poinnya 7. Kalau rank, dia ranknya 2. Rank 2 Soju nih. Ini nggak mungkin salah. Kyun, ranking 2 juga Kyun. Yang gue mau lihat, oh Emily hit 2. Box yang gue mau lihat.
The AP lines being all so similar and like using that Shojin, I think when I have the chance to build a Shojin, I just build it and then pick one. An Emissary, yet another one we saw out there with the 4 Emissaries from Basso with LeBlanc as a final carry, which obviously did
nggak ada box sih? Oh, box berarti ronde 2.
You could slam any AP item stage 2 and know there's 5 different paths. Most of them
bukan ronde 2, dia hit 2.
There's one through line.
Ini hit 2 belum main dia.
But as you're saying, Azil, I think the fact that now you can slam
placement, iya dia placement ranking 2.
Line, it makes the early game especially so much better. There's so many times last patch where I had a Darius 2, a Violet 2. I wanted to slam Titans, Sterax, BT, and then I was thinking, what do I play in stage 4? Can I play Mbessa?
Toast main nggak
Really,
Toast?
maybe can I play Vi, whereas now you have those paths open and it makes flex plays.
Anjing, Toast ranking 1, cok.
There's so many early units if you can get an early upgrade.
Toast juara 1, bro.
And you don't even have to commit to the reroll, right?
Gokil. Bang Toast.
I always am so pessimistic that I'm
Bang Toast ranking 1, gokil Bang Toast.
If I play reroll, so like
that's why you're missing.
I never want to play those lines. So like,
Panutan
you
Adera.
can just take an early Nocturne too and slam items or an early
Bang Roti Panggang.
or whatever, and just play that for tempo and push levels and stuff. And I think it can work really well too.
Can I just say, you and I are truly the opposite sides of the same exact coin, because I play reroll
bisa
because
terus
I
rank
know
1?
I will
Nggak tahu
never
juga
hit on my
kaget.
level 8 roll down.
Tapi ini ronde 1 ya, ronde 2.
That's what I
Kan mereka main 3 game harusnya ya.
Level 8 comps and forecast flex is there's more outs it feels like.
No, you just don't believe enough when you reroll.
Harusnya ini poinnya belum ke-update nih. Nah, ini yang valid, guys. Oke, ini yang valid.
You have to manifest it for yourself.
That's right. That's right.
See, there is
Toast.
a part of TFT that is
This guy's
very much
toast.
also
Yeah,
a mental
this
game.
guy's
So
toast.
if you go into a reroll
This
comp
guy's
and your
toast, yes,
approach
yeah.
is, oh, I'm going to miss. Yes.
I've been doing it for years. It's been working out great.
Iya, nggak jadi, guys.
All right, but to be honest though,
Nih, lebih valid yang ini, guys. Coba sekarang Soju.
We're joking about it, but it calls back to Malala at TVO. I remember
Mana
after
Soju?
this legendary run, I sat down with Malala.
Soju, ya. Oh, berarti yang valid yang Cina berarti bener ini. Ini poin kok. 2-2 ya.
I spent a lot of time not
Di-shop.
understanding what my edge was. And then after I won the Tactician's Crown,
Oh, di shop lolos anjir.
I realized
Di shop dapet juara 1 sama juara 4, juara 3-nya gue nggak tahu nih.
when everybody else was worried. And I think the mental, the being able to have
Kok yang game 3-nya belum di-update ya?
being under pressure, being under nerves, and still playing the most like yourself is the edge that most will find this weekend.
I do want to add, there's a second part to the answer. I think it was something about playing a single song on repeat
Yes.
for the entirety of the tournament.
That's true.
I mean, I just think at the end of the day, TFT is essentially like a math problem, right? Like you're just trying to play whatever is going to give you the highest odds to win. And to your guys' point, it's like you need to have confidence in that, no matter what line that
Aneh
is
kalau
showing
Toast
you,
rank
right?
1 jarang main TFT, dia lebih sering lol.
If you don't hit, too bad. That's
Nah, itu dia.
If that was the highest percentage chance to win, that's what you need to do.
Well, there is someone that we interviewed that knows a lot about hitting and not hitting. Panda, I believe you did an interview with Soju.
I did. We'll see how that looked like. I'm not going to spoil
Game
anything
3-nya
yet.
belum ke-update.
Hey everyone, Panda here with the man, the myth, the legend, K3 Soju. Heat 1 is done. How'd it go?
Not good. I mean, I didn't top 4 a single game, so yeah.
Is there any regrets you have in terms of your game plan, your line selection, your prep?
I mean, one of the games I didn't really get to play the game because it was in Bessa encounter. Yeah. I mean, after 2 bot 4s, like you have to play for first. I think the last game, like if I just press D to 0 until I hit Zoe 2, I mean it's a top 4, but like I had to like just pray for a first and just yeah.
It's a cutthroat format. You know, it happened. We saw it at Vegas as well with a lot of top players being eliminated on day 1. For the rest of the event, though, is there anything you're looking forward to? What are your plans for this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I said I wasn't going to gamble anymore, so I'm not going to be gambling. I mean, the venue is great. I'm going to be co-streaming as well, so I mean, I'm still happy to be here. So yeah, I'm excited for the rest of the event still.
Thanks, Soju.
Oh, thank you.
Soju.
I respect doing the interview after getting knocked out. I think I heard he went 7-7-7.
Oh man!
So it's definitely not the event that you would want. You know, Soju obviously a really good player.
Soju 3 kali main 7-7-7 anjim Soju ya.
But one of my favorite streamers, I will say.
Ada 7-7-7.
I respect Soju for doing the interview after going 7-7-7. I respect Panda for asking someone for an interview after they go 7-7-7.
I am not the one in charge. I simply follow orders.
They sent him in there, you know. He wasn't really given much of a choice.
That's right, Secret Agent Panda.
Well, sometimes you also, you know,
Toast
you have
ranking
to just
8,
shrug it off,
ranking
and that's
5.
something I think particularly TFT players will have to learn one way or another. Some are a bit resistant to that learning specifically, but it'll come.
I think Soju is someone who has proven he's very mature when it comes to looking at the big picture. He's eliminated. It happens. We talk about the format in this tournament, the level of play. It's, you know, he accepts that really quickly, and he knows there's still a lot of upside this weekend.
Gue mau lihat ada yang 24 gak poinnya tadi.
So many top players are here. You can still watch a lot of the best players. There's so
Nah,
many
ini baru update nih.
You can still learn a lot in this. You know, watching this here.
Oh, enggak deh.
And just learning from the experience as well. So I like the positive kind of upside that he still had there.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to have a pretty strong mental, honestly, if you're going to be a competitor.
Anjir,
in TFT,
8-8-6.
You know, regardless, like there's a tremendous amount of skill in the game, but in a format like this, luck is going to come into play, you know, when half of the field is eliminated within the first couple hours of competition.
You mentioned MEMBER-A-THON, Wandering Trainers. You know, there's some crazy combinations.
Wandering Trainer is like, that one is rough for competition, I think, because if you hit a combo that just has like no synergies and someone else is out there with like perfect synergy trainer, it is so hard to outplace.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is like you have to accept that sometimes you just don't have a good chance of top 4ing, but you have to make the most of the other games that you have.
Yeah, absolutely.
We see Zolo there.
Nonton sampai kelar
I was
kah?
talking to him yesterday. We had a little
Sampai
bit
gua
of
mau
a
tidur.
mixer there, and he was saying he feels really ready to go all the way. This is his moment to shine. So I'm watching. You know, Zolo, a very, very famous player for
Sampai gua
many that
ngantuk.
people look up to. Has that spreadsheet. Has so many comms, and then they don't speak German, so they don't know what kind of jokester he is.
Oh, he's
no matter whenever you talk to him, you cannot take him serious. It's really crazy to contrast.
I think the last year he's been really unleashed in terms of how much more social he is. I think that really helps him make a lot more friends with the EMEA community, and now he's a reference.
Di malam Abi ya? Iya, betul.
When it comes to events like this, to be on the floor, be able to speak to friends, it's just so cool to see him here.
He was saying that, so I overheard a conversation between Froden and Soju, and Froden was saying, oh, you know, how many games do you have on the patch or on the set? And Zolo said, oh, overall I have like 100, and both of them went kind of like, oh.
Is that much?
That's not that much for Zolo. He was obviously also at DreamHack, where you were, Panda, so a lot of traveling for him. Let's see how it goes. If even with less games, he can maybe do it.
Something that stands out to me when I think of players.
Oke, Sander, sampai jumpa ntar malam.
Makes you called it out before.
Ini bagusnya TFT, mau sejago apapun lo kalau nggak dikasih sama gamenya mah tetap kalah, betul.
The spreadsheet it's super famous. If you haven't seen it already, I mean, you can find it on Zolo's stream. He's got this really fleshed out spreadsheet that goes through all of his prep in the set. And I found that there are two different types of players in TFT. You have the players who are everyone has to study. That is the nature. But you have the study hard players, and then you have like the intuitive players. And I find we play off vibes.
Oh, leaderboard. Akhirnya kebuka jing.
Sounds nice.
I think that an event
Kok set 12 sih?
the Macau Open, it does favor those players who can actually play a bit more off of instinct, who can play off of intuition, because the reality is, and I know that I don't know if I'm supposed to leak it, but like there's tech that is coming out even today, right? 2 days ago, you asked people about Renata reroll. Actually, Azale, you were the first person to talk to me about it. You were the person who brought it up to me, but nobody was talking about this.
By it a couple times on ladder, and I was like, "What is this comp?
Like, what am I doing wrong?
Yeah,
I'm losing to
why
this.
am I losing to this?"
And now I'm seeing so many players angle to it. I saw Wajan Iverson go 1-1 in his first 2 games playing. I saw Milk go second with it. And there are a lot of players who, if you can learn quickly, and if you can see these things in your game, even if you haven't studied the line, but you see someone else play and say, wait, I might be able to play that, and you figure it out by watching someone else do it, I think it gives you a huge advantage in the field.
It absolutely does, because I mean, it's like, even if you know what the core of like a reroll comp is, obviously there's so many different ways to get there, so many different paths to get there. And I do think that one in particular plays from a lot of different angles, right? Like you can play it with Sentinel +1, you can play it with Visionary +1, you can just play it because you hit a lot of early copies of these. I've seen rerolls at 5 for Vex and Singe 3-star. I've seen rerolls at 6 when they go more for the Leona Renata. So there's so many different angles that it can really work well with.
Well, we do have another interview from our floor here, so let's take a look together.
Hello, everybody. Gangly here, the TFT Macau Open. I'm standing with Delicious Milk, one of the GOATs from North America, who just qualified out of your first set of your first lobby. How you feeling?
Dizzy.
How'd the games go?
Okay, honestly, I think half the lobby just ran it down. So I think our lobby was 1-2-3 NA, and the other players ran it down. So yeah.
Yeah, first 3 players out of your lobby, you, Clear, Phoenix, were you expecting to see all 3 NA players make it out?
I didn't know who half the lobby was, so there's a high chance that it was going to be a lot of NA.
All right, you also competed at Vegas, so your second major LAN event that we're having. How does TFT Macau compare to your experience at Vegas?
Honestly, they're about the same. Yeah, I mean, the events by Rider are really cool because like they spend a lot of money and time into like building like TFT esports, so I really appreciate that.
All right, I'm gonna let you go so you can go prep. Anything else you want to say before you go?
No.
All right, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
That was great. Just nothing to add there, Gangly.
I will say that might be the best recorded interview of Milk I've ever seen. Like, I told the producer, I was like, listen, we're gonna interview this guy. Don't expect too much. But Milk, round of applause for being a good sport.
Maybe it's you, Gangly. You're the diff.
I don't think so, but maybe.
Take the credit.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, it was all me.
No, but it has been great to kind of, I was walking around just looking at the different stations, and I saw some of the study groups kind of, group up and watch their other players that are in that first round. And I think that might be my favorite part about day one, when you can just, see the players, and then you run into other ones and they say, oh, I'm group 2, I've been waiting to play, I can't wait, but I've been watching my friends, and it's just such a great experience to kind of see those cheers come in when somebody clutches it out.
I think the Macau Open, the Vegas Open, I felt the same way.
Bang, Game of the Year.
School, right? There's like
Game of the Year scam.
You and all the homies just screaming behind your boy while he's playing, right? And you're watching your friend, you're rooting for them. There's such passion behind it. And for a game that's been largely online since the dawn of it, we don't really have a lot of those experiences. So to have everyone together, you get to rally behind your friends who are competing. It's such a unique experience, and I'm really glad that we as a TFT community finally get to experience that.
And you can see it in the enthusiasm every single player has. I think everyone has an element of gratefulness for having this opportunity now, where other esports, where the norm is to play in LAN events, the norm is to always see your friends every couple of months. For TFT, it wasn't the case for a lot of that. So you can see always the infectious smiles that most of the players have in these interviews, despite the results maybe not being, always as stellar.
I was talking to Weya, who's a player from EMEA who got in through the waitlist. So for those of you that don't know, we had a waitlist made. If you have a spectator pass, you could join one of the slots that opened up when somebody dropped out. And he got in through that waitlist and had his chance first 3 games, and unfortunately didn't make it there, but was very, very close to. And I was talking to him like, but it's great that you got a chance. And he's like, yeah, that's all I wanted. So
I know
good.
Necro was saying that like a ton of people were in line for the kind of wait list to try to get in this morning. So definitely a lot of people here, we're hoping that they could maybe sneak in, because the competitor passes sold out so fast. There's obviously so much hunger to compete, especially in China. There's so many TFT players, and there's so many good TFT players. So it's like, you're like, oh, it only sells the Challenger. But there's probably thousands of Challenger players in China across all of the different...
Silent Hill 2 nggak dapat award apapun.
I'm curious to see if we actually get that.
Sedih Silent Hill 2, rest in peace.
Right, of someone coming in through the wait list. When Makes and I were talking off camera,
through the wait list would be crazy.
It would, but the thing is, like, it's actually possible, right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of Challenger players here. This is what I was saying to Makes. Like, we saw a lobby where Weya was playing, and my response was like, oh, it's a waitlist player. Like, they're probably really happy. And Makes is like, no. These waitlist players are crazy.
Yeah, they can be beasts.
It's very possible that someone comes in, is a Challenger player that didn't get a slot, and all of a sudden they have this chance to make the run. I mean, I'm here for it. I hope we get to see it.
I mean, a small little recall to Humbug, who made it really far at the Vegas Open, despite not even being that high-ranked of a Challenger player that people didn't even expect, right? Like, I think there's a bunch of chances for a waitlist player to maybe have that dream run, that Cinderella story, like you're calling it, Gangly. We were talking to Philip, too, who was saying, like, oh, I have a waitlist player. Is it a beast? Like, it can be.
I love seeing in Vegas just how the personalities develop.
Di sini mana level 9, level 10 semua, emang.
They realize I'm not just a waitlist player, I'm not just a wildcard player. I actually deserve to be here. I can play among the best and still find a lot of success. That was so cool to see. Obviously, you mentioned it. Ashmo, I think, was one of the
lama ngocehnya, woi.
Even
so
someone like Tardman, who's not like the top echelon of French players, but
I
he's a beast, and he was
Tardman.
so fun on camera. I hope we get to see a lot more of that.
Play TFT. Respect.
Min-max.
Yeah. When
Gotta
one
respect
game
the
of
grind.
TFT is not enough.
He's just digging for any single inch of tech somewhere in these games.
Yeah, it looks like it. Probably checking back to what happened in the previous game, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Or seeing what other lines people are actually playing. It's always fun to see, players kind of reviewing the games and feeling what they thought went wrong. But, I mean, I'd be willing to bet that there's going to be, like, fully unknown players in the final lobby.
Oh, you think so?
I think for sure. Not necessarily from waitlist, but there's just so many players here and so many really good players. I think for sure.
Yeah, I think any event that has this high volume of challenger players, I mean, we've seen, at least in the Americas, times where one of the lowest seeds from the trials, the tier 2 phase of competition, has made it all the way to the final lobby. So actually, I think I might buy into that.
It's 65 players, I think, had played in Tactician's Grounds, right? Like, that are going to be here out of 512. So to me, it's like, it's not just going to be those 65. Like, there is enough variance in this game that if someone is playing really well and hits a good run of luck, like, they can go far.
I think even outside the Tactician's Ground,
biasanya kalau host yang ngobrol sama gini take issue. Iya nih, penonton woy.
Definitely not a favorite. Little asterisk there.
No, but like even outside the Tactician's Crown, I think if you look at regionals or if you look at like the records of the years of competitive TFT that we now have, there are some names that haven't made it all of the way that we still know and we expect to maybe do well here. So I think we'll get those Outbreak players like an Ashmu, but I think we'll also see some heavy hitter names in that day 3.
For sure. I mean, there's just so many top players here that like you're gonna see a lot of stars in day 3. Like I think that's pretty much guaranteed. But I do think like that is one of the cool things about TFT is the game is super accessible. Like you don't really need a good computer to play it. I know there's some really good players who play like iPad only and stuff like that.
Yeah, Necra.
There you go.
Necra is that player you're talking about.
iPad demon. Yeah. But I mean, there's players that are like high challenger that are like mobile only, you know, or iPad only, and it's a game that like really anyone can kind of get into. So I don't think it's surprising to have people, you know, coming up out of nowhere and being really good.
I mean, we've seen even some of the players at the from the JOC, the mobile version of the fight for the Golden Spatula, make it all the way to Tactician's Crown, make deep runs.
Exactly.
I think you really can't count out the players who are mainly exposed just through mobile.
Especially start of set, a few weeks in, new patch, it really kind of resets where end of set going to Tac Crown, there's this idea that it's so optimized. Study groups really have a huge advantage because they have a chance to optimize so many different things, whereas here, everything is kind of fresh and there's a chance for someone to know some new secret tech with artifacts, with the new 6 cost, and really capitalize on that this weekend.
I was talking to a bunch of the EMEA players, and they were saying they barely have any games on this patch, on the 6 cost patch. That's a major patch with a lot of changes. Haven't really gotten too many chances to play on the PBE either, so they're going into this tournament with like 4 games played. Ooh. That's less than some of our casters have, just for comparison.
Yeah, Zale and I have been going crazy. We've been spamming games.
Like half the amount of games I played after dinner last night.
but
what are they doing? They've been here for days. If you have 4 games,
they arrived last night.
I'm here working. I have like 30 games on the patch. Like
I've heard some of the travel was pretty hectic for some EMEA players.
Right, like some of them have been traveling for like 48 hours. There has been some crazy stories.
That's why you play on your phone.
We'll see how they can do.
Some are not brave enough for that kind of game plan.
Can I just call this out? This is such a beautiful moment. It's actually a very nostalgic moment for me.
Warwick 3.
Did you see this? Did you guys see this?
Oh yes, I did hear about
this. I did see this.
Yeah.
I got it shown by a player.
I could not believe this. I didn't know this actually existed until I saw it and a player explained it to me.
Well, can you explain what it was?
Yes, you need to have 3, Tac Crowns that
you get infinite gold
on a single unit, and you get infinite gold. I thought, is this guy so audacious to be hacking live in round 1? But no,
it's not even just 3. It's the 3 different versions.
Yes.
It's double spatula, double pan, and pan spatula. You have to have all 3 combined, and you put it on 1 unit, and you get infinite gold.
That's crazy.
And I could not believe my eyes. I
but
did
it's
not
like
know
it's so hard to hit. Like you can if you get some of if you get like a spatula opener, you get spatula from Krugs, you get some of the spatula augments. It's possible. But it's pretty crazy, and you kind of need reforgers to be able to get the exact combos.
You will probably never see a player hit over 1,000 gold. That is so crazy.
Roll faster, bro. Come on. That's an easy roll down. That's light work.
What a place to actually hit that too. This player will probably never.
It was game 1 as well. So
game 1
you will never
of the
top
Macau Open.
No. You do not top that.
The rest of his lobby must have been like, what did I even wake up for?
That's right.
Why did I sign up for this tournament?
He woke up for game 2.
That's right. That's right.
Just go next.
It's so beautiful. I've been walking around the venue and I see these groups of people using their phones to record their friends playing, and it feels very nostalgic for me. Where it's like you can watch these montages of like old esport tournaments where people are going and then someone's got like a handy cam that they're going with and making these cool videos. There's something really beautiful of just like someone wanting to record something to capture it for their friend's memory. Like it's such a unique experience in esports, and I'm really glad we get to have that.
And that's the magic of not just LAN events, but open LAN events, where you have this idea that you can sign up, your friends can sign up, and you're all cheering for each other. And there's that, really crazy Cinderella story that can possibly happen.
Yes, people in chat also cheering on their players. We saw a little show up there. And of course, people here in the venue also cheering from some of their favorite players, not even just study groups, but
TFT
also
Macau.
fans coming in.
Soju.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people who have been watching TFT.
Ini Soju main iseng atau apa nih?
This is maybe the first time that they actually get to meet those streamers or their favorite players, and because TFT is more of this accessible esport, I think it kind of lowers our stars to like having less of a pedestal than many other games. I think it's very unique for those players who, for the first time they're going to a LAN event, they've probably never signed an autograph before, and now they're here. People are coming up for pictures. It's a cool experience.
Talking about fans, I was actually incredibly stumped during the first heats because I walked over to one part of the venue. I saw a massive crowd with professional photographers, and I could not understand what was happening. Apparently, there's two K-pop artists competing in this tournament, two very famous K-pop artists.
Really?
And there was a massive fan base behind them trying to take pictures, cheering them on.
That's really cool.
There's an Olympic medalist in the tournament as well, so it is so cool to see the different worlds that TFT joined together. I'm not sure. I was busy interviewing Soju, and I'm a bigger fan of Soju. What can I say?
Fair.
I got to watch I'm a Cutie Pie playing in that same lobby as Milk. He did not
He told me he was going to go dead last.
I think he might have been right, yeah. I did what...
Well, you can respect that.
That's right, the prophet.
The man knew what he was going to do. He came, he saw, he went 8th.
Yep.
Oh no, that's the worst way to play this game, but we are going to be trying to get the game underway, of course, in case you're waiting for when games start. I know Twitch chat, so we are trying to get that underway. It is a giant venue. Some of the rounds are already playing, as you can see here, but we're trying to get main stage going as well. We'll get there as soon as possible, getting a glimpse of our EMEA stars here.
And what a combination there, having to play side by side, double 61, and experience two of the best players from EMEA, having to be in the same lobby in this first heat.
The problem ini, the problem.
Right here, you may remember him from World Championship. I believe it was set 11, right? It was Inkport and Fables that we saw Chaos make the run. Did pretty well representing Singapore. There's a lot of cool play. One of the things I love about the Macau Open is that we get to have these regions that typically only have one or two representatives send their stars, right? It's like the greatest of every region. It calls back to what we were saying before, that every single player in these lobbies is a monster. There's no real dead weight in the tournament. And so when the best player from your region may not even be favored to make it out of the first wave of pools, it says a lot about the strength of the tournament.
It absolutely does, and you're just getting a glimpse of all of those stations that we have here. So many players, so many PCs, and it's honestly mind-boggling that it's working when you can see some fans here cheering on Degree.
Yeah, I mean, it is really crazy, right? Like, there's 32 stations that we're going live, at the same time. Obviously, as we do trim down the amount of players, that is going to cut down and down and down, and hopefully.
Nonton ini dulu deh.
I don't think I would take Arm Collector either. Maybe Glass Cannon. Is there any Forge even bad here? Well,
Ini udah main ini. Gua nggak tahu ini siapa tapi ini udah main. Tim Liquid Gree.
I would just take Gamblers here.
Yeah.
Oh, he takes Trench Coat.
Okay. Wait, does this even work?
Trench Coat. I'm pretty sure.
The investment strategy, I don't even know if it procs through like
investment strategy.
Splits. I don't even know if the investment strategy even goes through.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to take Gamblers there, because like
you just go for an item. Yeah.
Well, one, it's like basically a Nashers, and it's also giving you gold for investment strategy if you can.
Yeah.
You also have Sunfire Sparks, so you have no backline items.
Right. That's another thing too.
Yeah.
His DPS item is a Feast Gloves.
Do you know if the investment strategy goes through like the?
Hey, we can check.
The chase code.
That's 2100, right?
It should, right? Because wouldn't it apply HP beforehand and then it splits? Like
it did not. She's at 2100 and it's 580.
Damn.
It should be 30%. It should be 30%. It doesn't work.
Almost.
I mean, that can't be good.
That's not good.
I mean, I think it has to be played.
Okay. Because if I'm understanding it correctly, because it says Trenchcoat splits with 30% of their max HP, and she was at 21 whatever, and it split with...
Ada yang dari Indo nggak? Nggak ada yang dari Indo.
Maybe it is.
I mean, he might just be pivoting into like... Is he just pivoting here or no?
Pivoting into what? He's rerolling. He can't.
Okay,
He can't.
Okay.
Ini mau main Sentinel nih.
Dig deep for 2 glass here. He wants
Masih kuat ya Sentinel Visionary Artillery Academy Rebel.
It feels really bad though because he has no backline items. So like, he might just lose all of this stage as well.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at other people's boards, seeing what they got. Paint the town blue.
Ginsu, glove, gargoyle.
Is that augment still good? I actually have no idea.
I don't know.
I'd be scared to take it.
Would they change about it again?
I actually don't know. Did they even change it?
I thought they didn't nerf it.
Did they not nerf it?
I think they nerfed Nothing Wasted.
Okay.
And Nothing Wasted is really good with this one.
Wait,
like it's actually an
can you pull up Paint the Town Blue? Is this the exact same?
Kan TFT emang nggak ada market Indonya.
I mean, I should take this more than.
Yeah. I feel like it's good, and it actually gives Rebels one of the things that they struggle with is like consistent frontline.
Yeah.
Oh my! This guy farms so much gold.
This guy's spot is actually illegal.
Oh, great at 1.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's probably just gonna send it
for blast too. Yeah.
And he needs to take the sword for Shojin.
No, it's Arc for sure.
Archangels. Okay.
I think if you don't go Arc on this unit, she's actually unplayable.
Yeah.
He's gonna take sword.
Oh lord.
No Shojin.
Probably because he's baited by the gold.
I mean, he has Reforger, so like if he gets dropped another sword, it's.
This is what people want about the Chem Baron version though, because you can cash out the item that gives Shojin value basically.
Yeah.
And then you can just go Archangels.
Yeah, I think if he's not going for Aurelia or what's it called, Singed, he probably just play the Chem Baron version and just play 2 Senti.
Yeah.
Soju sudah bobo.
Oh lord.
Okay. And we have to
I mean, he has to roll. You probably actually have to roll until what's it called, 3 or 2.
Renata 2. He doesn't even have pair though. He doesn't have pair.
He probably thinks this is good enough. Oh, he's there.
I'm pretty sure you actually had to just dig until glass 2 here.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Nice.
That's nice. That's nice.
If he loses his streak, he's actually cooked.
I mean, if he makes 41 here, like it's enough. Like it's fine.
Yeah, and again, it ticks up after.
Yeah.
So 38 is fine, I guess.
I mean, he can just sell Vex and Morgana for 41.
Also, he gets. Oh, you're saying for the investment strategy.
Yeah.
Got it. Also, got Morello on timer. Oh, we already have Sunfire. Never mind. Okay.
I mean, this what's it called cannot be good.
Trenchcoat?
Yeah, but
wait,
probably,
what's HP on Rel? Is it?
It's still 580 probably.
580, yeah.
No.
So it's just not scaling. It's basically so Trenchcoat basically creates 3 new copies, and this is why anomalies don't stay on Trenchcoat units.
Yeah.
I saw someone like go for like a 3-star Violet with Trenchcoat, and they just like put comeback story on her, and then she exploded, and nothing happened. She lost all her buffs.
Oh yeah.
Would Trenchcoat work on like giant size Violet?
No.
No.
It doesn't work?
No, it only works on
the
4
only
stars.
anomaly that works on Trenchcoat Violet is Ultimate Hero.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why, because it's a 4-star version of it. That's why it's so insane.
Oh, 6-3.
Wait, 6-3? Starry Knight? Is this an APAC
Yeah.
player?
Yeah.
Is this guy APAC?
Aki.
Akhirnya TFT ku bisa full screen bang. Gimana tuh caranya tuh?
Not sure.
I'm pretty sure
Akhirnya bisa full screen nih.
Twisted Fate 2. And Higa spot is so good. TF2 is a lot better this batch.
Yep.
So this is going to be a loss for Greya.
I mean, this is actually looking like really competitive.
I mean, honestly,
he's fighting.
Like this Rel's about to split again.
Like considering the guy's board is Aurelia 3 TF2.
Yeah.
With 2-item TF2, like how?
And Paint the Town Blue.
Wait, like if he wins this round.
I think this TF is scaling too much.
It's like it was more. You're right though. It was way more competitive than I thought it was.
Yeah,
same.
Oh, actually, 1 unit loss.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
That's really good.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait.
I mean, I'm pretty sure like in this setup you actually need Rel 3 as well.
Yep.
Main Renata Glass bintang 3 emang bagus ya. Vision. Jadi apa ini? Sentinel 4 Visioner 4.
Bounce either the Sunfire or the Spark to get like more value off of the.
Yeah. He has no tank items.
I mean,
TFT Macau ya udah mulai lagi. Oh, udah mulai.
Reforge. But I think I don't know
Oh,
if he
iya,
realizes that it's not.
I don't think he realizes.
Like,
No, he does.
Alright.
He's not stupid. Like,
Back to the OG.
Couple augments I did want to call out there. I know there were 2 different players that took the artifact.
Oh, the box
We
box.
think
I
we
see
saw
box
one.
box.
I saw the other one just now. So
I see
Dobbs,
box box.
I believe is the other one that has it, and he picked up a Zonia.
Okay. And then
Box
Marcel P
box.
took Starry Knight. Starry Knight is a really cool augment because it enables a lot of these different 2-cost rerolls. The ones that stand out to me, one, the Renata comp. You can play it on 5, rolling for all your 1 costs, then go level 6 to get the rest of your 2 costs. The other line that tends to be very popular is playing around the Tristana reroll with Sentinels. You can see right here, though, holding the Aurelia and the Vexes already, trying to angle toward the AP
He's
line.
gonna sell for 30, I think.
Yeah, I think to me, this says that he's already hard committing to the Renata line.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players are actually playing pretty heavily for Eco. You can see Izone and Sakura fan is already at 30. We have Marcel P here on 30, so they are playing very heavy for Eco. You can see Raining Gold as well.
Izone Sakura fan.
There, so Boxbox is going to have a lot of gold, but he slammed some early items. He has that family star, it looked like. Bruiser +1. Bruiser Mundo has been nerfed, but it is still the most common line that you do kind of see. I feel with Bruiser is you can still play towards Experiment. And I will say, there are some crazy experiment outs now because Warwick is an experiment as well. So I have actually run into some people who hit Warwick and that gives them the 7 experiment, and it's like, that is kind of just like a first place then.
It is, but we were talking about the direction in a lobby like this one, and I do want to call out the Rocket Collection that we just saw.
China lagi yang Izone Sakura fan itu dari China, guys.
For a while, we didn't see too much off of going into the artillerist.
4 Amerika, 3 China, 1 Bu Apak.
I hope so. I'm a big fan of Tristana. On PBE, I was trying to force it every game.
Wanju bakal main
but after the buffs,
artillery.
Players are believers once again. Rageblade is a great slam. I think the augments, as you mentioned with the direction, it makes it so much easier to, if you have an early Tristana pair, for example, you can do so much in stage 2 to get those stacks.
So I will say, generally if people are re-rolling 2 costs, it's a good idea to also re-roll 2 costs. The problem is that Marcel and Wanju are both going to be re-rolling for this Sentinel front line. And yes, there are 30 in the pool for 1 cost, so you can share them. There's room for both of you. But Wanju, in terms of economy, is significantly behind Marcel. And Marcel having Starry Knight means that he'll be able to hit more accelerated than Wanju. So if you're Wanju, I actually feel like you're pretty significantly disadvantaged at this point in the game, competing against someone like Marcel.
Oh, Boxbox menang lawan Diction. Boxbox main apa nih?
Have you considered just hitting?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
You were saying I was being the negative re-roller. Who's the negative re-roller now, Gankly?
You're right, you're right.
Just press D and hit the units.
We saw, who was it? Someone in Wave 1 just sent it to 0 on 3-1 and just like uber missed.
Yeah.
A little bit of a visual bug here as players zoned in and just instantly.
It's cinematic. I kind of like it.
It is. We're taking a low pan out, just showing off that we are in this custom arena for the Macau Open, which I really love. If you look in the back end in the center, you're seeing the
Boxbox main family, jadi dia strong di awal.
Such a cool thing, but players are starting to try and get those
it's actually
streaks.
Bad for Tristana. You can't get your stacks. I do think though in a lobby like this where a lot of players are playing for high econ with slamming and raining gold, you have a chance to say, hey, if no one's playing a relatively strong board, I can get maybe 2-3 stacks per fight with Tristana.
Yeah.
And
Damn.
this is all you really need with the comp. The moment you have all these early stacks, it snowballs in a way where you're
Izone Sakura fan cewek apa cowok itu?
I mean, Izone Sakura is so rich. 50 gold, 3 loss streak. You
Cewek itu ya?
Every 4 losses, you're getting 2 bonus gold every loss as well. Like, yes, HP is really valuable in this, but if you play this sort of line and you get away with it, like you can be level 8, level 9 so fast.
Bagusnya di TFT kayak gini tuh yang main tuh boleh cowok-cewek gitu loh, gak cowok semua atau gak cewek doang, jadi campur gitu mix.
Greedy, he actually does want to play this out.
Do you think holding the Urgot is just to try and kill stuff? There's not like I mean,
think
people
it's just
aren't
to
playing.
try to kill stuff, probably.
Yeah, okay. With the change to the anomalies, we're not really seeing that hungry Urgot.
I knew you were going in that direction, Gangly. Like, there's some dreams you have to, stop believing in.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
Classic Gangly.
I think it's just like you scout around, you say like, can I actually beat anyone? And the answer is no, and then you start playing to just kill units, right?
Yep.
And you often start playing like weak side. You swap your units all over to one clump to try to focus down one unit, save a little bit of HP. Can actually make such a big difference when you're playing full loss streak because you want to make as much gold as possible and lose as little health as possible.
And quick tip for that exact game plan, the #1 unit this set, and I think it will be for the entirety of the set really, is Lux. Lux is the unit that always kills so many units. You can sometimes 4v5 in stage 2 and 3. She's an absolute piece with the right items, especially Archangel's Nashers. I think we'll see a lot of AP openers that rely on Lux Singed as a combo where they're both helping each other out. Singed giving attack speed, Lux shielding Singed, so it keeps happening.
Someone's going to lose their loss streak.
So I also want to call out Marcel is playing the Chem Baron variation. So what people are doing with this line is you play Chem Baron on stage 2 and stage 3 and you take the first cash out. You don't go for a high vertical cash out. The idea is the first cash out can give you a Singe 2 or a Renata, and so it accelerates the ability for how fast you're able to hit the comp. But obviously you want to be able to maintain the 3 loss streak. It looks like Marcel is going to break that now.
Yeah, this is actually so good for Izone Sakura. I mean, the Renata 2, the Rennie got a cast off at really low health, then got re-shielded, so got all the healing. That makes a difference. So you take a super good loss there. So you're 5 loss, 72. You're going to be level 6 on 2-7 with like 50 gold, more than that. Like this kind of game is like my dream game. Like I love playing games like this where you don't lose that much health early, where you have such a crazy economy. And you can play such flexible lines from this, right? Like he has double BF sword, double cloak. He has perfect AD items for slam. Like you could slam IEBT. You have like even shroud on top of that. Like this is AD flex dream game.
It absolutely is.
This is like my favorite position to play from.
We'll need to check if we'll also see those hits come on through later on, but I do quickly want to shout out Bintum and Boxbox also getting those win streaks there. Bintum apparently met Boxbox in the very first round, so perfect for Bintum to now get that streak going.
And Boxbox being able to get that 5 streak, he took reigning gold. So he took eco opening and is able to actually be really rich as well. So Boxbox in a great spot here too. It's going to be interesting to see where players start to transition.
Game gacha pas hoki di turnamen ya. Wow. Loh. Ini bukan game gacha, game RNG.
Is in pocket, so
beda. Game gacha tuh
Wanju has quite a strong board.
Game Hoyo first tuh game gacha. Ini game RNG.
So I wanted to talk about Boxbox taking this reigning gold.
Bintum has a strong board.
For the reasons Panda called out earlier, I actually felt like reigning gold was not a good pickup because, the value of getting the gold on Scuttle goes down. When everybody else hits their interest threshold so early, the effectiveness of that initial gold goes down.
Oh, Boxbox kalah.
Boxbox, recognizing that he was able to win streak and play even greedy, and it's kind of an interesting way to play the game. Playing the family line as a win streak on stage 2 allowed him to make his gold augment even more effective.
I mean, Bintum's board was just insane, though. Like, he's level 6, he has Nami 2, fully itemized, he has the cloak there as well, on his Darius with items, so it's like very hard to build.
Is the tech between the artifacts there. Trenchcoat plus Sterax is a very strong combo. You get the extra proc when the Sterax happen or the Trenchcoat effect happens. So Bintum is aware of all the different tech, and we're seeing quite a few nice options here. Family Crest, if it is a Violet reroll player, could be just I think it's Boxbox. Yeah, he was playing more tempo.
Yeah. Had the line
Bulky
itself.
Buddies and Mentorship are both pretty solid.
Early Silco in the shop.
Dia nggak ngambil.
Interesting. I really like Bulky Buddies a lot.
Oh, dia level up sih.
Super strong.
I will say, I'm not a huge fan of the Titan Slam when you're not actually playing around the Violet itself. I find that the forecast, I mean, Vi is pretty good with the Titans, but if you're looking to play around the Emissary board, your items all of a sudden feel really weird, right? Because you're playing Ginsu, which Corki doesn't love, and you're playing Titans, which Mbessa doesn't really want that. She wants something that's a little bit faster, like the crit is something that we've seen do really well.
IEGS,
so
etc.
I think Boxbox is in a place where he's playing tempo, but he's going to be playing a less optimized variation of that Mbessa Emissary board.
Well, the big thing is, if you have that Rage Blade, a great holder in the Emissary comp is the Tristana, but you know that Wanju is gunning for that one, so kind of finds himself in a position where you're contested, the other person has a better slot for that unit, and suddenly maybe I am a bit worried for where Boxbox is taking this.
And I will say, like, I don't think it's that bad of a spot for Boxbox. Like, he doesn't have ideal items, but because he has reigning gold, like, he's pretty greedy, like, augment choice, right? So if you push levels, even if you don't go for a first, like, you just need to be playing for top 4s in this kind of a format. So if you can keep your health high early, have a really strong economy, push levels, and just hit your units, like, even if you don't have perfect items, items, I think you could still, be okay to try to play for a top 4, but we'll see if he gets punished for it. Because I agree, it's like you just want BF swords, basically. If you're going to play Emmy Story, you want all the BF swords.
For Marcel P, I think already showing and indicating to us how strong he thinks Renata-Comp really is, because he picked double econ augments.
Xbox lagi krisis nih. Mau main apa bingung dia. Gue pikir tadi dia mau main family, tapi all in dia ternyata udah masuk level up.
Exactly. I mean, you're expecting everybody to cap out at the highest point in which their comp can cap. I don't actually agree with that call. That feels like maybe a misplay. I mean, I guess we'll find out though. If the comp is actually that strong, then maybe the econ pickup is fine. But I'm actually a little bit worried for Marcel.
It is kind of shockingly strong. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, I think playing it from lost streak on an econ encounter is definitely tough. Sakura is did break his lose streak.
Yep.
Did take the Edge of Night augment there, so he's going to be able to get the Edge of Night. So he's going to be playing likely towards, I would think, the Emissary line. I think Edge of Night is really strong with MBESA. You can kind of just frontline MBESA. It procs early. You get the attack speed. MBESA kind of dashes back into that range form and can be quite strong.
The thing I love about Edge of Night on MBESA is that it allows you to place her in the top right-hand corner. And so what you do is you position your Garen to the left of MBESA, and you want her to get as much of the aggro as possible. She goes into the row behind their front line, disrupts them, does a ton of damage, and then drops the aggro onto the Garen.
That was kind of a crazy hit. So Izone Sakura just got the Vi off the carousel with a BF. We already talked about that Emissary line. You have BT GA already done. Like you have is that second GA as well in the Ezreal? It's hard for me to see. It looks like
it is.
So and he just got another BF. So like he already has double BT, double GA itemization, and did just pick up that early Vi, which is going to be able to hold a lot of these items really, really effectively.
It's the trifecta of TF, Vi, and MBESA. The trades fit so well together. Double buff on both Vi and TF, so now they're very, very relevant. This is a comp that players were playing a lot on PBE. They realized, hey, some of these units are maybe not that good. They're not really playable. Now that's changed drastically, and now almost everyone is gunning for that combo, plus Vertical Enforcers, or just maybe just 4 Emissary.
Yeah, I mean, Basso Skills was crushing in the last lobby with Vertical Enforcer, right? Like the first 2 games he got double first playing Enforcer.
Yeah.
Was that with a +1 or without it?
The first game was with. I can't remember if the second game was, to be honest, but he was playing Enforcer and
Emissary of Basso.
Yeah, but he was playing it with game with Enforcer.
Makes sense.
As well.
You can kind of like put them both in the same line.
Because game 1 was 8 Enforcer and
that was vertical
with was full vertical, but he was playing it pretty effectively.
I feel like this patch in particular, we're seeing way more of this Darius item holding than we saw last patch, right?
For the reasons I mentioned, you can actually slam appropriate items on Darius and have holders in stage 4 with MBESA and Vi both being more viable carries. There used to be a lot of items slammed on Darius, but not melee bruiser items, just almost, I would slam, Morello and just anything I had on my
anything.
Bagus kan overlay turnamennya kan, that's what I said.
Sometimes I feel like there are these units in TFT where if you just don't think about it, you feel really comfortable slamming anything on it because nobody's really slamming optimal items on it. So it's like if nobody does it, then it's kind of fine.
No one's going to judge you for putting your death cap on the Darius.
We did see Remember's board a bit. He had Spirit Link, second augments. He's locked into the bruiser line, has really good items already on the Maddie.
Makan, guys.
Gives you a very clear direction. Maybe it's not as strong as it was last patch, but when you're uncontested, it's, I think, a line that you feel confident you're going to hit. And it's always a line that, at least for me, I feel like I'm always going to top 4 with it.
I feel like we kind of have to acknowledge the bully in the room a little bit because some of these players are taking very heavy hits already, with Bintum just seemingly streaking through this round. It's 8 wins already as he has built out. We have the little Luxteer helping, Nami and currently holding those items as a main carry in the backline, doing really, really well.
I mean, super early Nami too with Force Orc is just strong. Like, I do think Source can be really underrated. It's a lot of flat AP that you are getting early on in the game, and if you can get like an early Nami 2 or even just honestly like an early Lux 2, early Swain 2, like any of these 2-star sorcerers, you can play around it when you hit Vlad early. Like it is pretty darn strong.
Oh, already level 8. Izone going to be doing their roll down. There's so many players angling toward the Emissary line that he says, you know what, I want to just roll a little bit on 3-7, see what I can hit. Garen 2 is a huge hit to find this early.
And when you know you're playing lands contested and you have a lot of extra gold, we see kind of the level which you're rolling at gets, you know, earlier and earlier. First it's 4-2, then you're like, oh, 4-1, let me just roll on creeps now.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, that's the benefit. Like, he went Eco Augment in an Eco Galaxy. You know, you're getting so much gold so fast, and he's still going to have like a good 40 gold, 50 gold next turn to be able to re-roll. And I do think he's going to dig. There we go. The Ambessa's already picked up. So now you're already on 4 Emissary that fast. Looks like wants to dig for a Vi 2 or Corki 2 or some sort of like 2-star carry as well. That's where it starts to get a little bit more dicey, I feel like, sometimes, because if you do roll true 0 and then you don't hit, you are really going to be set back. But I almost feel like you could have maybe just kind of chilled with the Garen 2 and the invest in Vi 1 for a couple rounds, rebuild your eco, and then roll back down.
On the other side, we did see that Heimerdinger 2 come online, so a pretty big pickup there is going to have that available diction here now. Still maybe not as upgraded on the front line, but with the Heimerdinger in the back line, 3 items will definitely do really well.
It is a problem with Shield Bash, second augment. You're locked in the Sentinel line. We saw him roll over a million Zoe 2s, couldn't buy it, knowing he had to play into Heimer instead. So forced to roll a lot more gold, can't play as flexibly as we would have liked.
Dobbs just sitting there saying, "What are you doing, man? That was my unit.
Heimer got
I
nerfed.
signaled Heimer from the start."
Well, there's Renata 3. So Marcel has actually hit. And it does have the Renata 3, has the Vex 3. Looks like nearly Rel 3 on bench as well, I want to say. And I think he was also holding a pair of Alawies, it looked like, even.
So he's still playing the Chem variant variation. I was actually expecting him to
just doing 100 cash outs or something?
Pivot off of that. But that's what it looks like. He's taking every 100 cash out to either get a Singe 2 or a Renata. I think at some point, though, you probably are supposed to pivot off of that and then just go straight into the Sentinels.
Yeah.
Because at some point, it's going to cap the highest when you have your 6 Sentinel front line, you have your Singed. A lot of people are playing Singed 4, where you get the ultimate hero on Singed, and then you're buffing up that Renata with that really high-level Singe.
I feel like it's really hard to hit 6 Sentinel, though, unless you have a +1. Like, it's hard to fit it all, right? To actually like hit all the units and then get it. But if you do hit +1, or you hit everything early and you can just push levels, then yeah, you can maybe do it eventually. But it can be tough. It's not the easiest board to like make everything fit.
Saw a little bit of a decision-making there from Member going into Sniper's Nest, but had a hard time deciding for that one.
Only 5 Triss, so did just decide to push levels, but wait, are they level 7 or level 8? Because the bottom left says level 7, but then
this is Marcel P, I think, so it's level 8.
It is level 8. That's what I thought. I was a little bit confused. Okay, so just pushing levels here, and Gold Collector, i.e. Rageblade, pretty strong harmonization, but Heimer 2 is no joke. I mean, yeah, Heimer not as strong as it was before, but you can see the Sentinel +1 there on the Jace, and Heimer was doing pretty well in some of the lobbies earlier today, too.
The problem with Tristana, if you push levels, I think it's a comp that you really have to have confidence in your game plan. You have the confidence in the snowballing effect, especially the Gold Collector.
Yeah.
If you're not as strong and kind of bullying the lobby in stage 3 and start of stage 4, you're missing out on a lot of the extra gold as well from the executes, and you're in kind of no man's land where you're not going to be so strong.
Horrible roll down.
So I'm a little confused at...
there's Renata 3, or sorry, Rel 3, excuse me.
So what I've seen a lot of players do is they tend to stay level 5 in this comp until you hit that Singe 3. A lot of people actually believe that Singe 3 is a very important part of this composition.
It pumps your damage up so heavily.
Yeah, because the attack speed buff that he gives to the player, the unit that's doing the most amount of damage, it tends to be very important. So Marcel does forego that entirely. Maybe he believes, you know, it's too slow, I don't have enough time to actually hit it.
Or just the natural enough Singe.
I was going to say we're holding Singe, so I think it looks more like it didn't really come around.
Or because it's Starry Night.
Cash outs could help as well. Starry Night could help as well. I mean, there's still some upside.
Yeah.
No, it is interesting, though, because to your point, like I had the same conversation earlier. I was talking, like, having played this a little bit and also having talked to some players, like, I think people initially were like, okay, you roll on 6 and you get Renata and you either hit Rel 3 or Leona 3 and they're kind of your main tank. But I know a lot of people were having a lot more success with actually just hitting Singe 3 and having that be the main tank. And Singe being able to, you know, buff up your Renata, your Vex, or whatever. The attack speed actually really important for that mana generation because it's not only increasing the damage of Renata, it's also increasing the survivability of your front line because you're spamming out the shields. So it really does kind of double dip.
Wanju picks up Jinx from the Carousel. A very good holder on Gold Collector. I wonder if he completely pivots his game plan off of Tristana, off of the, you know, mainly Artillerists, into maybe some kind of Jinx later on.
Gold Collector, i.e. both super strong.
Yeah.
I mean, I do always feel like you need, I mean, like Rage Blade is like okay, but I feel like you need some sort of mana generation. Like if you could get Shojin on top, it would be insane.
He just sold the Jinx, so.
I think 1-star Jinx won't do it, but 2-star Jinx, if you somehow high rolled a few rolls here, could have been an option.
You have the Artillerist augment as well, though, right?
That's true.
It's very, very hard. I mean, I think Wandu at this point, like, listen, you are playing the Tristana reroll line without rerolling Tristana, right?
Yeah.
You're never hitting Tristana 3. I think Wandu recognizes, to be honest, this game is probably a bust. You're probably bot 4 from this position. At this point, you have a really strong front line. The idea is, I want to make sure I can bust through the weak side of everybody's board, get high value from the gold collector. You have a lot of damage because of the glass cannon as well. And so maybe there is a world you're able to sneak a few fights, but I do not see Wandu capping out higher than most players in this game.
That being said, Tristana, when she gets a lot of early stacks, even if she's 2-star, she's more kind of a 2.5-star because she is getting more power than she would have normally. So if you kind of put enough power into the combat, into the line, she's still going to be stronger than you would think. She's just, not just a normal 2-star basically.
Okay.
All right, anomaly time. This one could be game deciding. Let's see what we get.
Giant-sized Alawi. Such a huge hit when you're playing 6 Sentinel. You already have so many defenses.
Once.
I think it was one roll.
Okay.
I think it was one roll. You know, still a high roll, but still. Being able to hit that without spending too much, I mean, it makes your game way easier. And for the reasons Panda outlined before, you already have so much damage on the Tristana.
I mean, I do think, especially with this patch, with the change where you can actually reroll into the same anomalies, it makes it way harder to actually choose how deep you're going to dig.
You have to settle much earlier out.
Yeah, I agree. I think because, like, especially if you're just playing for, like, average placement, right? Like, the first place, you maybe need to roll. But, you know, in the earlier lobby, we saw most players taking one that was, like, from the first couple, right? And it's like, if their first anomaly is like, hey, that's pretty good, they're probably just going to save it. Because I do think you can get trapped where you're digging way too far. So going for the emblem off of the GP, which emblem does that actually give?
Hasn't popped up quite yet. It might take a second to actually load in.
So it's a non-unique emblem.
It can be Form Swapper.
So Form Swapper.
So it's gonna just
or
Scrapper. Or
there
Pit
it
Fighter.
is.
Scrap. I imagine Pit Fighter is what you were looking for at that point. You already have the Savika, you have the Vi on your board, and having the Trench Coat makes those Pit Fighters really high value. So Bintum unfortunately loses the 50-50. I imagine probably taking the Scrap because at some point maybe felt like that's a little bit higher value than the other ones. I don't think you're very happy with it though.
I also feel like Savika's not that good with Trenchcoat. At least when I've played it with Trenchcoat, it kind of takes too long to actually get the mana up to cast and do things, and the cast animations are kind of long and stuff.
You do have Edge of Night Sterex, so you have more time as bot, where otherwise the Trenchcoat would pop and she would just die without casting.
Ooh, Force of Friendship there from Marcel P on the Renata board. That one is going to be really nice. Getting those extra damage amps for the star levels.
And this is where you're transferring power from the econ that you have, where they'd be able to hit so many 3-stars, to now into the anomaly having just that much more just damage overall.
This is going to be interesting. Like, I wonder now, you know, with the Scrap emblem, if you actually try to play like 4 Scrap and try to get like Echo Rumble in or whatever, or like what he's actually going to try to play from here, because the itemization is a little bit weird. It doesn't really have a super strong carry at this point. It feels like a little bit of an awkward spot.
He's holding Echoes, so that could be, you know, the line he's going for.
Yeah, I mean, he's even holding a powder, so like maybe he's gonna go full on into Scrap.
Ambushers.
It's possible. I mean, you can play some core between like Powder, Echo, Jinx.
Found another Savika as well.
He was rolling out for Donasi
Alright,
as well.
we're back. Ini RPG kah? Ini TFT kok RPG sih?
With on level 9. No 6 cost just yet. Finds a Malzahar. Finds a Jace pair as well. Not really much else.
Yeah,
close
Savika.
Spikes, but not just.
On the other side, Bintum has Savika too. So he got Savika too.
Binteum.
Did find got a Corki in there as well.
You
know, Conqueror's in, hit the Echo too. Has a bunch of.
Wih, box lagi win streak lagi, bro.
Do you believe in the Savika now?
I do, yeah. If you hit a 2-star Savika on 5-1, I think it's quite strong. But I still maintain. At least I've tried Trenchcoat on Savika a couple times. It's never worked out for me.
I think she is kind of a win more unit. When she's strong enough to where you should index power into her, you're already, you know, you're strong enough anyway, basically.
Really unfortunate here. Once again, runs into Diction. The player that also plays Heimerdinger gets eliminated. Very, very unfortunate 8th place in that first game of their triple. So now you're really going into this, and you're like, I kind of need a double first to make it somehow through.
Yeah, at least like top 2 or something like that. You know, top 2, top 3. I think it's definitely possible. You know, to get through like 14s. If you go 2-3, 2-3-8, you should still be able to get through. But it is definitely tough. And there is the Bruiser Mundo, which was kind of the expected line when I saw the Bruiser +1.
And
has the Twitch going, has giant size. That is kind of the dream. Like, I mean, Mundo becomes so hard to kill. It did get nerfed this patch, but still.
Keep in mind that with bruisers amplify the amount of HP that you get. So yes, your giant size typically gives you 1,000 HP. With 6 bruiser, it gives you significantly more than that.
Yeah, and did actually hit the Caitlyn right there as well, so was able to swap the Caitlyn in for that Maddie 1. Obviously, it works pretty well with the step. On the other side, we do have Bintum already got a Victor, so early Victor on stage 5 is going to make such a big difference. The shred, the sunder, the damage, the stun, it does it all.
Remember, is level 8 too. Keep that in mind. All of the players, most of the players in this lobby at this point are starting to hit that cap on level 9. Being level 8 means, yeah, you know what, you have this really strong Mundo, but may not be enough.
Wait, he's a Malzahar 2 as well. So he's Malzahar 2, Savika 2, and hit the Victor. That's crazy.
Really making good use of the extra econ that we have in Crabrave, and also his bully position that we saw throughout all of stage 3 and 4.
And I mean, look at the spot Izone Sakura's in. You know, doing pretty well.
Gila Izone Sakura fan.
You know, is level 9, 30 health. Went with like a crazy greedy eco star. You know, and I'm curious to see what exactly the board is. Here is that board. So fully itemized on this Vi. Has the Edge Knight augment. You know, that works really well on both Vi and Mbessa. Has the Garen 2 to be able to amping them up and make them a lot stronger.
Savika 2 anjir.
As well, and is going to swap the treasure chest over to the Scar, so it dies quickly, and then ideally would throw some items over onto Savika.
And Mbessa with the Gunblade might seem a little bit weird, but Mbessa has pretty good AP scaling. So something that players should know if they have the the difference between itemizing Mbessa and Vi is that Mbessa can hold some AP-ish items a little bit better.
Yeah.
Well, who would win, a giant-sized Mundo or a fortified Garen? Both of these players really leaning into getting that beef on the board, trying to avoid some of that.
So that is a problem.
Yeah.
Mundonya nggak mati-mati anjir.
Mbessa, you know, please stop tickling me.
Oh no!
I will say the difference that we saw in the board that Bintum had is Bintum had these multiple threats that had some sort of backline access already. We talked about the Malzahar, we talked about the Victor, but the board that Sakura fan has is straight front to back. You are not getting to the back line until you kill the front line. And so that's the fight that Twitch wants to have.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have to hope that you can like wrap in some way or have some kind of weird situation.
Another one.
Yep. That is nice.
For Savika. Wow, actually really nice, right?
Yeah, triple Edge Knight with the proc.
Exactly, with the augment as well, especially.
Yeah, it is really, really nice. 35% attack speed, I believe it is.
Yep.
Bintum just like, I don't really want any of this.
Why did I win all these fights?
What's elite bad?
Yeah, I think it is
suffering from success.
It's really nice to highlight that Bintum was playing this melee bruiser line for the beginning of the game and recognize that it was super contested, right? Sakura fan is the one that ended up with that 4 emissary board. Bintum played 1 emissary on level 8 and just played a strong enough board to leverage the HP that he saved to go level 9. To me, it actually feels like textbook high-level TFT. I think this truly is a masterclass from Bintum on how to go 9 and then cap out way higher than the rest of the board.
I mean, honestly, when you're trying to play push levels, you need to be able to play strongest board at any given time without spending a ton of money, and he did that so well.
Looking at Remember here, last round was a win. Can he do it again as he goes up against Boxbox, really clutching every single placement with only 3 games? They're so important here. I'm not so sure how this one works out.
It's another one of those front-back boards, though, right? Playing another emissary board, we're seeing the exact same thing.
Member menang anjir.
Yes, you know, the Mbessa does have a lot of damage, but you don't actually have enough to break through this Mundo with 1 billion health. And so since you have nothing that accesses the backline, yes, Boxbox is a strong board, but the shape of the fight goes to the favor of Remember. We're seeing it play out once again.
Look at the reaction. Rubbing his hands says, I am going to stay fighting here.
How villainous.
It's so important, game 1, the momentum for the rest of this heat to perform at a high level. Especially if you're a player that you consider yourself maybe more of a wild card or not one of the favorites. It's so important.
Look at the health, though. I mean, like these points can be the difference between moving on or not. We have 4 players under 10 health here. That is really, really scary. No one wants to run into Wanju, who's on a streak right now.
Playing Tristana, so it's still working out.
Yep. But remember, also looking very, very strong. Who's he going to run into? Looks like he's the one running into Wonju on the other side. And we'll see if Wonju can deal with this Mundo. But I don't think he has the comp to actually be able to punch through. I think it's going to be the same issue.
Yeah, the Rage Blade is scaling, but there isn't more, extra damage scaling. Tristana's not going to be able to do much against these Giga Tanks. The Elise is stunning for quite a while as well with her Cocoon. We're seeing it. So many ults from Tristana not able to do anything. The stun comes through, and the Twitch cleaning up, doing his job, sniping those backline carries. Look at this Elise. What an absolute demon. No, she's still alive.
Mundonya, Jing.
So impactful. Like, Elise is actually such a crazy unit.
Mundonya, Jing.
Boxbox lost. So Boxbox will go out. Like did 3 people die? No, just 2 people died.
So Diction was eliminated in
Ah.
the previous round, and now
Boxbox juara 5, bro.
and Boxbox are also out. And I personally, I love seeing the reactions from Remember. They're fighting, celebrating each of these wins as he makes his way into the top 4 after what looked like a scary position.
Bintum, let's go Bintum.
Every point
Apak
is
pride.
just so precious, right? It really can come down to a couple placements here early on.
Also, I think I kind of have to eat my words. I said I did not think Wonju was going top 4. I seriously underestimated
died this, by the way.
the value of Tristana 2.
The Mundo cannot protect the Twitch from the crab.
Did we not talk about this?
Mundo is strong enough to beat the crap on his own.
Is this not the best illustration?
Look at his camera. Come on, you
I
can
only
beat
mentioned the Mundo because I think the last 2 Crab Raves, I was playing Twitch, I had my Mundo, and I still remember.
I've literally never beaten it with Twitch.
So we talked about how Remember keeps winning all these fights that are front to back, and once you have something that can access the back line, you instantly lose.
And the Elite is just doing cartwheels, ulting, but can't actually die.
Wait, did everybody die?
Look at Bintum, the ultimate villain. He's just laughing.
Oh my god.
Let's go Bintum, semuanya mati sama Crab Rave.
It's so hard to beat in this set. I swear to God, it's like Emissary, like melee carries. That's the only comp that beats it anymore.
Semua mati sama kepiting.
Actually deal with.
It's actually it's so funny because Remember killed all of the Emissary players because he has this front to back team fight. So Remember dies, or excuse me, Sakura fan dies, Boxbox dies, and then everybody loses except for Bintum because he's the only Emissary player left.
There's 2 games left. Imagine for these 3 players where they lose, they're instantly depressed. They look to the side and they see Bintum laughing at them. Oh, the emotional damage has been dealt.
Oh my goodness, what a game!
Let's go Bintum.
I do feel like we got to see a lot of kind of iconic parts of this meta.
Anjir T1, Bintum.
Last game though, we saw some players leaning directly towards
Oh,
those really strong
Bintum T1 guys.
of the Tristana and of the Renata. We saw other players try and flex around the melee bruiser boards, and then we also got to see some of the more front to back boards like the Twitch as well, and then the Fast 9 player who just tried to cap out really high. It felt like it was a pretty good exploration of the meta thus far.
Well, I will also say Crab Rave really showing off in this round here with that final elimination of so many players was really, really cool to see.
Crab Rave MVP, bro.
PBE, I played a lot of scrims with top players in the MEA. Every time it was Crab Rave, I would already start typing, all right, guys, I'm going to get eliminated again. It happened. No matter what I played, for like 6 Crab Raves in a row, I would get knocked out by the Crab. It was so sad.
It's just hard, you know.
It's not even enough to have like a gunblade or something.
No, or redemption. Doesn't do anything.
It does absolutely nothing.
No.
You're just doomed. The second you load in, you actually have to assume that you're going to just die at Crab Rave unless you have a line. And I do wonder actually if that had anything to do with the fact that we saw 3 players lean into the melee bruiser line on stage 2. I did want to call out though, we talked at the beginning about Boxbox having the suboptimal bruiser line. He clearly was angling toward the family and then realized he didn't quite have the spot to play it. And then in the end, despite the fact that he saved so much HP, went 5th, did not get that top 4. I think largely came off the back of the fact that he didn't quite have the perfect setup that we saw someone like Bintum, who both had early game tempo and better setup for a high cap.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the replay here of that great moment. But first, we're going to go through those rounds. And, you know, I think Crab Rave definitely playing, like you're saying, a determinant factor in what's happening here.
Oh, he's recording his placement, so his notes on it. Yeah, so went 8th. Dobbs obviously in a tough spot. Didn't really get great itemization, unfortunately, on the Heimer. You know, he was going up against another Heimer who had much more ideal, had Death Cap, Blue Buff, Gunblade, and he was playing like Shojin Zonias, which is really low damage. It's just not going to ramp fast enough to actually, you know, get enough rockets out most of the time.
I'm surprised we saw Dobbs committing to Heimer. It was contested. I think after the nerf, it's not really one of the top.
Yang bisa menang lawan Crab menurut gue tuh ya Quick Striker, Ambusher.
I mean, we saw it get second in a lobby earlier, but I think it's like, you know, when you have, you know, full kind of like academy.
Emiseri Ambesa.
Look at those eliminations, one after another. They fall, and Bintum, the only player.
Udah itu doang.
We have someone else joining us here on the desk. Big
Get
surprise.
there.
I'm sorry, I just got too excited.
Come on, we're still watching the players here. Bintum's reaction. Celebration.
Oh, the villainous laugh. Oh, and the cheer. Oh, no.
It's T1 winning. I've seen that a lot coming from Lee.
Well, now let me do the honor. Hello, Hupason. Thank you so much for joining us. How have you been?
Amazing.
Kamu coba Granny multiplayer kayak Papi.
Emotions are
ya.
hyped and up. So even if you lose, it's worse. If you win, so much emotion. So glad to be here. I just played.
I saw.
Yeah, it started good. Good third, and with difficult games, but they're so well prepared, and there are so many lines that even in the new patch are popping off. So if I had like a long travel, maybe 3 days, 2 days, and that's making a difference.
Yeah. What was your lobby like? Was it a hard lobby? Do you think there was like a lot of really strong players?
Actually, my lobby was cool. It was press even, and then full China.
Violet bisa, tapi Violetnya harus bintang 4. Kalau nggak bintang 4,
and
nggak bisa.
I started with a very difficult game. And I got a good third. So I was feeling great. I was feeling amazing. But then the game doesn't help you. Maybe an element that you're not really familiar to is not helping you. So adaptability is the name of the game right now. So if you have a lot of lines that you recognize that spot, it's amazing for you. So I had like a simple game plan. When it worked, it was perfect. When it didn't, you're out.
I mean, it seems so hard. We talked about this. There's like 400 plus Challenger players that signed up, 65 players that played in Tactician's Crown, every single set world champion playing as well. So it's like the worst player here is a really good Challenger player, right? So and half the players get eliminated in the first lobby. It's so hard.
Yeah, no, and you feel it, in the game. But also what is important, even if you're ramping up, if it works, it works. You only need to get that spot. So actually, I really feel that this round 1, we'll see some cutoff, surprise cutoff. But then when we're starting into the next days, it will be tight. Some people are very, very prepared for today.
Well, I'm personally looking forward to see what they have cooked up. We're just waiting for that second game of round B to start. But
timnya udah tutup.
I was watching your last
belum
game.
sih, belum ada update aja.
Fighting for every single placement, and then in the end, it didn't work out with the very, very close lobby. So that's kind of the moments I was referencing earlier, saying everybody's just standing around these desks, cheering for their friends, hoping that they get through. But unfortunately, it didn't work out.
How have you found this? This thing we were talking with more earlier, like, you know, because it's in a LAN environment and most of the TFT players don't have a lot of experience in it. So, like, how much do you think that plays into it? You know, being not in your comfort zone, not at home.
Six cost mending WW atau Mel. Kalau gue ya, gue urutannya 1 Victor, 2 Mel, 3 WW. Kecuali lu bisa dapetin perfect item WW, dia bagus. Which is Latterster, Winsu, Quicksilver. Latterster, Winsu, Quicksilver itu adalah perfect item Warwick.
Right here, emotions are everywhere.
Yeah. I think also the momentum, as you mentioned with your first game, you wanted to almost brag to everyone else. I'm so good, I got a third. You almost like give confidence to yourself. You confirm to yourself you deserve to be here. You can fight for those spots, and when something goes wrong, it's the opposite.
Tidak pakai Titan, tidak.
Can come back from that very easily. Some players really gets into their head, it really gets into their mental, and they can't
recover
from game 2 and 3.
Ya Titan oke, tapi lebih bagus Quicksilver supaya dia cepat nge-stacknya. Kan Quicksilver anti CC. Tadi dapat Augment, dapat WW. Oh, gue tahu Augment prismatic kan.
I know I heard when after Vegas, I was talking to some pros who got day 1, and some of them were complaining really heavily about people like talking about their choices right behind them.
Tidur.
Yeah. So they were feeling like it was like Twitch chat, but they like are hearing them instead of reading. You know, like the kid tuned out. People like, oh, he shouldn't have built that item. Oh my God, what is he doing? He needs to roll more.
I think it's a bit
like,
different this time.
Push, you know what I mean? Like you should push levels and stuff. So it's like I know a lot of people were kind of complaining about that, saying that they found that really hard, but like that is part of the environment.
They're a bit further back now, so we put the lines a bit back so the players have a little bit more space. So could you hear people around you?
Not so much, actually. And I was actually close. Maybe I can hear environment noise, but I think it's enough. You can be very good concentrated. Comparing to Vegas, actually, the difference is in Vegas, everyone was pinging a lot.
Restoran McQueen kapan buka lagi, Bang?
I
Minggu depan.
feel that here so much. So Chinese
pakai SPD skillnya. Yes.
If they're using a line, they know you
kalau
will be
perfect
scouting
item
and you
semua.
know if that line is taken or not. So
Kalau
I feel
perfect
that
item
Vegas
semua,
and really
most
Vegas,
likely
they was spin all over the place.
This argument actually, I
Mel
may be
sih.
at fault for making
Mel
America's
perfect
generation
item ngeri banget, bro.
hate Bintum a little bit because I had an interview with him. Bintum said he doesn't respect NA players because they're always typing in chat, I want to play this line. He doesn't think that's part of the game and, you know, the most beautiful level of TFT. And then everyone in America was like, we don't like this Bintum guy. It was a misunderstanding. Now he's friends with everyone, but it was so funny. And you're mentioning, I think Chinese players see TFT a little bit in a different way in that sense, where Americas, they have no shame in saying, get off my line.
I think it's really funny because to me, it's like it's all just part of competition, right? And so it's like
Mel last stand pasifnya juga bagus, ya. Dan tiap kali dia nge-cash 12 kali, dia
That's the upside.
That's kind of
tambah status.
Game, right? It's like if you're that easily
Jadi kalau lu bisa kasih blue buff ke Mel, blue buff, gauntlet, sama HOJ, itu perfect itemnya Mel. Blue buff, gauntlet, blue buff, jewel gauntlet, sama HOJ. Oh,
seeing someone completely rage out in Vegas because someone kept coming on their board and emoting with their little legend and stuff, and they were like fuming, right? And then it's like, but if someone reacts that heavily to that, aren't you just gonna kind of keep doing it?
Supposed to do that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Of course. I was talking to Clement a little bit about this whole thing of America's players saying me this, me that, even though it's not always true. And he was saying that the Chinese region thinks that that's just
Bang, Indiana kapan lanjut, Bang? Besok.
You're playing these mind games that David was calling out, so they think that that's a bad character kind of.
Gue males menjawab pertanyaan yang bisa kalian dapatkan informasinya dengan nonton video. Jadi biar gue nggak capek ngejelasin berkali-kali, yang kalian asumsikan gue iyain aja, meskipun itu nggak benar.
Because actually I've seen very, very different lines that actually I saw were priority. Obviously Rebels, emissaries like the go-to because it's fast 8. But there are so many different lines. Renata is popping off. And actually
Yay, Bubar, yay.
People were talking about maybe playing it, maybe not. Maybe it's the 6 who are most, no one's playing it, not so much. But Renata, I think, is something very decent that is popping off right now.
We talked about it a bit. I didn't get to mention it. I saw Weijin in the first heat. He won one of the games with Renata, so I've seen some good results. I think overall there's this idea that when something new develops, especially if it's a unit that didn't have trust from the players. There's some units that last patch players would say, this is not a unit. I can't play this unit. I can't.
Even if it's lost, after you buff it, you're like,
and shifting your mental, mindset about a unit, and now believing that you can trust it to itemize it, and in stage 2 or 3, or even reroll it, for example. Some players take longer to have this shift happen. So if you're brave enough to make the shift early, and you can jump on the bandwagon and find success in day 1, where maybe less people are playing it, it's a huge upside.
I think there's some other unexplored lines as well. Like there has been some Renata stuff. I've seen some
main apa? Abi sama Norman.
With some of the artifacts can be really strong. Like
with Pyromaniac as well.
Yeah, with Pyromaniac can be really, really good. Like I had a level 10 game yesterday where I was playing like emissaries like fully capped out, and I lost to a Morgana 3 7 Black Rose where the Morgana had blue buff Mana Zane Morellos and just put dots on like 6 of my units.
Ini Anda nonton live yang mana ya, guys?
And it was just like
yang promo 50 promo 12 judulnya.
Because Black Rose was nerfed all over the place except 7 Black Rose, so you got actually to the cap.
Yeah, so it's like it's definitely interesting seeing when people are able to pop out some of these different lines. I feel like artifacts enable a lot of unique lines as well. Like I think
mainly reroll.
Yeah, exactly. Like Nocturne with like rapid fire and some of the range increases can be super strong. Of course, there's so many with trench coat and fish bones, and
Yeah, I think Fishbones is kind of the one that has been creeping up and showing up a little bit more. Players are really very happy to use this one on specific units.
Fishbone Lux is the tech. It is so fun when it actually works. When you start a fight, you just snipes the opponent's backliner in stage 5. You're like, really?
Lux is so strong early game. Like if you hit a 2-star Lux,
my favorite unit.
It is crazy. Like early Lux just feels so strong. But the AP lines feel so much less popular now that I feel like it's it's more like so many people are just committing to just like slamming AD and playing either like low AD cost rerolls or going to AD flex with emissary and stuff. Like even Twitch, if you hit +1 bruiser, and so there's like a lot of AD lines. It feels like now.
Have you guys seen much Zig Zero until now?
Zero.
On broadcast. I'm curious to see from spots where maybe you have a lot of early zigs and you have it's an awkward.
Kayaknya abis game 2 gue tidur dah, ngantuk gue anjir.
I think it's the kind of comp where if you have a natural Ziggs 3 and then you can go to 6 Dom and play into Silco and Mundo and Mordekaiser in the late game, I think it could be really, really strong. I think Ziggs was already not sleeper OP, but okay to item carry in stage 2 and 3, and now with a buff.
Ini hit 2 ya. Lama ya nunggunya, lumayan Mel.
Something similar happened with Akali before he was nerfed. There are some comps that
kalau main stage lama, kalau yang di stage kecilnya cepet nih.
Okay, I'll do their decent roll down here, pop off early, and then you don't do the full reroll of the comp. And then that could give you a good position, because actually those comps pop off when you get to level 9, achieve similar synergies, go to those 6 costs that are so especially the Victor that is popping off. So really great to see it.
Well, we do have an interview from our floor here at the TFT Macau Open ready, so let's take a look together.
Hey everyone, Panda here with one of these stars from the Americas region representing also Fnatic, Wajan Iverson. How are you feeling after 2 really magical 2 wins in a row to start things off?
It feels really good. I was a bit nervous going into the event.
Now that
I have 2 wins, it feels really nice because I know that I'm guaranteed to make the next stage, and I'm just really happy that I can represent Fnatic at Macau.
In game 2, you played one of the newest discoveries in the meta, Renata reroll with the kind of middle clump formation. How does that feel? I think it'll be one of the key comps across this weekend.
Weshen menang 2 kali berturut-turut.
Comp that's recently emerged. I only got to try it out like a few times in scrims, but
Damn.
I think our group was pretty ahead of the meta, knowing about this comp, knowing how to play it. We did a lot of study because we saw a lot of Korean players playing this comp. So I think this is like a big edge for us, and I think it's really good that we know about it.
Thanks so much, Wajan. Best of luck in the next round as well.
Honestly, Wajan is one of my favorite players
on rank ya?
America's region.
Poin akumulasi, Jos.
Every single time I see him, I'm like, oh, I really hope he does well. Has such a creative approach to the game, and I feel like he would be one of the players that profit off of a format like this one.
Yeah, he actually, I got a chance to talk to him, and Replay are very similar. They study stats, but they do it in a particular way. Why are you laughing? I just tried to buy this in the merchant stand, and they say it was totally sold out.
Yes.
But I was almost the first one. How many after? I think tomorrow I have a chance to get more, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I won't tell if you take this.
You can keep it on.
Yeah?
It'll be our secret.
Okay.
Just all of us.
Just our entire secret.
Shh, chat.
Trusting chat. Never again.
No, it looks great on you.
He brought this hat. It's his own that he got earlier from the merch line.
That's what he just said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It looks good. I have like this that gives me a lot more space. So I think. Wait, let me take it just for a second. Now it's good. If I do it like this, I cannot talk. So I cannot talk.
Good move, good move. But yeah, well, Jupe is getting ready to show off here. We're waiting for that next game to start in a couple of seconds. Just a reminder, we are in overall game 5 of the day. This is the second heat, as we're calling it.
Soju udah eliminated, guys.
And there will be 3 games before we cut down players from points scored. The bottom half is unfortunately getting eliminated, and then we repeat that same thing one more time. 3 games cut off and another 3 games. So there's still a lot of TFT action to come today.
We have played 4 games, so we have 12 today.
Oh, Victor.
It's going to be a very long day.
We are going to be here till probably after midnight, I think. It's going to be a lot of TFT today, and then 10 games tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, dia nggak bisa beli Victor set live
on Sunday, so there's a lot of TFT left to be played.
And going
set live, dia nggak bisa beli Victor.
I think a player like Dobbs came into this very confident. I spoke to him a lot across the last 2 days. He had prepped a ton with all the players from the Americas. After an 8th here, he has to now adjust.
Warwick bintang 2, cok.
We'll see what the encounter will be. I think you mentioned it earlier in the first heat, it was very warping in terms of
Warwick bintang 2 sih, ya mohon maaf deh ya.
To commit to, and we'll see if that's going to be the case here as well.
Oh, quick, copy the tech. We're seeing some games happening.
GG's.
Not a reroll.
Well, that's a Zyra 3. Let me tell you.
Well,
She's not holding any items, but she was there.
we're talking normally a locks about locks, but actually side is also very good. If you get there early, get those two like AP damage ready pump into the game. So actually those variation, anyone who can get that spot in the early game, anyone who recognize maybe something significant. And what I wanted to say about the early game that I saw about everyone is copying YV1. About positioning between the backs. So I don't know if you guys saw it. Everyone's putting the front line in a space and then putting some very bad unit on the right alone. So that's like to get a situation where they wrap up and stack up, or maybe ensure that the back line of the other comes closer. Everyone is doing it. No one was doing that 1 week ago.
Yeah, I've also seen the same position for Maddie. Like when Maddie rerolls and stuff, people do the same thing with the two walls, so that there's kind of this open gap in the middle, so you can actually fire through and kill the carry in the backline every time. But these positionings can make such a big difference. We are now starting this 5th game here of the second heat. We're getting on into it, and we'll see if Dobbs can try to pull it back in the second one.
Yeah, game start at the Teamfight Tactics Macau Open. Second game for this group. Last one was won by
All right, let's go.
So, yeah,
Habis ini aku izin tidur ya guys ya, ngantuk.
Really love Vi. I think the extra components allow you to play into specific augments much better. Something like
Let's go.
Getting Mogul's Mail when you have a 2-star.
Let's go Bintum.
Chance to build immediately 2 tank items.
And counter Vi.
Like in the Mumu, for example. Reroll lines where you can immediately commit to having your bis and flex to the other players in the lobby and posture like, hey, I have perfect items for Violet. I have all these copies. I'm going to commit to this line right now.
Is Bintum not even going to pick up the powder too? Interesting. So had a powder 2 in bench, just doesn't want it at all. Decides to actually skip that line, so not even going to consider it. I'm a little bit surprised because he actually, had the gold to buy it, and obviously, could at least explore the family line.
Yeah, normally maybe because that's not the unit that you want to 3-star normally. So in the early game, having that possibility to play with your gold and then maybe prioritize the Violet. Obviously, if you get the powder with additional
Mas kotak tadi rank berapa? 5 box.
But then now he has like more maneuverability to make options. But in that case, maybe I will do the powder. Bitium thinks maybe 2 times or more ahead.
And also having a first already, I think you're less likely to play reroll. You want to play more flex, have more agency over your game plan, not really, contest someone and go 7th, 8th.
It's interesting because at the same time, most of the pros that I was speaking to were saying for round 1, their plan was just purely reroll because they felt like it was more consistent for a top 4.
If you're uncontested, I can see that, but specifically family, I think is the one line where everyone, especially on this
of course, right? But you don't know if you're going to be contested. If you if you skip all the units and you're like, oh, now I'm uncontested, well, now you can't go for it anymore.
Surely the OKage business won't be that strong for someone like Bin to get an uncontested family line.
Well, we are going to be getting our augments here
Booking bot.
Vander, buff to gloves off.
Maybe gloves off could be an option for Marcel.
Also really, really cool in terms of the lines it opens. You were talking earlier, Hubasong, with the Akali line, for example. These are one of the conditions that you can play into a
cooking pot.
Or could just be something like a Nunu.
One you with Chen Batum, so high risk, high reward. We already know the best comp for top 1, but not necessarily the best for top 4. So high risk here. And already with the
box main stationery. Dapat emblem apa tuh box? Wanju main Kembaron, Remember main Quick Striker. Most likely dia bakal main Quick Striker Automata. Quick Strikernya dikasih ke si siapa namanya? Kokmau. Quick Striker dikasih ke Kokmau. Kalian mau cepet kaya nggak di TFT? Kokmau pakai Guinsoo sama Gambler's Blade. Easy money, bro. Ya ronde ngasilin 3-5. Easy money, lo kalau menang nambah 1.
Try only to play a tempo, and then when you actually go for the lose streak, then you pivot out of it, but maybe not the full round. Clement told me that also.
Aizen main Kembaronnya win streak kah? Dia slam item soalnya. Si Aizen.
I think it's
sampai kapan nih TFT maka open? 5 hari kalau nggak salah ya.
You already have to go for a pretty big cash out, and then if you don't natural a Rennie or a Smeech, going into stage 3, then you have no loss streak built up. You have very low stacks, and your augment can become kind of somewhat worthless.
Kind of a little bit of a callback to that very first game of Michael, who had that 500 cash out, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he just didn't really get the exact perfected items that he would have been hoping for, and ran into a super strong 6 Dominator board early on, and just, sometimes that's
box.
Do you guys have the chance so far to see a good Conqueror game, maybe?
Not full Conqueror, no, not on stream.
Okay.
We've seen a lot of Mbessa. We saw like Emissary Mbessa and Enforcer Mbessa.
Oh, experiment.
Different lines like
I saw a few when you get the emblem early trying to go for the 4, but it's actually resting on it. Amazing.
Love seeing the dummy wins. It's so disrespectful.
Gotta love it.
I think if you can get 4 Conqueror early, it's quite strong. Like, but I think you do need 4 Conqueror early to actually build up the stacks a lot. Otherwise, the rewards just come way too slow. Like, if you can't get 4 Conqueror in on stage 2, I feel like vertical Conqueror isn't worth playing.
Yep.
It's kind of a win more comp where you're just snowballing so much, it's almost impossible to lose that momentum, especially if you manage to high roll an early Mordekaiser or Mbessa, start of stage 4. It's
the
like,
rewards get really crazy too when you're getting like 500 stacks of Conqueror and stuff. Like, you start getting some really good stuff out of those orbs.
I think for most players who've had the experience of having a high roll Conqueror game, by far and away, it's their favorite comp or game plan to have.
We have Visionary Spat over on the other side. Which was what he crafted, you know, with that frying pan. Which was the unit that he was buffing up with it? I didn't actually see.
I imagine he's playing for Renata again, so one of the Renata tanks.
Yeah, was it the Singe that he was buffing up?
I didn't see, we'll see now, but Marcel P indicating already how strong he thinks this comp is, playing it the first 2 games in this Heat 2.
He went, what, 7th though or something?
No,
he went way higher. He went way higher.
Like
Marcel was one of the crab rave players.
Oh, yeah, of course. So then he
Not
was
sure in what order the
crab. Top 4, yeah.
Yang main quick striker mana tuh?
He's in a really good spot then.
Remember.
Especially it's interesting because we're seeing
Remember ambil Kokmau nggak sih?
Almost every game. But I don't think we've seen it contested a single time. So it feels like there's a certain group of players that are comfortable playing the line and are going to force it. But a lot of the players don't feel comfortable forcing it. So it's kind of unlike Family, where we saw Family triple contested in one of the games. Where, you know, it was an artifact encounter with Jace. And so everyone got these, like, you know, Cloak or Prowler's Claw or whatever. And they're like, everyone went for the same thing.
So I was mentioning about the courage or, you know, being brave enough to play one of the new meta comps where
buffing is rel.
It's the opposite for lines like Violet Reroll, lines even like Black Rose Silco, where everyone has so much games on these comps and it's so comfortable that even I think by instinct they're kind of leading into these comps you know, by nature and not into the
also
nuance.
If you have the preparation to get the out, for example, if you play Violet, the out can be Emissary with Mbessa, but if you're not prepared to play that comp, maybe you stay with the Violet. So that's the sensitivity that we would like to see in the players.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, it's just one of these things where it's like everyone has their own biases when you're playing TFT. You see the lines for the lines that you play the most, right? Like, because you're just so used to it. You see X, Y, and Z unit. Oh, I can slam this item. Oh, I need to be playing this. And sometimes it's hard to like look past what your tendencies are.
This is my life story. I have, you know, any excuse to play the comps that I love, basically.
Siapa yang jago, Bang?
Excuse to make an eco
yang jago. Yang jago tadi yang juara 1 si Bintem, perwakilan Apak. Game sebelumnya
every game, every time.
Siapa namanya ya? Bos something, nggak tahu lupa.
I've changed. I'm a flex player now, trust me.
I'm not so sure about that.
We do see Gold Collector, we do see Tristana on the board for now. Dob just playing with item carrier for now.
Box jadi main win streak nih.
For the Visionaries, good items, trying to ensure the lose streak here for Marcel P.
Yeah, he decides differently last second.
Oh wow, and actually pays off because he's playing against
a
stronger board. So
iya ada bok kan ikut main.
So he's gonna lose less health and maintains the streak. And it looks like Sakura fan, I think full sold. Looks like.
Duitnya Sakura, Bang.
It's frozen over on that side, but I do think
duitnya Sakura 40 tuh.
Guarantee it. So is it
dia selalu main loose streak dah.
For the 5 loss, whereas Marcel P is gonna have just one more health.
Bos dingin.
Not really a big deal.
Soju nggak main, Soju udah kalah. Juara 3 kali main, juara 7 dia. Udah eliminated.
It ended up working out to some extent in stage 4 and 5 with all the econ.
Aizen sih duitnya mengalir abangku banget ya. 51 gold anjir.
A lot of people, the more they play the Renata comp, they're actually preferring to have, you know, Singed as the kind of primary carry, you know, or sorry, primary tank, excuse me. But it did look like the Singe was actually buffing up the Rel, right? So the Rel is likely to be kind of the more that primary style, which leads me to believe it's probably going to be reroll at 6 instead of at 5, which some players are doing. Do you kind of have a preference?
Lucu kali ya kalau ada yang mati sama Crook.
I mean, see, the important thing about Singe is that he's buffing your carry that has that additional speed. So even if you get the possibility of getting that Singe 3 in any comp, I think it's a great unit because actually you got the scaling when you have in 3-star, so it's more speed to your main carry. It's actually like a 4th item that you can give. keep them. So I think it's perfect for the comp, and it trembles perfectly. So that will be the priority, as you just said.
Especially with Renata, because it's like Renata double dips in a way, because it's increasing your damage, but also your survivability, which is such a key part of the success of the comp, right? You get that attack speed on Renata, she's shooting out more shields, she's doing more damage. It's kind of like everything snowballs.
With how many games we have been doing today and how many are yet to come, there's no games
because my comfort in stage 2 and 3 this entire set has been that Lux Singe combo for the same exact reason. Renata seems like an improvement on Lux. She does the same exact thing.
There you go. Camera's gonna
Tuh, lo, Quer. Ada Quer katanya di Macau, Jok? Enggak deh. Tadi hostnya ngomong ada K-pop artis. Siapa lagi kalau bukan Mbak Quer?
Here with the slam, and now with a perfect priority to play Twitch, to try to go for that AD line.
Yeah, full win streak for Dobbs and Gold Collector early, so your eco is going to be really good. He's definitely in a good spot.
Corrosion, backup, item collector. Ada yang bagus, yang jelek semua. Nggak sih, item collector oke sih.
There's additional items, so item collector makes sense here.
This is one of the key things with encounters. You have to really reset a tiny bit one way or another what augments are better or worse. Obviously, no stats anymore, so you have to be a bit more in the critical thinking line. But things like buy, there's certain augments that are much better.
And he has Gold Collector for his first augment, right? So he has 2 extra items, so it definitely makes
Gak main kok, enggak. Gila, Izon, duitnya 73 gold.
Sitting on 64 gold, so we'll see if it is going to be more rolling on 5 or is it going to 6. So he's going to roll more on 5. We'll be looking more heavily for, like Morgana 3, Vex 3, Singe 3, but doesn't even have a Singe 2 at this point. It's not a great feeling when you've actually
on the restart mission.
Roll. He swapped in Chem Baron. So this is going to be, when I've seen this, people have done like 3 Chem Baron for like a little bit of splash, and they just cash it out at like 100 for like an additional Singe.
Oh, ini yang main Quick Striker ya? Yep, I told you kok mau Quick Striker. Sudah expected, remember. Quick Striker-nya pakai Titan Resolve. Gue gak tau kenapa lagi meta sekarang.
If this works out for Marcel P, then Panda, you can be the one trick Renata from now on.
Not just me, I think every player in day 2 as well.
Tante gak main. Tante main. Dia gak main di main stage. Dia lagi mainnya di stage biasa.
But you have to get
to
day 2,
sih.
which is only 64 players.
Well, not playing Renata.
64 players out of 512, so it's
kayaknya ada Emily deh di sini.
I feel like if you get to day 2, you already have some things figured out.
Nih, Emily nih. Emily lagi juara 1 nih.
Here as well for Izon Sakura.
Well,
who was the early Chem Baron player again? We saw the
Emily menyala bangku. Gila, Emily sih jago bener.
It wasn't Marcel P with the Renata, the Chemtem? The Chem Baron?
I don't think he was. He put it in, but he didn't have the crest, right?
Someone else. Yeah, no, here it is.
It was Wanju.
Wanju, yeah. So how many stacks? 185, and now he's on 5 loss streak. And how many?
Tante menyala bangku.
Any of the extra ones?
Tante di ini berapa ya?
So this is kind of the dream. This is what we're talking about.
Emily Wang.
Win some early rounds if you can.
Game satunya berapa kamu?
Then you get 5 Chem Baron in, and then basically you're trading health for stacks. Like that's what Chem Baron is, right?
Emily sebelumnya juara 5 juga kayak bok-bok.
Because you have the additional Chem Barons in. Yeah, and also you have that additional power that you will be granted. So maybe economy is not a priority. He has to roll deep sometimes. He has to go fast with a little money to level 8 and trying to force the next power spike come. So actually not going for that priority in economy is very important in this space.
I think one of the hardest parts to me,
these
eco traits, one of the hardest parts is when you are getting close to the cash out, like how strong you try to get how early.
Pemain apa nih bok-bok nih? Kayaknya Sentinel Artillery ya?
After your cash out, you have to actually choose your moment to when you can get strong enough to maybe it's okay to start winning or try to at least start losing by only a little bit. We've seen some players actually mismanage that even on mainstream, or we had a player who was going for 500 cash out, had committed with an emblem, and right around 300-400 stacks, he decided to roll down and try to preserve health, and he won a round, and it basically meant you can't get that cash out anymore.
I love seeing this. Rolling on 7, on 3-5 to try and find an early Silco here.
Question is, does it come around?
And it looks like for now, a little bit punished.
Yeah.
There it is, but you have to roll very deep. I think it usually is going to be worth it. 6 Chem Baron in.
It's worth it, but if he didn't hit, I think he's kind of like cooked. So
6 Chem Baron, ngeri juga nih Wanju.
Might as well risk it all.
But you got a second. You don't need to play for first or 8th.
It's about sending a message.
And the message is, I don't care if I lose.
Bintum sent his message, now his one.
Yeah.
Frontline Silco, not the tech you think it is.
And it was great because you see the expression of Wanju, it actually didn't change, but his shoulders went up a little. Every time he rolled and he didn't get the Silco, he was going up, and then actually he relaxed when popping off and getting the 6-cam Baron in.
Yeah, now, I mean, he's going to be able to get a Giga cash out for sure, so we'll be feeling
Dobbs masih juara 1, Dobbs, 9 win streak.
310 stacks here, but he has 6 Chem Barons, so that's what, 70 around, I believe? So 70 around. So he only needs really 3 more losses here to get the 500. So 3 more losses, 46 HP. He's chilling. Like, he's absolutely chilling. He just needs to guarantee at least the 2 more losses, and then you can maybe position normally. I do think, you know, this becomes a lot about board evaluation. You have to look around and say, okay, is there any way I could possibly beat Remember? And he's obviously evaluating that, yes, I might actually be able to beat him. So he's still frontlining his carries. But this kind of hurts because it means you're going to take extra damage, right? Like, you're not going to kill any units.
I think you have to, though, because Rennie
you can't risk it, I agree.
She's a bit of a beast when it comes to, you know, popping off in stage 3. You have to be careful.
Yeah, you do. But it's something that can hurt a lot, right? It means that you're going to take, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 more damage sometimes in these rounds.
Do we see, yeah, the BT comes through. Do we get a kill here on the Rel?
He's trying.
Oh, so bad.
He even sold his Singe too, you know, to move over the items. So.
Yeah, I think there was one that had the possibility of being very, very weak, and he has protecting about that, but it's, as you're saying, losing so much HP, that's the difference here with the Chamber.
Remember, 5 lose streak, menyedihkan kamu Remember.
Pop up, and then you will get the first, but you need to actually get to that threshold.
Yep, and it's really tough because it's like, yeah, the perfected items are very powerful, but he also rolled really heavy on 7 to actually get this in early. Yeah. So it's not like he has some
gila, Dobbs main apa sih Dobbs tadi, guys?
Oh, I go 9.
Dobbs ini kuat sekali loh.
The infinite board that can't lose, right? Like, he has a 1-star Smeech, 1-star Silco, you're level 7, you have 30 gold. It's not going to be like a super easy one, so I'm kind of curious what route he goes. Sometimes I do see people, you know, when they are low on economy like this, they'll commit more to like, okay, rolling for Smeech 2 first and then trying to push levels and things like that.
Well, he might have Dobbs in his match pool as well, because Dobbs has been streaking for a full 10 rounds, still on 100 HP, bullying down on that lobby. So if that happens, you're suddenly with a back against the wall if you're Wanju.
What's Remember's board? I really want to see what Remember's board is, because those are the 2 lose streakers, and that's clearly what he's been nervous about. You know, and why I think
Remember tadi main Quicksilver,
streak as well, but he is going to get
Quick Striker.
And thankfully he does have his carries in
ini box main eksperimen nih.
So nice hit an early Malzahar and
harusnya sih dia main ini ya, main Bruiser ya, Bruiser eksperimen ya. Cuma itu itemnya kayak item Twitch anjir.
He's still going to kill like 0 units. Box is really strong. Yeah, he actually killed 0, so he got 7-0'd. So
most players picked Econ on 3-2, Box didn't, and I think we're seeing, you know, the effect of that. Again, Box really thriving.
Dobbs menang lagi loh. Bang, mau lihat Dobbs, Bang?
I was really surprised to see him go
Void Collar.
I thought he had enough HP to at least top 4, but it was so close at the end there that he just had that one unlucky fight right before the crab did his thing.
Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah. For a second, I thought he took. I was like, what? So he's gonna roll down now, but again, he has very little gold because he rolled so heavy on 7. So it's like, great, you get your cash out, but your board is trash.
Now what? Yeah.
Like, even if he gets the cash out, I don't know that he's gonna be able to stabilize. I'm actually really scared for him because he has to lose 1 more to get the cash out. Yep. He's gonna be on 1 life, and then you have to hit your 2 stars or you're just dead.
No Silco pair even is the scary thing. I mean, maybe
I think he's going 8th.
Maybe Malzahar 2 on Carousel, but of course this is not the Malzahar.
I think he's going to die before the Carousel.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's going 8th.
He has to win one of these 2 fights.
Or you have to have a Giga Shop. But if you win this shop, then if you win this round, you don't get your cash out. You have to actually lose 1 more. You have to
Emily masih rank 1 nih, Emily nih.
2 Silcos in a shop.
Emily main emissary artillery.
Dead. But we'll see. This is a stressful moment for him because he got 2nd in the first game. He's risking so much playing this line in the 2nd game.
This matchup is preferable, though. So that is not Dobbs. That is Remember on the other side. You can get your Rennie in the back line. That's exactly what's happening here.
Kenapa si Emily carry-nya Vi ya, bukan Ambessa ya?
Wait another round or 2, right? So you could still get blasted in the next round by someone else. So.
But you're not dead if you get. So we're definitely making it to Carousel is the good news here.
Yep.
And then maybe Carousel has some saving grace.
Yeah, we'll have to
Mundo
find
2.
out.
Still no Silcos though.
Mundo 2, Smeech
that's really the main carry here.
He needs good perfected items.
Oh shit, Wanju menang.
Silco too.
Kayaknya dia.
There is an Exodia combo with specific units, and that unit is on.
Kayaknya Wanju juara 8 sini Wanju.
I'm not sure the combo where
Wanju. Belum 500 lo Wanju. Shimmeringnya lo, shimmering splendid. Gigi dah.
That was the idea if I got the chance, but never got the chance so far.
Very rare,
maybe for Paris.
It's important that players know this at the very least and identify it and are, you know, you have to play into your high rolls basically.
There's some crazy perfected items, but I mean, Michael went 8th after a 500 cash out with a better board than we see right here.
GG. Emissary is too good.
Lose because he won the last one, but I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. He should be losing here.
Yeah.
Going up against Emissary on the other hand.
Buat lagi 500 per 600.
So he's 9 health though. This is tough.
Now the hard 2.
Well, he would have got the cash out even if he won there. So it's actually really bad to lose, right? Because he.
Or a Silco does
he only
not
needed
find
25
it.
stacks, or am I crazy?
Yeah, he should get it now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he has 500.
Dops main.
We'll see.
Conqueror.
Exactly, what
Damn, 6 Conqueror, bro.
Okay, interested for
Enak banget itu Dops main Conqueror. 15 win streak, cu.
And now he's using the form swiper comp that is very strong for form swiper. Getting an additional possibilities. He managed to get to the Mordekaiser 2, the Michael tech. That would be amazing.
We mentioned the vertical conquer. The
dapat 4 form swapper lagi si Doms.
Has done in this game. 10 win streak into now
Dops.
conquer with a +1 at 4-2.
Oh,
there it is with a Silco. Nice.
Let's see.
Is this going to be enough? And all of a sudden, the Kog'Maw combo is very much alive and rewarded for holding it, for knowing the tech, the information. We'll see now. You might be thinking, are you believing in this Kog'Maw to win this game for you?
Kog'Maw?
And we will now see the magic of how strong.
Lihat nih guys, ada asap ungu di board, lihat nih. Asap ungu di board incoming.
Yeah, let's see if it works out for him here.
Tiap kali nge-skill, asap ungu keluar nge-stun terus. Lihat. Anjing nih Kog'Maw meta nih. Ini meta Cina nih. Si Wanju pakai meta Cina nih, gara-gara dia orang Cina nih. Itu item camp Baron Dajjal itu.
The moment I saw the bench and I saw
apalagi kalau dia dapat Winsu, itu asap ungu nge-stun semua orang, cuy. Kalau punya Winsu ngeri banget dah.
So actually it's not the ideal where it's only a way to counter it.
Getting anomalies, not dead before it is the good news for some of these players here. After a rough couple of rounds.
Yeah, Marcel. So Marcel is down at 26.
Remember.
Deep roots. So he went for a defensive anomaly here for the Kog'Maw, and he will not move it, and it should be enough for him. He only wants the Kog'Maw to stay alive. Damage is already enough.
Is the HP armor MR, but
wow, Kog'Maw-nya pakai deep root anjing. That's unique.
As well when you attack them though, doesn't it?
I think that's another one.
Anti-meta anjir.
That is it. But normally
I thought it was deep roots, but I could be wrong. But
I saw that one. I saw it in Violet in a game I played just recently. It was so amazing. They were just bringing you together once at a time and totally destroying you.
Something. The one that pulls your deep roots is the one where you can't be knocked. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ini box nih, box main eksperimen. Gue baru tahu kalau Twitch bisa pakai hextech gunblade. Main ASPD sih emang. Menang ini box.
Yeah. He basically can go 8-2-3 and you should be okay.
Eksperimen 5, sadis juga sih eksperimen 5.
But we will see.
Set dia ngasilin anak, cok.
Quite a bit of damage, but Twitch is
cloning ya.
He has a lot of units for this Akali to get through, but
even the dummy.
Eksperimen tuh cloning. Kalau yang ini.
But even the Nunu's doing enough here with the redemption. Akali is trying to hold the weak one by one. And yeah, not even reaching the dummy in the end. They remember, unfortunately, goes down playing a line that I thought would do better with +1s, but I think maybe
Member kalah set life, bro.
You want to play all the quick strikers anyway.
Dia nggak dapet Nocturne bintang 3 sih si Remember.
Yeah, I think quick striker emblem kind of sucks.
Yeah. Also he's playing Nocturne reroll without Nocturne 3, so it's very difficult to do that.
On the Nocturne.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think Nocturne to actually go for like the really high placements, you need artifacts. I don't think it's that good without artifacts.
100% agree.
Yeah.
Ooh, Dops.
Otherwise, it's just mid.
Itu kalau dia bisa bintang 2 Morde, menang sih kayaknya.
QSS I think is mandatory for Mordekaiser. There's nothing worse than Mordekaiser, you know, ascending, transforming, and then getting stunned. We saw it a lot in the Black Rose patch with Sion and Elise, and then not doing anything. It was hard to really invest heavily.
How was that shot? He's got a pair of Mords and a pair of Rumbles in the same
listening to the cast? It's exactly what we predicted. It's like the beautiful Conqueror game. It's happening here live.
He's going for it.
Oh, he sold his extra Rumble.
Yeah, a
he
bit
had a pair of Rumbles, and he
unfortunate.
sold his Rumble, and then he found another Rumble.
That was the same Rumble. It's okay.
It's always the same.
Nah.
It's always the same. I agree.
I don't believe in the code.
Doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Punished.
What do you? So I'm a bit surprised that Dobbs rolled down as far as he did with 63 HP.
Lihat ini meta Dajjal. Wanju menggunakan meta Dajjal, anjir. Itu, aduh, itu najis banget, sumpah. Itu najis banget, anjir. Dia bisa juara 1 itu, si Wanju. Perkara dapat item Cambaron yang itu.
That's exactly the reason why he shouldn't have rolled, because now you're in a really bad position.
I think the difference maker is our Cambaron player. The moment this Kog'Maw combo came through, everyone the moment they realize this, they know they're not winning the game. They have to roll down all their gold almost and preserve HP.
Itu bukan perfected, itu perfected. Itu perfected. Perfected item itu, yang cocok banget sama Kog'Maw, sialan. Nge-stunnya menjijikan banget itu. Karena skill itu, itemnya itu deskripsinya setiap kali lu nge-skill, lu tuh munculin wave yang semua unit musuh yang kena wave itu ke-stun selama 1 detik. Kalau di spam terus kan stun terus anjing. Kalau udah cepet kan ASPD-nya stun. Nggak gerak anjir nggak ke orang.
Maybe this will give a breather of mental health to everyone not trying to force that scump. And now once again, see here Dobbs very strong with the Conquerors not getting the Mordekaiser and Marcel P. He's just
Mordekaiser 2 keras banget itu.
Stop celebrating. So great loss.
Oh enggak deh, masih Mordekaiser 1. Gue pikir Mordekaiser 2.
Ramp up on the Conquerors and getting that additional benefits, no? The boxes from the Noxus.
A lot of health.
Double visionary spat, yeah. So feeding a lot into that, but I mean, we're on stage 5 and he didn't hit Renata 3. Like that's so sad.
Yeah.
One off too.
Xbox HP-nya masih 74, bro.
I mean,
Chilling good banget ya.
Game, and it's not even like he's itemizing the Vex or anything that he hit. So this is just
500 apaan 500.
But you know, if you're not hitting your 2-star 3 cost on sometime on stage 4, I think like you're usually in trouble.
Okay, let me sell you a sliver of hope. We're on comeback story. So that last loss was
itu box. Twitch-nya belum bintang 2 loh, masih bintang 1 loh dia.
When I go 8, sometimes it's just all strategy, you know.
No, we get the now that we lost so much health. Surely.
Jawab Yafi bang.
Mel as well could do something right in terms of trying to survive a little bit longer.
Okay, Dobbs is taking out Vintium here. Very strong on the right, and maybe last life also for
Cam shimmernya, ya di 500.
Vintium got a great first place, so maybe not the end of the world, but he needs to ramp up. Remember, only 3 games per hit, and they need to achieve. Do you
eksperimen emblem tuh.
14.
Eksperimen 7. Pok.
Yeah. So 14 should be probably safe, and then 13 is like it's possible.
Diambil.
So Marcel does buy at least one more round here with the Mel. We'll see if that'll be enough to find the.
Because Box
is doing pretty well, right?
Yeah.
Like for someone who is like a variety streamer and stuff.
I'm happy to see it.
It's really cool. He got 5th in game 1. So if he's able to get like a 3rd or something like that, he's on pace with a shot to get through. That'd be pretty cool.
He played a very high tempo.
Pasti dia berharap dapat Renata Glass, tapi dia tidak dapat. Set gak sih kamu?
And he has a lot of gold, so like he has a shot of capping out, you know, with a decent board, right? Like the legendaries
Pasti kamu set.
are so strong as just like additional units you can kind of put into a lot of comps. So there's a lot of value in being able to just push levels, but still no run out of man. It's just so sad.
Well, we still have some items we could slam potentially.
Bintum juara 7 bro. Tadi juara 1, sekarang juara 7 lu Bintum lu. Bener lu ya. Gak bisa kayak player lain lo juara 1 gitu. Kayak tadi bos dingin.
The Rel is pretty massive.
I don't think so. As soon as the Rel dies,
Visionary 8 tuh kurang bagus tau, kalau boleh jujur.
So it's like that's the problem. Is it's like if you can't keep the rel alive, this comp is so dependent on your one frontliner, right? And without Renata 3, you're not killing stuff fast enough. You're not chipping it away. So by the time your tank dies, like there's just the round is over. But that's the danger sometimes of reroll, man. It's sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, no,
gimana tuh? Lu lihat deh. Lu lihat Wanju tuh. HP tinggal 9 tuh, 1 HP dia. Tapi gak bisa dikalahin tuh. Kok maunya tuh. Mengerikan.
Pretty strong board now. We haven't actually looked at him in a long time. He did get to level 9. He did upgrade the Kog'Maw, and has an experiment emblem as well. So just slammed that over. Almost up to 200 stacks again. So can start kind of taking some of these like mid-range cash outs.
Looking at Dobbs slowly.
Sayang Dobbs nggak berhasil conqueror bintang 2 nih. Mordekaisernya.
Nearing stage 6 as well. It's going to be enough, maybe not, but with that much of an HP lead similar to Box, you can always bleed out into a second or third, and that's going to be good enough.
You're just praying this Chem Baron guy kills off some of these players. Like
the Grim Reaper.
Sakura fan is quite strong, but like, you know, not strong enough probably to beat the Chem Baron player, so.
Yeah, also he committed the anomaly to a legendary unit, so he needs the
Mordekaiser. HP tinggal 39, Bung.
Now he's losing maybe expected power EV on this anomaly so far.
He does have 50 gold though, so he, you know, I'm assuming he's just gonna send it, right? Like, you know, you're sitting at 20 health. It's either you go 9 or rather you go 10.
I think he jumps up a level a little, so maybe he's going 10 now.
I think
he's gonna go 10. And I mean, the nice thing about 10 is you get the really increased odds for the 6 cost, right? So like, you know, you have a high chance to maybe hit your pairs of legendaries, and even if you get like a Victor or something and throw that in, that could potentially be enough of a difference.
Box.
Right, well, he's 10. He's in the top.
Oh, dapat Warwick.
But he had like 10 gold to roll.
Yeah,
so
well, that'll do
I kind of hate levels like that. In that, honestly, I feel like if you're gonna do that, you need to roll at 9, right? It's like, great, you increased your odds and you rolled twice and you're broke.
But you had to have done it a bit earlier before you lost that extra HP, so it always feels bad, and you almost
feel committed to it.
The sunk cost fallacy, you're already locked in.
But it's making a wrong choice because you already made one wrong choice.
Listen, we're all human. We're not anywhere near perfect. At least I'm not when I'm playing TFT.
No, of course I'm horrible, but like, it's just one of those things that I think these decisions can really hurt you, right? Like these lobbies are so close, and it's those little choices.
Important 1v1 here against Diction. Can the Conquerors do it? Can the GP do it? I think the answer is yes.
Oh, nice one, Bok.
That's so big. Through. Extra gold to maybe
Aizon dead, juara 5 Aizon. Tadi juara 6, sekarang juara 5.
Next shop is just the shop you need.
It is a top 3 guaranteed, so as expected, Kog'Maw slowly killing off. Well, Kog'Maw.
Ngeri Aizon juara 4.
Killing off every other player.
Ayo box, juara 1 box.
High HP tempo heavy players, Box, and Dobbs really finding success.
Yang main game baru sampai 500 udah 500 dia.
I mean, that's the thing, man. You have to play what the lobby is showing you, right? And I think that's always one of the most difficult things in the game.
Conqueror 2
is so popular. It's generally one of the ones I see people kind of like insta-click. They're willing to pay gold for it, but he has no gold, so you can't be.
Banju sih, sulit sih itu Banju.
Gotta be spare parts. Wait, if you keep this open and you don't pick, can you pick it the next round?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. It just auto chooses for you. Okay, that's something I just was thinking about because I've never actually tried.
I think so. Once the timer runs out.
That's what my assumption was. Yeah.
You can lock the Rumble shop.
That would be really funny, right? Like,
yeah, now for Box
too.
Wow.
Yeah. Look at the Mordekaiser go. Everything up in the air. Mordekaiser.
Not even Box can win, bro.
And then rocking out, celebrating.
Box juara 3 sih ini.
But yeah, Box just lost. I think Box is going 3rd.
Yeah, he's high on HP, but he's the lower one. But he played amazing. He played great tempo, going for a great line, and now he's going up against fully capped Chem Baron versus fully capped Conquerors. He's perfect. You take the 3rd.
So he'll be on 10 points as well, right? Because he got 4 from game 1. He'll get 6 from this game 2, right? Because it's 5 and 3rd. So he only needs 4 points. So if he gets another 5th, that would be probably enough. Yeah.
And to finish in that spot, you want to just play high tempo.
Yeah, which is what he's been doing.
Yeah, exactly. He's used to it.
Let's see between the two of them.
The second Exodia now. The Super Conquerors from Dobbs. Should be enough. There's a Victor Slam. And now
kalah dia.
Both Victor.
Morde. So strong.
No stopping. Box stays in though. One more round. I just think with Wanju on the rise. It's probably still going to be the third that we were talking about.
It probably is. I mean, I guess the only thing you can pray for as Box is that Dobbs somehow got strong enough to kill Wanju, and you play a Ghost and you lose by less health, right?
Yeah.
Like that's your only out to get a second. So I think it's like you shouldn't give up. You should keep, maybe you get something really lucky, and maybe Dobbs can kill Wanju and you can get second and greed out an extra point, because then you just need 6th and you get through. So like. Every little bit HP can make such a big difference. You can see there is the Warwick, so he has experiment.
Warwicknya sakit banget itu, udah di-build soalnya dari Conqueror buff.
Out, but of course that's not going to be the case.
Bang, tapi kalau kata saya bang ya, Wanju udah masih menang bang ini bang. Udah bang.
The one thing, Mordekaiser does have QSS, so not going to be stopped by the Kog'Maw at the very least.
Yeah.
I do think this combo is so strong that
everything else is stopped, then
yeah.
No,
Wanju also holding these rumbles to stop Dobbs just a little bit longer.
The only other win out chance, if Dobbs knows he can't win through normal combat, is to try and go for 3-star 5 cost.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if he pulls it in, maybe there's something he can make happen, but.
Dicium sama Kog'Maw.
Mordekaiser is immune to CC for a long while, so that can make a difference. Let's see if it's enough for him right now.
I think it is.
Box dead.
Oh, that was close actually.
Nice try.
And it's key. You were talking about this earlier, Hubisan, how the anomaly for the Kog'Maw is immune to CC, so we couldn't actually get pulled in.
Yeah. Nice try.
The Mordekaiser Claw.
Wah, udah GG nih mah.
That was a close fight. Yeah, Box in third. Nicely played game by him. It looks like Wanju probably has this. Box looking very contemplative, and we'll see if Dobbs can figure out anything. I mean, maybe if you get like a 2-star 6 cost, maybe that can make the difference.
Udah pasti menang Wanju ini.
Happy for Dobbs, I think.
Udah pasti menang, Cok. Wanju, Cok.
Now having a really dominant game. Plus, I think doing it with, you mentioned on these easy games where you snowball a 10-win streak into a conquer game, it really puts you into a much more comfortable position going to game.
Orang-orang di 65.
Because he got 8th, it's like
udah 10 aja.
He's probably going to get second.
Ya kalau jago Pak Beb.
Still need to get top 3 next round.
And that's tough, man.
It's really hard, right? Like
I mean, he has the tempo. I think it's easier
duit
to do it
dari Sevika ngalir sih itu. Tuh lihat tuh.
This is a good ramp for him, but once again, there it is. Wanju.
GG.
So the super
Wanju.
tech, this is the one everyone will try to copy, Panda. Can you be a one-trick Chen battle?
Itu meta Cina banget itu.
You have to be very lucky,
Kog'Maw bintang 2 aja cukup.
Smortog's favorite player.
I wish I could one-trick Chem Baron. I feel like that trait is like those tricks are.
Itu Kog'Maw meta Cina, Chem Baron dikasih emblem Chem Baron, Kog'Maw. Either itu blue buff atau Sojin atau Guinsoo, satunya lagi item Chem Baron yang ngeluarin smoke ungu. Gue udah bilang dengan ini bakal banjir smoke ungu ini. Itu meta Cina, gue udah pernah lihat. Cuma kan gue nggak pernah main Chem Baron ya. Gimana gue pakainya? Cuma itu kalau dapet, guarantee win anjir. Stunnya lama banget. Stunnya lama banget itu nih ya.
Necessary right now as we're moving.
Yeah, I had the chance to talk with the arbiters when we're starting, and they said, okay, you can get paper and you can write anything you want in the paper. So you have knowledge in your head you want to transmit, that's fine. But obviously not stats, not cell phone during the game. So actually everyone who's using that to get maybe some outs, to know priorities or something that is very broken and you want to really recognize, I think it's pretty cool. So I tried to do it, and I think it's something that everyone should do it. This is perfect example.
I think it's smart.
Read through the paper there when the camera zoomed in. It said, next game, 10-win streak.
Ini apa sih?
Conquer, Mordekaiser 2, watch out for the
It was a prediction.
Bukan.
More a prediction.
I think it's really smart though, because especially in a high-pressure situation, it's easy to lose track of some of the
Apa namanya tadi ya?
You really need to keep in mind, right? Like
kalau Dongo bisa rungkat bener-bener makanya.
Like when you're
yang perfect ya.
Especially on main stage, like you can look down, you can remind
Oh,
yourself.
nih.
If I hit this, don't panic. It's enough to hold this far, or it's enough to do this or whatever.
And something obvious also, maybe top support items.
Item Dajjal nih.
According to stats, something like that, you can put it
perfected,
on.
bro.
You can do for beast.
Cass also launch a wave of toxin that deals 450 magic damage and stun enemies hit for 1.5 seconds. 1,5 detik di stun anjir. Terus lu di stun terus. Itu literally free hit. Jadi samsak. Nggak bisa gerak. Tank lu bener-bener dibully. Dan dia nge-wave-nya itu sampai belakang. Jadi bukan cuma first enemy hit, dia nge-wave sampai belakang. Itu udah guarantee win anjir. Ini perfect unleash toxin ini nggak jelas.
Let's take another look at how this Chem Baron worked out here with all that magic.
The magic is slamming.
Ngeri banget ini. Kalau nggak dapat item itu Kog'Maw-nya nggak kepake, tapi iya emang nggak kepake. Ulti Renata di LoL ya, either way ini mengerikan bro. Bisa Kokmau atau Hammer berarti ya? Enggak sih, Kokmau sih. Karena Kokmau itu kan ada stack speednya ya. Kan kalau Hammerdinger itu kan nge-case-nya lama. Ini tuh benar-benar perfect item buat Kokmau. Hammerdinger itu nge-case-nya sama-sama 40 MP, AP, 40 MP, tapi Kokmau itu kan skillnya nambahin attack speed terus. Jadi lama-lama kalau udah 5, dia kerjanya cuma ngeluarin asap. Unlimited stun. Kalau si Heimerdinger itu nggak unlimited.
I agree. I love it. I think this is like my favorite
Ngeri banget ini.
about generally esports is to see
Ini tapi skenarionya sangat amat sangat amat langka banget. Nih, kalau enggak lu dapet yang ini juga males nih. 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 Perfected destabilize camp tank juga sialan nih. Ini kalau udah dikasih nih ke Reni, nah udah males nih.
Is it a third? Is it a sixth? And they will radically adjust their augment choices and their game plans in stage 2.
High risk, high reward, iya. Gacha sih emang.
That could get really, really weird too, right? Like if there's a number of players that are all trying to play for first, and you have multiple players trying to force camp.
Pokoknya kalau udah perfected lu udah gigi dah kalau kata gua mah.
It can get really wacky, and sometimes it's funny. I feel like when too many people are trying to force a comp to go for first, then sometimes someone just playing like a normal tempo comp actually.
Oh, artefak yang bisa tarik ke belakang ini.
Obviously, you want to go for the gamma if you actually need a first or a second. But sometimes low resource game, if you actually get exactly what you want in the same moment, you can play rebels. That is
nih spectral cutlass. Tapi kan percuma ya. Ini kan lu nggak nge-stun ya. Masalahnya tuh pas Kokmaunya nge-cast. Kon bentuknya kon anjir. Lu udah kena stun duluan sama Kokmaunya. Pokoknya kalau Kokmau udah di pojok kiri atau di pojok kanan, lu kena stun udah.
We are going to be going to a quick interview because Necra's out on the floor and she's been talking to Joe, so let's take a look together.
Oh, kalau pakai QSS bisa. Ya, kalau pakai QSS bisa. Tapi kan lu nggak mungkin kasih semua unit lu QSS ya. Nggak mungkin anjir.
It's been really great, Necra. We were just watching Malala play in his lobby right now, and it's been awesome to see the game. I think the biggest thing that stood out to me is how many engaged players we have here this year. Everybody's having a great time. There's been so much energy. All the big plays that have been happening, it's been awesome.
What has been another one of your favorite things to watch from the competitors or one of the games that you've seen?
I think seeing how 6 costs are interacting with lobbies right now has been really fun. I know that players have a lot of different theory crafting that's going into that right now, and really watching the meta evolve here on the floor has been awesome.
Emily ranking 2.
I think we're starting to see a lot of things coming out from that.
Emily lolos besok ada lagi Emily. Ranking 2 dia. As long as dia tidak ranking, dia ranking 5 aja masih lolos dia. Ya, dia ranking 5 aja masih lolos kok.
Good. Awesome.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Jeff, for your time, and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you, Necra. Thanks, everybody.
Honestly, it's always so great to hear from the devs, from the people that have been working.
Kedepannya mungkin bakal kena nerf dari status setengah detik ke 1 detik. Enggak, menurut gua nggak bakal di nerf. Kenapa gue yakin nggak bakal di nerf? 1, itu emang high risk high reward, bro. High risk high reward. Ditambah lagi, perfected item itu ada banyak. Perfected item itu ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ada 8 perfected item. Lu kan gak selalu dapet. Lu chance-nya 1 dari 8, 12,5% aja. Lu bisa dapet yang mana aja. Itu yang paling OP. Gak bakal di nerf itu. Itu gak perlu di nerf. Itu emang udah auto win aja. Sama kayak lu kos 5 bintang 3 gitu.
Sometimes you do get that 500 cash out and you're not actually able to optimize your cash out into the first place finish. The thing
belum tentu lu dapat Kembaron emblem. Enggak, itu nggak bakal di nerf. Itu emang sengaja dibikin OP karena lu dapetinnya itu chance-nya di bawah 1%. Ntar gua mau minum dulu. Gua mau tidur dulu.
I feel like he was way too weak, and there were some really strong boards. So I think we would have seen back-to-back 500 cash outs into 8th place, and he actually. It was pretty important, right? Because, yeah, he got 2nd in the first game, but, like, if you go 8th in game 2, then all of a sudden the pressure's really on.
The anti-dub.
Exactly, and then in this case, he's just through. You know the tech. congrats, you're through the next round.
The moment I saw the Kog'Maw on the bench, I had a neuron activation moment because I kind of I was not on my bingo sheet of like, what would be happening.
Kog'Maw.
And then I saw Kog'Maw, I'm like, what's happening?
Yeah. I don't know how much.
Look at this. He brought it. That's Milala's belt.
Oh, there it is. Oh, and he's in his game right now, too.
He needs to be wearing it. What is he doing? Put it on.
True.
Doesn't know the tech.
Anytime he eliminates someone, he just throws it at them. Like, don't forget.
I will say in the feature video I did with Malala, there was a very, I would say, cool handshake that we invented, including a belt, motion, and it was not cut. It was cut. It was not in the video.
It wasn't as cool as you thought.
I'm sure it was very cool.
Malala and me both enjoyed our time.
The editors made the choice here.
Maybe it was too cool. Maybe they didn't want to hype Malala up so much.
They didn't want to make everyone else feel bad.
See, I know who's editing this. I assure you it just wasn't as cool as you thought.
I disagree.
I love that we get to have this lobby on the main stage that has multiple of those characters that we reference when you think of like Ashu from the Vegas Open, the player that was super expressive and really emotional, passionate. And we get to have a player like Dobbs, who in the Americas, Dobbs is kind of known as like, when he wins, he lets you know that he's winning. Yeah. And we've gotten to see some personality from Remember as well. That's the other player that really stood out to me. It's fun that we get to see these kind of like iconic moments happen in the main stage.
Bintum as well with the villain laugh, featuring a crab as a support helper.
That's right. That's right.
The 1-2 punch.
I have loved seeing Remember out there. Every single time there's something going on, he knows the camera's on him. Suddenly a reaction comes. Definitely acting a little bit out there, but I love it. That's what you're here for.
We saw a bit less of it in Game 2 because I think his spot was not the best. I think he was a bit deflated with the quick strikers. But Game 3, everything on the line for a lot of our competitors here. For some of them who had done their homework in the first 2 games, not so much. Box in a very good position, which I'm very, very happy to say out loud because I think he's a player that is very influential, of course, and I think he's put in the time, the prep, to come into here and really try to prove people wrong about what they think he can do, and he can especially in a tournament like this with so many good players with the base level being so high.
It's so easy to think of an influencer as this kind of for fun, low cap, not a real threat. I think people forget Box has placed top 32 at a North American major before the merging of the Americas region. Box is someone who came out and beat many, many threats that we even have seen at the global stage on his path there. And so, yeah, I would say he's not a player that I highlighted or would have highlighted as a favorite to make it out of this lobby, but he has shown before that when the rolls go his way, he's capable of piloting high roll into a position to make it far.
Well, we are going to be going into our third and last game. After this one, players are getting eliminated. It counts for everything. We were doing a little bit of the math. Some players just need to have a stable mid to top tier finish. Some players are gunning for those top 2, those top 1 spots. So we're going to be taking a look at how they get there. As,
we are back into the nightmare situation. Some players fresh PTSD from game 1.
Well, this is Scuttle Puddle, though.
Is it?
There was a Jinx opener.
Oh.
Yeah. Listen, I have a new prediction.
I think
Crab is winning the Macau Open.
Okay.
Listen, as someone who has suffered at the claws of the Crab the entire set, I believe you. I have trauma.
Okay, so we talked about this the last time we have Crab Rave. I feel like
we could just rehash our points.
just run the tape, everybody. Play it over again. So the 2 major philosophies on stage 1 when it comes to Crab Rave is, are you going to prioritize econ or are you going to prioritize HP and direction? Penda, I know you talked about you personally being in that camp of wanting to have direction, wanting to have HP makes. Where do you fall in this spectrum?
Oh, I'm a very risky player.
You're full selling everything.
I'm always happy to sacrifice both HP and econ as long as I have direction. For me, that's the big thing. I need like a go-to, and then I know what to do, because otherwise I get lost. And I get lost bad.
I think it depends on the 1 cost I'm offered. I think there's certain 1 cost that I like a lot in terms of the openers they give me, in terms of the line they open up for 2-1 onwards. And if I find 1 cost that I don't really gel with, they're not my fam, I just end up going for the econ instead.
What about you, Gangly?
You know, I used to be a full cell open for econ only player, and I realized that this game is so much easier to play when you know what you're doing. And so nowadays I'm a full holder. I'm holding everything I can. If I don't even make 10, that's okay. If I'm holding stuff that I think can give me a really good out on 2-1.
Down to 6 gold, not making 10 here, keeping all these pairs, all these options open. Maddie pair, Seb pair as well. Mad Chemist, last patch maybe an insta pick. this patch. I'm not sure if that's the case. There were some nerfs that came through.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
You wish you had not held now that you have over-encumbered here.
Yeah. We're going to be seeing some of these players get direction one way or another. Diction there is going to be served an ally. Question is, what is it?
Box is on over-encumbered, double latent forge, so we'll be seeing later spikes.
Beggars can be choosers picked up by Bintem. Okay, so going to have more augment options going into stage 3 and stage 4. I think there's a lot of players who generally, when you play Beggars can be choosers, want to play around reroll. If there's specific augments that can really enable that, specifically on 3-2 when you want to spike hard, you are going to lose a little bit of value because some of that value is hitting your early interest thresholds on 2-1, and it's less impactful here for the reason that there's so much gold already in the game from Crabrave.
And this is Diction, not Marcel P, holding the Renata onto his board right now. We'll see if Marcel wants to commit for the triple crown of playing 3 games of Renata reroll.
Is that, I've been checking all of the units on Diction's board. Is that Caretaker's ally Renata?
Oh, it could be.
It looks like it has to be, right?
There's no other 2 cost. There's no other 2 cost.
Quick maths from our NA specialist.
That's right.
Well, what if he sold it and
bought it? See, that's what I was checking if there was anything we missed, but I'm pretty sure we just got a free really Renata reroll.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can do different angles. I have seen some people just like push levels actually with it as well. Like you can just use a Renata 3, push levels, be able to go towards things like Alawi and Heimer and just kind of like cap out around a higher level board. That's maybe not like as much of like a guaranteed first place, but it is something that can really allow you to kind of push your economy very, very far.
So I actually think it's very, very valuable to roll on 5 specifically in this setup, because if you think of if anyone played set 12 and you think of the Ari reroll, a lot of the game is rolling on 4, rolling on 5, and then once you hit your 3-star 1 cost, you level to 6 and roll the rest of the way there. However, in this setup where you now have Caretaker's ally, you'll be rolling on 5, you'll hit a decent amount of Renatas, but most likely not enough to 3-star it. But once you have all your 3-star 1 costs, you probably have enough Renatas to just level to 8 and get your 3-star Renata that way.
I do think it's a bit different though, because with Ari you kind of had to hit all of these 3-stars because you had the passive on her ability with the Arcana bonus, so you didn't have a choice, whereas with Renata maybe you have a choice to tempo out and still find success that way. But it's an interesting point. I hadn't considered that way.
Yeah, no, it is interesting, right? I just think there's a lot of variations that can work with this comp. Like I have seen obviously the standard stuff where people are rolling at 6. I've seen rolling at 5 for Singed and the 1 cost. I've also seen people push 8 and play around like Academy with Heimer and splash that in with Jace and stuff. So I think there's a lot of different angles you can play. And it'll be interesting to see what he elects to go for. But early set 2 with Sunfire and Trundle 2, you're probably not losing a lot of rounds.
Playing the Bruiser opener in particular, I find actually kind of hard this patch. When I think last patch when Twitch is relatively similar, but I felt like a little bit stronger last patch. To me, it feels like Bruiser's hard to play unless you have something like the Enforcer +1 where you have clear direction. It doesn't quite lend itself to as flexible as the Sentinel opener, personally.
Yeah, recalling that Bruiser one, right, that we saw in one of the previous games as well. That is kind of good. Then you can go into the Bruiser lines.
Right, with the +1 with the
exactly,
emblem, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, for Bruiser, people generally don't really want to play towards. I do think you can still play like Bruiser with Rebel and things like that, and kind of play those lines.
And if you can streak, that's the big thing, right? If you can play 2 Bruiser early game.
Set 2 with a Sunfire, you should streak.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem, I think, is if you can't play it from ahead, which that's not what Dobbs do. Dobbs is playing it from ahead. If you're forced to play it from behind, it feels very hard to pilot.
I agree with that, yeah.
I think Dobbs is in a position where he'll probably play this on stage 2 and then have a transition potentially into Rebel, because I think he had slammed the AP items. That's actually a great call out. That feels like a good transition.
Playing Bruiser into. Like if you hit +1, then you can go into Twitch. If you don't, you can just play into Rebel, because it's like you want to hold set Akali generally anyway for a lot of the Rebel lines. So I think it can work out pretty well, and it does actually have 4 Bruiser already on board. So that's actually quite nice. It's a little bit light on damage, obviously, because it is just the Vex 1. It doesn't have a pair of Vexes.
She's doing her best.
She is doing her best, and is sitting on a pair of Stebs, a pair of Nunus as well. So
honestly, like, very good chops to be able to hit all of this early.
Shiv plus Sunfire is giving you the highest amount of flat damage just from items that you can get at this stage in the game, too. So while it would obviously be a lot nicer to have Vex 2, I think, you know, all things considered, it's a lot of damage.
Yep.
Panda, did you get another glimpse at Dobbs' notes? Did they say something about streaking 100 HP once again?
He said 8 win streak. So
okay, good.
It's
Just
good
making
enough,
sure.
He said he doesn't need a second this time.
Seems to be his game plan.
Yeah.
Just needs a first.
Does he?
No, he doesn't.
Don't scare me.
Expected cutoff, I believe, is 14,
He needs
right?
third. He needs third.
If you assume that everybody is 4.5 being the midpoint would get you to 13.5 points, so 14 points is the expected cutoff.
He went 8th, and then he went 2nd, so he has to go 3rd.
It's subject to change, though, depending on how the lobby goes. I think in this case, usually it only is different if there's a lot of players with very low points.
Gangly gets to be the final arbiter, so if they're from the tri-state, the cutoff is actually much
yes, I
From
see.
MEA, you need about 46 points.
I'm just saying, you guys are so lucky that I was not on the desk for Bosso skills going 1-1.
Not just us, but all of our viewers.
Don't do the
as
math.
well.
46 points for MEA. You have a good chance. It's fair.
Gangly about to hit them with the "it all starts with success."
Please stop.
It all starts with the tri-state.
I want to go home. Mom, pick me up. Boxbox not in his usual game plan. It's going to be a 5-loss streak instead of the usual 4 or 5 win streak. So we'll have to see now. It's going to be a test for Boxbox. And Boxbox, for now, seems to be angling towards the Rebel line. Going to have extra items thanks to over-encumbered. Can itemize both the Alawi, the Zoe. Maybe the Jinx is a 3rd item carry. Maybe that's additional unit if he finds a Rebel +1. Could be an Embesso, for example.
He also might be kind of contested by Dobbs, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was expecting from that. And I always feel like it is tough when you're playing lose streak and you are being contested by someone who is win streak, because it's like you kind of hit a moment where you like have to hard roll down and they can kind of play it more slowly and like slow roll it, and it's just, it can get really, really tough, right? Like you're on that clock to hit, and when units are getting pulled out of the pool, it can get really ugly fast. So it'll be interesting to see how he manages this. Boxbox obviously has 10 points. He's in a good spot. He just needs a 6th, or fifth, excuse me. Yep, he needs a 5th, and he will be able to get through. So can play towards that, and so I'm going to be curious to see when he's rolling. Oh, interesting. So he's gonna do at least a slight roll here.
Yeah.
I think he's looking. He has a lot of pairs. Like he has pair of Akali, pair of.
Find 5 Rebel though.
Yeah. So is that enough for him to stop? I think it might be, but I don't think you're gonna win with this board. So it's tough because he's still sitting on a lot of pairs.
Yeah. Not only that, also just holding a lot of expensive units too, right?
And he has no items slammed. Like I feel like if you're gonna roll, you should be slamming items.
I believe.
To me, this is weird.
Made a bit of a mistake there. Goes on to 4 Rebel as well.
Yeah.
Added in the Leona last second, taking out the Ezreal.
I think he wants to lose, but then I don't understand why you're rolling.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying is like, I think it was intentional to remove it, but as soon as he didn't slam items, he wanted to lose. So like, I think this is really weird from Boxbox. I feel like you just eco up another round or 2, then roll a little bit later if you're trying to do that, because if you're rolling for strength and you're not slamming items, your game plan makes no sense.
Here's my theory, as we are taking a look at our silver augments. Sometimes when you're used to playing a lot of reroll, you'll do like a muscle memory reroll. Maybe that's what happened here. He was just like, oh, wait. I didn't mean to do that because it was only 1.
And then he says, you know what, let's just restart. Let's just go again.
Okay, so actually, wait, this is a super good spot. All of a sudden, he can play Kog'Maw. He got Scar 2, Kog'Maw 2, Nocturne to his 2 on
Zeri and Chop.
This is, wait, okay. So what
and he has Shiv, Rageblade.
And half Archangels,
or
half Gunblade. Yeah. This is amazing. I mean, I think Boxbox got Omega bailed out very quickly. I was going to say I thought the roll on 3-1 might have been something like rolling for direction, and that's like not really a thing on 3-1. But I could see the argument of like, hey, Dobbs contesting me. If I roll something, maybe I get more Sorks, maybe I get more Rebels.
I hate that.
It feels. I don't exactly know how else to justify the 3-1 roll.
I think he rolled because he had pairs and thought he was going to hit the pairs. Then he didn't hit the pairs, and it's like, I'm going to lose anyway. I should lose another round to get more eco. And I think it was just like a little bit of like a panic moment, is my guess.
But yeah, rolling into restart mission feels a little weird, but I mean, with that restart mission, you could not ask for a better restart mission. I think that's an egregiously high roll restart mission, and Boxbox suddenly is in a very good spot.
Yep.
Is non-artifact Kog'Maw strong enough for a top 5?
I think it is for a 5th, yeah.
Yeah?
I think when you're like this, but I also think unironically, like, you don't have to necessarily like fully commit. Like you can just keep pushing levels. Like I don't hate playing like these kind of reroll comps, and just like instead of just spam rolling on 7, just go 8. You already have all your 2 stars, and just push levels and try to cap out a board and see if you can get a stronger board through like guaranteed power, because you just need a 5th or a 4th, right? Like, and I think that's doable with this kind of thing. And then you swap out the cog later, like you have, especially if you're contested, right? Like,
oh my god!
If I'm box,
maybe the restart mission was not that good.
If I'm box, 100% I just push levels now. Then.
Wait, imagine you remember and you scout Boxbox's board. It's like, wait a minute,
like, oh,
Lord Dog, what are you doing?
They just spawned this guy into the game contesting me.
Well, in all fairness, Remember needs a first place, and I don't think Kog'Maw is the way to do that. So it might just be a temporary hold for Remember as well.
I feel like with these item slams, it looks a little too specific to Kog'Maw. I think the more I think about it, the more I agree with Azael that Boxbox has an opportunity, specifically with the item slam, going for...
These items can go on like LeBlanc
Rage Blade plus Shojin. Typically, when you're playing Kog'Maw, you don't want 2 items that are going to give you attack speed. You want some sort of form of AP scaling plus attack speed. So, yeah, I could see it. That's great for LeBlanc, Malzahar, duo carry on 9, right?
I think that's actually the play. Like, because you have like a stable board that's going to win you rounds during this next stage or 2, you just push levels.
Important round coming up, Lead and Forge for a couple of our players, so we'll see what artifacts they're able to pop, what direction they get, what comps they can slot into. There are some really crazy combos between artifacts and some units.
Bunch of upgrades coming through here.
Ooh, Sniper's Focus.
Yeah, it's always a little bit
Mordekaiser.
I think he's gonna go Light Shield because he has no tank items, right? But like, I don't love that. But he is playing Pandora's bench. I think he's playing Ziggs reroll, like you talked about this, right? I think he's actually...
Maybe he was looking for Ludens here.
Yeah, I wonder.
My secret 4.9 AVP tech.
Oh my god.
Okay, now the Ziggs reroll line, my understanding of it was you roll on 7 and play around Black Rose. But is there a Sentinel variation as well? Because I actually was not familiar with that.
I'm not convinced on there being one.
Okay.
I think it's something that's why I feel Ziggs is awkward.
There's always a line. It's just whether it's a good...
It does exist. You can do this combination.
There is a line to full open to level 10. You just don't often get there.
Yeah.
Strange. Very strange.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and we do see Boxbox does the 3-5 level, which I think in this position, if you're rerolling the Kog'Maw, I mean, some people do 3-5 level
I
to
just
7.
want to see if he spends gold. Like, if he actually starts rolling, I would be more worried for him.
I don't see, even if he is rerolling Kog, I don't think he's spending anything right now. He's,
he just bought something.
He just bought something in shop, but yeah, like he's not even over 50 yet. Well, we should know by next stage or by 4-1 certainly.
After Wolves, absolutely, we're gonna.
I was surprised there wasn't this item swap last round. Finally, it does come through. I think Rel is gonna be strong with Light Shield Crest, especially 3-star Rel. I think is actually a bit underrated compared to what most people have been. Especially with Light Shield Crest, this artifact really enables her.
Marcel P committing to 3 straight games of reroll, clearly indicating what Marcel P believes is strong in the meta. I know I got to talk a little bit to Marcel during the first wave of games, and yeah, you know, he actually, it's funny, when I talked to him about the Renata comp, he was saying that he had just found out about it, and he was like, yeah, you know what, if I feel like I can play it, I'll probably play it. And then he shows up, he plays 2 straight games of Renata, and then plays Family. You know, I like the meta read. I think it makes sense. If you believe that something is forcible and easy to play, kind of this lower execution, things only go wrong if like the rolls don't go your way, it's a safe way to get points in the early stages of a tournament.
That is, if you're not being contested, which lucky for Marcel, nobody else has that specific meta read in this lobby.
I feel like in the subsequent rounds, like in the next couple rounds, not even tomorrow, I think today, we're gonna see the meta shift, right?
Yes.
Because it has to come so fast when, you know, almost 90% of the players are going home today, right? Like,
well, I hope not, but getting eliminated.
Getting eliminated, yeah.
Get them out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So I do think the adjustments are going to come through really, really fast, and I think we're going to see a lot more Renata in some of these later lobbies. Because to me, it's just better than Family reroll, like 100%, and we're still seeing a lot more Family reroll.
We saw
just line people know.
The shots of the venue. Players were on their phones watching VODs already from the first round, so trying to make use of every single minute there is in this day one to learn and you know, optimize their game plans.
Yeah, I mean, and especially when you're here with like a team, that process happens that much faster.
Double or triple, yeah.
Exactly, or even more, right? Like some of them have like 4, 5, 6 players that they're talking to. You were talking about LATAM, like how they're all 10 players who are like sharing info
yesterday
and stuff, right?
In one room, in Focuson's room, 10 different players.
I mean, you have 10 different players who are probably in, anywhere from like 6 to 10 different lobbies throughout, right? They're going to be able to share all that info with each other.
Not just that, but also the team staff, right? We saw the RCS team earlier with like 2 head coaches and staff members attending to players. Like, if you have that kind of setup, if you have that kind of support, suddenly you may have a much easier time on finding some of these new findings on the meta that players are discovering.
And you mentioned, Azale, this is going to be the tempo Renata option. Instead, you're getting the 3-star kind of for free off of your augments. Instead, push levels, go for Silco, go for Heimer, go for just vertical visionaries.
Yeah, I actually think it's pretty strong. But I mean, the question is just.
I don't really like the angle specifically because I have to see how everything shaped up. Well, to me the problem is we saw 2 players angling toward Rebels in the beginning of the game. If that's still the case, you're playing 3-way contested Alawi with a bunch of 1- and 2-star frontline Sentinels, and this board needs a strong frontline. You cannot play this with a 1-star Alawi, and so when you commit to foregoing all of the 3-star frontline. Without a 2-star Alawi, I think your board's going to be very suspicious.
So Boxbox went 8 as well, so he's not rolling on 7, which I think is correct.
Yep. Only a Jinx pair and a Zoe pair for Bintum. He's rolled a lot of gold. He had Mordekaiser pair and sold, and is now trying to hit a high roll Jinx 2 on 8. Has rolled all the way down to 0. Has entirety, a Rebel bench essentially, selling out of a Heimerdinger now, maybe trying to swap.
Look at Boxbox also hit at least 2. He went 8, so he's not doing the reroll. He's just using it for tempo. I think that was actually really smart, and I think that the restart mission kind of bailed him out a bit here. So we'll see. I love that he didn't just commit to it on 7, because if you don't hit, then you're for sure going bot 3, and you're going to miss out.
Yep.
It's smart. Just play towards the points you need, right? Like, you have to adjust based on the situation, and he's done a great job of that. Like, he played super heavy tempo in the first 2 games. He played lose streak into restart mission into like this weird spot. So Boxbox is playing really well.
He has. I full-heartedly agree, but I will also say that it's much easier to be like, oh, I just need a safe top 5 and play to that, rather than, oh, I need a top 1 and play to that. Some of these players are having a harder challenge.
You put yourself in that position by getting the earlier good placements,
That's right.
Like, you played 2 really good games of tempo. So yeah, he has an easier job in this one, absolutely.
I do at some point want to see whether Dobbs did commit to that Rebel line. We saw him with the Bruisers. I didn't exactly see how he ended up playing that mid game, but if that is the case, I mean, we know that Bintum is playing toward it. If Dobbs is playing toward it, there probably are going to be other players holding these Alawis. I think it's going to be very hard for any player to 2-star that unit.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that is always one of the scary points, right? If you push levels and then you're heavily contested, then it's definitely risky. But we'll see. I mean, Diction's on a 6-loss streak right now. This is iZone Sakura, who is playing.
Oh, so not re-rolling the Ziggs.
No, still Ziggs 2.
Okay, so just use that to try to push levels. It's interesting because he rolled pretty heavy on 6.
Yeah.
He has 2 Heimers and a Twitch that he is looking to re-roll on the bench. So
into a Silco, I imagine.
Yeah, it looks like Silco to me.
He has LeBlanc and he has backline Elise. So yeah, he's going to try to play Black Rose Silco.
Yep.
Throw back to last patch.
But yeah.
Boxbox takes this win.
At this point in the meta, it does seem like Silco's the primary line that you're really playing Black Rose around. But we do see, obviously not even willing to play something like the Heimer, using Pandora's Bench to re-roll those 2 different Heimerdingers to try and get Silco.
Ooh, there's a mouse.
To answer your question, Gangly, Dobbs is locked into Rebels. I would say we have 3 items on our little Zoe.
Diction just got that mouse, which is actually really, really big because he's the person who was playing that Renata, the tempo Renata, just using that to push levels. So picking up a mouse there is going to feel really, really good. And he also has a Jace, so he actually has Jace, Mal's, Heimer. Like, he's hit all of those at level 8.
But his front line is a 2-star Loris to 2-star Rel, and everything else is a 1-star, and we already have multiple Alawis out of the pool. I'm really concerned about Diction being able to stable. Oh, he does have a Alawi pair on bench, though. That's huge.
What's happening with these Jinxes? Potential Jinx pair now as well for iZone Sakura. Bintum had his Jinx pair as well on his roll down.
A lot of legendaries coming onto the boards here in stage 4.
Chop.
Wow.
Okay, He's 7 lost. Yeah, it's the front line, though. I agree with you, Gangly. Like, he really needs the front line.
Yeah.
I mean, if he hit Alawi 2, then he can probably just push levels, but he does not have it, and Aizen Sakura does. And as you said, there's multiple people contesting it, so it does get tough. We'll see, though, if the Renata and the Heimer will make the difference here. As does have really nice Thieves Gloves roll on his rel, so it's going to give him some additional tankiness, buy some time. The Loris is holding up pretty well so far also. And the front line on the other side starting to crack, so it looks like this is going to be a pretty comfortable win here for Addiction. Finally going to crack that loss streak. He was on like a 7 loss streak or something like that, but a big win, and does have that pair of Alawi still.
Well, the story looks a little bit different for Remember, who's now down to 6 HP, needed a first place. Doesn't look like that one is going to be happening in this game, unfortunately, but anomalies are coming in. So more chances for players to maybe find that one upgrade, that one out.
Ooh, okay, so he's considering going tank augment here because he does need frontline. I actually think this is a really smart choice. You don't necessarily need more damage. You already have Mal's, you already have the Renata 2. You would have to move the items over. It's interesting because if you go for it on the Alawi, then you're kind of like betting that, yes, I'm going to hit the Alawi too.
If you need it first, you need to play for kind of that high roll, highest cap possible.
Yeah, I agree.
If you anomaly a Loris, then let me tell you, you're not going to be going first this game.
But then he rolled past it. Now he's having to roll so deep. So it's like, this is one of those risky things where he decided he didn't want deep roots. But you can reroll into the same garbage over and over now on this patch, so.
Well, and every roll that he's using is 1 less gold that he has to hit Alawi.
And he's not hitting anything.
The worst thing is when you're stun locked for 20 seconds and then you continue rolling, I do not recommend it. It actually almost always ends up badly.
He took Kill Streak, which I don't really like. Kill Streak, so correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like it only actually procs off of last hits, not like takedowns.
Yeah.
And so often I find, especially late game, unless you have something that does overwhelming damage,
Heimer is really a great holder of it.
Like, yeah, but like Renata, you're usually just like shielding and hitting frontline. Like, I don't think you're going to get much value from it. I've taken that a number of times and just felt like it does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, especially you know, he's angling toward this duo carry of the Heimerdinger as well, which he's going to want to have multiple items. He has just the Shojin there, but after the next PvE round, ideally that is a 2-item Heimer. I think it's very realistic to assume that many of those kills will go to the Heimer and not the Renata.
So Box just takes a loss there to Marcel P. We can see Diction loses, Aizen Sakura loses. Remember, at 6 health, we have a lot of people here approaching that danger zone, that kind of 1 life zone. As Aizen Sakura fan does sell. He got a Mord 2 at 8.
Wow.
So that is a really big hit. Has the LeBlanc, did sell off an Alawi 2, so those are back in the pool for a Renata player who would love to get that.
Unfortunately, still the Ziggs item holder has not found the Silco 2. We saw 4-cost rolling the entirety of this stage and wasn't really able to hit.
Dramatic entrance.
I spoke too soon.
Whoa, Silco coming in from the orb.
One more.
And you got the Mbessa rolling. Ready? Oh, no, put the Twitch in the thing.
We have so much gold.
Oh,
in the bin. There you go.
Wait. Go 3. He just rolls down.
One in the shop, one in what Gangly calls the bin, apparently.
He has 2 removers.
Already there.
Yeah.
Should be putting items on Mordekaiser.
All right. Now, Sakura fan, 14 HP at this point, effectively one life, most likely. I mean, you can be 2 lives potentially, I believe, right? If 1 or 2 unit loss.
He has a strong enough board that it's it's possible.
You're right. And the last time we watched his fight, what he really was lacking was damage. Just having the Ziggs 2, all of a sudden now having 6 Dominator Silco with double Shojin Nashers. I mean, this is the perfect setup when you have 6 Dominator because you're naturally getting that AP every single time you're casting. So I think at this point, Sakura fan's actually in a pretty decent spot to try and bail himself out.
Yeah, and I mean, that Mord 2 is actually like so huge. The fact they hit Mord 2 playing 6 Dominator at 8, that is a godsend. That is something that can actually completely change the game.
And has Light Shield Crest as well to add some extra survivability to the Mordekaiser. Without
because he doesn't have QSS, exactly.
Without healing with Omnivamp.
Yep.
What is the purpose of rolling the 4-cost right now, actually?
I think he's looking for a 3-star 4-cost as like a bailout.
Win condition.
Yeah.
So rather than just trying to go 9. I feel like in my mind, I would first try and just go 9
What would
and
you
play
go 9
it.
for, though?
I mean, you know,
he already
like
has his 2-star Mord, and he doesn't have any items for his LeBlanc. So to me, it's like, on average, especially with Pandora's, you probably get more of a chance to win.
I feel like there's still a handful of things you could like. I would have no problem putting in something.
Maybe.
What? Oh yeah, 6 cost would obviously be great.
Increase your odds at 9.
No, it doesn't increase.
Go to 10.
Extra slot on the board.
Extra slot on the board. Also, like a random Jace, I actually think would be pretty valuable when you're playing 6 Dominator Silco.
So Diction hit Victor.
Speaking of 6 costs.
Wow, that is actually huge. And Victor, speaking of bailouts as well, like Victor is crazy late game. This is really close.
Oh wow.
Oh, is it crazy enough though?
It is.
Wow.
You could see
a running man.
That is the fattest Victor diff of all time. That is crazy.
The frustration from Dobbs too. Dobbs knows that one is kind of stolen from him.
Well, and
look
Dobbs,
at the HP total.
Dobbs
Look
is
at
on
Box
a 4
Box.
loss streak, by the way, now.
Yeah.
And he needs to be able to finish near the top. Box is well on a 3 loss streak. Box could die.
One life.
Some of these players who were down at the bottom hit some total bailouts. We got, you know, the Victor coming in that saves a life. We got Mordekaiser 2 coming in that saves a life. And that could mean people like Dobbs and Box now can't get the point totals that they need to get through.
Specifically Box, we were kind of raving on a little bit, saying he's been doing so well throughout the games that we have seen him. It would be a heartbreaker if he doesn't make it here.
Check this
out. Goes
out.
up against Dobbs.
Box sells the Zoe 2 that he has, instead puts 3 items on Mel. Not only is this going to be a lot of damage, I think most importantly, because he has
1 life.
Yes, exactly. Because he has a Shojin.
That could be the placement he needs.
He might be able to buy himself 1 extra life from the Mel, but she has to cast 12 times in order for that to happen.
4, I think that he's
Especially with 2 kind of Grim Reaper players. With
good enough. We're winning this.
That's 5. I think he'll probably get. Like,
oh
this is gonna be 6.
Dobbs taking a big hit.
Wow.
He's going to stay alive, though. And Sakura Fan, it looks like on the other side, will fall. Diction as well will fall. And so 6 players remain.
Yeah, so that was interesting. So you need 12 casts to get the. Okay, so Box got 6 that round. So if he gets another 6, it's potential. Does it activate the same round you get the 12?
I believe it does.
Yeah.
I haven't played like any Mel, so I'm not familiar with it at all.
You don't.
I was talking to Bricks
I play
earlier.
AD. Having like 3 IEs, it doesn't inspire me to click Mel.
I was talking to Bricks earlier, one of the EMEA players, and he was saying the 12 casts are on PBE only, and they changed it to 14 on live.
Oh.
I wasn't aware of this.
I wasn't either.
I don't think that's true.
So I didn't think that was true, but I was gonna ask you guys because I thought you might know.
Well, this is hard.
Have to remake.
Yeah, exactly. He had to sell a unit, and actually to get the Zoe 2, he does have 7 Rebel.
Gets Sorkin, gets Emissary in, not bad.
He has a pretty good front line as
On
well.
hit, yeah. Good extra mana for the Elise, especially with the TG.
Having that Jinx in as well is really, really nice because he has, I can never remember the name of this augment, but the augment that gives you attack speed and stuff based on having
mentorship.
Mentorship, exactly, a higher cost unit. So it does help quite a lot. We'll see if Box is going to be able to survive here, or if he can get that final cast in to be able to get the extra life if he's going to lose. Both fights looking relatively close for now. Box's Mel is untouched in the back. Zoe on the other side for Dobbs, looking like he is maybe going to be able to get this done. I think the Rebel's going to take the win there. And it looks like Box is going to win his round as well. So the game will continue. This one is ridiculously close.
It is. And we're also getting confirmation it is 12. So our player's just trying to prank me. That's fine. I will remember this.
Okay, we have so Dobbs truly on 1 life, Wanju on 1 life. Box should be on 2 lives because he should have the Mel now, with that activated life. So I think Box has, well, he's done it actually. He just needed top 5. So Box is through. That's actually crazy.
Yeah.
We're not going to guarantee you 100%, but most likely.
Guaranteed 100%.
Okay, that's on you then.
You heard it here first, folks.
There's
not
no
taking credit for
punishment
that
for me, so
that's right.
Are you untouchable?
Yes. with this innocuous, comedic, unimportant thing, I am untouchable.
Okay, so
I will not get fired for saying Box is going through. I'm quite confident.
At 5 HP up against Marcel P, we did just the round before this see Dobbs able to take out Marcel, who is sitting at 30 gold, level 9, so really in no rush because of his HP to spike. And because it actually does look like he's... Oh, wait, no. He's the other side. He actually absolutely taking out Wanju. Yeah.
And Wanju should be through as well. He already had 15 points, so congratulations to him. Had an incredible start. Box does get that extra life proc, I think, or did he go to 1?
To 1, I believe. He had enough.
So he still has the extra life?
I have to assume, yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Because he won the last 2 fights, lost
Yep.
This is the first one he loses.
So he is top 5. So we'll see if he goes out in 4th or.
I believe Dobbs needed at least a 3rd. So very, very important start of a stage 6 here for the Americas player.
Yeah.
So 10 points on Box, 8 points on Dobbs. Bintum and Marcel. Bintum went first game 1, and then what was it?
So Box has 15,
right?
Boxbox has at least 15, so he should be through.
And Marcel would also be kind of in the middle of the pack as well, right?
Bintum, Marcel, and Dobbs are in a similar position.
Yeah, I think these 3 players are the 3 competing for those last 2 spots.
Wanju is guaranteed through, so we know he's through, and then it's just going to be plus these last couple. If Dobbs goes out next, he's done.
Yep. I mean,
it's actually so important.
There's a world, I think, where Dobbs might even need a second in order to get through.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see. Didn't look like he was able to really get any more upgrades, unfortunately, for him. Everyone has rolled to 0. Boxbox. Oh, wait, is that a... What did Boxbox hit? Oh, he hit LeBlanc too?
Yep.
So he did get a LeBlanc too, and I itemized that.
Yeah, and the LeBlanc being on the opposite side of the Zoe does mean that the Zoe's not going to be able to ricochet onto the LeBlanc, so the LeBlanc should be pretty safe.
Elise is going to be so scary.
In comes the
stopping the
Mordecai
race
Red.
attack,
Huge stun.
stunning the entirety of that back line. The Zoe not able to scale.
Boxbox has this for sure.
Yeah.
Dobbs is out.
Oh, and you can see it on the face of the both of them. Huge reactions from those 2. Dobbs knows. 4th place, unfortunately, is not enough. He will be going home the first wave of the day. Dobbs, I mean, an accomplished player, incredible player, comes up just short.
I mean, that's just so tough, and that is, you know, the brutal part about this format, right? Is that one placement here, one placement there.
The 8th place in game 1.
Exactly.
That's what it was.
Right? It's like, you know, these tiny things that I'm sure he's going to be thinking about, these little things that you would have rather changed. You know, should I have slammed this? Should I have rolled more here? Should I have, you know, gone for a different line? It is really tough, and it's such an unforgiving format. You know, did play well in these last 2 games, but yeah. 1-8 puts you in such a brutal position.
I mean,
and somebody has to be 8, right? It's not like it's avoidable for all of these players, so eventually somebody will find themselves in a position like this one. Unfortunately, there for Dobbs, but game's not over just yet.
No, with that loss, we have to see, I don't know, so Marcel P being at 9 points, Boxbox 10, and then Bintum, I believe also in a similar spot as Marcel P. Most likely, the 4 players that are moving on would be Boxbox, Wanju.
Ooh, big cleanup by LeBlanc.
And then between the 3 that we have on screen, actually, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
Well, I think Boxbox is guaranteed 3rd anyway, because he almost lost the ghost board.
Okay.
Right? Like, so... Boxbox is probably going to go out next, and then it's just Bintum and Marcel playing for first. I want to see what their points are.
It's 9 and 10.
9 and 10.
Which
so
means
then they're both through as well.
Guaranteed.
So we have our top 4 then. It's these 3 plus Wanju.
And it feels bad because Bintum, on his roll down, had a really unfortunate roll down for Rebels, swapped into it, and Dobbs had to be thinking, I thought it was a contested maybe. And in the end, that maybe was the difference maker. It was a Jinx 1 for Dobbs most of that game.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I think he had Jinx 1.
When
Zoe
he
1?
died.
Or Jinx 1?
It was Jinx 1 at the end as well.
Yeah, he was Jinx 1 at the very end still. Yeah, exactly. He didn't even hit his Zoe until quite late.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the Zoe was either, I think, late stage 5 that he hit Zoe too.
Bintum going for the cleanup here, but looks like Boxbox.
It's at least doing so much work for Boxbox.
Not enough.
Finally taken down. But really great play in this heat from Boxbox. I'm impressed, I think.
I'm super impressed.
When Boxbox is locked in, you mentioned the Gangly, when he, I think, has the motivation and something to play for and really play at his top level, he's actually a menace.
Yep. I mean, this guy is just such a good gamer.
Yep,
like he
exactly.
is one of those people that is just God gamer, and like whatever the game they play, they're just sick at it.
Yeah.
He is really good at picking up different games, and clearly just like knows how to get good.
And you know, we joked about the restart mission being a bailout, being a high roll, but the reality is it's a huge transition to go from that restart mission that you get on 3-2 to the Fast 9, and then building a brand new board that can give you that top 3.
And I think a lot of players would have just played full COG Scar reroll, right? Like they would have just committed to it from there, and I absolutely think it would have been the wrong choice. You know, I think it was so smart to just push levels from that spot, use that for your stage 3, your early stage 4, you know, build the eco, play towards that top 4 that he needed, and he was able to do it. And you know, he played out the games in different ways. You know, played really well with tempo in the first couple. And it's kind of cool to see like the different approaches all having success, right? Like Wanju played a very different style than what we saw from Boxbox, and these guys have all played, you know, kind of unique paths. Marcel as well, you know, playing like heavily towards the rerolls.
Yep.
3 games of heavy reroll, and he looks like he's gonna get a first with family reroll.
I mean, insane cap, level 10, just hit Savika 2. You know, Conqueror stacks coming through. Just, you know, you can't really have a stronger family game than this.
Bintum, on the other hand,
That's
I think
a Mel in the back too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
hiding behind him.
Where? Oh, I see. Yeah, behind the health bar.
by Vander, hanging out.
I was wondering whether or not we were going to see, because of the level 10 odds, you get the increased 6 cost. If maybe we'll even get to see a 2-star 6 cost yet.
It's still only a 2.2% chance, right? Like once you get to stage 7, then I think it's actually possible. But it's so hard to hit.
We'll see the Jinx now a bit further away, positioned so that Violet and really the melee carries can't get to her as easily before that rocket comes out. And does that change the outcome of this fight? Looks like
it does.
Big believer in the blue buff Jinx. I actually love it. It makes so much sense in killing tiers in this comp as well.
Yeah, Jinx does need mana. Like you need a Shojin or a blue buff or something.
Or
like,
an anomaly.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Nothing wasted.
That works too.
In comes the main character. Crap. But just a quick question for y'all.
Wait, is this Rave or Scuttle Puddle? I forgot.
That should be Crab Rave.
Okay, yeah.
So on the left side, you're seeing Marcel P kind of cluster up around the Vi because of the share your energy anomaly. Do you think there is a world where you take some of these units out, lose out on some of the anomaly to get a little bit of a better positioning game? And would that matter against Bintum's board?
What's punishing you from Bintum's board in terms of CC? That's the big question. It's not that much, so I think that's why you're not sacrificing. If there was the Elise we saw from Box, certainly you change your positioning, because this would be like the biggest Elise ult of all time.
Self-destruct is actually really fat against that board too.
Yeah.
It's like all melee, and he just got self-destruct on a Rumble too.
I guess that is the one.
That is like he just hit it. So this death is a good CC. So
So do you, if you're Marcel, do you actually, if you hit something like the Victor, do you ever take out Mel to play Victor? The reason being is I think you get a lot of value with the shape of this board with CC.
I think so.
I feel like the tech in my head is you play Mel until Mel saves you, and then you play Victor after that.
I mean, I just think Victor is so strong, and you're really just trying to delay all of these carries. Like the problem with Bintum's board is he has so many super strong carries. So like an AoE CC is stopping an immense amount of damage, right? Like you look over at that board, he's got fully itemized Jinx, he's got fully itemized Rumble, he's got fully itemized Zoe, he's got an itemized Echo. Like you are stopping all of these things with one CC. There's Victor.
There's Victor. Did you play it? Let's see.
I think you should for sure.
Definitely buys it just to make sure.
Ooh, wait a second.
Another Mel now.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Does decide to play the Victor instead.
You just need the CC.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I think when you're playing anything that has the disruption like the Vi and the Violet, being able to buy just an extra second is oftentimes the difference between being able to reach the backline or not.
Well, let's see if it's going to be the difference here. There's so many powerful carries over on that other side. The Rebel stun does come out. Rumble casting those equalizers down. Victor stun is going to land. Jinx throws out an ulti. It does so much damage.
Just enough to kill him. Perfect lethal. Marcel P heads up play, drops the Mel last second, puts the Victor in, and that's just enough to take it over Bintum.
Wow.
And the Rumble was too far away there to be too effective. Was kind of isolated on the right. Marcel P, the reroll master. A little bit of disaster in game 2 with the Renauticon, but clutched up with family here. All in all, one of the most high roll family games we've seen in terms of the end setup. Level 10, 6 costs added in. You had the slots for it as well.
The thing I loved about that level 10 was how modular it was.
Yep.
We saw that level 10 was not a fixed board that Marcel was like, all right, we hit it, hands off. He changed that board constantly. He was rolling every round to figure out how I can optimize. He put the Jinx 2 in. Instead, he dropped the Darius, and he said, that's not quite enough. I got to get rid of the Mel. Really heads up play, and I think he got to showcase how he caps his boards out well.
Well, as you see, our second round players walk off. We'll be heading over to an interview just shortly. We're going to get Box up there, and I believe Wanju as well, and hear what they think about these rounds, probably what they think gave them that edge. We're also going to be getting a reseed coming in after this round, because now we do have a bunch of players eliminated. So we'll get a bunch of new lobbies, which I'm personally very, very excited about. But you can see they're just setting up for that right now. What a great game from Marcel.
Do you want all the EMEA and NA players in one lobby to play each other, or do you want them spread out for a better chance?
Spread out. They're going to dominate and farm everyone else.
I want one NA with 7 EU players.
Oh, come on.
We'll take them all out. Actually, I guess we could have 4, and we go top 4. You're right, you're right. Okay, I like your idea better.
I like where your head's at.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
As always, every
not where your math's at, but
I'm being bullied. Nothing has changed.
You guys are always bullies, so nothing new there.
It does actually kind of work out every time we have these sorts of events. I end up with another NA caster with Panda and Makes, like clockwork, every single event. And it naturally, throughout the cast, devolves into an NA versus EU competition.
Well, we are going to be going over to our interview. Candice is over there with Boxbox and Wenju, so let's hear it.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。那我们邀请到的是 Boxbox 和玩具来到我们今天的采访席，先有请他们跟大家打声招呼。We're joined by 玩具 and Boxbox. We're going to ask them to say hi to all the audience here and also introduce themselves.
好，大家好，我是玩具。
And also Boxbox.
Hello.
OK, welcome. 那首先第一个问题，因为他们这一次呢也是第2组来到主舞台进行比赛的选手，所以最终站上舞台打比赛会有什么样的一个感受呢 ？So you guys are the second lobby to play on the stage. How does it feel to actually play on the stage at the first day? 首先第一，
压力很大。
Feel a lot of pressure. And what's your opinion?
I was actually really happy to play on the stage. We get the really nice chairs.
他说很开心能够在舞台上打比赛，因为这个凳子确实坐着蛮舒服的。那接下来想要问到我们的2位，因为第1局我们看到了河蟹3杀的名场面。比赛，因为这个凳子确实坐着蛮舒服的。那接下来想要问到我们的2位，因为第1局我们看到了河蟹3杀的名场面，非常的稀有，所以想问问当时他们2个人的反应是怎样的 ？So the Scuttle triple kill at the first game is very rare scene. So what's your reaction about that?
当时感到很不可思议，然后就是开心，因为河蟹帮我把对手都解决掉了嘛。
I was shocked, but I'm pretty happy because the Scuttle killed all my enemies.
I was mad. I died right before the Scuttle. I knew I could have beaten it. I could have been second.
他说我倒是蛮难过的，因为我觉得我应该是可以打败这一个河蟹的。那个时候如果我能打败的话，我应该能到第2吧。那接下来想问到我们的玩具选手，他在第2局登顶的时候使用的是炼金男爵的阵容，那同样的也非常的厉害，所以他觉得炼金男爵阵容能够玩好的最关键的点是什么呢 ？So when you play in the second game was the Camp Baron board, and what is the key to play well with that board?
炼金玩得好，感觉需要保持一个健康的血量和清楚的分析场上其他选手的战力。
You have to make sure your HP and also know the combat of the enemies. And also would like to ask Boxbox, because you are here to play with all the famous players. So is there anyone that caught your eyes? 有没有人值得你注意呢？因为这里有非常多很有名的选手。
没有。
Okay, no. Okay, thank you very much. 这是我们的赛后采访，再次感谢2位 ，Thank you.
Well, what a great interview there from Candice. I love hearing it, and I also love getting a glimpse of how players felt. I will say, though, Boxbox was mentioning they get to play on the nice chairs. They all have the secret lounge chairs. All of the station do. But we'll let them not believe.
It was interesting to hear when Boxbox was saying, I was mad about the 3-way, the triple kill from the crab because I was going to be able to kill it, and it calls back to what we had talked about with multiple players clearly angling toward a composition that can actually beat the crab, and then Boxbox just 1 life short from being able to actually go from 5th to 2nd. And I think it reminds me how in TFT, oftentimes 1 mistake, 1 misplay doesn't mean 1 placement, doesn't mean 1 life.
That's true.
Sometimes the smallest mistake can often have a huge impact in the final placement of your game. It's not always fair to you.
Yeah, I mean, especially in some of these like high risk, high reward things. Like if you're playing Camp Baron, 1 mistake can be the difference literally between 1st and 8th.
Yep. Well, we are going to be going over to one station that's still fighting out there as we are closing up the second heat. We'll be heading over to Station 13. And over there, we have a bunch of very interesting players. We have Tex, we have Replay, former world champion, Fat Cow, Enzo's X, Admiral Zhao, Yaya, Dan 10, and Ji Yuan, all still fighting for those final points to try and make it.
Really excited for Enzo. Enzo's a player who, in Monster's Attack, had a crazy breakouts in EMEA finals. He had 80 points the first 2 days coming into the Global Championship. He did really, really well. And then fell just short for, I think, 3 EMEA finals in a row. Finished, 1 point away from making day 3, which could be, potentially making it into the Global Championship as well. So the international audience has maybe not seen much of Enzo recently. They might think he's washed up. He's not really at the same level, but he's been playing really well in the MEA, and I hope he can succeed in a tournament like this where it's a very fresh meta. He really excels in these metas.
You talk about being 1 point short final lobby. That's actually the same thing with Replay.
Yeah.
The last 2 sets, he has been 1 point off from final lobby, despite the fact that he has had some of his best performances over the regular season in TFT for sets 11 and 12, has come up just short at the very end, which is why we haven't been able to see him at the Global Championship since his win back in set 8.
And it was exactly both players in set 8 that had their really breakout
that's
stats.
right.
So really interesting narrative for this for this lobby here.
Kind of trying to watch over their shoulders and see what happened. I'm not even sure who it was, but the last player actually just got a Rebel spat and hit 7 Rebel and a duplicator to duplicate Zoe too. So.
Wow, that game is still very early too. There's like 7 players still alive.
Oh yeah, they're on 4-6, I think. I think that's what that says. No, 4-5.
This is like
and
me when I have my glasses off.
I got a new prescription recently, so just you rely on me. 4D. I got you.
All right, anomaly choices. I can definitely read what that says. So.
Yeah, please read it.
Well, I saw the number 60, so it's going to give you 60 of something.
Great.
Who knows what?
It could be pretty good.
Hunger for power, no?
You tell me.
60%?
No, that's not. It's 70%.
Is it?
I think it's 70%.
Okay.
Check my TikTok. My TikTok says it.
You're the Urgot God. As you see, I'm not trying to, contest you on that one.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's trying to contest anyone on that anymore.
It might have been a legacy of Shurima, which gives you 60% attack speed.
Okay.
I can see that.
Well, just pretend it was that.
There you go. We don't know if he picked it, but it might have been that. And he might have picked it.
Oh, you know what's interesting?
Oh, Bruiser +1, 6.
Did pick up the power up, right? That silver augment that gives you 1 higher tier.
I actually really like that one.
Yeah, I think it's super fun. I mean, especially it's
if you
amazing.
hit a gold one.
If it's gold augment, then you get prismatic.
If you take that into a silver, then you're really sad. Yeah. But I feel like I've taken that a few times where it's like if you have a lot of HP, it can be like a bit of a worthy risk, because if you can hit a prismatic when everyone else is on gold, it is crazy the power differential.
It's also an augment that gives very interesting information to the rest of the lobby because you know much more about what augments are coming up as well. So really important to scout when there's silver augments and see if anyone's picked it up.
You're saying that specifically because it means that there's no prismatic augment coming after. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and that can really dictate a lot about game plans around, I don't know, Lucky Gloves, for example.
What a wrap.
Yeah. DIBAWAH is all up in their business on that backline. 1 by 1 will be going down to the Enforcer.
I'm super curious if we can find out how many points the players have, because that would be really interesting. Because I'm assuming this is their last game. We can see Replays in a good spot right now. If you are a fan of NA, obviously Replay, former world champ here, trying to get up towards the top. He's in 2nd place at HP right now, but we don't know how many points he has.
So Replay, I want to call out the build there, the Mbessa build, playing the full crit. We're talking about IE Hodge QSS. This is largely known to be highest DPS possible from Mbessa. Puts out so much damage. The only problem is it's big glass cannon-y, right? You don't have any sort of de-aggro. You don't have the Edge of Night to put the rest of the aggro on the Garen. And so while it does a lot of damage, once she gets targeted, if she's 1-star, which is what she is right now, it can be a little bit frail and a little dicey. I think on 5-1, if he doesn't hit Mbessa 2, it's going to be a lot harder to continue a win streak.
Do you think that the Hodge is higher DPS than GS?
I think it's higher DPS because it keeps you alive.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
Well, that's not higher DPS then. Come on.
All right, yeah. I guess if it's like RFC.
Yeah, I was gonna say like even guard breaker and stuff, right? Because I think if you do hit some of those extra range ones, then you can go like full glass cannon, highest DPS, right?
Higher DPF.
But it's like
damage per fight.
Yeah, it's DPS in the sense that it's like practical DPS, right? If you're playing frontline Mbessa without any sort of healing, she's just gonna die, right?
I just hate Hodge on Mbessa.
Ziggs item carry all the way into stage 5. A lot of success until now for Dominator staying very, very healthy. Only 4 Dom for now, but this could be a very scary board, and we're seeing, I think it looks like a pass line angle here with a mentorship.
If you can stabilize on these kind of things, like some of the traits are just powerful enough that like a 2-star 2 cost can kind of at least let you bleed out
one more
into
cast.
Kill everything.
Everything is so low.
Oh man, that's rough.
I
I didn't realize how much stake people were actually putting into 2-star Ziggs until literally this morning. I was speaking to someone who was saying how they feel like they actually keep their items on Ziggs until Silco 2. Yep. They don't even transition on Silco 1. It's not something I had on my radar before today.
So when the patch notes came in, I don't remember who it was, but I was surfing on social media and I saw a tweet that said, oh no, they buffed 6, and then there was like a bunch of screenshots of 6-3 just crushing lobbies, and I was like, okay, I guess that's maybe good.
I think there's just less spots to play at last patch because of the nerf to scrap, and you weren't trying to index into that much. But I think Ziggs is very strong, and you didn't have that much spots for damage carries in the Dominator Black Rose comp. You had limited slots. You wanted to fit only the Silco really. Early Malzahar here as well for Enzo, a player who needs to stabilize on 19 HP.
Ooh, there's a LeBlanc. That feels really nice.
Garen 2 is massive.
Also has the champion duplicator. Don't forget about that. So
kind of hit everything he wanted.
Needs to figure out 1 gold off what he wants to play here. Able to get 6 Dominator in. Okay. So instead of playing the Garen 2, he decides he wants to keep 5 Black Rose, 6 Dominator, believing it's a higher cap. Makes a lot of sense. It obviously doesn't feel great to lose the 2-star unit, but I think Enzo at this point, you're sitting at 19 HP. You kind of have to recognize that whatever you commit to has to be stronger than everybody else, right? He's effectively playing from a win-out angle, even though he's at 2 HP, or 2 lives from here.
These Mord items kind of suck.
I mean, the Sterax, everything, QSS is actually really good.
But QSS plus Knight, I feel like it's one or the other.
But
you built 2 that did the same thing.
Mordekaiser needs the defense, I think, the survivability.
Yeah, I feel like you need a QSS ore, but like, wouldn't you rather have like
He's extra protected. He's so precious.
I think the item economy, that would beat Steadfast BT. That would be the remaining item from what he had with the components. So I think this is the best that he could do.
Yeah, I guess if it were me, I would have just slammed BT, put Steadfast on my Garen 2 or whatever, right? Like, put a tank.
You play too risky. You play too. He's on 19 HP, and leave Mord with 2 items.
Yeah, I guess I just feel like having like Edge of Night on him is not going to really increase the damage that much, but maybe I'm underestimating it.
Trying to sell that. Maybe we just tried to get 3 items, and we're hoping to get something on Carousel to remove and then replace. I think for 19 HP, I think it's fine just to have the 3, but let's see if it's good enough to actually hang in here.
I mean, he's up against 7 Black Rose from Ziyuan, and so this is the best way.
Sion, no.
Wow.
Oh, he's not dead, but he's lost.
Really low.
Oh, it looks like it was a ghost. Yeah. So it works out for Enzo, but I mean, it's a little spooky. I mean, I don't know because it was a ghost board and it was that close. I wonder if there's a world where Enzo can still win, but 7 Black Rose is
it's still really strong.
The highest cap. It's the only Black Rose that got buffed from last patch into this one.
We've already learned one thing spectating this game. Ziggs expires in stage 5. Fat Cow has plummeted from 80-something HP all the way down to 33 in just these 3 fights.
And so much Silco coming in from this lobby in particular. The 2 players that we've seen over the last few minutes,
2 players with Black Rose spats, right?
Fat Cow as well had it, so at least 3 players playing the same line, the dominated line.
And there's an Experiment spat and a Bruiser spat over on the other side for the Twitch player. So that's actually a really strong board as well.
On the right-hand side, we do have this Twitch board we're talking about before. Twitch, obviously wants to have this front-to-back fight, which the Silco boards are kind of front-to-back, but like it has some elements of being able to reach backline. It has a lot of disruption, which typically is, in its favor, but the Twitch, it comes down to whether or not this Twitch is able to target anything that is a high-impact unit, right? Specifically things like that Silco early. So it can be a little bit RNG. Has a lot to do with positioning as well.
This always feels so bad. Like you can see both Replay and Fat Cow are just stuck on a spat. That's just like a dead spatula. Like sometimes you do all get one as a reward. And if you don't actually have the component to build anything with it or it doesn't fit in your comp, it feels so bad because you can go from a really incredible spot to just like plummeting out, right? Someone gets Black Rose 7 and you get nothing.
They get kind of bailed out and you feel so bad about it.
Yeah, and so that's tough because Replay was way ahead in HP. He got nothing with his spat at all, and now he's 39, right? Like now he's in the mix to actually start falling out because there's some stronger people down below him. We of course don't know how many points he does have, but like, you have to assume every placement is still precious.
Could this have been Melling counter, by the way? Do we know? I'm just saying because everyone had spat and champion duplicator, it could have been that below 40 HP.
Oh, the Radiant Reward?
They were given, yeah, the stimmy.
Could have been, yeah.
So in that case, Replay and Yaya just going below 40 right now means that he didn't even get the spat until stage 5.
Yeah.
So we are seeing points on the overlay, but they're all 8 and 9, so I'm not sure if those are true.
Maybe it's a very even lobby.
Well, it wouldn't even really be possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Enzo fighting for his life here. Doesn't Mordekaiser do enough?
Still a few threats, though.
Looks like it might just be the Jinx is not able to clean up. All the extra rebels are coming out.
It's another
also
ghost
can't
board.
do it. And we briefly saw, I believe it was
double ghost board.
No. We saw someone fight
fought his ghost. Okay.
His ghost before, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Panda.
I believe we saw. No, it was. I think it was Admiral Zhao who had a rebel emblem on Warwick and a full vertical rebel comp.
Oh man!
See how that would pan out, would work.
Warwick is the 6 cost that coming into the patch people were less excited about because he needs resources in order to really take off. Rebel, to me, it sounds like the perfect spat for him. You give him a ton of stats. He gets the stun. You have backline access with the Zoe for him to then try and get the execution at the end.
And looking at Tex also on the Rebel line, 3-item Jinx, 3-item Zoe.
This is going to be interesting. I mean, Jiwon, really tough spot here. Does have that 7 Black Rose. We'll see if it's going to be enough. On the other side, there's a lot of big threats. There is that LeBlanc too, but it has no items, and the Scion's going to be in the back line. And I think that should be enough. Scion still hasn't even gone into its undead form where it gets even more powerful. So it is going to be another win here. Black Rose, it's going to be... keeping alive.
So I wanted to call out the Runand red buff on the LeBlanc. It sounds a little silly to have a Runand on your LeBlanc, but LeBlanc actually gets a lot of value from attack speed. She's mana locked until after those first 3 auto attacks. Right. So if you can get, I actually personally like red buff more than Rage Blade, which some people opt into because you get all your attack speed up front. And so having the Runans there, I actually was surprised that he didn't have the Giant Slayer that was in the on the Casio on the LeBlanc as well. Having 3 sort of attack speed items on your LeBlanc gives her a lot of value in your fights.
Enzo is now win streaking, still alive. Fat Cow, we came into this game. He was by far and away the healthiest player, seeing an 86 HP. He's plummeted down to a 7th. Very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it is really tough. And some of these galaxies, like the Spatula Galaxies and things like this, like you have to hit a really crazy comp or you just go out.
Enzo's so smart, holding 2 Jinxes, knowing there's so many Rebel players trying to hit that Jinx to upgrade.
But he's trying to hit the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, had to sell him.
Had to sell and misses, unfortunately. So you kind of lose the value on both ends there. And Enzo, I mean, only 1 life. It's looking a little bit harder to win out from this position without having that Mordekaiser too. Yeah. I'm not a huge believer right now.
I don't think he beats the 7 Black Rose guy. And I don't know if he even beats this because this Twitch player is really strong, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think the big issue here is going to be that the Silco can't circumvent this Mundo, so...
This Mordekaiser could wrap into the Twitch.
Get stuck?
Then it gets stuck on the Mundo instead, and that might be it.
Well, no, take a look at the backline. Sion's down him.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I spent that entire time trying to remember the name Sion. I'm just stun locked, looking at the unit. I'm like, he's there. He's in the backline.
It's the guy.
It's the
big guy.
That one.
Well, that was so close, actually. Holy.
It was, yeah. I didn't think he would have this.
Slowly climbing out both Enzo and Jiwon.
I mean, there are so many players. Look at this. There's 4 players on 1 life.
Replay, the only player with 2 lives. Level 9. He actually has been pumping gold into level 10, I believe. Because I think we saw him at like 58 last turn.
This TG on Mordekaiser, pretty insane for what could be a pivotal fight here.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yep.
Edge of Night, Crown Guard.
Let's see.
Positioning so relevant for both of these players.
I mean, especially with Sion, I feel like it's actually really important.
All right, we can see they're actually fighting each other right now.
One Sion is bigger than the other.
Bigger Sion. Let's go. Both of them here on the Black Rose line. Can Enzo keep winning?
Oh.
But it's Sion. It's 7 Black Rose and a Mord too. There's just no way.
Way too much.
Yeah, this 7 Sion is so strong, and it's like, yeah, you almost killed it, but then it gets stronger, and the guy has Mord too. So
much disruption.
Just a better version of the same comp.
Yeah. Admiral Zhao also will fall. So Enzo and Admirable Zhao go out top 3 secured. Replay Tex and G1. Replay at this point. Let's
Replay's
see.
getting second at worst. Like, these guys are going to kill each other before he dies. He has 2 lives.
Level 9, 60
one more though. Needs 1 more round. After Carousel will be going 10. We can add in the. Honestly, being able to add a Jace 1 is pretty impactful in terms of like 1-star 5 cost that you just add to your board absolutely can make a difference.
If it casts one time, the attack speed can actually be such a big difference.
Yep.
So I can tell you that Replay has won first place. I don't know his score in the other game.
Okay.
Well, with one first place,
you're in a pretty good spot.
Even if you went 8th, you have 9 points in your top 3, you're through.
Yep.
So he's already through. So really good job by him then, and still has an out to get first in this one. We'll see if he's going to be able to survive this round. Looks like this round, I think he potentially has it in the bag. You can see his melee carries into the back line. His Victor stun buying so much time for them to get it done. Tex going to fall. Did both of them die in this one?
No, Ziyuan still alive for it.
Still alive.
I will say I really love the variation of the emissary board.
No one's playing Rabble, never mind.
No, not anymore. I really love this variation where you have the Vi and the Mbessa. The two of them do so much burst damage, specifically when you have the crit setup on Mbessa and then the more bruisery setup on Vi.
I like it.
And this setup where you can break through one side is so hard to defend against and position against.
And the thing is, with the QSS, we talked before how you can't really frontline your Mbessa. It's actually kind of better this way because now you get all the value of your damage on one side, like Panda's calling out.
Or one hex even, like where you have all 3 of these units hitting that same hex.
And it now makes it, you can actually find a wrap. There's a very realistic world in which if the enemy is positioned in a way where it's too spread out, you can get into the back line very early. I will say against the Black Rose board, it is very hard to find a wrap.
Sion's on the wrong side too, I think, here.
Fake swap.
This is going to be tough because he just swapped them
Wait a
back.
second.
Look at the Mbessa already getting in the back line. Yeah, the Mbessa straight into the back line here. Sion was on the wrong side, couldn't actually stop them. The back line carries. It's just up to the LeBlanc and this Sion now. We'll see if they can actually get it done. LeBlanc still not being touched too much just yet. Sion going to be able to revive, and we'll see if he can get it done. I don't think he can.
There's just too much healing.
It's close.
Too much healing on the side of the Bruisers, though. I think even though the Sion has a lot of damage, with the Bloodthirster from the Vi and the Hodge and the Mbessa, there's too much survivability. Man, I really heads-up play on that positioning and great fake out to be able to get that wrap on a board that's generally very hard to wrap on.
And we have been missing a lot of this Silco Black Rose game plan in the games we've passed until now.
Yeah.
Happy to see a lot of it, maybe too much even in this game.
You know what I'm so interested about? Do you think if you just center the Silco in the center back line and you put Sion in the middle, can you lose that round? Because he was so close. Like the Silco died instantaneously, and he still almost won.
The coin flip was not necessary.
Exactly. That's what I think. I think you actually don't need to coin flip. I think you can just center your backline carry, put Sion in middle, and they're going to wrap on the Sion eventually. Like, you know what I mean?
So it is still possible. I think the reason that the wrap actually happens there is because what you want to do when you're playing against Mbessa is not have your weak side in front of Mbessa. The reason is that she dashes away. But if you have your weak side there and she kills that unit, dashing away often means dashing into the enemy backline. So if you have your strong tank in front of that Mbessa, for instance, even if it was like the Mordekaiser with a GA, Mbessa doesn't go into the backline. She'll dash backwards instead. So I think the real misplay is less about doing the 50-50, and it's more what you had on the wings of your front line instead.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, because it's like he kind of was doing 50-50 and he lost, right?
Yes.
And that's why I'm saying, like, I just wonder, like, if he put Silco just in the middle of the back line, you get a couple cast off, do you not just win that round anyway? Because he was literally, I think, like 1 to 2 more Silco casts, and I think he just wins.
It's possible. I think the shape of that fight, when I think of it, it's.
I just don't think that Mbessa ever gets to your Silco fast enough if it's in the center back.
Because of the revive, especially, where
yeah, exactly.
Just buys so much time.
You're probably right.
I think you just don't have to play the game.
Yeah.
Well, you guys figured that out. We are going to be heading over to an interview that Clement did out there on the field, so let's hear it from Clement.
Hi everyone, I just met up with a 3-man trio of 5 TOC champions and a Tactician's Crown champion in Ahao A, Xunge, and Chen. You guys have been practicing together and you've all advanced at once. Can you guys tell me some secret sauce to what you found out when you had your discussions? 所以你们这边3位选手，我听说都已经晋级了，而且你们是一起研究这个游戏的，可以跟我讲一下你们研究这个版本的有些心得吗？
我感觉这个版本就是所有的阵容就得先成型，然后围绕6费卡去搭建。
我觉得应该就是还是主流的运营阵容偏多一点吧。然后低费阵容的话，可能需要神器加持，然后6费卡的强度基本上后期挂上都会增强很多。 他们两个说的对。
Thank you so much for Chen. Shinka said that in this meta, you really have to play around your 6 costs. You want to go macro high level and then tech in those 6 costs. For Ahawe, he said that most of the macro compositions are really good, but if you want to play low cost rerolls, you really need your artifacts and your anomalies. And for Chen, he helped me out by saying they both are very, very much correct. For my second question, I want to ask, because we are hosting this in the CN region, do you guys feel an obligation to perform well for CN? Who's going to bring the next championship for the CN region back? 那我第二个问题想问一下，就是说你们因为这次是在你们的主场打比赛嘛，会不会觉得有义务需要帮 CN 争光？然后最后的话是下一个 CN 的冠军会是谁拿到？
当然是有义务的，而且我觉得我们本土作战信心很足。然后今天的表现确实我们也表现得还可以，对，加油。
这个 CN TFT 确实需要去捍卫它的荣耀了，太久了，上一个还是在上一个，这一个我希望是在这一次。
好，我们加油吧，我们一起加油。CN TFT 的话还是需要去用荣耀去捍卫。
Chen said, absolutely, we do have an obligation to do well here, and I'm very confident in our performance. For Shinga, he said that it's been too long. It's the past champion wasn't us, the champion before that wasn't us, it's about time. And Ahawe said, of course, we do need to defend our honor. So the last question I had for the 3 of you is, what's the chances of all 3 of you making it into the final lobby? 最后一个问题，你们3个人有可能携手一起进到前8吗？
我觉得可以。
虽然有难度，但我希望是。
那还是一起加油。
No problem. Even though it's hard, I wish we can do it. And for Ahawe, of course, let's add oil together. Thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you back on the desk.
Thank you so much, Clement, for getting that interview to us. And honestly, it's really true. It's been quite some time since we had a champion from the CN region, and it would be a shame if they can't take it while we're here in Macau. So I would love to see that happen personally, but I think we have more interviews ready, and I believe Necra was out there with Peter Whalen. So let's take a look and hear what he has to say.
Hi everyone, Necker here with Peter Whalen, the game director of TFT. Peter, how are you? And how does it feel to be back at an open?
I'm doing great. It's been wonderful to be here. It's so gratifying to see people playing the game. I think it's really the best part of the job is just to go around and see people having fun with the game that you work on.
Well, people aren't only just playing, but they're also being able to enjoy TFT in a smattering of different ways with all of our activations. So what has it been like to you to see fans also interacting with the game?
Yeah, it's been great. We've got the Project K booth over on the side. We've had players talking to the devs. We just did a signing like an hour ago. It's been really wonderful seeing people and being able to actually talk to players, hear what they're excited about, hear what they're enjoying.
Well, Peter, thank you so much for your time and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Honestly, he's so right. I had a blast playing Project K. I'm not going to ask Gangly about it,
too.
but no, you're not allowed. But how did you guys feel?
Siapa yang
We were
menang?
in the same lobby, so to say.
It was really fun.
Nikmat tidurnya. Main tidur sejam.
There's like a lot of things that people were all telling us that our table was like the
Baru kelar gamenya ya?
Everyone was sweating and stuff and not talking that much. Your table is described as the personality table.
Who said that?
Gila, gamenya baru kelar.
Just up to LeBlanc and this Scion now. We'll see if they can
7 Black Rose.
LeBlanc still not being touched too much just yet. Scion going to be able to revive, and we'll see if he can get it done. I don't think he can.
There's just too much healing.
It's close.
Too much healing on the side of the Bruisers, though. I think even though the Scion has a lot of damage, with the Bloodthirster from the Vi and the Hodge and the Mbessa, there's too much survivability. Man, I really heads-up play on that positioning and great fake out to be able to get that wrap on the board.
His melee carries into the back line. His Victor stun buying so much time for them to get it done. Tex going to fall. Did both of them die in this one?
No,
beda match lagi ya guys ya.
Still alive.
I will say I really love the variation.
Aaron worked out here with all that magic.
The magic is slamming compared to the
A decent amount of Renatas, but most likely not like, hey, Dobbs contesting me. If I roll something, maybe I get more Sorks, maybe I get more Rebels.
I hate that.
It feels, I don't exactly know how else to justify the 3-1. Oh
It's gonna
no.
be 6.
Wanju as well. And
String game 2.
Carries like the problem.
Box juara 3. Box juara 3 bagus sih.
The problem with Bintum's board is he has so many super strong carries. So like an AOE is stopping an immense
back, but like it has some elements.
Looks like it might just be the Jinx is not able to clean up. All the extra rebels are coming out.
It's another
Also
ghost
can't
board.
do
Ini
it.
ada beda orang nih. Bagaimana dengan situasi keadaan scoringnya? Ya, error ya. Error nih. Tiba-tiba loading ya. Ntar minum dulu. Aduh. Ngantuk, aku ngantuk.
Welcome back here at the Teamfight Tactics Macau Open. And after our first two heats have concluded, we did get a chance to have a little bit of a rotation here on the casting sofa. And I'm so pleased to introduce to you guys someone you might not know, Dog. And then over here, we have Gangly.
Dog.
So nice of you to join us here. Kent, maybe for people at home who don't know what you do, would you give them a brief introduction to what your job entails?
Yeah, totally. I'm the finalization lead for the team, and I know that doesn't explain much, but basically we joined the design team of a set 4 months before it comes out and help finalize a lot of designs, make them mechanically fit within TFT with a large focus on balance and game health and things like that.
But
so
I just think of you as one of the Mort dogs in TFT, right?
I was going to introduce you as the nicer
Hey, box lolos top 4. Let's go.
I was about to say, but what would you
Nice
say
box 466. Nice.
that's my boss, everybody.
Juara 3, juara 3, juara 5. Nice lolos. Nice.
No, it's great to have you here on the couch. Thank you so much for joining us.
Nice
have
banget
you
ini.
been having a chance
Emily
to,
juga
like,
lolos
around
kan?
to some of the activations?
Emily juga lolos juara 4, 472.
I've
Nice.
watched a bunch of the games when you stand
Nice. Yang lolos Emily.
It's a lot of fun.
Terus
It's been great. There's so many like big players here, and just being able to walk around and watch all the different games.
Kitty paling nggak lolos. Set live.
I imagine
Skara,
it's very different when you are designing the set.
Skara masih ada game 3. Cuma kayaknya udah susah juga dia mau lolos.
It's a very different experience when you're just like seeing the numbers in the charts at home versus
Kitty
being
udah
here
bye
and
bye.
like, seeing the meta develop and seeing everyone
Toast.
actually like be creative.
Toast actually
be on site when all of these major developments are happening
lolos
in
tipis
the thing
dia.
that you've created.
Oh, it's amazing. One of the big things is, we work so closely with Julian and the set pod.
Ju udah nggak lolos ya pasti.
We come here and we talk to these competitors like, what are you enjoying? What about 6 costs?
Bishop.
What are some of your like the augments that you really
Bishop
like?
juara
Just
3.
hearing their stories and their
Gila,
side of things.
ini lobby ketat anjir.
Really fun. So I love it.
Quick question, what has been the verdict on the 6 costs, maybe to both of you? Do people generally feel very enthusiastic about them, or are there some doubts maybe?
Yeah, I've been going around. Most people have been like, I have been really enjoying them. Some of it is like, yeah, Victor's too strong.
Victor good.
Yeah. But others are like, I just like, they don't show up too often, but when they show up, it's really fun. Like we might want to change things later down the line, but or like as a suggestion to us. But for the most part, it seems like everyone's having fun with it. So
Awesome.
more, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how deep you want me to go here on like the design critique. But generally, I think they've been very high spectacle, which is really fun. They've fit the characters that we were trying to sell, right? Like Mel's protecting you, giving you that last stand. Victor is as strong as we kind of wanted him to be. He's like very impactful to your board. I think right now a lot of players are not used to the mechanic. It's a very big shift, right? We see a lot of people being like, oh, there was Victor on board 1 and 2 that won, and it's like, well, yeah, because they lived long enough to get them, right? It's not like they decided the comp. It's not like people are logging in for
Kecewa lihat game robot yang menang, udah biasa. Mantap. Tidak perlu kecewa ya, di bawah fun aja ya.
So they do show up a lot in that regard.
It's okay.
But, and the other thing is that Victor being the strongest one who happens to CC your team for 2 seconds, we know generally crowd control is very frustrating. People are just like, I want my units to do things. Please
Di bawah
stop.
AC aja.
And so even if Victor was the weakest one, he'd probably still be the most frustrating just from that regard. But again, kind of like lore-wise, that's kind of what we wanted. But even watching the game so far in casting, I don't think we've seen anything be decided necessarily, other than like a one placement swing, maybe.
We've seen Mel save people, right? Like that's the biggest thing. I remember it was like game 2.
Box.
Yeah, it was Box's game where someone went 6th instead of 7th because they had Mel save them, right? And that to me. But the thing I think
siapa yang menang spill dong? Belum, baru ronde 1 belum ada menang-menang ini. Masih jauh.
There's lots of ways to get bailed out in TFT.
You roll a shop, you hit 2 rumbles. Well, yeah, you kind of
Sorry,
got
Arteris.
You're gonna get +1 placement at least from something like that. But one of the big wins from 6 costs that I've seen is every time somebody gets one, they make a decision. Like, oh, am I gonna put this on my board? How can I fit this on my board? Sometimes the decision isn't correct, but there's always that thought there, which is great.
I had a player come by who ended up barely not making it, and they were telling me how they had a Malzahar, and they had a comp built around Malzahar, and then they hit the Victor, and they were like, I have to play the Victor. So they sold the Malzahar, and it made them weaker, and they're like, no, I did it wrong. And that was like, that was a cool decision for them. But I think, again, like that's the learning curve of these champions. And so I think as we see more of that, and I think I said it before we launched, but like Warwick we knew was going to be the hardest to play. And so I think that's another one that like people haven't quite figured out when it's the right time to play it, how to play it. So generally the perception right now is it's weak until I think someone figures that out.
Definitely. Yep.
I will say the biggest win in my eyes for the 6 costs is I don't think we've ever had units with as much
masih penasaran. Mari kita mencoba Poi lagi.
I think a lot of units in TFT sometimes it can feel like this is a character who does this thing. These to me feel so thematic and like almost cinematic in a way because of how visible their effects are that you feel like this character and their lore is coming to life in the game, and that's not super common.
Yeah, so I think
Voting Kapitalis besok
one
kan.
of the things with Victor
Malam ini main Abi dulu.
for that spell like pretty early based on the show. And so part of the finalization job was how do we make this spell work? Like we know this is going to be over the top. We know this is going to be a lot of damage. And so a lot of the time on that team was sort of spent like trying to make sure that it was fair enough and right in TFT.
It was like, you want to stun the whole board. That was
Serius.
okay.
Masih.
Such a developer thing to say.
It's like they had it. We were like, this looks so cool. Okay, but if I just put, if this is 8 Visionary Victor, does it just cast every like 2 seconds? Is that okay? That's not okay. How do we make this happen? And it looks so cool. It's like, how much damage can we do?
Akhirnya lagi nggak ada GTRP kah? Emang udah nggak main, bukan nggak ada RP, udah nggak main. Masih cannot, bro.
Finding that the right point
Masih cannot ini. Kacau juga nih gue liat nih. Aduh, scam banget, scam.
Definitely a big challenge.
There was
Scam,
a fun
bro.
playtest early on where
Path of Excel ini, bro.
And there was a Victor who had a Quicksilver, red buff Ginsu's, and it was just all attack speed to get it to cast quick.
No. Yeah.
And around about 12 seconds into the fight, he had enough attack speed that it was like he could almost cast again.
By the time
the stun was done, it was pretty disgusting, and that was one of those clear moments where it's like, we're not going to keep it like this.
Sure.
You know?
Yep.
I really liked, we didn't get to see it last too long, but the idea in my mind was so cool when we saw one of the games where someone was playing a Rebel spat on Warwick. And in my mind, I was like, whoa, wait, hold on a second. You get a ton of base stats on this Warwick and a Zoe who's casting into the back line and potentially getting units into X.
Katanya ke Norman, udah Norman nggak bisa apa-apa.
What's fun about 6 costs is that, well, Victor, I guess, can't really be transformative, but we've gotten to see cool variations of these where, like, Rebel Spat on Warwick suddenly makes him a different type of champion. Automata Spat on Mel suddenly turned her into a different champ. And the transformative features of 6 costs turns them into these, like, super bosses. And, you know, obviously, like, there's Exodia comps will always exist to the most creative players in TFT. I don't think that's a problem. I actually think it's really fun. If you get a 2-star blue buff 6 Automata Mel, you should be really happy about that, right? I like the idea of celebrating for a win like that.
Yeah, I think that's just generally the idea, even with 5 costs, right? So in that regard, they are still quite similar, that you can find that one emblem that really puts them on another level. But just a quick note for everybody that's wondering what's going on. Due to a technical issue, we're currently delaying games while the results are being entered manually to determine the matchups for the next round. So just letting everybody know what's going on. We'll be here for a little while longer while we get all of those
Ada
numbers
problem.
ready and then on to the road. So that means
you know what?
we'll be here for a while, and we'll also make sure everything's correct.
Yep.
Good for you. We got some really yeah. It's time. It's my time.
Kenapa banyak meeting ya hari ini? Kenapa banyak meeting?
The Kog'Maw? Is that what you're trying to
No. It was
just, okay, we'll circle back.
It was more about like design philosophy around Exodia existing in TFT and things like that.
Alright guys.
We do talk about this sometimes.
Masih lama katanya matchnya.
There's Exodia combos.
Mungkin bisa 15 sampai 20 menit kali baru mulai match berikutnya.
They need to be difficult enough. They need to be like enough.
So, kayaknya gue bakal end streamingnya dulu. Nanti kita lanjut lagi jam 7 main Abi, oke? Istirahatin PC dulu gue. Mau main TFT juga gue tanggung sih. Bentar lagi udah mau makan malam gue.
Of the TFT Macau Open with two of the best players in North America. We have Soap and Kuramex, and I want to pick your brain about the meta. You guys made it into the next round of competition, and you got a chance to play your games, as well as scout out what's happening around the floor. So, what do you think about the meta so far?
I think the meta is really, really different, especially with like the Black Rose and the Malzahar nerf. Now you're not really seeing like 4 out of the top 4 people in a lobby like playing that comp. You see a lot more variety. Comps I've seen do well are like Family. I've seen 6 Automata do really good. I've seen like still the Black Rose core, but Silco and Vertical Dominators now as well. And then stuff like Rebels. And then you also have like new reroll comps kind of showing up.
Ntar gue streaming lagi jam 7 ya. Istirahatin PC dulu ya. Guys ya. Oke. Sampai jumpa. Matchnya masih lama. Udahan dulu nobar ya, capek.
It'll show you the best way to play them.
Bye.
I use that website a lot. Can confirm it's a great resource. Kuramax, what about you? What do you think of the meta?
I mean, ada technical issue.
I think meta's a lot more fun. Like, the past a lot more fun. Like before, we're kind of just like, you know, econing like 4-1 sending over the same units because like the problem is like Malzahar warped the game so much. Like you hit one Malz on 8 and you're like just like it's the best carry in the game straight up. Straight up, Malzahar 1 was the best carry in the game. It's not even close. So like, and then Garen 1 was like super stable. So now we're seeing like lobbies where like Alawi is like 6-way contested. Some lobbies like Emissaries like 3-way contested, right? You kind of have to like scout, use your brain a little bit more, try to figure out the best line for your spot. It's a lot more fun.
What do you think is a sleeper comp